Arona, donde vive la vida.
And we're back in Tenerife at the Las Playas Americas here in Tenerife. And right now, my name is Ben Mundy, and we have some incredible waves here on offer on the island. And, well, I think we're ready to go. Paul Evans, I mean...
Mate, I'm so ready to go.
I'm so ready. Talk us through. I mean, we're looking at the lineup right now.
It's pump o'clock. It's pump o'clock, man. We're on the pump. It's pump house. It's really good out there. Swell's jumped up a ton, picked up this afternoon. We had a couple of calls yesterday. Swell was filling in the afternoon, not quite enough. So we didn't end up running. And then first thing this morning, first little shaft of light coming off this beautiful Atlantic Ocean. Real edge lines, long period swell, nice bit of power behind it too. And we're looking at a fantastic day of competition, Ben.
That's exactly right, Paul. Yeah, it is firing. We've got 3 days away. By all accounts, the locals have been properly frothing about this little day. And now when we woke up and checked at first light, we know now why. And we're going straight into the round of 96 for the men. and then hope to have the women after that. So there's going to be a lot of heats. There's going to be so many of these left-handers ridden. It's going to be on fire. And their first heat straight up in the water, starting pretty soon. Rafael Teixeira, Kindly De Silva, the local boy, Frederico Robin, back in the saddle after a long time, a decade out of the off the horse, and Juanjo Fernandez.
Yeah, and our beach announcer Mikel, he had his workout this morning clearing the free surface. They didn't want to leave. He had to throw out the $500 fine threat. And
wow.
He had to get kind of gnarly with them, didn't he?
Well, you know what he's like.
Boomtown, nice. Hook off the top, beautiful wall. And just slashing back. Kalani De Silva was ripping down here last year. Canarian local. And he was on fire last year. He was really impressed with his turns on the kind of smaller stuff. And here he is on a meteor day. Just blazing down the line. A great way to open up.
Yeah, really strong, smooth surfing. He's ridden this wave before. And as you say, real form on the board from last year, which gave him a load of confidence. And he just blasted that long, silky left-hander all the way through and out the back as we see Rafael Teixeira.
I like what De Silva's done with his hair as well. He's grown it out. It's given him a little bit of extra sort of personality and bounce and life, Ben.
I don't think you can equate hair with personality, Paul. But, yeah, he's looking strong. He's looking good. And looking at ease with himself.
So, beautiful conditions here this morning. Kind of very light winds. Kind of glassy no wind, really, right now. It's what we generally get in the mornings down here. We've got a couple of hours. Beautiful light winds. Winds pick up mid-morning. Let's see what it does to it today. It didn't get out of control yesterday. We are expecting pretty similar stuff. Here goes Juanjo Fernandez in the green, and he's swooping. Kind of got to stay close to this whitewater section. He'll get a steep pocket in front of him, stand up. It is pushing a bit wide off the reef. Not as steep as maybe we might have thought it would be.
Yeah, I think it's low tide about now. I think from what I've gathered, the intel is that it's sort of best around the mid-tide. So I reckon as that tide comes in during the morning, it'll just start to move in on that bit closer on the reef, hug that sort of shelf a bit faster and start to rifle down.
Tell you what, it'd be tired at the end of that. It takes quite a lot out of your legs. A long old wave. Travelled a big distance. Kicks out of the inside. That paddle back up the channel. A sweet paddle. No real duck diving required. Nice little dry hair as you make your way back out. Against that little sweep, kind of pushes you into that bay down there. But a beautiful day of surfing in Tenerife. Had a couple of days off.
What have you been doing, Paul? How have you filled your time in the wonderful Canary Islands?
Just in bed on Netflix, most of it.
Yeah, you're really getting out there and enjoying the oceans and the whales. Yeah, a few days off. Sort of discovered the island somewhat. Couple of surfs here and there.
Did some podcasting.
And but yeah, it's great to see these lines just filling in this bay as we walk down the street to the promenade where all the coast is. You could see the white water crashing against the rocks, and we knew we were on.
I saw the Volcom Pipe Pro. I tuned into that.
Oh yeah,
on the WSL's Facebook feed.
Yeah, that was a good event, wasn't it? Jack Robinson won that.
Good commentary. Lots of commentators.
Yes.
A strong crew.
You can never have too many, I say. The score's still yet to drop for Kalani. They didn't muck around, they did this morning. His first light was about 10 to 8. Comp was called at 8. 5 past 8 start. We're off. So we've got 16 heats of the round of 96 of the men's. And then we'll hopefully push on into the women. The women have been waiting a long time. They're tearing. They're so keen to get out there.
Oh, they're frothy.
They've been free surfing a storm. All out there charging this morning. So, yeah, they'll be ready this afternoon when the conditions are optimal. And, Frederico Robin, you know a bit about him. Paul, you said you had a bit of a chat to him this week. He's more of a coach. Well, he is a coach, isn't he, these days? But he's decided to don the singlet.
Fredo,
make a comeback.
The Ghost is back. 10 years since his last event. I think he thought that he was very lucky to get through his round 1 heat. He said he made a few mistakes. He was very rusty. It's been a while since he's competed. But he got through, and here he is. And he is famous for his backhand attack. So let's see how that translates in these juicier conditions. He's been surfing quite a bit the last few years all around the world in his role as a coach. He was coaching Flores for a while there.
Yep.
Spending a lot of time with Jeremy. And he's over here in the capacity of looking after some of the young generation.
Yep. Wow, what a man to have on your team. He's so experienced, wasn't he? Did a good solid decade on the QS.
I can't imagine him doing the hairdryer like Sir Alex Ferguson, though.
No.
He seems like more of a mellow kind of a...
Yeah, he's more of the more modern style manager.
Like a whisperer rather than a shouter.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work for the millennials, Paul. You've got to encourage them. And I think Frederic Robinson would be just the man to do that. As we see some lines stacking up to the horizon here. Someone's going to be catching these lovely little lefts.
Oh, man, get the phones up. There's the Insta shot right there. Just stack lines. And we've got someone up and a quick in and out on that inside section from our pullback shot. This is Julian Vico Amel there at the bottom of your screen. Just probably taking on some caffeine and getting ready to do some really, really great commentary. He has actually been removed from the WhatsApp group for breaking community rules.
Yeah, look at the colour of that sky. Just a beautiful morning here again. I mean, it's a little bit dull to keep going on about the weather, Paul, but...
Man, the weather's good though, isn't
the
it?
weather's good every day.
It's lovely.
Just thank your lucky stars. You've got that soft sun on your skin.
Not too hot, not too cold.
Gentlest of breezes wafting through your hair. Get a bit hot, go in the shade, get a bit cold.
Or jump in the ocean for a swim, Ben.
Yeah, had a long swim yesterday from around this point all the way up to the... Well, when I say long swim...
About 100 metres,
about a 5-minute swim.
Yeah.
And yeah, saw the reefs and the fish. It's a glorious part of the world, the Canary Islands. So those scores, that long left-hander we saw that Kalani De Silva was a 5.5. So that's the opening highest score of the heat so far. He's got a little backup and he's got a 2.5. So very close. Everyone with a couple of fours, waiting for one of these big sets to really stand up. Texera. No, he's no slouch in left-handers, is he either? He's put in some solid performances on his forehand over the years.
He'll be fired up for this as well. Mad for it. It's been kind of a bit of a wait, I guess. A lot of crew got in town Saturday or Sunday. Been waiting around a bit. Saw the swell kick off just before the event, then go flat. Had to wait a couple of days out, and now we're back with a vengeance. Here goes to Silva. Backside attack into the lip, knifing it. And just sort of over-rocked on his toes and goes down.
Yeah, a very nice show of intent. He was a bit wider on the point there, and that's how he could get it. He didn't have priority, so he decided to go for it. And yeah, as you said, just got his busted fins out and just got a little hung up on the way down. He'll be back to 4th place. Quite a long period swell this, so we might just see a few lulls between the sets, Paul.
It's good that you're thinking positive, Fen.
Yeah, no, just...
a long period swell, we might see a few lulls. Oh, good.
Well, that's just it's the nature of long period swells, isn't it, Paul? As an oceanographer, you should know these things.
Yeah. What are we talking period-wise today? 13, 14?
I think even higher.
Is this the huge swell that... I mean, Nazar was pumping yesterday. It's basically the same swell, right?
One, yeah.
Just wrapping in.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a very slow-moving low up there in the North Atlantic.
Big waves in Hossegor, good waves in Hossegor. Not big, but good.
Yeah,
Clean.
I think all of Portugal. I think everywhere's pretty good in Europe right now. Winds are good. Swells on. As we see another set approaching, who can get it? No one's just in the right position at the moment with those sort of wide ones. Yeah, Nazare sort of reports will no doubt be filtering in today. Some of the Madness that went down. Mundaka had waves. It's all over. Europe's on fire, Paul.
But however, those places you mentioned,
uncrowded perfection.
You're going to need quite a lot of rubber, whereas down here in Tenerife, even a short arm is almost slightly overdoing it. I reckon shorts on the top, I reckon is sweet in the middle of the day. Minimal rubber requirements, maximum fun, maximum shunt.
Yeah, water temp's about 19. Sun temperatures are just a regular clockwork 23. The numbers just add up. It's beautiful.
Please.
The numbers are just beautiful.
The lager is about 6 degrees in a pint glass.
Exactly. Chilled.
Lads, you want to come for a pint? 150 a pint, lads. A bit of that last night, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a bit of that.
You're not drinking tonight, lads.
He had a point. £1.50 is a very cheap price for a large pint of lager.
I wonder if is that an artisanal craft beer made with like organic hops or?
Yeah, Heineken. Yeah, definitely. But all the action in Tenerife is really in the water today. You'll see the crowd start to build. There's all that sun lounges down on the beach. Real buzz about the event. It's definitely really picked up since last year. It just felt a bigger vibe about the place, about the event side's bigger and better. There's new sponsors involved. There's a real buzz. It's going to be like a big day in the Tenerife calendar today. A lot of new people get to see about surfing. I think it's a lot of these people that walk past the promenade who haven't had a lot to do with professional surfing in their years. So it's another little opening up, another fresh crowd.
Yeah, definitely. Just reaching the new audiences. People are on holidays, on hollybobs, just sort of waddling past the beach here, and they're like, "Oh look, shredding."
They get transfixed by the shred, don't they?
Wow, what's this?
Or they're just stopping to have a pause, catch their breath.
Little hocks hit on the oxygen mask.
Yeah.
All right, well, 9 to go in this one. It's Cabreiroa and Da Silva, 1-2. Very quiet, really. In terms of waves ridden, Robert has only had one in white, the Frenchman. Juanjo Fernandez has had 2 waves, and one of them is only a 0.5 backup. So everyone with backups to go to work on. Carly Da Silva does have second. He does have the high score there for that 5-5 early on. Not that much has happened since then, strangely. Opened up the heat with a flurry of set waves. And then it's all gone a bit like this.
Yeah, slightly anticlimactic with, still 8 minutes to go. A few lumps, though, here starting to appear. If someone might want to have a crack. Federico Robin, he'll be using all his experience. He'll be calm. But it is that man in red who has priority. And let's see if he pulls the trigger on this little one. Nope. So no one's decided on that. Looks like it's your man Robin wide that's looking at it. What's he got, Paul Evans?
Fredo the Ghost is up, fades the takeoff, puts himself behind the section. And it is a slopey fat one, and he knows it. Doesn't even offer a manoeuvre, just kicks straight out. Still got plenty of time, though. He won't be rattled. Of course, he doesn't have any pressure at all on him here. He's just surfing for kind of a bit of fun, see if he can still mix it with the kids. And yeah, we were talking about coaches the other day, and it would be fun if they come up against their surfers, wouldn't it? How good would that be?
Yeah.
Be interesting to see the pep talk before the heat as well. Go right. Selling them.
It has happened before. I think when Dan Ross was coaching, he he's sort of given up his sort of dreams of qualifying and became a coach, and he's had a bit of a double in the QS and then won a few events and then just got snowballed. And then eventually he was surfing against some of his the guys he was coaching, and his advice was you just got to beat him, teach him a lesson. So
harsh.
Harsh. I think Tommy Whitaker too. He also was still sort of coaching and captain coaching as he went through the QS and took out a few of his charges. Out the back though, Surfing Reds waited a long time for this wave. And there he goes, swooping back for the pullback view. He's done a lot of cutbacks. He was hoping it might just rattle off on the inside. Looks like he stayed pretty busy on this wave. Already in the heat lead, so this is going to probably help his cause. As I said, that smooth, goofy style, really light on his feet, low centre of gravity, and
it's almost a little touch of Monday about him in some ways, isn't there?
It's not damn him with faint praise.
It's sort of hand thing.
Burridge-esque.
Yeah, little Monday vibes in there. Might have been hanging around at Redhead Beach in his Grom years, just picking up all the influences, you know, soaking it all up. Although you would have been DKing, I suppose, at the time, so...
So another set, just it's been funny, a little bit hard to read this morning with this new swell. As we said, some breaking a bit wide on the reef, so proving, although it is pumping, it's proving a little bit hard to pick off those real juicy nuggets that hit the reef. And as it stands, still got Surfer and White needing a 4. And now Fernandez, Surfer in green, needing just a 4 as well. So the 4 is very gettable. I think it's strong shorts. Looks like it's very going to go down the wire here. It's going to be another set. Each surfer kind of needing a 4. Priority with green. Climbing to silver. Here we want this heat. Just another heat. He's a local boy. The crowd right behind him. If you can get to that round of 64, you can start to see the couple of heats. You're right in the money end of the draw pool. And some sets again marching out of the Atlantic.
Yeah, sets on. Let's see if we shuffle the pack. 4:20 to go. It's Texera and De Silva 1-2 at the mo. Did we get a score come in for Rafael yet? Don't know. Let's stay with this. That one breaks a little wide. And tricky in the heat compared to the free surf where we had a big pack of surfers spread out a long way. So when something came in, there was always going to be, at least sort of 10 to 15 people in position. Out here...
Had 4 to 5 riding it.
Yeah, out here right now, there's not many of them there, and sometimes they're wide. Sometimes they kind of go underneath them and break inside. Haven't seen quite as many waves ridden as we would have hoped.
No, you can start to see a bit of frustration. That set was a big set, and no one got anything out of it. Fernandez and Robin, the ones that under the most pressure, they're the ones that need just a 4-point ride, and they don't have priority, which doesn't help. But here we go. 3 minutes on the clock. Surfer and White trying to make a move, get a bit of distance between him and his competitors. He might even be eyeing off this little one on the wide, and he's looking at it. It's a late takeoff, and he's on. So needing a 4.18. And then once again, it just fats out on him, so he's getting a little bit frustrated, trying to scratch some territory, get some territory. And here goes the Surfer in green. He's up. This is his crack at getting second place, needing 3.57, and he's got the same problem. But he's sticking with it, racing down the line. This is his first turn of note. Cars at back a little bit wobbly. Nice green face. Yeah, he's getting a bit of momentum. Nice rock and roll floater. Smooth exit. Backs it off the top. So after a slow start, he has found his way, needing a 3.57. Sorry, needing a 4. So pretty tight there. Just goes to show, I don't know if some of those waves that Frederick Robin got, they might have just done this down the line if he'd stuck with it.
Yeah, Juanjo, tricky beginning on that one, wobbly. And he looked a bit tentative here. Then he got his skates on, didn't he?
Yeah, he looks good here.
He liked the speed. He got fired up from this manoeuvre. And then he just drills one into the lip. Gets a nice little bit of release. Loving that business. And just tagged it again. Kicked out. Decent stuff from him. Third place. Needed a 4.01.
It's very, very tight, isn't it?
He might be right back at the races here, Mandy.
Yeah. Well, he stuck with it. He looked a bit wobbly, but he regathered his feet. Showed a bit of radicalness in there. And as a reward, I think he's going to get the score. So that he does. It's a 4.6. So now that changes things. The local De Silva needing only a 3. And here he goes. So it's all exciting.
De Silva up. Kind of a smaller wave from the takeoff. He checks back. He's had 20-odd minutes to get his kind of wave selection eye in right now. He knows what he wanted. He's found something good here. Swooping down the line. He's always staying with the energy in the wave. Bang, he juices a really nice backhand re-entry combination again. He'll hit it again. Put in a little bit of drama to show that he made it. That's going to be a good score. Right behind him, Texera comes out swinging on the front foot. Bang, drops a little wallet. Nice spray. And he had to go and put it up there, and he asked a question. The answer was no. And a flurry of activity right behind him. Fred Robin. Here goes the trademark smooth backhand approach as he clocks it off the top. Timing at the bottom of the way. That's a really nice turn. If he could have got another one of them, he could have caused a bit of a threat there, but nice finish from Fredo.
Yeah, so we haven't had Kalani's wave in, so before that he needed a 4-7. It might even be higher. Well, he got the wave, he didn't give up, but was it enough? He didn't see outside. This was a nice wave, I thought. I mean, didn't have that critical section, but he was so smooth, Kalani, and reeled off a series of backhand turns and finished it well, so I felt that was going to be enough.
Yeah, I think the two-turn combination is the judges are going to see that as a point of difference, Ben, compared to just a little bit going through the motions, do a bottom turn. I thought like he really sort of showed us something different then.
He did. He looked good too. He's such a smooth style. He looked confident too. As soon as he stood up, there was no jitters. There was no kind of. He attacked it, and we'll see what they get. But then Robin got a wave at the end, so the judges now have to wait. Have to sift through a lot of scores. And while I do that, I'll take a little break and leave you in the capable hands of Paul Evans and Vico Hamel.
Alright, so we're going to get straight into this heat too. Luis Diaz from Canary Islands taking on Kaiki Yanamaka from Japan. Diego Suarez from Canary Islands and Yetur Barasalus from Euskadi, Basque Country. It's a stacked heat of QS Warriors. And speaking of Warriors, John in the booth by Vico. Hello mate, bonjour.
Bonjour Paul, buenos dias. And yeah, it's pretty pumping. I was checking the action from the, well, let's call this a beach with Paulina Doe, and it looks pretty hard actually to surf.
What's Popo's vibe?
Popo's vibe is pretty disappointed because she can't surf today, as it's been called off for the ladies. So she's basically spewing. She's like, it's pumping, and not for the chicks. So not really happy with that, but good thing for her. She's basically stuck on the island because her boyfriend and future husband has been hired for the week as our official photographer, so she needs to stay there every day, and that's called role inversion for once.
He's really stepped his game up, hasn't he?
Good old Remy Blanc. So yeah, it's a new day starting with pumping waves. We will have some even better ones during the day as the tide will be changing slightly. It's pretty hard to surf. We've seen Fredo Robin struggling to surf on his backhand, which is not something we can expect. It's just the wave is entering the bay and then tends to just bend away from the surfer when surfing on the backhand. As the tide will be slightly lower, maybe you're going to have some better walls, but right now it's pretty complicated to surf.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You got a feeling like some heats are going to be epic and others are going to go quiet, as we quite often get, especially on the longer period swirls. But nevertheless, I think also as the morning sort of progresses and everyone gets a better read on conditions, they'll have watched the previous heats, they'll have seen where the kind of scoring potential is. So it's really going to offer them that opportunity to get a better read on conditions, having watched a few heats. Always tricky surfing in the first couple.
Yeah, it's well, judges are assessing the condition. They've seen some great waves surfed before during the warm-up surf. They're just waiting for the same thing happening, but as you said, long period swell, so a lot of lull time between the big sets, and from the sets only one or two waves actually have potential. So there's kind of like a disappointment from the judges saying, I've seen some better waves, better surfed before. So they tend to, it's the first 2-3 hits are pretty hard for the surfers and the judges. White is up and riding.
All right, so just swooping back and tagging it and going down, putting it all on the line, liking the commitment from Diaz, Suarez Diaz.
Diego is, well, that was the first wave, so just trying to get the groove on. As you can see, they're all sitting basically slightly too much on the left-hand side of the peak, and as the tide is changing pretty dramatically today with that swell, we're going to have a lot of guys just going back and forth, left and right, and Red is up and running, and Luis Diaz.
Luisito, bang. Interesting choice of maneuver for first turn. And goes down right behind him, Yetter.
Cabreiroa off the bottom, kicks out, so there was no potential on this one. You can see how the wave just fades away and then tends to just break with no particular shape to it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit of that. People just kind of standing up and wait to see what happens. Pushing wide, as you mentioned, or hugging the reef. Definitely want the latter, if possible. Have we got a confirmation on low tide?
Let me check that right now. As
it's got to be pretty soon. There's quite a lot of reef showing.
It should be 9:15, something like that, but let me check on my tide application. But yeah, the point is that we've seen a lot of better waves at the low tide going up until mid-tide, actually like full tide. So let's see what's La Izquierda Las Palmeras is giving us today. Low tide 8:50. So in 12 minutes, we are almost to the lowest point of the tide. And it's a slightly smaller tide than the where we surfed last time, 1.6.
Tide's going backwards in terms of, rather than being slightly later each day, it's actually slightly earlier.
Yeah, that's Tenerife.
How do you like that? Hey?
It was 7:15 a couple of days ago.
Oh, was it? Okay,
yeah.
so it is later. Sorry.
So anyway, judges are taking their time to drop a good to really good range right now. No surfed of major proportion, hence this really low score. 1.67 for Diego, 0.83 for the drop well from Luis Diaz. And as you can see, there are two outside. None of these surfers have tried to actually go straight slightly more on the inside. There's a little left-handed runner just in front of the judges, potentially like 30 yards in. And when there's nothing happening, you may want to just at least have something.
But then again, you're hanging in there and you see the bomb come, you'd be gutted.
True.
Let's see if we got any takers here. Prio is with Yanamaka in blue. He's deeper of these three on your screen. He looks kind of interested, and he'll spin and go. Perfect positioning for the Japanese surfer as he squats off the bottom and bangs off the top. And he'll project up with a little foam climb rebound. Keep him busy. A spring in the step, and that one will just rattle off away from him. And he goes down. Well, it's going to count for him. An opening wave there for the Japanese surfer. How do you like what he got done, Vico?
Well, that's the first okay turn we've seen so far. There must have been some surfing for White as well. I like the first turn. I don't think the backside foam climb re-entry on these kind of tide conditions was a good idea. Maybe you should have just gone around the bottom section and just try to project toward the second part of the wave. But first turn was all right. Just too bad he couldn't make it on the second one. 2.33 is his main score, so he is in the lead, but waiting for last of White. As now it was just a quick in and out, so nothing. So the situation on your screen is the right one, blue, white, red, and green. Cabreiroa on your screen, sitting on first priority. And decision from the head judge was to push to 25 minutes hits. A lot of sets, but taking a lot of time to arrive. Gives some extra chances for the surfers.
I was enjoying the 20s. I like the 20s. It was like heat's on, it's 5 minutes to go, which is cool.
As you can see, the sun is slowly popping above the tail. We have some more sun. It was a little chilly this morning.
Like you are getting incredibly soft, aren't you, in your old age since you've been on the Algarve? Oh, I live on the Algarve.
Just loving
it. Wasn't that cold, mate? We're in shorts.
Yeah, but you're English, so it's not counting.
You're
White
in
up and riding. Yeah, but I'm not English. White up and riding. Diego. Set up turn again. The wave is really, really soft. He's riding his 5.9 from Lorentz shape. Boom! Snap off the lip. A little more flow on this one. Front side from climb re-entry. And that's the keeper. This is exactly how you want to surf that wave, just on this foamy section so you can get some Open face and momentum. Long two-step cut back to little Rio, and this is when it connects on the inside for a couple of last turn, but this is really shallow still.
You mean is Axel Lorentz from Pukas second in stab in the dark?
I would say so, yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. So long way for Diego, variety, speed, control, and flow. Finally some surf. We got replay.
Yeah, so Suarez Diaz ripping the first turn, a little bit caught behind. He did well to just pump down and set himself up beautifully for this one. Gets loads of lip, nice flow through the turn. See that board just whipping off the bottom, looks really loose under his feet, twitching a bit with speed. So responsive. And he just it's going to be a decent effort from him as he make his way back out. Always important, obviously, to finish, not fall off. But got some good turns done through the middle of the Canary Island surfer. Could we see a local winner this year?
Well, quite possibly. And I like the fact he was really patient on that wave. Just try to really wait for the wave to offer something, not trying to force it out of it. So no major turn. Still some good surfing. 16 minutes and 15 seconds. We had a wave surfed by blue and a wave surfed by red as well. So it's wide open. And first priority still to our surfer from the Basque Country, Yatib Rafaruse.
Yeah, he's been quiet, just throwaway so far. Using that experience to kind of stay cool, try not to get rattled or flustered. No one's running away with it, so that's in his favour. Nevertheless, I'm pretty sure next set that comes along, he'll want to make his mark on this heat.
No, he'll be all over it, that for sure. And having a quick look at the forecast, it seems that we're going to have a nice ramp up of the swell during the day, going to 16 seconds, 1.9 foot.
It's amazing right now it says 1 to 2 feet. I mean, it's definitely bigger than that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just interesting how this is translating to what are the concrete wave here. It's just, I feel like 1.2 foot you don't get out. And actually there's like, okay, chest to head high. So, interesting. Really big feet. As we are waiting for the scores, it seems that they have fixed as well the priority screen that was a little on-off for a little while during the first seat, and without taking no risk, judges should be punctuating the average for white, just trying to open the scale a little more. It's not really consistent so far. Red having a look. Luis Diaz, one of the best surfer ever. Canaries up and riding pole.
Here goes Luis in the red and a nice looking wave, and that's a great turn. Probably the biggest hit we've seen this morning. But just the one maneuver from Luis. Couldn't get anything else going down the line, but a great bit of lip that he took there.
And a 4.67 for this long one for surfer in white. We can see exactly what we were expecting, 5.67. So one single good turn for Luis on a short, smaller wave. Get a 5.67. Plenty of smaller turn for surfer in white, get a 4.67. It's all about the quality of the turn, or the quantity, nor the quality of the wave. And clear call from the judges. One good turn, small wave, 5.67. Don't wait for the best wave, just make the best out of what you can.
Yeah, he spanked his bum. He definitely gave it some. And you can think where that score would have gone if he had another little run up. If he had a little section going down the line, could have gone right up the scale. Just one maneuver, a 5.67, very healthy number, good enough for first. Be looking to go to work on his throwaway as we see sets out the back. It's pumping here in Playa de las Americas. So line-up positioning. Also just being kind of toyed with a bit when you see the ones out the back and they're duck diving those. They think, do I go and sit out there and wait for a bomb? Do I hug the inside as you mentioned? Do I sit a little wide and inside and wait for the ones that maybe go underneath everyone?
Nice.
There's strategy going on, Vico.
Well, time is ticking away, and usually surfer in green takes 85 waves a second, and he's been taking one really bad wave. Has been sitting on first priority for the last 12 minutes, and I think that showcases how tricky it is now to read the lineup. We know the tide is almost low, so it won't move that much for the next 30 minutes. It's just about how well you can be placed and where you sit. There's, of course, the depth of the lineup, but also the width. And it's hard for surfers to know exactly where to play. You can see it's just like lifting up, barely breaking, and then you have this kind of like first section here, and blue saying no, green saying que sí. And he's up and running. Yatir Beratharu, Paul.
Oh, he just got on, didn't he? Did well to claw his way onto that. He's got a slopey first section. Let's see if it stands up on the reef. He's just kind of checking and setting up. There's the kind of projection floater. Straight into a low line pump. And he's just staying really close to that foam. And he'll tag it. Nice little projection up over the lip. And he'll do it again. Just kind of rolling those hips backside. Not putting too much into them, but making sure he finished. Very important.
Yeah, that was the idea, I think, for Yatir. It's really hard for a surfer after sitting for such a long time. Just waiting for the waves, listening to the other guys getting scores. Actually, like, be able to go from the outside to the inside, linking some turns without putting too much emphasis, but yet able to finish the wave. So it won't be fantastic as a score, but at least it's a score, and requirements are really, really, really feasible for everybody. So good job for Yatir. Now he needs to get a second one really, really fast. I don't think he's going to get trapped again in waiting for a good wave. And Luis Diaz taking the good old foam start. Up he goes. Really fat wave.
All right, Luis pushing wide on this one. Tags some lip, and he gets a nice section here. He waits for it. And he goes into a kind of a little bit of a labored sort of carved down maneuver. He still wants some lip, and then he finds a bit, and he's going to make that, and does a well-surfed wave. He's going to get rid of that 3-5 back up, we reckon.
Oh, yeah. A lot of poise on this one. And once again, not the best-looking wave. It was looking pretty horrible at the beginning. Foam start. Finishes where Yatir just finished his wave. And great surfing for Luis. Great strategy, trying to make the best out of what he could. And I love the fact he could really, really mix it up, getting some strong vertical turns, some more soft one. But at the end of the day, it was a well-painted wave.
Yeah, I like what you said. He was kind of waiting for the wave to stand out. He wasn't trying to force maneuvers that weren't really on, and really just waiting for some of that lip that he found on his previous effort for 5, 6, 7. So let's see how that shuffles the pack. 4-3-3 comes in as a score, and he's in first still, and he's extended a bit. So he's looking good with 10 to go. Here, let's check out Yanamaka from Japan, swooping back, big wave. Nice, meaty section. And he goes with a nice snap high and just flaps those wings and then can't get around, and that's the ever-present conundrum. Do I go hard with the lip and maybe get caught behind, or do I go kind of soft half-turn but make sure I make the section?
Yeah, Kaiki seems to be pretty lost in that wave, to be honest. He's just trying to hit, but without a lot of commitment. So being caught in between two thoughts during the whole wave does not really reflect onto being really in a good relationship with the wave. And
sometimes the night belongs to lovers. Sometimes the night belongs to friends, Rico. Doesn't it?
That's true. That's true.
And I think Yanamaka could do with going, well, maybe thinking about that.
I think that's what he was singing in his head. In Japanese.
9 to go. Diaz leads Suarez Diaz. It's a Canary 1-2 at the moment. Japan in third place. Basque Country in fourth. Requirement on your screen there for Diego Suarez Diaz needs 5-3-4. And things are hotting up in this heat. Bit more action. Just settling down. Maybe some of that just slight funk. It's clean. There's a little bit of funk going across the wave. The proverbial morning sickness. Let's see as that cleans up, as this keen, bright Canarian sunshine continues to beat down on us. We are looking at a great, great day. It's going to be warm, sunny. The waves are cranking. We've got some of the best QS shredders around. Good, good times.
It's going to be, I think, a day to remember, as we do have a push in the swell. And as you were saying, a little morning sickness. I've seen a lot of guys actually using the local knowledge or the experience in Las Canarias to actually surf the way it needs to be surfed, not just trying to copy and paste your surfing anywhere you go. And judges don't really like it. We are picking at a pretty soft 5, 6, 7. All the rest is under 4, which is, well, a good display of what the judges want to see and don't want to see, and anything under average is actually poor. So that's poor surfing we've seen so far. And they are expecting more. Next, you're going to have Gonizo Bizarreta, Luke Dillon, Eduardo Fernandez, and Gonzalo Gutierrez Vidal. So pretty big hitters next heat as well. And judges and surfers now starting to understand how to surf that wave. White having a look at his first priority, and he wants to go right. He will not go. Blue is up from Japan.
Here goes Yanamaka. Needs to get something going here. And he got a couple of twos. Good backhand crack. Nice hang time. And he paid the price from the hang time from not getting another turn in, but it was a good hit from him, and it's better. Heat leader, Luis Diaz. Bang. Great first stinging snap through the lip. And there's a wrapping hook turn. Boom town. That's a brilliant wave from Luis. 3 different turns. Great timing. And Vico Amel got a little bit excited next to me then. You liked that, didn't you, mate?
I just love the way he started the wave, just like getting like high line double pump to just wait for the wave to offer something, and it was just one string of really good turns, great rhythm, hitting all the juicy sections with the right amount of power, speed, and control, and as you were saying, variety. So what more can you ask? 3 turns.
Almost a little bit sort of fanning in the way his approach there.
Yep.
Sort of reverse fanning, wasn't it?
Yep, exactly. So let's see. Judges will start to finally go over the 5. 6 minutes and 14 seconds.
So if you watch Luis Diaz in the mirror, you could be thinking you're watching Mick.
Countdown.
I thought it was...
Young Mick.
Yeah.
Mick Zinho.
Exactly.
Now the wave entry was really good, and 3 good turns. No proper. There you go. 6, 8, 3. 3 judges saying, "Hey, that's a 7," which is the beginning of really good surfing. So good judging as well. 5 minutes and 45, and Luis Diaz is now sitting in a commanding lead, leaving only the second spot available so far to Diego Suarez Diaz. So 2 Diaz's in the lead and struggling to get something good. Our surfer from Japan. And we're going to go back to a replay of a replay. And Yatir Berratoluse, again with first priority, needing only a 3:08.
Yeah, so good stuff from Luis Diaz. He's really coming to the party. And he looks like he's in really good form this morning. Loving the way he put together that wave. It was an absolute beauty. Judges threw nearly a 7 at it. They know that there's much more to come. They don't want to go crazy. So just placing that score up in that kind of encouraging, tantalizing area and saying, do that again on a bigger wave, a bit more, and you might even go excellent. Yeah. So, I mean, I know.
Now that will be one of the reference waves for the judges. They're gonna be trying to go back and base themselves for every single really good wave to excellent wave for the next 2 or 3 hits. This will be basically the standard. So putting all the way to a 7, and the fact somebody saying it's not a 7, it's almost there. It's not really good surfing yet. It's just good surfing.
Diego Suarez Diaz, the goofy, he's up and he's flying down the line. That's a great first turn. Buckets of spray. And then he'll go into the lip again. He just kind of maybe forced that one a wee bit as he swoops around and finds another section to stand up, and he'll crack it. A really good first hit from him, and I think he's going to get some good points of that first turn. A 167 was his backup. That's history, and he could just consolidate this old Canarian 1-2.
I love his bottom. I'm not really fan of his top part of the wave. He gets great momentum, like almost a current nest bottom here, and then boom, there's
that was
big
good.
dichotomy on between how fast he goes off the bottom and how he's not getting any speed off. There's no projection and rotation at the same time, but it's great top to bottom surfing nonetheless, and he will improve indeed. That's a 4.83, so not even average for the judges, but enough to put pressure on third and fourth. They were chasing for mid-3s. Now they are looking at a healthier requirement of 6.5 around. So
that's his high score, and he's just turned that screw a little bit. The requirements now for Yanamaka and Berratoluse, even though they both had absolute shockers, with 4 minutes to go in this heat, as you said, they only needed shrapnel, throwaways. Now they need a proper score. Possibly even really need 2 waves to really make it happen. Let's see, 2:50 to go. Beautiful sunshine. Just illuminating this bay.
We're down on the west coast of Tenerife on a little bit that kind of sticks out. So we're sort of on a part of the coast that faces like southwest, but there's just a little sort of nipple in the coastline that sticks out and can pick up the north swell. You can get south swell too. And it's beautiful and clean down here. Obviously, we don't get that wind, anything coming out of the Atlantic. We've got the huge volcano sheltering us. So really is just ideal surf conditions in midwinter in Europe. And here goes Jetir looking for 6.23. And he doesn't really look like he particularly fancies this much, that wave. Vico's shaking his head. He's not happy. Vico.
No, he lost all potential on the first bottom turn. I think he was slightly too low, and yeah, he's not really happy. I think even his butt was touching the water on the bottom turn, and then it was putting him off balance and off tempo all the time. Blue.
Yanamaka on a smaller wave going through his gears. Belts it a couple times. It is a smaller inside one. But I like the way at least he's got some fire in his belly still. He's not given up the ghost. 6.6 his requirement. That won't be it, but let's see how he improves on his scores. He's got a couple of 2s so far. It's not really had the kind of heat he wanted.
No, he's been struggling on his wave selection, and when he was on the wave, I don't think he was really trying to surf with the wave, but more against.
It's a long old way from Japan to the Canary Islands, isn't it?
That's a couple of 100 flights, I would say.
A bit of flying involved there, I would have thought. Don't think there's a direct Tokyo to Santa Cruz to Tenerife.
Maybe not. Santa Cruz North, maybe. No, it's a long trip, but that's the way it is. It's a QS 1500, so you're here to take the points, gather some experience, and
to check out the webcast.
Check out the webcast.
Counting down, 50 seconds to go. Luis Diaz, resplendent in red, your heat leader. Just lurking regal out the back as he surveys the lineup and just controls it from the front. He has priority as well. He's got a 6.83 and a 5.67. He might use that prio here. Looks kind of interested. Little victory lap from him. 30 to go. And he's up, just swooping. It's a real small wave. And he's projecting down the line. He's looking for a section. And there he'll just blow a little layer back. It will be inconsequential in the context of the heat. He kept off anyone that might threaten him. And he's made his way through to the inside. And it's been a really good morning so far for that man.
9 seconds to go. And, yep. Double combo for Luis Diaz and Diego Suarez Diaz. Kaiki, Yanamaka, and Yatir never really entered that heat the right way. And poor wave selection. And that's the surfing they are expected to deliver. So this guy, pretty easy. Got the best waves, served it the best way, got the best score. Muchas gracias. He will be surfing in round of 32. As we say, adios to Paul, Robert, Evans, and entering the ring. Richard. I said Robert? Oh, sorry, Richard. Benjamin Monday is going to be joining us in the booth as we are starting a new heat in this Cabreiroa Las Americas Pro Tenerife. Round 3, Heat 3, Goni Subitareta, Luke Dillon, Edu Fernandez, and Gonzalo Gutierrez. 4 surfers, only 2 will survive, as this is day 2 that is surfed out of 4 days already, as we had Tuesday and Wednesday off. It's Thursday, the swell has finally arrived, and it's looking pretty good, as there's no wind, just a little morning sickness. Sun is finally popping out. It's getting warmer on the beach, warmer in the judges' tower as well. We're going to have some interesting surfing here. Goni Subitareta is a legend here. Ben Monday, how are you?
I'm very, very well, thanks, Vico. Yep, you've painted a lovely picture and it's right. Bit of bump, but there's some great waves. There's real energy in the ocean and some good surfers. I'm pretty excited about this heat. I haven't seen Goni Subitareta surf yet. And he's one of my favourites.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great surfer, great European surfer, multiple European champion. Surfs with real style, and on land is just a lovely man. So, yeah, he's out there. He won't have his own way, though. Luke Dillon, the big lad from Great Britain, the Englishman, surfs really well, really powerful. He'll suit this. And, of course, this man here, Gutierrez. Oh, nice snap. Distinctive stripe, Nacho Gonzalez-esque kind of spray on his board. He's staying busy on this left-hander and kicks out.
Gonzalo big bloke now. He's been big all his life, but now he's an adult and he has some power underneath his feet. We've seen so far as well, Ben, especially on the last hit, that when you surf on your backhand, you just tend to be like caught between two different thoughts. As the wave tends to bend away from you on your backhand, you're just like getting off the bottom turn, and as you're trying to just reach the leap is like 1.5 feet away from your board when you're reaching the top. So you just have these kind of half turns. It's hard for the guys to get some verticality on the backhand.
Yeah, he was just looking for, didn't really stand up, so he's just doing S turns, looking for a bit of shape. That was a little bit of spray, but you're right, it got caught short and there wasn't a whole lot of spray. And that's a little check turn. So, and that was got a little bit stuck when he did get a bit aggressive. So, yeah, a 3.33, about right. He never really found his rhythm. But nice to get something under your belt.
I've seen some surfers waiting a lot for a wave that would actually never come. So it's pretty inconsistent. The sets, we don't have like sets of 3 waves. It's a long period swell. It's just arriving. So it's not really like organized the way we want it. And we're going to see if it's getting better during the day. We do have a push in the swell until tonight. So we're going to have 1 or 2 seconds more in the period and actually 1 foot more. So it can be pretty big tonight.
Nice. Yeah, and I think the high tide might help a little bit as it just keeps it on the reef and sort of breaking. Some of the bigger waves that's from that last heat sort of breaking a bit wide.
Yeah.
And I think as the tide pushes in and would get them sort of hitting that bubble, there's a couple of bubbles out there that it breaks on. We'll see some even more like steeper, maybe even some barrels. It does tube this wave on the right swell. As we see one of those wide ones there, I was just talking about, just sneak through. So it's hard. You can sit wide and hope you get one of those bigger waves, but they can be a little bit fatter. Or you sit a bit deeper and hope one that just rifles down the point. It looks like Goni's got one of those now.
He's going to go right.
Gonna go left. So Goni Zubizarreta. Bit of chop on the face, but he's still getting some nice smooth turns in. He knows this wave inside out and spent so much time in the Canaries and a real sharp snap to finish. So not an amazing wave, but he looks strong on his feet and got a couple of, half decent backhand whacks in. Vico.
Well, that's going to be good for the judges to compare with Last of Green, for example. It's same kind of wave, pretty fat, a lot of potential, but he just got better rhythm. And this is the money turn at the end, just like more vertical with more poise. So still, it's going to be, I think, slightly under or just by the average. That's a longer, better-looking wave for Edu Fernandes on his front side, slightly easier on this wave. Just not really completing this one with the style and the control he wanted, but still, that's the job Edu Fernandes, heading from Brazil, living in Portugal for at least a decade.
Yeah, he was in the right spot at the right time, wasn't he? He's got a bit more of it. It's quite a unique style, isn't he? Sort of a bit of a hunched sort of style. Meanwhile, Luke Dillon out the back. The Englishman, he's got eyeing off a little section, real powerful surfer. Nice top turn. Look at this clean wave. He's just waiting for it to build up. And that's the vertical turn that we want to see. And another crack. So 2 really good combos and another. So he's found his rhythm. And he's happy with that wave, won't he, Vico Homer? That was strong surfing, crisp, powerful, and with a serious amount of flow.
Yeah, that's great rhythm. He was, you could feel he was getting momentum at each of his turns, just like using all the space, really waiting for the wave. That's a secret here when you're surfing on your backside, just trying to wait for the wave to offer something. Don't force it by just adding turn after turn because you're losing all the flow. And there was a lot of variety. He was going fast. There was no mistake, good control. You can't ask for more on that wave.
Yeah, that's right. So this is obviously Fernandes. He hung on. But this is the wave we think might be the money one so far. So nice few check turns. He's just sort of biding his time here. Feet in the wax, and this when he starts to get radical. That was pretty vertical. Cracked the lip again, a bit of toe release. And then he did a couple more at the end. So strong surfing from Luke.
A great weight transfer as well because he's not the lightest of the blokes and somehow was able to look powerful and light on his feet. Was able to just transfer on the front foot every single time. So the tail was just like whipping through, not too hard, just enough to get an extra little spray on the top of it.
Yeah, it looked exactly right. I mean, some of those big guys still really agile, like like William Cardoso, who's a Brazilian, the Panda, who's on the CT, had real success last year. He's a really thick, heavy-set guy, but especially in small waves, he generates so much power and timing, and really light and quick on his feet. So Dylan's got a bit of that about him in that, he still can whip it round, still looks dexterous, and he was still whacking them. So, yeah, we saw Gunning's first wave was a 5.0 for that starting off left, which he finished with that vertical re-entry. So you'd think Luke's wave will go some way fair bit north of that. And Eduardo Fernandez waves coming into will be around the 4.5 point mark. So strong starts.
That's the beauty of the average wave. Just like then you get the 1 point more. Was Luke 1 point less? Was Edu? And this way you do have your scale. It's easier for the judges to just remember these waves. They don't want to go too high. We've seen Luis Diaz surfing his front side, got almost a 7, a 6.83 on the previous heat. That Gonzalo Gutierrez up and riding, Ben.
Yeah, nice clean wave, wide on the point. Cracks the first turn. Look at that. Wow, and he's hit the lip and he's come down. So you can sort of see he was a little bit behind the section. The wave was running away from him, so he went big and he went down. So meanwhile, out the back, Gonny.
Overcompressed at the bottom and could not do anything on this dying little leap on the top. But it's interesting to see how these guys can adapt. And so far, the smartest surfer when it comes to rhythm and where to push when was Luke Dillon's. Just really flawless backside surfing. And 6.17 on a really hard wave to surf. Nothing major, but enough to make a difference between what Goni was surfing always on his backside as well. More of a check turns and one strong hit off the top at the end. And Edu Fernandes on his front side. Let's say below average surfing. Interesting wave, but no major turns, so it just went slightly under the average. 5 point is just what the judges are putting now between left and right, goofy and regular, different approaches. We need to keep in mind this is around 64. The best seated surfers are entering today, so they are expecting to get better waves today. The judges are expecting better score and better surfing from them. So it's still about this first 4 or 5 hits of the day when nobody knows what to score, what to do. And as the tide is now fully low and started to go back up, we're going to have some better conditions, Ben.
Yeah, I think exactly. Yeah, we hope so. I think, but as you said, you mentioned a bit of morning sickness. It just gets a little bit in the morning when the breeze will pick up and it'll get a bit more ordered. And yeah, that tide, I think the mid tides tend to be a bit better. So definitely. And there's some great waves out there, but there's a lot of scope for improvement. And as you say, all the top seeds starting to filter into the draw. So yeah, we can expect to see some bigger scores. Vasco Ribeiro, I saw he's been warming up. It's been really impressive. Jean-Paul Distinguin, he had Paul Cesar Distinguin, he had a really good event here last year. Yeah, so Tom Clarek. So the defending champion, Ruben Vittoria. So stacked today in round of 96. I'm going to rifle through those and then make a call on the women's, I think. But we've got waves all day. We've got waves all week, Vicar.
All week, yes, and that's the biggest wave we've seen in the 2 years of existence of this event. Last year it was slightly smaller, and that's by far the biggest morning we've seen. So I think the events organizers are happy with that. Surfers won't complain. Edu Fernandez is fighting hard for this one. He had priority, so he wants to get the best of this one. Strong snap of the leap, a little late on this one. Off the bottom to second, quick top turn. He's just racing behind. He can be playing catch-up and showcasing control. Blue on his backhand. He's actually snowboarding. Everything is from rail to rail. Oof. Okay. Luke Dillon. He's good rhythm for Luke so far.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? Got that good wave, or the sixth, the highest wave of the heat so far. Went back out, just waited his time for priority. Used it pretty well. You saw this wave. Fernandez, he was always chasing it, wasn't he? He was busy. Got some nice turns there. They weren't right. Couldn't get the tail out. He got caught behind. Meanwhile, this wave had a bit more nice pace to it. This was a great turn. Pretty vertical. Snapped it up and swung it around. So Probably not as good as his first one, but in terms of just building that house,
Yeah.
getting out into a substantial lead, he'll be pretty happy with his heats so far.
Was chasing the bottom of his board, so maybe just hit the reef. It's pretty shallow there, low tide, so you don't want to fall face first. And as the judges are checking now the replays, we do have a full-on replay operator upstairs with the judges, so they do have time to compare, go and fish a good score from the previous heats and just compare all the time. 25 minutes is plenty of time for the guys to actually choose the good wave. As you were saying, as the tide will start pushing in, it may just like recenter the pick and filter all the good waves, all the big set that have been really breaking wide into one single spot, so we have more consistency. Right now, I think the judges are enjoying that time off to really compare, making sure the scale they are setting up for now will be the same for the whole day. You don't want to go too high, you don't want to go too low, you don't want to be stuck between like a 3.7 and a 5.2, so you need to make a difference. So far, it's been a clear call for all the previous 3 heats, but we're going to be arriving to a point when plenty of guys can punch 4.5 to 6.2, and then you don't want to lose with like a 0.01. So let's see, Luke Dillon's second wave, 4.3 through of 2 turns. Edu Fernandez, 2 turns slightly later, 3.83. And Goni is now with first priority, chasing a 3.83. Gonzalo a 5.5.
Yeah, and a big wave just rifles through the lineup. Broke wide of all the guys, so that won't help. It's a bit tricky to read at the moment. All those surfers thought they were in a pretty good position, but a bigger wave set just took them out. And now that leaves a lot of froth and foam in the lineup, and that's probably why Goni didn't look at that wave, because you get that froth and foam on the face, just adds a bit of bump and a bit of texture, never looks as good. And so Goni with priority, he's just going to wait it out. He's had a 5, so no one's been able to put a real marker down. And then another big wave set's coming through. The boys are scratching for the surface, and that's going to land on their head too, I think.
Yeah, I think there's like 10 yards in. But we've seen some great surfing from Luis Diaz on foam starts on the previous heat, so you may have this option of just getting this second chance at a 1-set wave, but this one is just not really materializing in anything. It's just this cloud of white water just advancing. Goni saying, you know what, I'm done waiting. Let's make this one work, Ben.
Yeah, so he's got that foam we talked about. He's going to hope that it just cleans up on the inside and gives him something to work with. He's finding his feet. Still yet to do a real turn of any note. Starting to get in a bit of the Goni swing now. There's that backhand turn we know. Fanging down the line. Little tail slide, and he's got one more in here. Just delayed that turn nicely. So it wasn't that good a wave, but it's a backup. This has got a bit more shape, Vico.
Yeah. But so far, not a lot of variety for Gonzalo. Third turn in, exact same as the 2 before, and not the 1. So it's hard to surf on your backhand. It's hard to surf when you don't really see what you are doing or where you're going. I would say that somehow Goni was looking a little more proactive in his wave, and this is Luke Dillon on the 3rd wave of that set. So finally, some good exchange. Pretty soft so far, Ben.
Yeah, he's waiting for it, but there's that unleashes that backhand turn. He's got the ability to really drive up. Nothing looks on, and then bang, yeah. He's right in the pocket in an instant. I hear, not much here. Just waiting for it, and then this is the turn here that kind of gets you by surprise. He goes bang and stabs it, and then got caught in the lip and goes down. So that won't count. Goni's wave will add to his score. Looks like those 2 surfers so far sort of a tiny bit of a grip on it as the sets just continue to roll in. They're not stopping. And again, just breaking a bit wide. So bit of cat and mouse out there at the moment, trying to find those waves that reel off down the reef, that don't fat out, don't have that sort of foam texture on it either.
And that's Edu right now, having a look. You know, something's wrong in the swell when actually you don't go from inside to outside, but from left to right. You don't really know where to place yourself on a reef break. It's because there's 2 different directions in the swell, and the tide is not really helping now. But we're going to see some better waves, more organized during the day. Still waiting for last of red and last of green. Goni was looking for a 3-8-3. The first 35 yards of that way were really soft, and then he got the machine going. Will it be close on 4? Let's see. Anyway, 8 minutes to go. Last of red, well, 3.9, so got the score and goes to second. Gonzalo Gutierrez's last wave is being typed in as well. He was chasing 5.57. That will not do it. That will be the second best score of the heat so far. Still, he's it's just right there. It's about the wave selection. First priority still to Edu Fernandez, and a little less than 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, as you say. Fernandez in white just needs a 3.9, and Gonzalo Gutierrez in the green needing a 5.57. Luke Dillon's a little bit of breathing space, but I think we're going to find this last 5 minutes, everyone's going to get an opportunity.
Well, that was the last exchange. Well, actually, the first time we had a proper set with several waves with some potential. We've seen a lot of like one single set wave. We've seen one set with 4 waves. The third one was actually quite bad. That was Luke Dillon's. That was one closeout. But it showcased that somehow the spot is starting to line up properly with the swell. And we may have some more action, which is good for these guys because you don't want to bow out with a score under the average with these kind of conditions. So 3.33 for last of green. That's a keeper, but still far away from the 5.27. He's now chasing. And these guys are way out.
Yeah, they're still getting caught by those sort of bigger sets. And then they'll wait. So, yep, 6 minutes to go. Gonnie's he's happy to sit a bit further in, maybe wear a few on the head if one of those little steeper, smaller ones comes through.
His fourth priority. He's been trying. Yeah. He knows that he's on a really, really fragile second place. So he got a 3.9 out of like a really backup wave with not anything really major. He knows if he has one good section that usually arrive when the wave hits the second part of the reef closer to shore, he could get something more vertical and then make the difference. So you don't want to be in the pack with fourth priority. It's even more upsetting and frustrating when there's like sets of 3 wave and you're fourth guy. First priority belongs to Surfer in the white. Edu has been waiting for a long time. Says, no, gracias. Gonzalo says, hey, ¿por qué no? Off he goes, chasing 5.27. Fade entry. And kicks out.
Yeah, so back to the end of the queue.
Maybe not the smartest decision he's made in his life, but still plenty of time for Gonzalo. He's also the youngest surfer in that heat. And Goni on the inside, unsurprisingly.
Yes, this is one of these growers he was after, but it didn't grow. It just stunk it out, and he just couldn't get any sort of rhythm on that wave. So he'll be back out there, 4 minutes and a half minutes sort of coming up. He's got a tiny lead, as you said, and Surfer in white, he needs a 3.9. So
setup snap, nothing. Then wave is fat. Quick top turn, but more of a setup as well. And then the wave says, you know what? Go back outside and try again. So missed opportunity for Goni, but the wave had no potential anyway. He needs 5.51 to go over blue Luke Dillon, who's been extremely patient and calm, cool, and collected. Green, Gonzalo Gutierrez is up and riding, Ben.
Yep, so a nice little wave. His first turn, it was nice. Just those backhand turns are just a little bit short in that he's not getting the top of the board up above the lip. He's cutting down a bit early, so that means that's less spray, and yeah, that won't be the score he needs. So
since he's lacking drive, it's not somehow the fin seems to be like slightly too long. There's no proper pivot of his back foot. He tends to take a lot of time to actually go back down. And you need to be really, really quick and snappy on these waves because the waves are slow. So if your surfing is slow, it's not really like showcasing of control for the judge's point of view. Set is coming. Edu Fernandez.
big waves
still.
out the back. Boy's going to get caught again.
Yep.
What you can't see, that those big ones do have an end on it. There's a wall down the line. They sort of sort of break a bit wide, a bit fat, and they do wall up down the line. I mean, it's watching it from the beach, you can just see these lovely walls running down the reef.
Yeah.
But a bit deceiving. And each surfer's kind of aware that you need to get those ones that stand up on the inside more. Although Gonny's looking at this as a wide one. He's paddling, foam takeoff. He's seeing an edge to this. And he's up. Yep. And he's on. So slow start, but here he goes. What can Zubizarreta do? So that's one turn. It's bumpy and it's lumpy. But he's still driving off the seas. Fins on the bottom end turn. And that's the mark of a pretty strong competitor. Saw a wide one, hunted it down tooth and nail, and even that was a bit bumpy and sort of floppy, he still drove hard off the off his fins, didn't he? So
he overextended his back leg to make sure the ball was light enough to just go up and down. That's Edu Fernandes. He's been waiting for this one for a long time. Half turn to start with, jumps for a second bottom turn to snap. Again, really active on his board. No major turn so far for Edu. He's just trying to catch up with the wave, but anytime the wave offers something, he's just not doing anything. And a fat turn on the inside. Oh, he must be really unhappy with this one.
he covered a lot of distance, didn't he? But he didn't actually get a lot done.
Yeah, that's...
He was just a little bit behind. At one stage, he was going to chew, but yeah, he'd never really come to grips with that. That wave just got ahead of him.
He must be so disappointed. You're waiting for that one for 7 minutes, and so far, just not a perfect hit for Edu. And Gonny's last wave should be bettering 3.9, therefore putting more space between him and the ever so dangerous white and green. Blue, your hit leader, is saying, hey, I'm bored, I'm going to take one wave now. And off he goes. And
really strong closeout. Rio, it's not a closeout, and another belt. That's two really strong maneuvers. If you can get some space on a wall, which he has done, he's pulled in. So, yeah, two really strong turns. The wave just ran away from him, but he looks on form, doesn't he? Really, really putting a marker in terms of big turns in the lip, which none of the other surfers have come close to being able to do.
I like the fact he can really change the pace of his surfing really fast. He goes really soft, really slow, and as soon as there's one opportunity, just like pushes the turbo button, poof, it goes really fast after. So that's great because somehow it showcases great wave reading and at the same time technicality, because it's hard to be able to boost that much speed in such a small pace. So that's your next hit coming up. Nelson Clarek, Dylan Groen, Christian Portelli, and Nacho Sebastia. We are on 25 minutes format and green. Gonzalo Gutierrez is up for his last chance. Setup turn. Wave is fat so far. Now it's going to go slightly faster. Off the bottom. Good. Top turn on this one. Trying to grab the rail. Another setup turn. And a backside bash off the top. Interesting thing is that he was surfing better despite his strong physique on smaller wave on day one, actually on today's waves. Oh, okay.
Where is he down there?
He's just, I think.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got to see what Gonny's last wave is coming in. So that's going to improve, but not by much. So that last wave of Gonzalo, he needed a 5.34.
Prior to last of Gonny. Last of Gonny, 3.97.
Yeah, so that's locked in. So Gonzalo needing a 5.34, and he got a 4.13. So not enough. So the upshot was that Luke Dillon, the two seeds, and Gonny Zubizarreta are through to the round of 64. Unfortunately for Eduardo and Gonzalo, they have to just go and enjoy the delights of Tenerife without a contest singled on, which is no bad thing. Speaking of no bad things, Paul Evans is in the booth.
That was rad.
Yeah,
Luke
it was.
Dillon.
Luke Dillon looked strong.
Wasn't he?
I compared him to William Cardoso.
What did he get on that last? What was that? Did he get on that very last wave that he got, where he's a bit behind?
I think a 5. His first best wave was a 6.16, where he went mental.
He was ripping, and I thought, just looks like he's like got, I don't know, he had a little bit of extra drive or something going on.
Yeah, he was one of the few guys to be actually hitting the lip really strong, but he looked fast. Like
Coming from behind always gives you a little bit more impetus than being sort of a little bit out in front.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, for sure. And he looked really strong. Looked on point. Looked powerful but sharp.
Really enjoyed that one. Goni through as well. What do we got here? Grown up in blue.
Dylan Groan. Yeah, we got Nelson Clarek. Yeah, Portelli from Sweden and Sebastian. So really, once again, European surfers far and wide converging on the Canary Islands.
Going to go a bit easier on the Scandies today, Ben, or are you still taking a quite hard line stance against them?
We'll see what Portelli comes up with.
Really harsh, I think, even with the poor little Scandies. Let's see what goes down in this one. 25-minute heat. Clarek in red comes in as the top seed. Nelson, the regular footer, is a tall man. Based in southwest France. Pretty experienced in the QS. Kind of due a big breakout result. Sometimes he's always sort of round about there on finals day. It tends to maybe not quite just finish the job. Could this be his opportunity this year? Well, a lot of surfing yet to be done. He's got a heat on his hand here. Of course, Nacho Sebastian, the Canarian local. Other than that, it's a bit of Deutschland and a bit of Sweden going on. Possibly by way of somewhere like the Canaries.
Yep. Yeah, they've come from all around, but it does, well, it sucks in all the Europeans.
Feels like they're sitting a little bit wider now on the reef. Hard to tell from this shot up here, but when you just actually watch it outside, they're just sitting a little bit wider, which I think is smart. And they're getting waves that just hug the reef a wee bit more.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of the sort of wider ones sort of rolling through. The boys had a duck dive, a lot of them in that last heat. But that's your decision you have to make. Do you sit a bit wider and hope for those bigger ones that wall up down the inside, or do you try and get one of them that stand up?
Apart from just being awesome and ripping, what did Goni do in that last heat? Kept it real?
Kept it real. You know what? He had to fight tooth and nail. He got a few fives. He was never ever safe, and then eventually a really wide one come through, and he scrapped into it. Had to lay down on his first, then got up and then belted with some trademark turns. But I wouldn't say it was...
Oh, there he is. Beautiful, man. Luke Dillon.
Did a few of those backhand turns.
Oh, Goni. Lukey. Yes, boys.
I mean, there's a calendar right there, isn't there?
Oh, man.
Yeah, the boy. Yeah, he looked good. I think he'd be happy to scrape through that, and he's got plenty left in the tank, Goni.
All right, live action. Portelli out of Sweden. Kind of keeping it a wee bit tentative. Boomtown into the lip. He's looking for one more section, and he'll get one. Tagging it. Slicing out. Okay, time to put you on the spot, Mundy. Snog, marry, kill. Goni, Johnny, Marlon. The hanging as a crew. The boys. The veterans. The beautiful men of European surfing. Snog, marry, kill. Come on, mate.
I'm going to marry Goni.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I don't like the way this is shaping up for Marlon.
No, I'm going to marry Johnny. Sorry. Okay. Going to snog Goni. I mean, clearly. And yeah, still going to have to kill Marlon. Only because I don't know him as well as the others. And
that's harsh.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a poor question. Probably better off for just me and you in a hotel room rather than on broadcast. But I'm sticking with my decision. Tough choices. That's what we have to do. Out the back, though, he's made the decision. Sebastian, what's he got? Paul Evans.
Nacho dipping in. Looking green in that guacamole hued singlet as he goes up into the lip, gets a good chunk of it. And then he'll snap on the face. Bang! That was a nice one. A little bit of stiffness in the legs early on, and he loosened things up towards the end of that ride. What a nice turn. Here goes Nelson.
Tell you what he doesn't have is some stiffness in the neck. He puts a lot of his turns are in the neck. Nelson, the Frenchman out the back, part of the Clarek, travels with his brother Tom. Got that smooth style.
Wow.
Once he gets moving, he does stuff like that. Ooh, that was close. So
you've also got the Creperie Cloac at Estagno now, just behind Sancho and Francois' little place. So you can get yourself a crepe breton. So like your
lovely
Brittany style buckwheat crepes.
run by the Clarek family.
Yeah, it is. And they both work there as well.
The brothers.
Yep.
It's a bit like, dare I say, the poor man's version of the Smith brothers Hawaiian coffee stand. Koa and Co. The male models. Whoa! And that was groaning down the line. So Dylan Groan also just revving up. There's already been loads of waves in this heat. Everyone's really getting there.
Yeah,
Little
some
groove on.
precise shredding going down there. And a good reply straight behind Nelson. So nice little flurry of activity. 19 on the clock. Grown projection down the line. He's eyeing up this section from a long way off. Puts the board up, loads the board through the lip, and the judges love a combo. We love them too. And he did it pretty well. It's tricky maneuver selection. You've got to keep that speed going. You can't take on too much of the lip, really, because this wave will run away from you.
Yeah, and he was just late enough, wasn't he? He wasn't too late. He was late, but he still managed to get up there clean, which adds a little bit of sort of frisson of excitement when that happens. And he landed it. So, yeah, and the combination factor is huge. Not easy to get combos out here, like bang, bang, bang. But the Groanster just did it.
You haven't asked me, Snog, Marry, Kill, Andy.
No, I haven't. I haven't asked you that, no, Paul.
Am I just going to say my answer? Unprompted?
You can choose your own 3 surfers.
All right, so waiting for scores to fill in. We can bring you a legit situation when it's done that. But first damage on the board comes the way of our German, Dylan Groan. He's got a 3.9 and 2.5 at the Mo. It's good enough for first. We are waiting for scores still to flood in for Sebastian, for Clarek. And Portelli does a priority in the lineup there, our Swede.
Yeah, a few scores to drop in. The judges having to deal with a big flurry. That 25-minute mark. Probably could have went to 20 minutes, I thought. There's pretty consistent out there at the moment. But 25 minutes is obviously fairer. Only 2 waves count. And as we see, we're on these big, wide, blue Tenerife and walls marching down the reef. Some of Mundy's secret spots up around the corner would be going off right now.
Right. That Mundy's Secret Right, that's basically just across the channel from this. You can see it just full view.
In front of the 10,000 bedroom hotel.
No, but it does hide in plain sight because I was just having a coffee then with Peony and Matt Knight. And we were watching and I said, that right? And they're like, oh, yeah, is there a wave there? Is there? And it was just like grinding right in front of us. And they were like, couldn't even see it.
The thing about a secret spot, you just don't have coffee with people and tell them about it.
They said, is there a wave? And I said, no. And they went, oh, okay. And they looked the other way. And
Good work, okay.
The secret was safe. Yeah, Mundy's got a load of secret spots up his sleeve around here. Some of the locals been asking him for advice on where to go the other day. He was like...
Yeah, they told me where to go, all right.
All right, Clarek, nice looking wave for the Frenchman. Good opening snap. Just adjust the feet. Ooh. That's a belter. Real nice turn from Nelson. He'll float. Still going. So smooth. Oh, that's beautiful. This one pushes wide, and he just pushes the boat out to sea. And that was really well done. He's super cash. Sometimes almost makes it look too easy. But I like the way he wound into those hits, Ben. Has that got you fired up?
That did. Those first 3 especially was some of the biggest and smoothest ones we've seen. As we see it here, he just waits his time. That's nice. Bit of spray, and then he starts to really get his groove in here. Feet quite close together kind of style, but he still gets it up there. That was the end. It wasn't quite so strong, but he'd done all the work out the back. Got distinctive styles between him and his brother too, haven't they?
His brothers are goofy. But yeah, they travel together, working in the restaurant together, they're shredding together. That's how they roll.
That's how they roll there. Well, always got a sounding board, always got your best mate and your brother. Actually, very rich history of brothers in surfing, isn't there? I mean...
It's quite a rich history of brothers just in the world, aren't there? There's loads of brothers.
Yeah, there's loads of them everywhere.
So many brothers.
Yeah, there are. But in surfing, I reckon there tends to be Is there more brothers in surfing than, say, in football?
No. Definitely not.
The Hobgoods, the Godowskises. Just there's a few to start off with. All brothers. The Carrolls. Currans. The Hoes. It's quite a lot when you think about it. All brothers from the same mother. So those scores starting to filter in, and it was a 5.67 for Nelson Clarek for those backhand blasts, and a 3.9 for Dylan Groen when he did the combo. And that's that man Dylan there. So he's got a nice clean face. He's just hoping this stands up a bit, waiting for it. And a couple of little turns that have not got a whole lot of meat on them, waiting for this inside section to stand up. Tracks a bit off the lip. And another, but this wave is really not cooperating, and he's just a little bit behind. I mean, he's fought and he hasn't given up, but that wave just didn't let himself be himself, Paul.
Well, he kept at it. Good gumption from the German. And here goes our Swedish surfer, Portelli. He'll belt it, keeping his speed and his flow. He's got that kind of low slung style off the bottom and then extends into the lip. Clarek dropped to 5, 6, 7 for that last wave. Puts him in the lead. He likes it in the lead. First place is always a good spot to be in a heat. Midway point, 13 to go. Replay time. Portelli had to wait for this one. See him stand on the tail, let the wave get in front of him. Nicely timed. And that one, not quite such a steep section, so he had to adjust the technique. I do like to see surfers like building up their rhythm for their maneuvers, finishing off their waves. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the way things are shaping up today, Ben. We're looking at the pulse to just pulse even more throughout the afternoon. Some people say tomorrow's going to be bigger. Some people say it's going to be smaller. Some probably say it's going to be the same size. So only time will tell, Ben.
And that's the big insights that it could be bigger or smaller or the same. But there's going to be waves. We've got them on tap. It's pretty much, especially when we think about last year, we had a great event, but it was sort of, fairly small for most of the event.
Apart from when they finished it at the end when it was pumping.
Yeah, that's right. That was a great day. Thanks, Rob.
Cheers.
But, we're on here. We got swell, which just means that it just takes the kind of guesswork. Well, not the guesswork, but best surfer wins when the waves are like this. There's plenty of opportunities, less luck involved, pure surfing. That's what I like to see, Paul. Pure surfing talent shining through with quality waves. And the QS isn't known for its quality waves. There's very few sort of high-quality reef breaks. And we've got one here, and we've got a man about to get stuck into it, and that is Nelson Clarek. What's he got? Paul Evans.
Here he goes on a beautiful-looking wave. He's going to have to come from behind, though. And he does. Slashes up. It's a beautiful, glassy face. Tricky to surf, that one. In terms of his manoeuvre selection, it's always a bit restricted because it was kind of standing up, but at the same time, a little bit soft up towards the lip. So he had to go for those more like kind of float projection maneuvers rather than really belting it. His backup was a 4.57. This will be interesting to see if he can attack that.
Yeah, from the get-go, he was just a bit behind, but he managed to get around, and I think, here we go. And he was going for his combo, and he couldn't get around. What about his dismount there, Paul?
Yeah, it's nicely done.
Jumped off with body facing the shore. Yeah, impressive. Yeah, it'll be around his score. No, it won't improve his score. So Nelson's still in the lead. Those surfers in third and fourth. Dylan in the blue and Nacho, in the green, needing only 4.5 point scores. Very, very close. Loads of waves. I definitely think this is settling down. The surfers are getting a bit more of a hang of the lineup.
Some of the QS, low-quality QS waves that you talked about, the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yep.
La Izquierda de las Palmeras, here.
Yep. Notice this is one of the, yep.
Is that one of Lance's, right? There's a 1,000. Nias, there's 1,000.
Lakey Peak.
Yeah, so there's some all right waves on the QS, aren't there?
Arica in Chile. That 8-foot slab.
Of course, you got Sunset. Yeah, it's not very good waves on the QS, are they, Ben?
Haleiwa.
It's the best waves in the world.
Yeah, well, you say that, but a lot of the events can be held in sometimes substandard beach breaks. Not all the time, but we've got quality waves here. That's why the surfers love coming here. And yeah, I think as the event sort of grows roots, sets down, it's into the hard volcanic rock here. I think the ratings points will go up, and you'll see this event turning into something potentially pretty special.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we already had the Netanya Pro in Israel a couple of weeks back. Just kind of comes under the auspices of Europe, WSL Europe. It's not technically in Europe, but in terms of sport, Israel is sometimes regarded as kind of being in Europe. They're in the Champions League. They're not in the Euros. Are they in the Euro? No.
No.
Funny that. How can they?
But no, if they don't qualify, though, they just probably haven't qualified. They're not in the Africa. They're in the Africa anyway.
Nevertheless.
A comp was held there.
Yeah, just really kicking things off in Europe. We've got some great events coming up as well. Really looking forward to the spring in Europe in terms of qualifying series.
A couple 3,000s in Portugal.
Yeah.
In April, there's a route. I
We're
think
going
is on
to
again.
Santa Cruz. We're going to Cabreiroa. That's our routes coming up in the Basque Country. So all sorts going on. No Martinique this spring, which is a total bummer. There was talk of maybe doing it towards the end of the year. Not sure if that is going to happen, but fingers crossed. Great event, that. Big favourite with the surfers. What a life, Ben. What a life, just chasing your dreams and chasing tour points around the world. You know, you throw your fortunes into the four winds, you paddle out, coloured singlets, and you say, hey, I'm living my best life.
This is me, and here he goes. This is the Swede. Wow, that was a nice bottom end turn. A bit late, but he's got around it. Now he's just a little double up section here looking nice. That's a high tide coming into play. Whack! Very strong. This is a good wave from Portelli. And if he finishes it off, he hasn't.
Oh, he got blown up on the end, didn't he?
He got lit up like a Christmas tree. But I'll tell you what, he did some damage. And it all started, Paul Evans, from that first bottom man turn. That's when I knew he meant business.
Yeah, almost looking a little bit Silvana Limery off the bottom there. I like that. Really good aggression off the bottom. Let's check out Grown in blue. Good size, meaty section. Swoops off the top, gets a good chunk of it. Projects into that floater. And then he'll decide he won't make it down the line. Claret with a super late takeoff. Goes the whitewater entry. It's become known as the sort of chip shot, which I don't like as an expression. Notice you've been using that, Ben. And here he is. This is a great looking wave from Nelson. Bang into the lip. And again, he gets exploded as well.
He did, yeah. It still has a lot of power on these waves. Strong, long period. If you don't get it exactly right, it'll toss you and turn you. But this, hopefully we get to see, oh, man, he's looking good. Just couldn't quite finish it off. Those sort of... those takeoffs when you're on your stomach, I was a bit nervous. You know, you have to make a decision on when to get to your feet. And if you don't, if you fall off, you look very, very silly. Not Nelson, though. Just stood up, nailed it. Really like to see Portelli's wave again. I think that had potential to really change things up.
The takeoffs are a really underrated part of surfing that people don't pay enough attention to. I think a lot's made of manoeuvres. It's, I think, sometimes a little bit overstated. I really like a good takeoff. Really nice technique on the takeoff. Who's got your favourite takeoff? Ask me.
Who's your favourite takeoff?
Ace Buchan. Ace Buchan's got a really nice takeoff. If you watch him get to his feet.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I really like the way he does that.
Here he goes. Yeah, it's pretty clean, isn't it? But slow.
Slow and just nice. Ah, that was a big hit. And he's quite a tall guy. That waves overhead. Lots of power.
He's going to go down to the Monday's other secret right soon. All the way down. He's going to hit this.
Oh, someone's paddling out on the secret right. What?
God. And, wow, so it's a long wave, well ridden. There's a lot of work for the judges to do here. So the replay's coming through thick and thin. This is the wave. So what's he got? He drives off the bottom. Not a lot of spray here, but the wave starts to stand up. It's wide on the reef, but it's still got shape. That was nice. Little drag of the backhand. He's got a nice style. As you see, he's a tall guy. This wave's quite big. He's just looking like, really stylish, well surfed. Not a whole lot of radicalness, but it was smooth and it was linked together well.
Don't like the cameraman showing the secret right. Might have to go and have a word with the producer.
Have a quick word.
Guys, cut. Go to graphic. Yeah, ripping on that one. The German, Dylan Groen. 4 to go. Correct, Portelli. You 1-2, Groen. Looking for a 6-1-6 to go up. Here goes your heat leader, the Frenchman. Nelson, correct. Bang! A massive first hit from him. And it's a big old meaty wave. And he's got the measure of it so far as he'll fly down the line. And the sections are kind of tumbling in front of him. That's costing him scoring opportunity. There's a great hit. Cash as you like. And that's opened up. He sandwiched that with some really nice bread. I'm not so sure about the filling in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves of all similar kind of styles. The lads have cottoned on that there is still some meat and points on that end section. Even if they break wide, the end sections does offer some big points. And Clarek went for it, Porcelli went for it, and at this stage, looks like they're the two surfers that are out in the lead. With 3 minutes to go, it's just time to take our breath. As we see, this is the last wave, so big open face.
Oh, man.
That's a nice turn.
It cooperated for him as well, didn't it? The lip, it just had that nice section for him to tag. It just said, do me. That's exactly what he did. Gave it the full treatments. So score to come in for Nelson. Groen got a 4-2 for that last one. Okay. We had to work quite hard for that 4-2. Doesn't move him up. Still in third. His requirements come down a touch. Just 0.2 of a point lower than it was. 5.86 the requirement now. Can Clarek turn the screw? He's going to with a high score of the heat so far. 6.33. Second highest score of the morning. Up there anyway.
That's right up there, yeah. The judges have been pretty sort of conservative. They know there's some good waves and some good surfers, so they haven't busted out them huge scores. And a 6.33 has been one of the better ones, and that's kind of cemented his lead. He's looking pretty safe. Christian Portelli, as we see, this man, Sebastian, he's the man that needs a score. And he's just cracking off on his backhand. He stays busy with his upper body.
Bang. I like it. I like what he's doing. It's only a second wave, Ben. He's been not so much quiet as mute so far in this heat.
Yeah, well, he stayed busy then. He needed a 6.26. I don't think it's that, but he's going to get him close.
Someone sat on the remote and pressed the mute button by mistake, haven't they?
Well,
just
there he goes.
unmuted it with 30 seconds to go. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go in the heat. Good wave from him, though. Really well surfed from the local. He's got a strong body. I like his strong body. I like what he does with it. And he's really winding into those turns, just giving power and excitement. Just a little bit of sort of threat, physical threat, which I like as well.
And
Little edge to him. He's got a little edge to him, hasn't he? Just brooding and mysterious.
And some wide sets just piling through there. The boys have all missed it. It's those Dylan Groen. He's the one that needs a score. He's out there. And he's got 30 seconds, and he's going to pull. No, this is Porcelli. So he's currently in second. This is a wave that could shut the door completely. We'll see what he's got. A little sort of half turn, halfway at the face. Starting to get a bit of a roll on now. Not a lot of variety. Well surfed. And he's going to try and finish off big. Bit of a fling around the tail and a little jerky jaunt. He's out. I think he's done enough. He looks like he's going to go through to the next round. But Clarek was the man in that heat. Strong surfing, picked off the waves, and each wave you tend to get bigger and bigger, bigger turns, more crisp. Get off that right. Cameraman, what are you doing? And,
yeah, a good hustle from Portelli. He kind of made it happen out there, I thought. Like he stuck at it. He had some waves that were a bit wobbly, and he just sort of kept taking the wood, didn't he? Up into the lip.
Yep, he loves a bit of wood, and all the comments are coming flooding in. There's a lot of people out there loving the surfing, loving the commentary. There's people in Australia. There's people all over in Europe. There's just people. The Rusty Trombones. They're a fantasy league team that I know about. They've been avidly watching. Andy Clare in the next heat. Enrique Parade. Oh, see, it just keeps coming in. Look at that European wonder list. In fact, I'm going to go down and have a coffee, take in the fresh salt air, hand over the cans, the earphones that is, to Vico Hamel, and leave you to it, boys. Good luck.
Goodbye and good riddance to Ben Mundy. Andy Crier out the back, formerly of France, now represents Spain in the red, climbing some foam. Loves the Canary Islands, does Andy. Spends a lot of time over here shredding up in Lanzarote, all over really. Bang, into the lip. Had to kind of hit the brakes because the wave went soft, and a mistake from him, uncharacteristic from Andy. And he'll go down. And he'll rue a missed opportunity. And a man who very, very rarely makes mistakes, Julian Amel, is in the booth. He's got a coffee. And he looks excited about the shred.
I am indeed. I was checking the action from the beach. It's just beautiful. Finally, the swell is lining up with the spot. Look at that. It's long. It's better than before. There's more rhythm, more opportunity. And Thomas de Bier, boom, smash. Third time straight off the bottom to, oh my God, that was negative.
Tell us about Dubier.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think his father is a professional triathlete, but that has nothing to do with surfing. Strong guy, strong backhand, excellent wave reading, usually. Just one of these kind of like lesser known promising surfer from France. There's a lot of media emphasis on a few surfers, but a lot of really good guys, just like hidden behind, just trying to survive through social media. Good guy. He had a pretty scratchy first round on these events, but right now he's just trying to attack pretty hardcore straight at the beginning of the heat. We have this new swell coming, and as you can see, more consistent now. There's proper waves. Enrique Pire from Ericeira.
Here goes the big Goofy. Using that frame. He's got long levers. And he just drives this board around. A little bit out in front. And I think this wave's going to be penalised in contrast to some of those sets we saw in the last one. They're kind of rattling off in front of the surfer. By contrast, that one, just kind of white water and then face, but no real pocket.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy one at the beginning, like really soft. So you had to get some more time by having this first carve up the top, second top turn slightly more on the rail, but then had to just snap it off. And that's live action. That's Federico Martin Magalhães. Backside bash up the top, goes around the section, around, and there's no more section. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That's still live action. And now top turn is going really far down, so we can't really see it from that angle on the screen, but it's like 75 yards away from the peak, and that's NDC.
Oh, man, a great wave from Crier. Drops a hammer up in the lip and just kind of styles it out as well. And he says, how'd you like them apples? A really nice exchange. Everyone getting a wave. Yeah, let's see Andy from the top, out the back, drives into the bottom turn. Nice rail carve, releases some tail, and then sets up with another strong kind of hooking off the top. And he knew he was running out of wave, so he goes skidding into the lip. Nicely done. Bit of variety. The Goofies asking different questions on this wave. It's going to be a little bit tougher for them. They can't go into the lip in the same way that the backhand guys can. And Crier using his repertoire there. Nice bit of creativity from Andy.
I like the fact he really tried to arch his first bottom turn slightly more, so he had to just go way more vertical and get his first turn, then snapped it for the second, really longer carve at the top. And just like as you were saying, little variety, just dropping the wide on the last one. It's well served on a set wave, not a lot of mistakes. Now judges will start expanding the possibility between the 5 and the 7s. But we do have 4 really good surfers here as we are entering the round with every surfer in this event are entering. Highest seeded rocking the red and the blue jerseys. White and green are heading from first round of the event. We run on Monday.
Yeah, top seeds coming in. You just feel that energy and that excitement. The sort of crowd, everyone just like really waiting to see how the big guns fare. And obviously a great opportunity for upsets if you are an up-and-comer, if you've surfed through the rounds, you're trying to make a name for yourself, you can shoot one of your heroes in the face, you can put him out of the competition.
You're out.
You can dance over his corpse. You can do all sorts of stuff that,
Just dancing is enough.
it's always nice to have on your CV. So, opportunity to take down names at the moment. The most well-known surfer, this one's certainly Andy Criat. He's in the red, and he's in third at the mo. But it's very early. We're still waiting for a score for Federico Magalhães. And there's 19.5 to go. I love the way the sets are coming to the party. And I'm just really enjoying this pulsing swell. We got plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity. Just pushed up to that 25 minutes for the heats, just to give everyone a little bit more as well. Of course, 4 surfers in the water. But we're in store for a great day of professional surfing here in Tenerife. So wherever you're tuning in from around the world, welcome. It's great to have you online.
No, 4.4 for surf and green. Still waiting for the second wave of red. That will be a keeper for sure, and most likely the best wave of the heat so far. But yeah, welcome online. Day 2 of the event, but day 4 of the waiting period, as we had Tuesday and Wednesday off. Today it's men only. Ladies have been called off for the whole day. We do have a lot of rounds to run. We start with a run of 112 surfers for the men. Ladies are just to a 48, so we gotta just try to advance to a 64 and potentially starting the run of 32. So we have a slightly lighter schedule until the end of the week.
You can say schedule if you want. It's up to you.
I don't want you to just it's all right.
Hey, the American pronunciations don't offend me. I'm fine with them.
Okay, cool.
I'm cool with it.
717 Tom.
Yeah.
3 turns and gets the really good range. So this is exactly what the judges want to see. See how he just cuts his bomb turn to go slightly high. Boom first, then straight onto a nice carving of the top. Late snap onto a, let me drop my wedge just right here and pick it up here. There we go. Variety, control, speed, power, and flow on the best looking wave. 717. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, really well done. He liked it as well, didn't he? Just throwing out some little cool arms at the end, just to show, yeah, I was digging that. And the judges, someone went as high as an 8.
Come on.
Wow.
6, 8 to 8. I mean, it's a good thing to just try to open the scale. Excellence. Make then the scale really, really narrow for the excellent scores. If you just start to put 8 points on that. Blue, Enrique Pire on a pretty fat wave. Let's see what he can find.
Here he goes, ripping the first turn. Loses some board speed. And then he gets it back on a steeper section. It's not super pretty to watch. It's effective.
And White is up and riding backside. First hook up the top for Thomas. Off the bottom to a, let's say, a setup turn, waiting for the wave to offer something more. He's connecting on the inside section for a third turn off the bottom to another top turn. Not a variety. Boom, backside. Snap
sick.
off the top. Smacking the bum really hard and somehow going out of it with authority. So I like the fact there was a little chant of rhythm, trying to occupy more space, bring some more spray.
Yeah, good. And Tony's got a little bit of a Stokesy vibe, I reckon. A little bit of an Alan Stokes kind of
Alan Stokes
vibe to his shred. Check him out.
The blonde hair.
Yeah, really like the way he attacked this. Gets load of board out the lip. Really nice close-out maneuver.
Double hair flick.
Cool little flick of the barnet on the end. And that was really nicely done from the Frenchman. That will be a counting score for him. It's just his second wave, and he didn't need much to go into second. Just a 2-3 to ask a question of Enrique Pirate, who was in blue, and he did drop a 3-1 for that last wave, Enrique. He's on a really short board for how tall he is, Pirate.
Yeah, he's a big bloke. He's like 6'2", and he's, I think, surfing a 5'10". But now strong surfer, and well, living in Ericeira, surfing basically every day in Ribeiradilhas on his backhand, going to Las Americas, surfing on his front side is always, I think, a good thing to look up. And Thomas de Bière is right now punching in some score of consequence. 6 point, a flat 6 for last of white, so starting the good range for Thomas de Bière. Going straight to first, and last of blue is a 3.1. Red is up. Andy Crière, Paul.
Andy swinging out the back. Look at that on the double up section. Nice flow off the top. That's a really nice kind of hooking, carving top turn. Boom, into the lip, releasing the tail. Threw a couple of pizzas in there, Elkerton style, just to show how tricky it was. And Andy's looking good. That 2.67 is history, Vico. And will he be back into first? Bang!
Oh, no.
Really attacking line.
Yeah, Enrique, Federico Moraes, not Federico Magalhães. Going strong as Enrique Pire. This wave is pretty fat, Paul. So he's trying to get something out of that. That's better. Like a low line carve. Snap. It's connecting on the inside, but job should have been done way earlier anyway, because now it's going to be pretty foamy and really far away from the judge's point of view, all the way to the inside, though, for Enrique Pire.
Yeah, he's joining up the dots.
Yeah, that's for sure. As we can go offline, just 5 seconds. And we back on.
Oh, man, I can hear you now in my headphones, Vico.
That's great after 2 days.
Feels like I'm in the Royal Albert Hall listening to a lead soprano doing a solo with some brilliant acoustics.
And terrible voice skills, though. Thank you then, Paul. So waiting for last of blue and last of green. Green, may he had landed that one. Was a nice, good spanking off the top. It just like really face planted on the bottom part. And the Crière's wave. Well, interesting wave. I was not really overwhelmed by the turns.
You were underwhelmed, weren't you? A little bit underwhelmed, Victor.
Just the 3 turns were pretty like kind of static off the top, and then you had to recover and go back down again. So still, as you were saying, 2.6 should be history. Let's take this one nice off the bottom approach. Again, spending a lot of time on the lip, getting over this section, and again, it's not a good sign when you have to just like paddle with your fingers back down after you turn, but Andy still needs to be slightly more, let's say, aggressive on the way down.
Crière back at it. I like the way he's shredding. He's got a couple of scores to come in now. His 2 will be history. Now let's just see where he goes on the scoreboard. We think he's going to be in first.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty soon. But I know what you're saying. He is getting hung up a bit. On the one hand, it's adding a little bit of drama because he's almost getting that sort of hang time.
Let's check. That's a foam start. Off the bottom. Nice bottom. Hits, stays. And this one is okay. Then cut back, goes around the section. And this one really camps on this one.
Yeah.
And there we go. And another one.
Winding up the windows a little bit.
Yeah, a little too much.
Petting the kitty.
On the Fiat Panda, both sides. Car is just narrow enough to be able to open both windows at the same time without moving your seat. Talking for experience here. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, judges saying, you know what? They like it. 6.43 for his previous wave. The last one will be 3.6 or throwaway. So NDC is in the lead on a 13.6 combined score. Behind him is Thomas de Bière. Flat 6, flat 4, so 10 points. Enrique Pire is chasing a 6.1 so far. His best score 3.9. Federico Martín Magalhães from Portimão. A 5.61 is what he's chasing so far. His best score 4.4. It's time to pony up.
Portimão on the Algarve. That's where you live, isn't it?
No, I'm living slightly more on the east coast, baby.
It's quite close.
It's quite close, yeah. Portimão is south. It's just east of Lagos, which is where Marlon Lipke and Alex Botelho are. Martin is slightly more on the east, and I'm way, way further east. Like 45 minutes of like okay car driving. Not too fast, not too slow, just okay. 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And we do have kind of a statement for Andy. His 7-1 was pretty good. like the way he served. 6-4-3, we're like, meh. But still, judges are trying to put a difference on their judging scale, saying that has to be good surfing or really good surfing. So off you go. We do have a swell that is lining up in a way better fashion with the tide pushing in. It's going to filter these kind of like white water sets and focus them into one single point. We may have some right-handers by the early afternoon. We've seen this over the last few years and few weeks actually here as well. The right was working when the tide was slightly higher, but the left remained the option as the spot is called Spanish left.
So Crier looking good. The Spaniard from Onday, the border town between France and Spain. And he might look kind of interested in this, and he thinks, nah, just let that one go. Good choice, was a very soft wave, nothing really doing on it. But he leads from Dubier, Pirate, and Magalhães. Not crazy requirements. Here goes Dubier, looking to consolidate or even get back into first. Good first turn, really aggressive. Nice again, just stabbing it. And I'm really liking his aggression and his flow. He's placing his turns just in the steep part of the wave when it's on offer. When it's not, he gets jamming down the line. And he's getting a lot done. Pretty decent wave from him. Is his four going to go? Is his four going to stay?
Oh, should. Almost a set wave. Two really good first turn. I like the fact he was going really fast on his first turn. Nice drive at the bottom. Straight. Check the drive at the bottom. Boom! Acceleration, compression, explosion again.
This is 6 under threat.
That's, yeah, but I would say so. It's really well served, well timed, which is hard this way, especially on your backhand. And as they are all going to be getting some little late breakfast now. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and I would say that blue and green, we're going to have to work a little harder. As you can see on this wide angle, we have a beautiful left of the palm trees.
Hello, Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Look at those little line-up shots. If you get it right, you got the volcano in the background, you got a wicked backdrop, you got blue water. Hashtag no filter.
Oh, yeah. Put that. Man. Double tap that stuff. 8 minutes to go, waiting for last of white. As he was already on the 10-point combined score, he should drop the 4. Maybe we'll better his 6, which means that blue and green, right now they're chasing something over 6 or 5. They're going to have to get something slightly higher. As first party belongs to Algarve's finest, Federico Martin Magalhães.
So a set, just kind of clean things up out there. A lot of white running through our lineup. Everyone's going to readjust now and think, okay, do we need to sit a bit further out and over? What's my vibe? So a little bit of readjustment, just asking a question. Crier and Dubier at the mo looking good. Dubier's going to drop a score. He could go into first if he gets a 7.6. He's certainly going to consolidate his second. Judges having a good think about that score. 7-1-7 the high in this heat. Let's check out Green Magalhães, the Algarvian. And he's standing up at the top of a softer opening section. And he'll just check back and unleash into the lip. The coiled spring. And again, nicely done. Almost loses the bottom turn, does real well to hang with it. It's going a million miles an hour. And just controls that speed. And he almost goes on dry reef. So the full commitment there. And he's staying at the party here. He's got a big requirement for second. So he's looking to basically get rid of his two ways. Crier, live action behind. He's got a bomb. Andy into the lip, hooking. And just, he looks like he's well up for this morning. He's flying down the line. Just ripping these top turns. Carving around, bang into the lip.
Oh no, that would have been the best wave of the whole heat, but could not finish this one. Thomas Dubier in the meantime got a 7.83, so he did improve, removed the 4, got over his 6, and he is in the lead before this last of NDC. A 6.67 is the requirement, which means that green and blue are chasing well, the excellence, 9.7 or 9.2. So this wave for Andy, nice first carve to late snap. Second, kind of like snap top turn to just connect on this section of the bottom to another carve to late snap. And as the wave finally offers slightly more verticality, he goes all in and I think gets a little wobble on his way down and nosedives. Let's see, he was trying to better a 6.43. In any way, Enrique Pirret with first parties chasing at least a 9.7, and Federico Magalhães, his last wave will be around a 4, so still far away from 9.2 requirement.
Yeah. So, I like the way there's a tussle for first. De Beer's not rolling over. It's thrown down the high score. Judges loving. Here's aggression. We're loving it too in the booth. He's been ripping out here. And Krier looked like he was kind of having all his own way early on. Well, that's not how it's going to go down. So next heat, Glatzer, Egegiren, Martins, and Bizkar Guenaga.
Good try. That's good. And I think Markel in green next heat is, if I'm not mistaken, the son of our priority judge. Hailing from Basque Country.
Shabby.
Yep. 4 minutes and 20 seconds as last of red. Throwaway 4.5, 3.6 on his previous, so 2 throwaways. 5.07 for last of green, Federico, so he is now third, chasing at 8.53. So under this kind of like really hardcore psychological mark of a 9-point requirement. 3 minutes and 53 seconds, Enrique Pirret, 9.7. That's a pretty healthy requirement, but he is able, he just needs the bomb. 3 minutes and 45 seconds, plenty of time.
Yeah, action really hotting up now. And that next heat looks stacked. Ethan Egegiren ripped here last year as well.
Got to semi-final finish, I reckon.
Can't wait to see what he's going to do out here. He's quite a quiet lad. And he lets Surf and do the talking, certainly in the heats. He was on fire. Let's see.
And Leon Glatzer, on the left, high-flying German, living in Costa Rica, can actually boost some pretty stupid airs. So let's see if we haven't seen a lot of airs so far today. It's more that trying to carve your way down the wave and connect the dots until the inside. But if there's a ramp, you can bet that Leon will try to fly over. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, so loving the way proceedings are just getting spicy down here in Tenerife. Big guns coming to the party. The top seeds entering in this round 3. And some strong performances of some of the slightly lesser-known surfers. Let's use De Beer as an example. Certainly not the highest profile surfer in this event. He's got the highest score so far of the day. 7.83, very close to excellent. Very close to excellent indeed. And he's looking really strong. His backhands really fit the wave. And he's taken on the section out the back, which the judges like to see. The aggression right from the get-go. That's what he showed us on that last wave. That's where the points came. Sir Magalhães and Pirret have got an awful lot of work to do with 2 to go. Magalhães, they both need excellent scores. 8.53, the requirement. In surfing green, and 9.7 for Pirret. So all sorts of trouble. Let's see a late takeoff from De Beer. And here he is, your heat leader. And he's up.
Nice extension here on the first top turn. Backside quick snap up the top, goes around the section. We'll try to connect now on this backside bash of the lip re-entry. And once again, this is a tricky section. A lot of water moving here. It's the bottom end of the bay. Enrique Pirret is up, Paul Evans.
Yeah, he is. And he needs to just get something going. Get himself a score and see if he can get something on the way back out. He's flying down the line. He's got a ton of speed. And he'll tag this. Nicely done. He was kind of late to the section, but I like the way he kind of styled it out. It's a good effort.
Yeah, that's a 9.7 though. Doesn't seem to be really happy with that. So let's see what judges reckon. But yeah, 9.7 will be basically pure magic as we have the replay. A lot of different replacement turn, nothing really major. Again, flat turn here, then the wave goes fast. He was going even faster, but somehow no speed burst. Formal climb re-entry, well done, but really back foot on the landing. So quite sure it won't be the 9.7. He's chasing 35 seconds to go. And a good thing though, Paul, we know that now judges can score the very good range, almost excellent on both regular and goofy footer. 7.17 for Andy front side, 7.83 for Thomas backside. We love it.
Yeah, good stuff. 20 to go. De Biacre, yeah, you want to. And it's struggle street for McGallis and P-Rate. We are going to wait for score to come in for P-Rate. It's going to be nowhere near the 9.7 he requires. We're going to count down. I'm not sure we'll see another wave ridden. And it looks like France and Spain will be into the next rounds. And Portugal are done and dusted.
Yep. Até breve on the Portuguese guys. So 3 point for Enrique Pire. Far away from that point. He was chasing as we say hasta luego to Paulo Evanzo. And we are starting hit number 6, round 3 of the Cabreiroa Las Americas Pro Tenerife with the men's division only for today. My name is Julien Vico-Hamel from France. Sorry for my horrendous accents, alongside Paul Evans and Ben Mundy. We are calling the action here from this beautiful Playa de Las Americas on the southwestern part of the island of Tenerife, just west of Morocco. And we are on a 25-minute hit format. Sitting next to me, Ben Mundy, catching up with all the action. We've seen some great surfing on the previous hit, Ben. And now we're just starting with a great high-flying surfer from Deutschland, Leon Glatzer. Julian Eguiguren had a great event last year here. And then we have Diogo Martins and Markel Pirkagonaga from the Basque Country. So 4 surfers, 4 really different styles. Markel is the little surfer we saw in the white jersey on the first round on Monday. So bigger waves, smaller surfer. Let's see how he can handle that.
Well, yeah, there's some blooming big waves. You see Igagara in the Basque surfer. He doesn't. Whoa! I was just about to talk him up and down the holes he goes. But yeah, he loves a big left. He's from the Basque Country. They know about big, heavy reef breaks. That's what they grew up in. It's their bread and butter. And yeah, he smashed it last year, but he just come a cropper. Yeah, there's some solid waves. I was up having a little coffee, Café con Leche.
Café con leche, que bien.
Up on the promenade there, just soaking up the vibe, soaking up the sun. And you can just see these, I don't know, let's call it 6 foot. I'm just going to call it 6 foot. I don't care what anyone says.
Hawaiian or from the back?
6 foot. 6 foot left, just rifling down that point. It looks amazing. And the boys were ripping it, weren't they? Massive hooks in the pocket. Then towards the end, a few got caught out. But yeah, it's really solid. And there's a real lot of power, a lot of water moving around. So yeah, it's exciting. I'm just stoked. I can't wait.
It's getting there. What you guys don't see on that really close angle, that there's so much momentum in the swell. It's a 17-second swell. We are in the middle of the Atlantic, so we get everything. So it's 1 or 2 foot swell size, but there's so much period that somehow it just like goes and hugs the reef, which is what it was not really working this morning. The tide was slightly too low, and the swell not really there yet. But we know the swell is pumping up. The period is getting longer, so we're going to have better, bigger waves with the day going. And as you were saying, Ben, as the tide is punching in, it may filter the swell and actually have a more defined peak with less of these kind of like white water wall, just like getting all the bay in.
Definitely, you can see that sort of wedge, and I was just sitting at the edge of the point, and then I would just, and it's often 3 or 4 wave sets.
Yeah, no.
So like guys are getting plenty of opportunities. Yeah, it's really strong, and it's not going anywhere. The energy is still really, it's there. It's not going anywhere, as we see.
Diogo Martins.
Goofy footer, just driving off the face. This is one of those little mid-sized ranges that you want. Floats it off the top. It's got a bit more room. Got a bit of a bobble. Stuck it, and he's not done yet. This little inside can provide some points, but it didn't there. So, yeah. Meanwhile, it's Glatzer. He's just getting around that nice little swirl. Bit of a tail back there from Leon.
Little head snap.
And just finished off. And you can see those real shallow rocks there. And out the back, here's the Grom. As you said, he's a kid, but he's got that really smooth style, hasn't he?
Yeah, really technical.
I think we first saw him last year in Zerouts. The little Grom was surfing a couple of his first heats, and yeah, you can really tell as soon as you clock eyes on him, he's just got that inherent style. you're kind of just born style, aren't you? And he's just got that. So you can see it even there. He's only young. He's gonna needs a lot more power. He's got the timing. Drives up
look
here.
at that.
Good technique.
Oh, great technique.
And cracks
Great
it
timing.
right in the lip. So you can just tell all the fundamentals are really there for this young surfer.
He's going to be growing up with great technique, and that's what you want. So early days still, but you can see on this wide angle, surfers can basically surf from almost all the way up to the left-hand side of the screen, all the way down. This is where it gets really wobbly. There's all the water going back to the ocean from the previous sets. So it's always wobbly with a lot of guys trying to get that last hit off the top and falling because it's shallow and there's a lot of water moving, which is the perfect mix to basically smash your face off. Blue, Yunagigren. He fell on the first one, didn't like it, and he's got to fall on the second. Oh, okay. Yeah, he fell. Tried to survive the avalanche.
It's like a bucking bronco.
Yep.
And if he just stood up at the top of that, he would have got a little roll in, but then he couldn't quite get to his feet, and that was he had like a window of about a second, and he'll go back out trying to regroup.
As you can see, surfers paddling from the right-hand side of the screen, going all the way back to the middle, almost left of your screen. That's how long this Spanish left is. And the good thing, as you were saying, Benny, that the swell is not going anywhere. It's going to be basically only getting better between today and Saturday and Sunday. So swell is peaking today during the day, then slightly softens tomorrow and kicks back in for Saturday. So we do have the best swell we've ever had at this event. And it's pretty exciting. No right-hander has been surfed yet, as the swell is just slightly too big and slightly too north, I reckon, to actually offer a proper opening right. Tends to close out on the first 30 or 40 yards. And these surfers have a lot of paddling to do. Tide is pushing in, swell is strong, so there's a little current pushing you out of this braking zone. And no priority yet. White should be digging the first right of way as soon as he reaches the peak. And the scores, well, nothing major, picking at a 3.67 for Markel for one single turn. Give this kid a longer wave and he will do wonders.
Yeah, that's right. It's a solid score given the wave didn't offer him any real opportunity. So he's posted a total and he's in the game. 18 minutes to go. Of course, the priority system now, so that does actually help the younger surfers.
Of course.
mean, still, he's lacking experience and he'll make mistakes. That's how you learn. But he's out there now. He's got priority. He doesn't really have to worry about guys paddling inside or trying to maintain or hold his position. It's his by right. As we see the grommet here, there, Markel just waiting for it, and he just came up and it's just good timing really. Tagged up the top. Didn't go, it was radical without, it was a good sort of analysis of risk versus reward and got him a high 3. So we'll see. Glatzer, Martins and Igagaran will no doubt respond and put him under pressure. Anyone's heat at this early stage. But the signs are promising for the Grom.
Yeah, as you can see, being a Grom, and as you were saying, the paddling and the pure physical strength can be a hurdle for these kids when they just go and do some local events with no priority system. You just tend to, at this level for him, because he's such a promising surfer, will surf the open division, but will have to surf against adults with longer arm and more strength.
Yeah, but you remember when you're that age, you'd surf like 26 hours a day.
Basically, yeah.
Just come in for
everything.
24 wheat bix, 4 sandwiches, and then go back out for another 18 hours.
Yeah. Markel's going to be there really soon, but it just took slightly more time for him. He was the first one taking that wave and the second to last to arrive at the peak. So it's pretty good for him to use this, especially on point break, having this non-hassling position can just get you, okay, I'm going to wait for mine, and I'll get the bomb, and it just lets the surfing do talking. 17 minutes, a little less now, and there's a set coming. First party is to Diogo Martins. He's going to say, no, obrigado for this one. You can see his left and the right is really closing out, but the left advances slowly on the inside. It's really soft, but there's waves.
Yeah, really performance, isn't it? I mean, it's got a bit of a wobble on it. It's this new swell, but yeah, as that last heat showed, when they line up, the boys can just go to town. Judging, I think, starting to edge up, heading up towards the 7-point rides for that last heat. So they're taking the time, rightfully so. They're just incrementally moving it up. And we should see some pretty, someone is going to go massive today.
Yeah, we're just
You heard it
waiting.
here first. There's going to be some huge scores.
And yes, good thing as well, we were discussing this with Paul, but we finally have good scores, or actually going on a really good, almost excellent range on both surfing frontside and backside. We've seen this wave being really tricky on both sides to surf. It's really easy for the guys surfing on their back end to verticalize, and hard for the surfers on the front side to do something else than just carves and replacement turns. But the good thing, judges are leaving them some latitude to just create and draw some like deeper bottom turn, trying to go slightly more vertical. And they are leaving the door ajar for basically both style of surfing, always maintaining in focus quality of the turn and power. Red was getting a little foam start, Leon Gatzer. His first wave, I think. Long cut back to foam bounce. The wave is pretty fat, going again for replacement turn. Then he gets this off the top, little straight leg-ish with a transition to the inside. Then watches his foot on this one, I think. There you go. And then he kicks out. So that was a 3.5. So 3 turn on his front side, 3.67 for 1 turn. And finally, 1 wave for Yuna Giguren.
Yeah, he dealt with the first section well and late to the party, but still finished it off. So, once again, not a whole lot of opportunity, but the 3 sort of sections he dealt with them pretty well. That distinctive mauve-coloured board, rifling down the line. Out the back is Diego Martins. So what's he got here? Cutting back to the source. Lovely cut back. Even cracks the tail on the foam there. And then another little carve. He's going to have to get in the pocket on this one. He just couldn't quite snap it hard. So he's doing sort of variations on the same turn the whole way. But can he finish it? He decides against landing on dry rock. Rightfully so. And I think he left a lot of meat on the bones there, Vico. How do you think?
Underwhelmed is what I feel right now. This third turn had so much potential to just put everything on the rail and just finish strong. But somehow he just cut it halfway and then went on to these like 2 non-turn. That's a nice, as you were saying, cut back to late tail tap re-entry. That was great. Good off the bottom to nice carve here. And then as he has maximum speed, he goes off the bottom and should have put everything on the rail. But he stayed on the back foot to basically do nothing after replacement number 4. And then he just avoid the last turn. That's, yeah, as you were saying, a lot of meat still on the bone on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just comes to knowledge of the wave too. I mean, it does stand up, and then it can run away really fast, and you got sort of caught in no man's land a bit. But as you said, that was the section. It was there to hit, and at this sort of level, you really got to crack those to make it. But yeah, you look good. That first cutback looked really strong. Bit of intent. And he'll score, he'll get some points. But yeah, he'll know himself that was an opportunity. I think he missed.
Especially when you know how the judges have been scoring since the beginning of the day, they just want to see one big turn. So when you have the section, the speed, and the set wave, just go for it. I think it's more of a misreading or misunderstanding of the very judging criteria. You just want to push strong. So this wave has fantastic potential, ends up with a 4.23, which is like in the poor to fair scale of the judging. There's just something that was crying for more meat, for more power, just like think Luke Dillon. Think about these kind of like big, powerful surfers. Thomas de Bier on the wave before, on the heat before. That's okay, but there was something more to be done there, and I think it's more from his young age, naturally, from his surfing skills. Just like I just want to go far and not like to go strong. Red is up, Leon Glatzer.
It's a good wave selection so far. This is a nice, clean wave. Little wrapping cut back, and he's driving down the line. So this is the section here, sort of floater. Can he get around again? And he just can't get an open face or a pocket. And a couple of taps, just a little bit safe so far, and then he might be able to finish on the dry rocks, and does. So it's, consistent, but just lacking a bit of wow factor. There was nothing there where he tried to bust the fins out or just add a little bit of variety. And, but it's early days. That was his second wave, so he's got 10 minutes. Probably quite smart, playing it a little bit safe. But, he'll go potentially into the lead with that wave. We'll see.
Was chasing a 2-point bend, so that's smart from him, as you were saying, just trying to get the second wave in. But a lot of back foot surfing, not a lot of projection off his turn. It's pretty lateral surfing, not top to bottom, which is what you expect from that wave. This last turn is the first time we see one guy finishing that far in the bay with some momentum at the end of that turn, but you can see he's not really happy with that. He was maybe trying to find something to fly over, but kind of a lateral wave. So 2.08, that should be doing the job, but will not be a big score, that's for sure. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. First Paris to green, Young, Markel, Vizcargenega. White having a look, Diogo Martins. Off he goes, Ben.
Yeah, it's a little roll in, not a bad looking wave, mid-size range. He's got that sort of cut back down. Looking for he's got that steep section here. There we go. So a bit more vertical, a bit more intent. Went through the lip. Another little carve and just got caught with a bobble. Just hasn't found that sweet spot on his board. Every now and then, sort of one turn. Look at those big sets rifling through the lineup. Every now and again, like on those turns, you'll nail one and look sweet, but you just can't sort of link 2 or 3 together at this stage. As we see the waves just
Beautiful line that.
going down the line. There's points on those outside sections there if you can get some of those big wider ones.
So previous of white with a 4.23, last of white 3.13, last of red 2.93. So Leon Glatzer got the job done, goes to second, but that's a really fragile second place, as third needs a 2.36 and fourth a 2.76, and red is up already. That's more like it.
Yeah, nice swoop, bit of toe release. He's not done yet and cracks off the top, so you're right. Just showing a bit more aggression, a bit more variety. He's showing a bloom and rock hopping skills down the end and just kicks out down deep in the bay.
He's really, really deep there.
So, yeah, strong surfing. Starting to warm up, Leon Glatzer. He's just looking to find, and he's found some rhythm. And he's nice, good wave selection and building on those scores. Here he goes. It's a wide one. Sort of cracks it around. You can see the fins there. And this one, another little tag. We'll see where the judges put that. It was wide. It was a bit late, but, you know, it was impressive surfing.
Maybe the best wave of the heat so far. He's chasing a 3.6 to go first. He should be getting something about a 4, like a low 4. Like 3.77, 2 judges over 4 points. That's enough to maintain him second. And now requirement is slightly high, but nothing unobtainable. Julian Egegren is chasing a 3.2. And Markel a 3.61. This kid, like 16 minutes in, took only one wave, a 3.6 of one turn, and now chasing a 3.61. Basically, same wave, same turn. He goes straight to second with first priority. Don't expect him to do any mistakes.
No. As you see there, no one really cracking even to the good range of scores. 7-point heat totals. This is not enough. It means everyone's still back in the game. We have yet to see the grommet. As we said, Markel, he's now in priority, so now he's got his time. He's waited. And he only needs 3.61, so he's in a pretty strong spot, really, given that he's got priority. A bit of pressure on him now, but we'll see how he handles it. And he's got enough time. There'll be another set. I think he's just out of position for those wide ones, so now he's readjusting, getting his spot line up. And yeah, this will be a nervous few minutes though for the Grom. You know, this is where you start to learn about QS surfing. Pressure's on, needs a score, has priority. It's waited a long time. This is where we might find out a little bit about his temperament, if not so much his technique.
Exactly. Well, there's also way less set wave than actually we've had in the last 2 heats. It's been a little soft. We've seen some okay turn at the beginning with okay wave, but since then, it seems that the ocean is going for a little mid-morning siesta. Local time is 10:36 in the morning, and well, we're halfway through the tide already. Well, not really actually, but just like we have this low tide far behind us, so maybe it's because of that we just like lost a little momentum in how consistent the sets were coming. We were talking at the beginning of that heat, like set of 3, 4, 5 waves per set, and we haven't seen a set lately. Look at that. He's looking a little fat and flat now. Let's see if the ocean wakes up to give this guy a second chance before the butter goes off.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go, so there's plenty of time. Oh yeah, having some rehydration. Cabreiroa, the sponsors of the event.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for their amazing support making this event happen. And oh yeah, 6 minutes on the clock, as you said. Marco out the back there, just waiting to see what's possible.
Off he
Meanwhile,
goes.
under priority, that's the bass surfer Jürgen Igaren. He's just waiting for this little stand up. So showing his experience, smooth style, really good natural flow on this surfer. And he's coming around, just tries to get the fins out there, kind of a fin aerial floater, and a couple extra turns. So he was in second, needed a 3.2. So strong surfing there, didn't have priority, not a set wave, but he may have just done enough to squeak him that all-important second place.
That's finally a good wave for Julian. He's been really having a scrappy one. Nice first drive, long cut back to foam bounce. Second, kind of like setup turn, but still really sharp on his edge. And then you get something slightly more powerful here, straight into little floater up the top. And good rhythm, good variety on a mid-set wave. And that would be just enough for him to jump straight to first as 4.07 for this one. Julian is not out of any kind of safety zone, but still he must be feeling better about that because he had so far a pretty uncharacteristic scrappy beginning of the heat, and now time is ticking away.
Yeah, that's right. He's just got himself up. Not safe by any stretch, but yeah, more importantly, I think we might have seen the surfer and green take off a wave and not do much. So we talked about waiting for his priority and the question of how he's going to deal with the pressure, and we need to see the replay, but it looks like he didn't deal with it too well.
No.
So waited a long time for the wave, and
he got a 0.5.
0.5, so bit of a shame, but he's still in it. He's trying to find a bit of distance from him and his competitors. He's gone off to the left of your screen, so headed to the south, and we'll see if he gets one more shot. 3 minutes 30 on the go. Not much in it. 3-point rides for any surfer will change the game dramatically, so wide open in what could be a scrappy but thrilling climax to this heat around a 96. Heat 6, around a 96. As we see some big sets starting to come through. Who's in position? They're all out of position. So, as we said, those big wide ones swooping through into the channel. They've missed that, and that means they're going to miss the next one as well. A bit more duck diving.
See maybe some foam starts.
Nothing worse than just seeing the edge of that wave just rifle on past you. And you're
That's the most frustrating feeling.
only 3 meters away from being up and riding a great wave. Instead, you're getting smashed by a wave that's travelled from the far, far North Atlantic to break on your head.
Just for that. No purple, but just like getting you frustrated.
So that's a mistake there from Diego. He was in second. Sorry, he was in second place, but with priority, he's just given that up. And he's given it up to the man next to him who could replace him. And he's going to catch this wave. So this could be potentially a game changer. What's Leon Glatzer got?
Need a 3.6, first wraparound cutty, waiting for the wave to offer something of more substance on the inside. Third turn already, a little more oomph on this one. Now it's more vertical, it's just push strong, and that's it again. Great rhythm. Foam climb re-entry, little wheelie at the... Okay, that was maybe not that important at the end. Still, he was looking for a 3.6, enjoyed the fact that Diogo Martins made a rookie mistake on his priority placement. And Leon Glatzer must have been improving, but Diogo is on.
Okay, so he might get the chance. He hasn't, so that mistake. That's the smallest of margins in this sport, I tell you, and that was a case where he had priority. You paddle for a wave. As soon as you paddle for a wave and miss out, you lose it. And this is Leon. Did he do enough here? Yeah, I think it's a big wave, isn't it? He waited his time. He tucked a lip. He only needed a 3.6. You feel that that might just be enough. And Diogo still in the game.
3.77, change of situation almost now. That was his previous wave. He's chasing something better. Diogo, a long 3-step cutback. Now he's getting on the inside.
Yeah, that's not going to do enough. So I think you might find, we'll see that score coming in for Leon. And it was a
3-3, not enough. No.
I think we're still waiting.
No, still waiting for scores. That's the replay for Diogo's last wave. Long cutback, but really high on the line, so not a lot of momentum. And then snap of the lip re-entry. Really safe, as you can see. He's really trying to put everything on the back foot, not to fall. 18 seconds to go. There was a wave as well for Markel, but it was not substantial. 10 seconds to go. So as the scores are being typed in for last of red, he's chasing 3.6. So it's in the judge's hands now. And the heat is over.
Yeah, so I think you'll find that we're just waiting on the scores. And yeah, we'll give an update as soon as all those final scores come in. And we've got one from Leon Glatz. He was one that needed a 3.60.
Some of the judges are saying yes, 4.47. So goes from third to first, pushing down Newland to second. Still qualified though, but down to third for Diogo Martins. He must be kicking himself right now. That's how you learn. But
yeah, he made a dreadful error. Let's be honest, and he got punished for it. That's what happened. So yeah, he'll live and learn. And but the two seeds go through. I think Markel too will be disappointed. He had plenty of opportunities and just experience in the end. Yeah, a lack of experience that cost him. Anyway, they got long careers ahead of them. Glatzer and Egiguren go through, and we move on straight to the next heat. Paul Cesar Distanguan, Pedro Colo, Ignacio Guasasola, and Yoni Klein. How was those pronunciations? How about you say the names properly for me?
Paul Cesar Distanguan. Yep. Pedro Coelho, which is literally Peter Rabbit. True. Ignacio Guisasola and Yoni Klein. That's Yoni Klein from Israel, off the bottom, snap off the top. Another good one. Oops. Slightly too much on the back foot and a little late on the white water, so he had no time to wrap the board underneath his feet and back to the normal position. 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so good little hit in front of us. Pedro Coelho had some really good results on the Portuguese scene so far. Ignacio, one of the up-and-coming Spanish surfers, and that's Yoni Klein, the doctor, as Paul Evans is pumped up, and I'm stepping out.
Yeah, thank you, Vigo Hamels. We just see Yoni, he's getting around here, and this is just to finish it off. Would have been a great opening wave if he'd finished it off, the Israeli doctor, but he didn't. But still, he's back out again. Paul Evans is back in the booth.
Shout out to the 12 tribes of Israel.
And what's been going on out there in the outside world, Paul?
Soaking up the sun rays, checking out the sets. There's a bunch of people on your secret right, mate.
Oh,
Bad
what?
news. Yeah, there's about 25 people on it.
25.
It turns out it might not be such a secret spot.
Why didn't it? I mean, I just did one Instagram post about where it was.
So we got Yoni Klein, PC Distanguan, Pedro Coelho, Peter Rabbit, and Ignacio Guisasola. What happened in the last one to my man Yulin Gagarin?
He got through.
Yes.
He's in second.
Sick.
Yeah. And we had Leon Glatzer get through. The two grommets, a bit of a priority error at the very end of the heat cost Diogo Martins a spot.
Oh man, board punching time.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed.
On the stringer. Ugh.
Yeah, he let himself down, made a mistake, and got punished for it, which is what happens. But yeah, no, it's a low-scoring heat. I wouldn't say it was one of the more exciting heats so far. But we crunch on through.
It's at Elkerton.
Kong's down there, yeah. He's been in training. And he would love these lefts, wouldn't he? He'd be vibing all over it. CPC, he did really well last year here too as well. I think he kind of made it to the quarterfinals. Definitely had a really good run. So he's smooth, powerful, goofy foot. He'll suit this left-hander, I'd imagine.
And he won the Ripco Lenore Challenge 2 weeks back in Ossegor.
Did he?
Yeah, took it out.
On his backhand.
Loving the Lenore. Well, there was lefts as well.
Was there?
Yeah, it's kind of like a big wave event. The waves aren't that big by like modern standards.
It's like a medium wave event.
It's like a medium wave event, Ben. But he ripped out there. It's sort of like the ultimate bro-am as well, because you've got dudes who are like professional surfers, like PC, like good surfers, Vincent de Vignac, people like that, sort of caliber, like top QS shedders. And then you got like Johan that runs the surf school at Board End, and like it really is a bro-am. There's like the bros in it. It's pretty sick. Good event.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the live webcast.
Good talk. Good chat.
As we see, big wide one. Sasola, you get caught. Nothing worse than seeing a wave rifle 1 metre to your left of you. And you see another set, they're just filling in. Look at those lefts. I mean, it's like Reunion Island or something, Paul.
It looks amazing in these windless conditions with the glass. Lines wrapping in. And just dreamy conditions. The forecast has, we've been pretty psyching on it, and it's delivered.
Kong's loving it. He's just right there soaking it all up. And the start of the heat was with the Yanni Klein. Pretty solid 4.67. That's in today's sort of heat. That's above average opening wave. So he'll be the happiest of the 4 surfers, seeing as he's ridden a wave.
How did Vico go in the last heat? Good analysis?
Yeah, great. Really strong. Really strong on the technical aspects of each wave. Really strong on the tidal formations. Yeah, and a little bit better than me on the pronunciations of the names. Just a little bit. Yeah, he's strong. He was excited. And I think surfing was the winner, really. I mean, the feedback we've been getting was really good.
Yeah,
So
you got
right-hander. I can't believe it. Here he goes, PC. Nice left. This could be a grower. So S turning down the line. He's already seeing down the line. What's he got? Little swoop turns. Waiting for it to stand up. Crack. Looks good. Looks good on his feet. Nice carving turn. A little check turn. Can he finish it off with a big one here? A little bit of a swoop and a snarl. And still going. So he's got a lot on this. Cut back. Bit of a kick of the fins as well. And he finishes it. So really well surfed. I mean, he didn't properly get into 4th gear, but in terms of getting it started, he'll be happy with that. Whoa, on the rocks, Paul. Wow, it's all happening now.
all right, great exchange there. PC with the best of it. Just swooping down the point. Speed, power, flow.
Leg burner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I really like the way he joined up the dots as well on that wave, though. You know, it's even in between the turns. Just keeping the board speed, keeping it on a rail. And just kept on swinging, a load of variety. I think it's going to be a really good score for PC. And he's going to open up strong. Peter Rabbit behind him. Just let one out of the hutch on the inside. Couldn't quite get it done. Let's check PC. Sets up using the rail throwing spray. Keeps himself in the good part of the wave. His board's staying busy. And he's attacking the lip here. It's nicely done. It's so smooth. Straight into the next maneuver. And here, a nice change of direction. Sets him up for the inside racetrack section. So judges are going to have a good old think about that. Certainly the best we've seen so far. There's a lot of time left to go in this one. Just under 18. Yoni Klein at the back with priority. Representing Israel in the green. And he'll be having to think about the next opportunity coming through. And then we just saw Iggy Guesasola at the end. And a little mistake from him. And he went down. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. Plenty of time to go.
Yeah, that wave of PC. Will probably be that benchmark. That's why the judges are taking their time, trying to set it up. Had a lot of turns, a lot of length to ride. And he looked good. He looked really, that stickless board just flowing through the long left-handers. And a 6.67. So there you go. Bang on.
And he kind of made that score, really, because that wave wasn't the greatest. And he really did a lot to manufacture a score. Let's check out Yanni Klein standing up out the back, waiting for it to get steep into some lip. A softer section for Yanni. And he'll check back, and this one's going to get kind of small on him. Nicely projecting through the lip. Waka, another good hit. And again, oh, he likes it. He's found his rhythm on the inside section.
Good serve. I really like his style, Yanni. He gets in the right in the pocket, and he's quite aggressive with his turns. He's not waiting to fat out. I've been really impressed with the way he's gone about his business here. This looks pretty fat. You think there's not a whole lot going on, but he starts to, even that's a bit of vertical. Goes around, starts winding up. It's a small wave, but he's getting it right in the pocket, which not every surfer's been able to do out here.
He's got a little bit of an Allison vibe to him, the Liverpool goalkeeper, as well, doesn't he? With the hair and the beard.
Yeah, I can see that. 3, I think. Finished up number 3. That was the year after he famously threw the rocks at the judges' tower. Very young characteristic of Victor.
Oh, look at that boil down there. That's shallow. That is shallow down there. These surfers putting it all on the line, board and body. Let's check out Coelho. There's something just not quite right there. His board looks a bit sticky. Maybe just board and body not quite in perfect unison, Ben.
Yeah, there was a bit of wobble on it, but yeah, he didn't have enough sort of drive through that wobble to not be affected, and it's going to affect his score. He got a 3.17 for that. So Yanni's second wave we're still yet to see. That was that sort of short, sharpish backhand wax on a smaller wave. And PC, the surfer in red, fresh off his Lenore victory. What's the type of, what do you win for that event? Is it prize money? 7-foot gun or something?
Maybe just get a weddy. Pair of boots.
And some wax.
Yeah.
And the most importantly, the respect of your bros.
There was a cold, cold day as well, I'll tell you that much. Really freezing. I went down on the bike and wore the thermals tucked into the socks. Yeah, freezing cold. It's been brutal. Well, everywhere in Europe, really, but in Hosgol this winter, it's been really cold up until this week. It's warmed up a bit, but nothing, of course, like the Canaries. And that's one of the reasons why we're loving it down here. There's these warm weather conditions in midwinter. Here goes PCs at the moment.
Was that a paddle? Was that a paddle, Paul?
Back in third. It definitely was a paddle. So Yanni Klein dropped to 5-4 for his last wave. It's good enough to put him in first, along with his 4-6-7. This man here is in fourth, Iggy Guisasola, and he's looking for only a 1.84 to go up in a second, so everything to happen. And that was a strange choice of maneuver on that section. That's a bit better from him, and that's not good at all. And that's probably the best wave of the heat so far in terms of size and thickness, and he blew it.
That was a gift too, because PC had made a really bad error with the paddling, gifted that wave. It was all there for him, and he didn't take advantage of it.
No, he did.
Literally looked a gift horse in the mouth, Paul. Well, not literally, but
figuratively.
Yeah, metaphorically.
Yeah, big mistake there. Can he recover? Can he wash it off? He's got 12 minutes and 40 to do so, but that was a great-looking wave, and he didn't attack enough early on, and then maybe he knew that and got caught in two minds and bogged his second turn.
Try to do a layback at the bottom, not in the tube. Backhand layback is, as we go, he's going to make amends here. This is a nice looking wave. Smooth swoop out the back, lining it up again, another cut back, cracks it off the foam, and then he's winding up for a turn here. Nice swooping, a lot of swooping involved in this wave, but he's reading the wave well. It hasn't given him a lot of opportunities. It hasn't stood up straight, Paul, but I'll tell you what he's done is read it very, very well. He's going to finish it here with something strong, and does. So, I'll tell you what, he may have made a mistake, but he's just made amends.
Well, that's definitely going to count for him. He's all the way to the rocks, down by Monday's secret right with 30 people out. And he only needed a 0.66 for second. He's almost certainly going to go into first. He only needs about a 4 for first. Was a good wave, a bomb. There's a bit of similarity in those sort of rail turns on the face, but nevertheless it was nicely linked together. And the judges are going to have to think about the criteria out here because, well, there's not that much lip on those kind of waves. So it'll be really interesting to see how that comes in for PC, but he's ripping. It looks really, really dialed in, and there's no wiggling or flapping. Every sort of movement that he makes with his body like translates into board speed, Ben, and I like that.
Yeah, that's right. He took his time. He picked his sections, but yeah, there was no hard edges.
He didn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
No,
he punched it in the bum, didn't he?
A bum punch, a gift horse bum punch. Yeah, really solid, smooth surfing, and look, he's backed it up. 6.27 to go with 6.67.
Not like the Newcastle fan that punched the police horse in the face. Remember that? Or it's come at me and I've punched it. Remember that?
I do remember.
That was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was just
pretty
a strange
weird
thing to do. Well, in Blazing Saddles, the movie, he punches the horse out as well. Not that we advocate any type of animal cruelty. These examples did happen though. Yeah, so PC's taking a stranglehold on this heat. Yoni Klein in second, and Iggy and the other PC both needing some work to do. But it's really been the Frenchman's sort of really taken a stranglehold. Only two ways, ridden about as well as you could have ridden them. And he's got himself pretty much into the round of 64 with 10 minutes to go on the clock. He'll be happy.
Yeah, just using the flow, isn't he? He's coming into turns with the speed. He doesn't actually need to do that much. He doesn't need to push too hard because he's got the speed and the flow going. Any little redirection out of the top half of the wave looks cool and sends spray. And you link a few of those together. You don't really need to go crazy, and you're already up into the good range. With just 2 ways ridden, and you're saying, yeah, I'm doing all right, and I'm only going to get better from here. Now we can afford to be selective, use the priority, and wait for opportunities that look like a 6 or better. So he's in a really happy place.
Yeah, really happy place. Be quite nice just to come in if this all works out. It's won his heat, have a nice little lunch, then you've got the rest of the afternoon just to go free surfing.
Yeah, a little spot of lunch. There's many restaurants to choose from here. What's some of your favourite eating spots in Playa de las Americas, Ben?
Well, I like my little surf cafe up there opposite, as we see Yoni hold those fries.
Ooh.
Israeli comes off. It's a bigger wave, breaking wide. He's waiting for it to steepen up. It hasn't done so far. He's just waiting for it to get a bit of action. That's better, but still not amazing. And there's another one. So there's 4 turns, no real jeopardy. That was nice. If you finish it off here, which he does. Whoa, yeah. So that wave was long and it was big, but just wasn't critical, was it, Paolo?
A little bit undercooked out the back for me, Ben. Thought he could have pushed a wee bit harder. It was a slopey face, but nevertheless, I think he could have taken a little bit more risk. You see him just placing his turn just slightly under the lip because he always wanted to make sure he got down the line. Well, he did that well. That was the best turn right there. And it got a bit awkward from here on in. He did really well to make sure he connected everything up. And he got himself down the end of the waves where he wanted to be. Just maybe out the back, could have done a wee bit more. I tell you what's easy from up here. What we're not really appreciating is the sort of speed. And sometimes there's those kind of powerful but fat faces. Pretty tricky to surf.
Yeah, there's bump. There's a lot of texture on the wall. There's a lot of water moving.
It's like real shallow on the reef and then kind of deep. So it's asking the questions of those quads and those thighs. Really need to keep them engaged because you can get bumped off pretty easy. But beautiful glassy conditions at the moment. Out here we might get a little wind later. Nothing too sinister, we're hoping, as we got a good paddle. And up from Pedro Coelho off the bottom into the lip. He'll tag a crumbly section. Then he'll just set up here. Not much going on. He'll look down the line speculatively. Might find a section right about here, and he does. Nice little slash up high. He's gone a long way to get that maneuver done. He still looks kind of interested. He's going to go for broke on the inside. He needed to finish off. He knew he hadn't done much, and he just getting to the lip a bit late there.
Yeah, I think even in his first turn, he could have showed more aggression. And now he's waiting and waiting for it to work. This week, thinks something could have happened. He gets a turn in here. I mean, it's a tricky section, but he does quite well. Cracks it round, and then just to finish here would at least made it all worthwhile.
There's more wobble on the wave than I sort of envisioned. Don't you think? It's wobblier than it sort of should be. Almost needs a bit of offshore or something, Ben.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's maybe new swell or, yeah, I get it. Maybe a bit too long period, maybe. Not broken up enough.
I thought it'd be draining a bit more on the reef. It's pushing wide and it is kind of crumbly. Maybe some wind in the night. All sorts going on.
Yeah, so we'll see what you want. He needed a 6.5. He's not going to get that, but anything above a 3.17 will improve his position. He might do that by slightly. 5.5 minutes on the clock. So far, Surf and Red from France, way out in front. Yoni Klein, been impressive also. And it's up to Ignacio and Pedro to try and put some pressure on those two. Here we see some more sets line up, and the boys are caught out again. PC looking at it. It's a wide one. He's going to go late. And he's got a wall in front of him, as we just see. So
this is a bomb.
It's a big wave.
Come on, mate. Get involved.
Stands up here, cracks it. Still a little bit short. I think it's too far off the reef, and that's why he got all that bump. He's not having a good time there.
He did well to hang on.
Meanwhile,
heat leader.
PC, yeah, he's trying to consolidate those 2 6s. Puts his balance at the back to slow himself down. There's a big drawn-out carve. And through the lip, sort of cut back. And he goes down. So, yeah, the bump causing havoc, as we mentioned, Paul.
The roundhouse wraparound jam, and he tried to punch it in the voice box, didn't he? And he really did get a big piece of this. Let's see, right in his competitor's face. And he just attacked into that lip. He got quite a lot of that turn done. And then gets rolled off. There is some power in this water, even the kind of ones that look a little bit fat. Got a bit of push behind them. And PC just looking to try and extend on his lead, which he won't do with that. Clock's going to tick away. Yoni Klein looking good in second. 5-1, that last wave of his. Probably had a 6 on it, that wave, nevertheless. He squeezed a 5 out of it, and he's looking really good in second place, Yoni. Ignacio is in all sorts of trouble. He does have that one good score, 5-3-3. Cannot get a back up, and he's had a couple of bombs, and he's looked very out of sorts on both of them. Meanwhile, Coelho, his wave selection's been a little bit unfortunate. He's had inside waves, and he needs to bring a bit more. He needs to show the judges another gear, Ben.
Yeah, he's had some big waves, big wobbly ones, and here this is Yoni. So he's been the opposite. He's been pretty smooth, pretty short. He's got a nice clean wave here, just waiting. Few S-turns out the back. And here he goes, starts to stand up straight.
Oh, yes, please. Nice big hit. Good commitment. Maybe a bit too much commitment. Goes down. I do like to see him attack, though.
Yeah, he did. He dug that inside rail. And he waited his time for that steep section and then just blew it, let's be honest. And he'll be disappointed. That could have been the one that shut the door. But he's left it open. Can the rabbit sneak through?
Well, coming up next, we've got former world junior champ Vasco Ribeiro taking on Ivan Gonzalez, former CT legend Marlon Lipka and Brian Piquant from Southwest France. So a blend of old and new, youth and experience, some silverware in the trophy cabinet, some storied careers, and that's what we're talking about in Tenerife.
I wonder how many Bryans were born last year. Do you think?
How many Bryans were born last year?
Like new babies that were called Brian. What would you guess?
Well, in the world?
Europe.
I reckon there were probably, I'm going to say, between 15 and 18,000 new Bryans.
Really?
Well, what's the population of Europe? 300 million? Something like that? Maybe a bit more?
I reckon there was about 12.
You reckon there were 12 Bryans?
Yeah, 12 new Bryans.
You're insane. It's almost as if you don't think there are many Bryan Adams fans out there, Ben. Because there's loads. The Groover from Vancouver.
Yeah,
Based in England these days, though, lives just near Heathrow.
well, yeah. Does a lot of. He's more known for his photography rather than his music these days, Paul. But yeah, Brian Picon, he's up next. Right now, though, 1 minute to go. These two surfers, Iggy and Pedro, haven't been able to put much pressure on the two leaders. And as a result, with a minute to go, they're staring down the exit in Tenerife, facing an exit in the round of 96. The other two surfers go through the round of 64. Start to sort of whittling down and getting down to the, bit more the nitty-gritty.
Separating the wheat from the chaff.
Exactly. And well deserved. I think PC's been one of the better performers of today. In the 7 heats, his heat total will be right up there, so he'll be happy. I might have to go down and talk to those people that have taken over my right, have a sort of quiet word about general etiquette.
Or just throw some lava rocks at their heads. I mean, why talk when you can, throw stuff?
Yeah, get some pumice going. 10 seconds to go. I think it's all over. Happy with that performance from PC. Impressive, Yoni Klein. Other two boys, well, they'll be back next year, hoping for a crack. And that is the end of the heat. That's the end of my little stint in the booth. I'll hand it over to the main man, Vico Hamill. And Paul Evans, take it away.
Ben's going to clunk his mic down really hard on the sofa, as is his way, blowing everyone's eardrum out in the surf world. All right, it's official. France, Israel, you won 2. Keeping it so real. Really well done. Oh, man, look at this next. Vasco Ribeiro, Marlon Lip, Ivan Gonzalez, and Brian Picon. It's a blend of youth and experience. And I'm welcoming back into the booth Vico Hamill.
Hey, Paul. Yeah, we're going to have posted interviews from next seat onwards as I could get my hands onto a fantastic help in the name of Julia from Fuerteventura, one of the neighbor islands, and she will handle the post-it interviews from now on, which is great because this way we can stay here, don't have to run on the lava rocks, and she can do a fantastic job, I've been told. So let's see what she has for us. In any way, this is a new hit, and as you were saying, pretty stacked. Vasquinho, Ivanzinho, Marlonzinho, Brianzinho.
Out the back, we got sets. We got someone up on the inside. It could be Brian Picon streaking his way. I think it's Ivan Gonzalez finishing off a ride. Meanwhile, outside, we got bombs. Super glassy conditions, and it is just detonating.
Please tell us a little bit of how it was. How do you feel? Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy to win this heat. The waves are really good. It's hard to serve, but it's really good. It's good to have a QS on a point break because usually it's on shitty beach break. So yeah, it feels good, and it's hard in the free surf to get some waves because there is all the locals and all the free surfers from the comp. So yeah, it's really good to get the right one and to surf this wave.
Is it your first time on the island, on Tenerife?
No, I came here last year, and it was much smaller. So yeah, this year looks like there is a good forecast, so we'll see what the ocean brings us, and yeah, let's do it.
What's your game plan for the competition? Do you know who you're up with next?
I didn't check really much who I was against. I know if I have my 2 good waves and I surf my surf, normally it's okay. So yeah, just try to get some confidence and surf as usually, and yeah, get the right waves.
Sweet. We would like to ask you, because we're here in Tenerife, Canary Islands, and we have some special food here. Is there anything you tried from here typical that you super liked?
Not really much. To be honest, I don't have much sponsor, so I don't really go to restaurants and stuff, so we just cook our food. But I will try after the comp, yeah, for sure.
Anything else you would like to say, everybody watching us live?
Just hi to everybody in France, and yeah, good waves, bonne vague, et puis chaud patate.
Thank you.
the moustache.
Yeah, he looked great out in that last heat. Good performance from him, all smiles, keeping it rolling. He's through the next round. And he'd be loving the chance, to earn some points, but also just to be out here in this pumping lineup with just a couple of other shredders. Always a good bonus when the waves come to the party, as they absolutely have for us. This forecast has been giving everyone quite a bit of confidence around here this week, and it is delivering. And we're looking at similar stuff for the next couple of days, so no major dramatic swings in certainly the size of the waves. So we're going to be blessed with real nice conditions and the classic Canarian sunny skies. Blue water. It's crystal clear down there. Open your eyes on a duck dive. You're looking at the reef, the black little lava rocks, a few fishies swimming around, bit of seaweed. Lovely and clean and clear. Exactly what you want. This makes me want to surf when the water's blue, Vico.
Oh, and the water is so warm. We had a quick surf a couple of days ago with Ben Monday, and I was actually trunking it, and it's really warm. So can't complain. These guys surfing in wellies because they just don't want to get cold, but seriously, it's like 20, 21 degrees, so it's all good. And we have some action now. This is Ivan Gonzalez, one first wrapping turn off the bottom to nice foam climb re-entry. It's a little late now. He needs to just go around this section, but could not survive the avalanche. Still, 2 good turns on the outside for Ivan, as we have 25 minutes and we're only on the 5 minutes of the opening time of this hit, so plenty of time. And Ivan, look at that.
Good attack from him. Just squirting off the bottom into the lip, nice and late. Controlled. And then a little bit of petting the kitty. Can't come around that big foam section, so he'll be kind of kicking himself thinking I could have got another turn in there. I tell you what, Marlon absolutely blazed out here the other day. It was like 2 foot maybe, and he was absolutely punishing it. Let's say with Vasco Ribeiro on a replay, a smaller wave for Vasco. Doesn't get around that section to get the turn he was after. He'll be one of the favourites for this. Definitely one of the best surfers in the draw down here, Vasco. Looking for a big result out here. But Marlon was absolutely on fire.
Oh, he must be frothing with such conditions, like left-hander, like long walls to just basically destroy. He must be really, really happy right now, just waiting for the good one. And it's basically one off, one on when it comes to how good the hits are. And I was off, and there were like 2 sets of 4 waves with like surfers back to back to back. It was beautiful. And then it goes down to basically that, which is not really exciting because there's a lot of low. But the swell is on its way. The tide is pushing in. So we should have some better conditions further down this beautiful Thursday here in Tenerife. And Brian Picon 283. That's our only score so far. Still chasing the first of Ivan and the first of Vasco.
Yeah, slow start for this one. 6 gone. Not much gone down at all. So just waiting for opportunities. Lipke's having a little look. Not really that interested. Ivan Gonzalez likes it, and he strokes hard. He's up the goofy. Swoops into the bowl outside. Nice fan of spray off the top. He'll swoop back. This is a great looking section. In the lip, kind of a little bit weird looking down the line on that turn. Then he almost missed another section. Does well to keep it going though. And he's still hooking and swinging. Bashes a rebound off the white water and gets sucked over the falls for his effort. So he's putting it all on the line here. Maybe a couple of mistakes on that wave, Vico.
Yeah, just slightly underwhelmed, I think, with his performance, but still a long wave, and it's still really early. So he has 2 okay waves. The first 7 minutes, it's good hit management when it comes to the timing. Some are slightly more patient in the image of Marlon Lipke, who's yet to catch his first wave, sitting on first priority. Look at this beautiful left-right peak. Of course, it's more of a left, palm trees left. Marlon having a look, saying, why not? And we'll go on this little frothy one. Paddling hard, and off he goes. Get this first off the bottom to carving setup, let's say. Better drive on this one. for a longer top turn. Not to worry so far. He's going to have to get slightly more power late release on this one to the off the bottom. Foam climb, explosive re-entry, and goes again. He goes faster. Oh! Whipping the tail around his front foot, and second really hardcore turn for Marlon. He was getting more excited, actually more angry by the end. I like that wave, Paul.
Absolutely ripping. Lipke got a little bit of a beard going. Looks like maybe he's been in the woods for a while, just finding himself and getting in tune with nature and getting his sort of inner animal spirit going. And he just unleashed the beast there, didn't he? Started out just setting up, and then you saw those classic Lipke power fanging top turns. A little bit of jazz hand that we've come to love over the years, and absolutely spanking it. So looking really good in this heat. He was ripping on Monday, and he's opened up with a bit of a rip snorter down here. Nice long wave. And right from the get-go, you're thinking this is classic Lipke all day long. Slightly overhead left-handers with a bit of power and push. And he can match this wave with his rail turns, a nice arc. Decompression off the top, and he'll spank it all the way down the line. It just got better from there, actually. Judges are going to have a good old think about that. Highest score went to Vasco so far with a 5.83. Let's see how Marlon comes in compared to that. It's going to be kind of like the measure to set the scale. We're going to go off that mid-range score early on from Vasco, but I think Marlon was pushing pretty hard out there. It's going to put him in a healthy spot. It's the first wave. He's waited a long time. Biding his time, being patient, using the experience. And I guess also he's at that point in his career where he's not that worried about qualifying. It's not really what he's here for. He's sort of surfing without any pressure. He's doing it because he just loves doing it, and he's still got the level to deliver.
Sure he has. The thing right now with Marlon, Judge will have to assess if it's just as good or even better than the best 7 we've seen so far. That's Brian Picon with a slightly different approach, slightly less powerful. Nice arch to a late foam bounce off the bottom. He seems to be like bumping the rail on the bottom turn. Try to each one of his vertical attack. So it's more fat, more flat. But still, it's well served, it's linked, there's some rhythm there, he needs to finish strong now. Brian Picon really close from the shore, lay back to nothing somehow, but still, got a long one, and he's still very much in the mix.
Yeah, put a lot of energy into that one. He's huffing and puffing down on the inside. He went a long way, almost too far for that last maneuver, ran out of legs. A man who didn't run out of legs score in for Lipke, 7.43 for Marlon. It's a big number. And well-deserved, and he's very much in the driving seat, goes up to second from fourth. Sets detonating out the back. We've got a heat on our hands here. And things, I guess you could say things are getting pretty serious right now.
They are. I mean, 7.43, it's right up there with the 4 best score of the morning so far. Different approach, slightly more powerful. There's one surfer there. I think it's a free surfer, though, on the top left of your screen. But anyway, 40 minutes to go, and we do have the best surfers entering today. It's not yet the money round, as money round will only arrive round of 16. This is a QS 1500, so it's more about point and experience, or just fun. Like you were saying about Marlon, he was on the top 44, same time as actually Brian's uncle, Mickey Picon, and Tim Ball. It was many moons ago, but Marlon is still very, very much at the level he's always been shining at. And in the lead so far with 5.83 and 3.43 is Vascao Ribeirinho. First priority. Second place for Marlon on a single score, just needs a 1.83. Brian Picon's last wave has been typed in by the judges. 3.07, suffering, of course, the comparison with Marlon's goofy attack. Still, 4.37 is his requirement.
So cool seeing the blend of the youth and experience in this competition, and you come in, maybe you're trying to build up your rank, get some points going, Rico. You're coming up against a ledge like Marlon. Hey, if you get schooled by him, that's no great shame. And if you get a win over someone like that, that's going to give you a load of confidence for the season. So really cool to see that sort of changing of the guard in these kind of 1,500 events. where we get the young up-and-comers trying to make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, we got the legend still sticking around, sticking it to the kids. Come on.
Come on, youngster, you can't do that.
The kids are just climbing up the ladder. They're just kind of trying to get up to that top rung. And then right at the top, you got the old legends just stamping on their fingers.
Beat it, Cook.
Just foot on top of the head and pushing them off the ladder. Back down into a pit of despair. Here goes Vasco Ribeiro out the back on a bomb. Big wave. Former champion of the world in the juniors. And he's gone a long way out the back so far. Looking for this one to stand up. And it looks like it will. He gets a nice snap off the top. Ton of speed. Wow.
That was nice.
That's a huge hit and he knew it. Massive turn on the end for Vasco. Has a little look up at the judges. Almost did one of those little...
Don't.
Like it a lot from Vasco. Good aggression.
Yeah, it's hard wave to serve because if you just check, he's getting the high line all the time. The ball is going really fast, so fast. It's really wobbly. Get this first arch up the top to get more momentum. Just gets his back foot more on the grip to get this nice hook. And as the wave is rolling up, boom!
That
nice,
was
good old
sick.
spanking. It's like...
Oh, he buried the nose as well, didn't he? Almost nose picked it on that rotation. So nice. Just the commitment on the end. He went a long way for that maneuver. And he was always looking for a section. Didn't cooperate until right at the death. And he finished off with a massive exclamation mark. Now, judges are going to get their thinking caps on, have to sharpen their pencils, and have a think about how that's going to come in. His high, 5.83. Marlon, the high score of the heat, 7.43. Where's that going to come in relation? Marlon did a load of turns. Vasco only really did one meaningful turn, but it was a cracker.
Set wave and really good commitments. Judges have been putting the emphasis on commitment and quality of the turn, not about the quantity on small waves. So let's see, it will better 3.43 for sure. Could it be the best wave of the heat? I will doubt it. In blue, Ivan Gonzalez, long first up. Oh, the wave is going really good now off the bottom. Strong snap up the top, free fall onto the second section, disappear from the screen only to not ever reappear. Now he's here on the second angle. Yes, I had one other turn in between, connects all the way to the inside, another replacement turn into the foam bounce, and he checks out. So, long way for Ivan, and judges really have to use all the points on the judging scale because there was one major turn as much as we've seen, a long ride, but length of the ride has been removed from the judging criteria since 1963. Let's see if this factors in.
Yeah, so Ivan, a good wave from him. Into the lip, nicely done. Styled out of it well. Double pump bottom turn, foam climb. Looks good in slow-mo. Got some good stuff done out the back, actually. And then the wave went slopey on him. And this is going to be interesting score-wise as well. He could put himself right back in contention here. Okay, score comes in for Vasco, 7.27, so just under Marlon. And probably about 7 of those points came on that last maneuver. Maybe the 0.27 for the rest of the wave. So back in the lead. So still in the lead, but just pushing a bit further away. Marlon's only got one wave ridden. 5, 6, 7, his requirement for first, of course. 1 and 2 going through. We're going to get score for Gonzalez. The moment only needs 3.91 to pass Marlon, which I reckon he probably will do right now. But, of course, Marlon just 1 wave ridden. So 8.40 to go in this. It's heating up. Brian Picon has not really had his shot so far. He's got second prio. And next set that comes through, he needs to kind of stamp his authority on this heat. Well, Gonzalez, score comes in as a 3.83.
Ouchie. He was checking seeing a 3.9, but 3.83.
Wow. I thought he was going to get it for sure, but it doesn't come in.
Nope. Judges saying, please act wisely, hit strong, straight at the beginning. Don't try to aim at the last part of the wave as your main focus. So 3.83 still. Ouchie. But anyway, Marlon has only 1 wave so far. If he gets a 5, 6, 7, he jumps straight to first, which then will put the requirements way higher for Ivan and Brian Picon. Still plenty of time, but not much though. 8 minutes to go. First party is to Marlon. Second pro for Brian. 2 goofy footers there, side by side, waiting for the magic set to show its fantastic face. Today is a good day of surfing in Tenerife. La izquierda de las palmeras, palm tree left, really showcasing what it has in stock, and we can't be disappointed, can we?
Interestingly, Vico, the palm isn't a true tree, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it shows what they call vegetative growth, a bit like a cabbage. So it basically grows from the bottom up, more like a herbaceous plant. A tree will grow from the inside out. So when you've got the rings on a tree, if you cut the trunk, you can count how old it is by the rings. And the heartwood in the middle, that's the oldest part of the tree. And every year it puts a new layer on outside. It's not what a palm tree does. A palm tree will just pile more on top, and that vegetative growth kind of becomes hard over time, and you get what you think is the trunk of the tree, but it's not a real tree in the true sense of the word. Just a little fun fact for you right there.
So the palm trees are basically gigantic cabbage trees.
Essentially, yeah. They're just big, like vegetables, as opposed to a true tree.
So should we call this palmage, like a cabbage?
I'm still happy to call it palm tree, but then it just allows me to get my fun fact in. Let's check out Marlon looking for a second wave. He's up. He's got a good looking wave. He's S-turning from the takeoff. And there he is.
Dankeschön.
Just opening up beautifully. Really nice second hit. Straight on the accelerator. And I love the commitment and the attack from him. Doesn't get the execution on the third turn. That would have been on his way to a huge score.
First one was a beauty, Paul.
Still going to be a healthy number for the first two. Will be penalised in terms of that third manoeuvre. Incomplete, but I love the way he's attacking it. And look at the speed. He gets straight out of the manoeuvre into the speed, Vico.
S-turn straight up, waiting for that good section. Full on the rail. Board goes straight to the right. Off the bottom to a second, really strong turn, and then somehow a little late because he's back over his board and boom, can't really get the board back onto the leap. Damn, Brian Picon, that's the answer from the young from Cabreiroa.
Here we go. The Landais swooping up high in the pocket. He's got a nice shiny section in front of him, and he'll swing it around, keeping the board underneath him. Using that power, there's a nice ton of spray from him. And a little bit ungainly on that last maneuver, but I really like the third turn. A good amount of spray. Just building up his competitive experience, checking out what's going on around him. His requirement was previous to a score dropping in for Marlon, though, so he's going to need probably more than the advertised 3 or 4 that he needed for second, because Marlon is going to drop a number. How'd you like what he got done?
I think he has great potential. I just think that compared to Marlon, it's pretty radical from the judge's point of view. He's putting a lot on the rail, but just at one point when Marlon actually just pushes everything down and the board goes underwater halfway through, Brian just like arches his board on the bottom part of his heel rail and then start pushing on the back foot. So there's not that much commitment on the rail. It's great surfing, but it's just against any other surfer, it could be okay, but Brian is taking the wave every time after Marlon, so he's already suffering the comparison. That's Ivan Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's a good point. He is catching his waves after Marlon, and you're going to go for that power rail game. It's a hard person to compare yourself with. Let's see what Gonzalez can do. And a couple little snaps early on.
And Marlon gets a 5.63, so that puts a 9.99 for Brian prior to his last wave.
Imagine what he would have got if he'd stuck that last little banger on the closeout.
12.
It would have been up there in the excellent range. You'd probably be thinking, because he got nearly a 6, and he basically fell off after 2 turns. So he could have gone mad score-wise. Great heat, this one. He's still in second. Doesn't change much, other than it gives him another score. But at the moment, Gonzalez and Picon, they got a bit to do here. They need 9s.
Yeah, a really extremely high 9 for Brian, a 9.99. And he's going to get something of a 3. So there we go. Last of green, a 3.63. Last of blue should be even slightly less.
How many times did Principal Rooney say to Mrs. Bueller that her son had been absent so far that semester? 9 times.
9 times?
Classic Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. First prize to Vasquinho. Second prize to white Marlon Lipke. So it's the beginning of Inferno for Ivan and Brian. Time's ticking away. They are chasing high nines and they don't have any kind of priority.
The gates of hell have opened and the flames are licking at their heels and ankles. Just trying to pull them down into purgatory.
And yeah, unless a magic set pops up.
Unless Jacob's ladder can appear and lift them out of purgatory.
You never know.
Into the kingdom of salvation. All right, 2-10, and it's Ribeiro and it's Lipke, the Portugueses, the vets, the big names. They're looking good so far in this one. I'll just control this out from the front now. Vasco priority, he's got first pick, whatever he wants. Second priority is with Marlon, so he might get another crack at this as well. And Gonzalez and Picon, really, in terms of tactics, they probably maybe want to just get away a little bit, try and get something going. You're going to have to do really well to get a 9 or an inside wave. Vasco uses that priority here. With 140 to go, he's up, and he's shredding. Just setting up, waiting for this one to get steep for him, standing on the tail, and then whacka out of the lip. There's the power and the spray. Gets on the front foot, belts it again. And he'll come around again, another good turn. And another one. This is a really well put together wave from Vasco. He's absolutely smashed that, and he likes it. And we liked it too. He's having a look at the watch. Probably not worth the paddle back out again. I reckon he'll bring it in. And you can see the physicality that it takes this wave. It's not really that many waves, but he's blowing a bit after the end of that one. Vico, I love the way he put this together.
First few turns are actually great to set up on this couple of really, really hardcore backside attack. And never was he late. He was always on the pocket, really pushing as strong as possible without losing any speed. Control variety, speed and flow, a big, healthy dose of power. And Blue right now trying to answer back on a slightly more complicated wave. 38 seconds, dropping the wallet and losing his nose on his board. Ivan Gonzalez not having the easiest of the hits, and by far right now the biggest contrast of styles and power displayed by two of the biggest and heaviest footers on the tour. Marlon Lipke, watch out.
Oh, loving
Classic
it.
Marlon.
Oh.
Not classic Marlon.
So, then it's going to change a whole lot. Gonzalez rallied at the end there, but it's nothing like the 9-2-3 leads of Ribeiro. Could well extend his lead. It's all going to be inconsequential when the score comes in anyway. It's going to be Ribeiro and Lipke, the 1-2. Portugal in the ascendancy. Spain and France are going to bow out.
Yes, that's true, as we are going to be going straight to the next hit, boys and girls online. So this is the second day running of the event, Falls Day of the wedding period. Marlon Lipke, Vasco Ribeiro, 1-2 or 2-1. Anyway, Brian Picon and Ivan Gonzalez are out. We're going to go straight into little ad moments and come back to you guys in like roughly 30 seconds for the next hit stage. And we are back on. Welcome to Tenerife, Playa de las Americas. Round 3, hit number 9 is about to start. This is the Cabreiroa Tenerife Pro here in Las Americas. We are on Spanish left, and it's been mostly a left. And we are waiting for the last few scores from Vasco Ribeiro, Marlon Lipke, and Ivan Gonzalez. Brian Picon has all scores, and he was chasing for 9.43 prior to the last exchange. So this hit number 10 is yet to be starting. And hit number 9 will be with Luca Mesinas Novato from Peru, Alex Veller from Canary, Leonardo Bonelli from Reunion Island, and Thomas Zarra from Spain. My name is Julia Vico-Amel, alongside Paul Evans, and joining me on the white IKEA sofa is Ben Mondi. We are pleased to bring you the live action here from day 2 of the event. We're going to go straight to a little post-it interview with Julia from Fuerteventura. Julia, take it away.
So guys, we're here with Vasco Ribeiro. As you probably know, he has won last heat. Vasco, you're 2014 world champion, and it's not your first time in Tenerife, right?
No. I've been here when I was younger competing on the Pro Juniors, but I was competing on the other side in El Socorro. So it is actually my first time surfing here. I've been surfing it a little bit on a free surf, but it's always hard to get waves. So it feels good just to get a couple waves.
How's the wave? We've heard it's a bit challenging. What do you think about it?
I think it's perfect. It's amazing. You know, on the QS we are used to surf some really tricky conditions, beach breaks, not always great. So, you know, to be here in Canaries, it's sunny, warm, like pumping waves as you can see. So I'm really happy.
Sweet. Tell us a little bit about your last year season. You got at second place in one of the QS, and in the end you got at the 24th place. Tell us about it. That's sick.
Yeah, it was good. It was a really hard year because I was injured in the beginning, so I missed a couple events, and then I got back to my best performance, and I managed to get a second in Anglais, and then a few good results too, and then I finished 22nd on the QS. You know, I was just needing one more big result, but you know, this year I'm feeling good, so we'll do my best.
So I would like to know, is there something you love about Tenerife? What's the thing you say, wow, I love to come here because this is awesome?
You know, in Portugal, I don't know if you know, but in Portugal it's like 10 degrees, raining, windy, huge storm, and here it's, I don't know, 24, 25. People everywhere, perfect waves, food is great, a great CM Park where I was yesterday for lay days, plenty of waves, so it's definitely one of my favorite places in Europe.
Well, muito obrigada and good luck for your next hit. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, de Fuerteventura. And congrats to Vasco Ribeiro, great job on this one. So Ben, been a pretty slow start on this one, but we do have a packed hit with one of the wild card for the event, Alex Baudouin from Spain, actually from Canary Islands. The waves are better. You've been out for the last 25 minutes. Where were you?
I went for a walk. I went and checked out the Secret Right just down the corner here, which is packed. Fun little ride. And then, but I'll tell you what, as we see here, Benelli, just winding up, that's a nice turn and it's a nice wave. Yeah, I had a pullback look, so I went down to, you're looking at the screen, sort of near where those rocks are in the distance. I went down there and looked back into the wave, you know, just a different perspective. Oh, it looks so good. You see the swell sort of wrapping in, you see the more of the refraction and the guys just going ham. So yeah, it looked amazing down there. And then a little ride out the front and then waves. I mean, everywhere you look, there was just waves breaking. And, it looked like a strong heat. Vasco Ribeiro, hey? He's got to be one of the favourites, hasn't he?
Heavy footer. And look at that. That was great surfing for Yolan. With his great hook up the top, backside bash up the top again. Just really patient, trying to compress not too early so you can gather momentum, explode on the top of the wave. This one was a little too late, but still managed to get this one down. So long wave for this surfer from Marine Island, Yolan or Jolan, depending on how you pronounce it. But yeah, when I was out, I was just checking how many percent was like watching the action from the decks of the different bars, just like having a cold beer because like past 9:30 it's acceptable here to get a pint. And they were just like taking the sun, watching the action at the big screen as well, overlooking the north part of the bay. So you can check the replays, you can check everything. It's pretty an awesome setup for a QS 1500.
Yeah, it's packed. There's so many. And as I said to Paul before, like it's a different. A lot of these people just here on holidays haven't actually had a lot of experience with professional surfing. They just come down the promenade and can literally, it's so close where the waves break, it's so easy to watch. Yeah, they just stop, kind of transfix. You know, there's a whole new people who've never seen it and really impressed. You see all sorts of ages and genders and sizes, and they're all sort of going, whoa, what's going on here? You know, it's really it's a great showcase for what good competitive surfing can be.
Once again, big shout out to all the event organizers. It's great to have Canaries back on the QS map. Last year was just a teaser. This year we have real waves. And tell you what, there's some passion here. Plenty of young kids have been improving a lot since last year. Red, having a look. Luca Messinas is from Peru. Not the nearest country, but great surfer. Trying to get this kind of like fade entry. Shooting the high line, waiting for the wave to offer something more on the inside. The tide is pushing it on. Nice hook of the leap. backside full climb, a little caught in on the way down, but I like the way he was really trying to work on different sides and different part of the waves.
Yeah, he looked great. He looked really strong there, and he'd be absolutely kicking himself if he didn't finish off there because he'd done 2 really strong turns. He'd drawn them out the bottom end turn. This was Zara hitting the lip down there. Wow, nice turn. And he just needed to, even if that wave didn't run off, he still have had 3 really solid turns, and I think he just missed a trick. But great surfing from Luca. See Alex Baldwin up there. Yeah, he's an interesting character. He's I think got an English mum, but grew up all his life in the Canaries, and French dad. But he's spent a lot of time here, so he's got a bit of mixed European heritage, and yeah, really good, strong surfer. Grown up in these type of reef breaks, knows how to punch it out. Really good fun, and as you say, nothing to lose. He was a wild card. He's really making the most of it on these first 2 waves of the heat within 5 minutes.
Yeah, great rhythm, but just can't help but want to, like when opposed to what happened last heats with Vasco Ribeiro, also a regular footer. It's a longer wave, but there's just no money turn. It's a lot of back foot surfing. So the turns are well placed, they're well timed. They just miss the oomph to it. There's just miss a little chili pepper. It's a little bland.
Yeah, well, but I just really think that Vasco Ribeiro is, as you see here, Alex has finished off there. He's in a bit of a different class. I mean, it was only 2 years ago, wasn't it? He was surfing as a wild card in the CT in Portugal and getting to the quarterfinals, and you know, beating the best surfers literally the best surfers in the world, and beating them fairly comprehensively based on his surfing at home. So, and he's come close to CT before. He's won big QS event, so he has to be considered one of the favourites for this event, just on his history and his overall class. He's won his heat. Look at that big set, just steamrolling through the lineup. This swell is not going anywhere. The high tide helping manage it, but it's still some just line after line after line.
That's what you want as an event organizer. You know, like the swell is on its way, it's there, just a heat after heat after heat. Tide's going up, it's getting slightly easier to read. As the tide will just start reaching its peak, we may have, with that kind of momentum in the swell, we may have some backwash, because you can see the swell goes from basically straight in front of you, but starts bending from the left to the right-hand side of the screen. So as the tide will just keep on pushing water and the sets will keep on rolling, they will just bump on the beach and go back to the outside. That may be offering some kind of like weird, tricky inside sections when the tide is like slightly higher. Right now we do have a few scores. Last of Blue, under 5, unsurprising. So 4.93 for this 5 turns combo. Judge is expecting slightly more commitment and power, but still, that's enough to take this early lead. He's been busy, as you were saying, Ben, 5.67, 4.93 in the first 10 minutes. Yeah,
definitely. He's picked off 2 of the better waves of the heat. Yeah, he surfed them well. You know, still, I've just said there was room for improvement and room for more points, but in terms of getting out there, getting 2 solid waves in the first 10 minutes, well, tick. So Alex looking strong. Lucas, I think, a 3.5. I thought he deserved a bit more. It was only 2 big turns, but yeah, it was a short wave. And there, Zara offered 3.83. So everyone getting a start. 15 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Plenty of waves come through this heat. The one thing about it, you can afford to be relatively patient out here. You don't have to scrape. Even with the 4 surfers in the heat, eventually you'll get priority. You'll get your choice of a solid set wave.
Yeah, it's been more consistent lately. And red is up. Luca Messinas Navarro from Peru. Arriba, Peru. Nice drive up the bottom. The wave is fat on the way up. He needs to wait snowboards for a while. The wave now is entering the second section. Slightly more power on this one. Third turn in, backside bash of the leap. He will try to go around the section, but it's getting really, really fat now. So maybe with luck, the wave can offer a nice inside section so far. Nothing of major proportion. He's waiting, and strong backside bash of the leap. Re-entry completes this one straight toward the beach.
Nice. Yeah, he's got a real smooth style, hasn't he? He's obviously got real talent. I'll be honest, I haven't seen a lot of him surf, Lucas. But yeah, he's just got a really nice sort of approach to a wave. This one, he just bides his time. He pretty new. He fell in the last one, so he just wants a banker here. That was it. It was all tight. It was all pretty crisp. And then even here, he saw the section down the line, played it right, busted a bit of fin out at the back. So, yeah, strong surfing from the Peruvian.
Yeah, Hurling from Peru is no stranger to surfing on his backhand. Long left. And look at, one of the best up-and-coming surfers from Peru. Was part of the World Juniors a couple of years back, 3 years now, I think. And been traveling a lot. Got a win, I think, last season. So Lucas is on his way, gathering points, traveling the world. As we are waiting for, nothing, because his last score is in 4.73, so second best wave of the heat so far. Still under 5. Judges are really trying to make sure the guys understand that they are surfing below average, which is pretty insulting. But, we've seen some excellence before, so there's potential. It's about displaying your best surfing, all the waves.
Yeah, exactly. He's got his little house. He's starting to build on it. The other two surfers still well in the shout, but as you said, he looks comfortable in the left-hand reef breaks.
Next hit's going to be a cracker. Tom Clarek, Jordan McDade, David Noy, and Enrique Garay. Best wave, best surfers in Europe right now. How could we complain? Well, we not. So first priority for Mr. Bonelli. Only one surfed wave, 4.67. We are approaching halfway through.
Yeah, there's some really nice waves. Well, there's some lovely. Wow, look at us. What can we do?
You look good. You look
Mate, love the
fresh.
shirts, love the place. Yeah, there's some great waves out there. It's a really nice day. I mean, I just keep banging on about how nice this place is.
Oh, yeah.
But the weather, the waves, the people.
The water is warm.
The water's warm.
Water
The
is
crowds
really
are lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a tiny little stretch of the coast. Like the coast, as you're looking, when we go back to the, get off our ugly mugs and go back to the sea out there, if you look up to the right of your screen, there's the whole coastline, the whole north-facing coast of Tenerife's got waves, some more protected, others, some well hidden secrets, as they should be. But there's just so many waves on this coast, and right now this like solid northwest swell, which happens regularly in the Atlantic, in Europe, in winter, the place just lights up. And right now the QS surfers, the European QS surfers, are the ones that are, really reaping the rewards for making the effort to come down to this 1500 QS, the Cabreiroa Las Americas Pro. It's hopefully going to be a fixture, and it's a blooming good place to be, Vico.
It's beautiful. That's what it's been called the Hawaiian for Europe for many years now. Surfers on a budget, but trying to just score good waves in warm water. Well, you have it all. Great waves, great local vibe, and as you were saying, the landscape is just like lunar. There's basically everything from like volcanoes. We had snow on the volcano on the Teide last year, and if, as you were saying, if you just pan on the right of your screen, you're heading up north to Adeje. You have this beautiful place called Los Gigantes, which is like fantastically high cliffs. Everything is brown. It's just different, but the contrast between this really dark kind of landscape and really bright blue waters is beautiful. You have whale, there's dolphin, there's great place to do kite surf, anything you want. And if you just switch the side, you can actually go to the north side of the coast, which is with black volcanic sand, and it looks just as majestic. As we are down to 11 minutes, and so far, well, situation is pretty average, as your hit leader is on a 10.6 combo, 8.23 per second, and third and fourth are sitting on the one main score and a really small backup, if any. So it's still wide open. First parties for this guy in white from Reunion Island, no stranger to surfing on the reef.
I'll tell you what else is going on this island too, is the Carnivale, which happens up in the capital in Santa Cruz de Tenerife, on the north side of the island, so the opposite end to where we are, about only 40-minute drive away. And that's like, well, I'm pretty sure it's the second biggest Carnivale after Rio. So 1 million people converge on this beautiful little city in the north of Tenerife, and there's dancing and music and costumes and dressing up and partying. it's just an incredible, week of cultural festivities. And I tell you what, if you ever get the chance to do that, it's in February. I think it's next week. Get down here. It'll blow your mind. Now, this is going to blow some minds here. Look at this. Bit of a sticky start, but the wave looks good, and he's getting up. But Nelly cracking it high. He's staying busy, and he gets stuck. He hangs on, and he doesn't. So he's made a mistake at the end. Geez, he got busy during the midsection.
He was just setting a 3.572, good scores straight off the bat. Then somehow, you can see he's a little frustrated. You don't want to fall on this one. I like the way we try to regroup and spin around his front foot to get some momentum and maintain some compression, so he could go faster on the way down. 9 minutes to go, and he was third, chasing for, a poor score. 3.57 is a low requirement, but judges seems to be pretty cold when it comes to rewarding the average. So 3.57 could actually be a 7, which means that 9 minutes to go, and Mr. Bonelli will have to go back to the end of the line.
Yeah, he had an opportunity there, didn't he? And we'll see in the replay whether he just managed to get enough points out the back. But he had a few sections. And, he needed a small score, and he fell off. And no one likes that. So we'll see if Bonelli can regroup out the back, though. Looks like there's some action on the peak. And it's that man, Thomas Zara's got priority, and he's about to use it. Vico, what's he got?
Beautiful blue water, almost green emerald water, and he will just get this first snap of the top, free falls for the second turn. Second little coma on the top. And kind of a setup turn on this one. You can see he's like, come on. Yeah, trying to beat a 0.2, that will do the job. Will it be a 5.4 prior to last of white? Let's see what the judges reckon.
Yeah, he's had so much down the line speed, but he couldn't really find a section to bang it, to really crack it, and that why he was so frustrated towards the end. As you see Surfer down the end of the line there, just picking off a wide one. So Thomas, he needed a wave. He did a few turns, but just really couldn't get that hooked in the pocket that you need to get big points. That was a hook good in the pocket. And that's Luca Macinas waiting for it to stand up straight. There's another nice little swoop. Good technique. It looks pretty error-free. And he's just going to finish it off here if he does. And he does. Yeah, so that's really solid competitive surfing from Luca. He seems composed. He's completely aware of his position in the heat and what he needs. And, he needed a 5.87. And that was to move up into first place. So, looking strong. I think there was also, here we go. So he just fades back into the pocket so he can get that steep turn. That's a really nice first turn. Comes around here, just a few S turns to set himself up for the end section. Just delaying his bottom end turn. Again, that's in the pocket. And then it's all about the finish, which he did nail. So strong surfing from Luca.
Yeah, Luca from Ancora, Peru. He's been traveling the world. And
really good history of Peruvian surfing, dating back to the World Championships were held in Peru in the 60s.
First world champion,
Felipe Pomar, who's also then moved to Hawaii and became one of the legends of Sunset, him and his brother. Big wave icons, really. They've done so much in the realms of big wave surfing. So ever since the 60s, Peru was, really at the center of a lot of things surfing. And since then, they've had great surfers. Magu de la Rosa was a famous one in the QS, but I think it's this next generation now that is starting to push it a bit further. I think there's Miguel Toledo and his brother, guys like, obviously Luca Messina. So, it's starting to be a bit of a new push, which is fantastic to see.
I've seen Piccolo Clemente as well, 2 times world longboard champion. Of course, Sofia Milanovic, her little brother, Matias Milanovic. There's surf everywhere, and that's the Inca team. So great nation of surfing, one of the best in the world, and they have swell every single day. So, what more can you ask? They have tropical wave on the north with Mancora, slightly colder one looking more like Chile on the south near Lima. But it's just about now getting the industry to change and switch the focus from Brazil only in South America to something else. We've seen some Ecuador, we've seen some Peru, Chile. As blue is up and riding, that's Alex Bowden. Nice kind of V30 turn there. The wave is really fat. Third turn in, not a lot of variety. Backside bash, that's more like it. Love spray on this one. He gets faster now. He needs to finish this one. And once again, cannot complete the last turn. He must be kicking himself on this one.
Yeah, he got it up there on that second to last turn, and he was going to just press repeat, which was not a bad strategy. He just got late here. He's looking a little bit awkward here on this bump. It's this one here he starts getting run. That was vertical. That was nice. And if he just did one of those again here, he was up in the pocket. He could have really put a marker down, but unfortunately for Alex, he just didn't quite make it. And we'll see what he gets for that. I don't think it'll add to his scores. We currently have Lucas Macinas, I think got a 4.9 that last wave. So those two surfers still holding on to their lead, which they've done since the start, courtesy of a really strong start from Alex. But now with 3 minutes to go, Benelli only needs a 4.96. Surfing green, Thomas Zara needs a 6.8, so a bit of work to do. But it looks like Alex Baldwin had done all his hard work in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, time is ticking down right now, and so far Alex Baudouin, his last wave will not factor in, so same situation. Yolan Bonelli is chasing a 4.96, his last wave was just not that, he got a 1.13 or 2.70. Thomas Zera is not having the best hit of his life, for sure. And Luca Messinas, well, camping underneath the average of 5. So yeah, great culture for Peru, great potential. Luca has been traveling around the world with his girlfriend Bailey from Hawaii. So he's been spending his time between Peru and Hawaii. It's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
And there he goes. No, he doesn't go. He said, no gracias.
Is Bailey a surfer?
Bailey Nage is
Bailey Nage, I see,
on the
yeah.
QS. And, well, she's going to hate me again because you can say Nagi, Nage, Naga in Hawaii. But she's a great surfer. She sucks at actually riding a canoe. She can't paddle for crap, but she's great at anything else. And she's always smiling, even when she loses, which is somehow weird. But no, she's a sunshine, and she's a great surfer. And I really hope that she's going to have a nice 2019 so she can qualify on the World Tour where she belongs. White is up and riding. He's chasing a 4.96 and try to hit strong on this one. Oof. Buckets of water. Backside. Oh, that was nice. 2-time foam climb to late floater re-entry. I like this one. Then the wave says, you know what? I gave enough. So now just kick out. 4.96 is what he requires.
His wave selection's been impeccable, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just not sure
Yolan. And they had 2 really big turns. Is that going to be enough for the 4.96?
Looking for second best score of the hit so far. Set up turn here, and this is when things could go wrong, Ben. That's good.
A lot of spray. This is Yolan. This is a nice rock and roll floater, but with a bit of style. He just needed one more hook, and he would be guaranteed. Meanwhile, the local favourite drives off the bottom, swoops off the top. It's a fat wave. He's just going to do some S-turns till it stands up. It's a little bit hung up, but he's still sticking with it. Almost runs over his competitor, trying to finish off big here.
Behind the step.
Finishes off. Is that enough to improve on his 4.93? And there you go, Zara. Last throw up the dice. And he's thrown the dice, thrown a 1. Pretty much safe to say Tom Zara is out of this event, unfortunately. But it's going to come down to Benelli's wave. There he is. They're not giving up. 30 seconds remaining. A 4.96. It's going to be pretty close, I would say. Or at least give the judges something to think about.
That's Alex's last wave. Dynamic start of the heat for him. And just good wave selection. This one, yeah, was a little too complicated. But it will not factor in. It's all about the White's last wave. 8 seconds to go. This guy doesn't know if he's through or not. He's been trying his best. As you were saying, Ben, great wave selection. But let's see if we can get the score before we cut to the break of our sponsors.
Yeah, they're obviously taking their time, seeing a few replays of judges. It's a big call. Obviously, heat-defining, event-defining for Benelli. I don't know. It's almost impossible to call that one.
As we're gonna go to a little ad break now, and we come back to you guys after we have maybe the information. Stay tuned.
Centro Comercial Siam Mall, Costa Adeje.
Really? There you go, mate. Go on. Yeah, you touched it last.
I did one before.
No, he just did this one. It's your turn, Ken.
And we're back live here at the Tenerife Island in the beautiful Canary Islands. And we are live and broadcasting.
We got a real can-do attitude, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Yes, we can. So, another stacked heat coming up. We'll give you the presentation of the next one. Are we still deciphering scores on last? Okay, we're on the whole because the last heat, we got numbers to come in crucial. The quest for that second place, the advancing spot, Benelli and Messinas. It's between those two. Boldman looks good in first. We have got a couple of scores to come in. That's why we've got on hold, Ben. Are you sitting on tenterhooks?
I'm on the edge, literally on the edge of my seat. Yeah, it was a wave scored in the last minute. Benelli went to town, 2 big turns in the middle, but then couldn't quite finish it off. Is it the 4.9s he needs? We're about to find out. 1 judge says no, 2 judges says no. I think he's going to fall just that little bit short, and it looks like Benelli, unfortunately, has to live another day. Yep, it's not going to be enough. A 4.57. So that's it, Paul. 0.33 of a point short. That's the margins we're dealing with. As yet another set just rifles through the wave gnome around the world of Spanish left. And I tell you what, it is delivering today.
Let's talk about next heat on deck. Tom Cloek from France, Garoj McDade from Ireland, David Noy from Israel, and Andika Garay from España. Another crazy heat in the water. 4 flags flying. Some of the great surfing territories. Nice to see such a cosmopolitan field down here. And of course, this is Heat 10 of round 3. Cabreiroa, Las Americas Tenerife Pro. So we're powering through this round. Probably going to go into the next round, are we?
I'd reckon so.
I reckon
I'd be
we will.
mad to not take advantage of these waves. Hopefully we might get to see the... Well, I think we might get a call. We might have to see the girls as we see. David Noy just flashing his head under the lip. Just waiting for his section to come. But we'll just finish off there. At the moment, though, we've got down on the beach with the last heat winner, Alec Baldwin. Take it away, please.
So guys, we're with the winner again of last heat, Alex Baldwin. He's actually a local from Tenerife, so please tell us what it is to mean one of your heats in the QS in your hometown.
Yeah, this means a lot to me. I have all my family here and friends, so yeah, I want to prove like my people and stuff. So yeah, I'm super happy to be here. Waves are pumping, so yeah, it's fun. Just have fun.
Is this the wave you normally train in?
Yeah, I surf here a fair bit, but there's so many waves. Like I surf everywhere, so yeah.
Well, just tell us if there's something you would like to say, algo que le quieras decir a la gente de casa.
Vale. Nada, muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí conmigo y a los patrocinadores y a mi familia y nada, muchas gracias.
Thank you, gracias a ti. He was just telling us thanks a lot to all his sponsors and family for being here.
Yeah, well, there you go. Alex, you've spent a bit of time with Alex Baldwin.
We've hung.
Yeah, you've hung out.
Yeah.
He's sort of bit like yourself, like almost committing to the moustache, but not really. Still got a little bit of other bits of facial hair to say that it's not a moustache on its own, but then it's still there. You know what I mean? I think I can see the similarities between your approach and his. Whoa! Falling from the sky. It's the Frenchman, and then hooking it around. This is gonna be big. His brother's already through, and now the Clorecs are just absolutely blasting stuff.
Shut the front door. Tom Clorec just ripping the bag there. 6-6-7 score comes in.
Which you'll find was exactly what his brother scored when he went out there. And look at it. This is the one. This is a big turn. Look how big that wave is, Paul.
Yeah, we had
hits the lip, cracks it down here, and that would have been enough. But then he drives around, and look at this. This is crisp. So, great start from Tom Clorec. He's out in the lead.
He's put down a marker, and it's a pretty good marker too. We saw David Noy earlier, just a 2.67 for him. Of course, we've got Yoni Klein, one of our Israeli surfers, already safely through the next round. Can Noy join him? He'll have to get past McDade, Garay, and Clorec, or at least two of those three, if he's going to be competing in the next round. And Garoj looked really good down here last year. Here he is, got that compact, powerful style. Loves this wave. Man of kind of relatively few words on land, but out in the water, it makes a lot of noise with his powerful approach. And just throwing down the hands behind him as he winds into that turn. And we saw a couple of huge sets on that last one. Biggest sets so far. Breaking way outside. It's getting really solid, Ben.
It is, yeah, and that's even on the high tide, but still just rifling down. His Garoj, he just got hung up. He tried to add a bit of tail release, which we haven't seen a lot of on these waves so far. Here he goes here, just going to do something a bit special because he'd done the same thing, just flicked it around and got caught up in the high. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of surfing out here too. Of all the free surfers, he's been putting his time at the wave.
He looks a bit like one of those surfers who, it doesn't matter how much time he spends in the sun, he just never tans. Do you know what I mean? He could go to Indo for 6 months and just come back looking like he hasn't been on holiday.
I can completely empathise with that pigmentation issue. Yeah, that would be the Irish in him, I'd imagine. As you see there, that's nice, smooth. That's David Noy from Israel. It's really nice and lanky. Wave selection's been the very key to his success so far on the event. He's continuing just to get the good waves. It's a pretty, in terms of strategy, Paul, it's a hard one to beat.
David Noy working this one over. Does have that lanky frame, has to lean low into his bottom turns, projecting well into the lip there. Nice recovery. Straight into another turn with the speed. So I stood up part of the way through it. Maybe took a little bit of visual impetus out of it. He's gone a long way down into the channel. And making his way back into the lineup. So a couple of waves ridden from him. Second at the Mo. And we've got plenty of time left in this. Very quiet, that man there, Garay, on your screen in green. Not been a great day for the greens. Not one of the great singlet colours.
The guacamole show, yeah, well, they are the lowest seed, so it kind of does indicate that it probably hasn't had as much success. But yeah, it's not a natural. What happened to the yellow?
Yeah, no yellow here. Conspicuous by its absence.
Yeah, that was one of the more sort of usual singlet colours.
One of the great singlet colours.
One of the great singlet colours. You got your classic red and blues, but then you got your whites. Then you usually do a yellow or a black.
What do you think about introducing, like we've got the yellow jersey for the Jeep leaderboard leader, ratings leader on the championship tour. What about for the QS? Maybe like a polka dot style for the QS ratings leader.
What about a mauve?
Yeah, a mauve polka dot, like the King of the Mountains and the Tour de France. Let's stay with Tom Clorec, driving down a foamy left-hander. It's a softer wave from Tom. Just looking to post a back up. Nearly lost it there. Really good recovery. And he's still swinging. He's up for this. Puts a lot of energy into this ride. He's gone about half a mile on that. Comes undone at the end.
Oh, hello.
Nice little focus pull on home slice down there.
In the old days, remember sometimes you'd have a 6-man heat at the board riders and someone would turn up late and you had to make a 7-man heat. That's when the stripy shirts would come out. Remember the stripes?
Nope.
We had a stripe as backup.
As far as I'm concerned, if I was the beach marshal, I'd say if you're late, you're out. That's it.
It wasn't always due to lateness. It was just often due to administrative issues, I would say, the 7-man heat.
Garage McDade from Ireland, snapping under the lip, looking for some open maneuver, whackable sections, and he gets a big chunk of lip right there. Loving this. Then he unleashes the little carve with a little hand jam behind him. Still flying through this thing. One big old turn on the meaty section out the back, and he tries to finish off.
I don't think I've seen George surf a lot, and he's just a bit out of rhythm out there at the moment. Like, he gets stuck here. This is probably one of the best turns. He comes up here, hits the lip, comes around again. Looking good, and there's a lot of bump on the face. Even that, he got a bit stuck, which is unlike him, and drives it through here. That went a bit out of focus.
That was
Still
crazy.
strong through the lip. So I take it all back. Yeah, he ripped it.
No, so
yeah,
good.
Used to the bit of power, but the reefs of Ireland is where he grew up, and he loves it. I mean, another big set, just rifling through the lineup, and looks like David Noy's going to go. Yep, I am on. Oh, the old. Oh, that. See, I talked about that before, didn't I, Paul Evans?
The tricky
Nothing
whitewater
worse.
takeoff.
You've got your little moment at the top, and if you miss it.
The worst thing is when it takes you ages to actually go underwater. So you kind of hold on. You're trying to wipe out. You're like, please just let me go under, and it won't. And you got to bounce around for the sort of full 5 seconds.
What about then when you go to get up and you're still on your stomach, and then you have to keep going for ages? You think, is this really worth it? I've embarrassed myself. I've embarrassed my family. I'm still sort of riding wave on my stomach. What do I do here? Yeah, I've been there. God, I've been there. I think one of the most underrated manoeuvres too is the good old days where a big wave would come. Instead of duck diving or bailing, you just turn around, lie down, and just try and ride it out. You remember those days? You just hold on and just get blasted and just hope by some miracle that you would end up staying your board, hurtling towards shore and safety at a rate of knots.
Yeah.
Did those a few times.
So Garay, still patient, still quiet out there, getting down towards 10 gone in this one. And here goes David Noy, the star of David out of Israel, leading on the bottom turn. And a little tentative snap from him. And he is a bit out of rhythm on this one. He's lost his bottom turn twice here. Can he get something going on the inside, make amends? Here he is. And a tricky section on the inside. That was a really difficult wave to read and surf. And not exactly what he was after.
Yeah, he was reading Braille then, wasn't he? He just could never get his rhythm. He was going at a rate of knots. He was going at a clip, but that meant he couldn't really get control of his surfboard, and it went off too quick. And I don't think that'll really bother the scorers too much. He's had the 3.5 and a 2.67. Needs more than that. Meanwhile, out the back, someone paddling yet again. It's just really consistent at the moment. And here we go. So Garay on his backhand. Waiting for this one. Waiting. He's waited a long turn for that first turn. Gets one in. A little stab in the dark there. Another little S turn. He hasn't put it in the pocket just yet. 3 or 4 of the same turns. Gets it up high to finish it off. But can't tag the finish. So once again, similar situation where length of ride, not a whole lot of points being accumulated there, Paul.
Yeah, he waited a while for that wave. Late takeoff, straight into sort of a foam section. You just probably think like timing with this one. You see a couple of sections drop awkwardly for him, and he's always slightly out of rhythm. At this point, he was kind of making amends. I like what he did. Nevertheless, you'd be thinking you really want to get straight down to biz out the back, really. And when you're watching those sections kind of drop and you've got to go around them, you're always playing catch-up. He is playing catch-up on the heat in terms of the scoreboard as well. That is his first wave. It's going to count for him, but he's going to need to go up the scale. As we check out the scene here in front of the context area, what you can't see on that shot is the beach to the left, which is pretty full of people. Load of sun loungers down there, and then the boardwalk behind is actually like as busy as I've seen it. It's rammed. There's loads of people walking around, checking out the surfing. and really just soaking in the scene. Player de las Americas on the pump for the qualifying series 1500. And here goes Garage McDade, the Irishman, looking to put a backstop on this heat. And he's not going to do it with that.
No, he didn't. He exited out of there rather with difficulty, and he went for a bit of fin release. A bit of I do like that. I like the intent, but just lost his fins. And as we said, as with some of his other waves, just looking a little bit sketchy on his feet. He hasn't been able to connect cleanly.
My pick for a winner for the event, Garage.
Really?
I'm backing him, staying with it.
Okay, well, yeah, I get that, but I'll raise your McDade, and I'm going to go Ribeiro, Vasco. Looks solid. Wave suits his style. History, class, I think he can go all the way. Fact. We'll see. We'll be here, Paul, doing the final.
I'll be here.
I'll be here. Will you be here? Go well. Okay, out the back we're looking for another set. Looks like it might just take out the field. Yep. Big duck dives.
Just see some bums poking skyward as everyone duck diving their surfboards, trying to get out of the way of the turbulent explosions of North Atlantic winter power. This is a massive swell that's wrapped all the way around the island of Tenerife, and it's setting up beautifully on the reef here at Las Americas. Tom Clorec, your heat leader, the Frenchman in red. He's got kind of a milky face to deal with. It's got that kind of crouched style. Board looks very, very nice under his feet. Throws up a nice high line, kind of projection more than a turn, but because he's got the speed and the flow, throws up some nice spray. Just bringing it all the way around. He'll belt that on the end.
Nice.
Nicely done, just smart. Needed a backup. 467 was his backup. Trying to get work on that, not trying to do too much on the end section. Got it done.
Yeah, smart surfing, smart and smooth, which is Tom Clorec to a T, I would say. He's read that wave very well. He didn't try and do too much. Did enough, though.
TC, one of the great sort of initials in surfing, obviously.
Yep. Yeah, most definitely. Sort of doesn't seem to it's happened as much these days with like the top level surfers get called by their initials. Used to be a bit of a thing, didn't it? Obviously you had MP, you had TC, you had
MR.
You had MR, yeah. You had AI a little bit.
Yeah, AI was sort of the last, wasn't it? Maybe
Yeah.
they've retired that with him.
MF, not really. Fanning. JP, nah, that doesn't. KS, never been said.
KP, we've got KP.
KP, yeah. No, I said upper echelons, not so much administrative types. Yeah, we should bring that back. TC's doing his best. And there's the event top 5 scores. As I said, my favourite, an 8.33 for Vasco. Martin Lipke, 2 times on the leaderboard.
Classic Lipke.
So 9 minutes on the clock. Clorec, 4.6 for that last wave, which seems a little bit harsh, but still well out in front. The Irishman McDade in second. And only though David Noy, the Israeli surfer, who's had a good run, he's had some good wave selection, he only needs a 3.58.
BL.
Let's
not forget BL.
Yeah, BL was
He'll be
there.
watching as well, loves the webcast.
Yep.
Massive fan of the QS. So shout out to Barton, former world champ.
BL.
He'll be tuning in, getting some commentary tips from us.
HH, Hans Hedderman.
Nah, that's not one. No one's ever said that, ever.
Right now, I'll tell you what, that guacamole green shirt, the death knell, it's gone a bit, it's not ripe at the moment at all. He doesn't need a big score to be honest, but he needs some waves, and at the moment...
I brought my avocado down the beach. More on that in a minute. Here goes Garage flying down the line. Went up into a floater, and about 5 minutes into it, decided to get out. Yeah, I brought my avo down the beach today. Let's see if she ripens up. I've had it for a couple of days in the hotel room. And it, like as you sort of forecast, it went from absolute rock solid to almost rotten.
Yeah, in 4 seconds.
Yeah. One side of it, I tried to put made a hole in it.
You had a 4 second window.
And the other side is still just concrete.
Yeah.
Let's see how that pans out. I stole a knife from the buffet at breakfast. Well, borrowed, didn't steal. No direct victim. So let's see how that goes at lunch. We'll keep the surf world across that situation as it unfolds. But Evans' avocado. You buy them by the kilo over
Avocado Gate.
Yeah, you buy them, in the local shop. They're by the kilo rather than by item, which is your standard sort of avocado point of sale, isn't it?
Yeah, most of them individually priced. Yeah, you're right.
So often pointing out it's the reason why millennials never get to own their own homes. They spend all their money on avocado on toast.
And flat white. Crushed avo.
I'm not really
I went for breakfast the other day in an establishment in the UK. It's a crushed avo. So I'll give it a go. Let's give it a go. It was blended. Like they made like a guacamole kind of thing for the breakfast. I'm like, you can't blend an avocado and call it crushed.
Yeah, that sounds a bit nasty.
Interesting fun fact. But yeah, that man in green, I think he just paddled for a wave too. He's still got second priority, but he needs desperately to get a move on. He's had 3 waves. The highest is a 3.37. 6 minutes to go, he needs a 3.71. Still very much within his hands. As we see him here, so he's heard what I was saying and he's going to have to kick out. He won't be happy with that.
Now he's in a huff. You can tell from his body language he's not happy. And he's had a bit of a nightmare in D-cut. Let's see if he can turn it around. Still got 6 minutes. You can see the green in the next heat getting ready down there thinking, he's listening to commentary going, oh, why am I green? Why have you done it to me? All right, ripping outside. Is that David Noy?
I think it was the Neumeister. Yeah, and that didn't look like a particularly good wave for him. There's more sets approaching. It should be a change in priority, although we are got the pulled back view, which makes it a bit hard to decipher.
How do you feel not being top of the league anymore, Monday? Liverpool, second place. Feel good?
I prefer that we were top of league, but I think come Saturday that the natural order will reassert itself.
Okay.
Should beat Bournemouth. Yeah, no, it's nervous times, Paul. We've had a dip, I won't lie, but we're still in the race. And this race is wide open. 5 minutes left to go. We've got Tom Claret, the Frenchman. He's pretty much signed, sealed and delivered.
He's City.
He's strong. We've got the Irishman in second place, but hasn't been convincing and still has left a sizable gate open, which his competitors could just burst on through. Noy has been busy, but ineffectual. And Garay, that's why he's had a shocker. He's got 4 minutes to turn it around.
Yeah, he's got time. He only needs really a bomb. He only needs 3.71 for second, so he's right in this still. Here goes Noy, up and riding with a late takeoff. And a weird bottom turn for him, and it kind of got him wobbled. It is powerful out there. It's harder to surf than it looks. Powerful and then fat sections. And he got a little bit rocked on his heels then, and just couldn't get that execution from the top turn. Meanwhile, in his face behind him, Ndika Garay with a little slash. I'm not even sure if he intended to kick out then. Maybe it isn't the old unintentional kick out.
Yeah, I think.
Do you ever do that when you pretend that you meant it?
Yeah.
I just got out of that one because I knew it wasn't going to.
Yeah, it wasn't panning out. Could see in advance. That wasn't a good wave. But yeah, those two, they've got some work to do. They haven't been convincing at all. They've made a series of mistakes, and well, that's why they're currently in fourth and third. As we see, the heat leader, he's the man that hasn't made any. He's been super smooth, super consistent. Wave selection's been strong, and looks like he's up and running there. And another one on the inside. Here we go too. It looks like that might be. Yeah, that's the Irishman behind him. So 1 and 2 in the heat. Both got nice left-handers. From a distance, you can see Geroy hooking in. And we might get some bit tighter action on that when we come back for the replay. But if so, it looks like those two surfers have made life even more difficult than it was for the other two in third and fourth. Although do we see Noy there? Geez, just these waves. They just rifle on down that line. What would you give to be out there now? Just hooking in a few. solid half turns all the way to shore, Paul. The Gracie 510 just sluicing through all your troubles, all your emotional roller coasters, all your midlife issues, just fading away with one good
My botched tax return from 2016 and 2017.
Yeah.
Not thinking about that when I'm in the lineup.
No, save that for 3:30 a.m.
Wake up and just think it's all unraveling. It's all just unraveling. That worst feeling, falling off a tall building, trapped in a jar full of screams, 3 o'clock in the morning, the cold sweats, wide awake. Yeah, just keep it light.
Keep it light, keep it real.
Keep it positive.
Let's not go down the shame well just yet. Out the back, though, I mean, we can see what's going on from a distance. The waves look fun. There's spray. There's definitely stuff going on. Scores being written in. But there we go, nice and tight there, as we see. Oh, you can just tell he's going, well, what's going on here? What do I have to do? Give me something. Give me anything. And there he goes.
Oh, it's nice. Good hips. I like the snake-like hips from him.
Hips don't lie, Paul.
Yeah, within sort of almost intoxicating us with his hip movements, wasn't he? Seabass down there, just checking it all out. Came over just to watch. Couldn't get in. He was a late entry, but just thought, I'll just watch all the boys.
He's waiting for that stripy singlet for the 7-man heat. Just he might get a start.
Seabass down, checking it all out. Loving the show.
So 1 minute to go. Still no real change with Tom and Geroy. Having a pretty comfortable heat thus far.
Well, you've got to be thinking McDade is vulnerable. He's only got a 4.5 and a 3.83, which is no score, really. So he's potentially in a whole lot of trouble. Priority is with Clarek, under a minute now. Garay only needs 4.37. Noy only needs 4.83. If one of those gets a bomb and don't do anything majorly wrong, they've not got to do that much. Just redirect the surfboard 3 or 4 times and you're on your way to a 4. So this could be a real nail biter as it comes down to the wire, Monday.
Potentially, 30 seconds on the clock. Looks a little bit flat. McDade would be earning himself to blame if that were to happen. He hasn't been able to consolidate on some of the waves, but as it stands, I think he might live to fight another day. Your potential...
My favourite for the whole event.
The event is now through to the round of 64.
Do you know what you've done wrong? Well, I mean, in this particular context, is you've picked someone that's blowing up in his first heat. You fall into that classic trap. Whereas I've got the slow burner. Pick the slow burner, it's just squeaking through. He's going to peak at the right time. Let's stay with Clarek, your heat leader. Victory lap for TC. As he just claws his way down the line, keeping his board moving. He'll keep swinging. And he'll bring that all the way in. It's going to be the end of that heat. It's time to say bye to Ben Mundy. He's going to whack his microphone several times. He takes the headphones off and perforate the Surf World's eardrum. And I'm just going to keep it on an even keel with professionalism. And the next heat, we're straight down to it. It's Vincent Romero. We've got Jacome Correira, Erwin Blois, and Enzo Poulard. So 2 Frenchmen coming up against a Spaniard and a Portuguese. I'm going to welcome back a hybrid of sort of France and Portugal into the booth. Julien Vicroam. He turned his back on the Fifth Republic some years ago. Now lives down on the Algarve. And I tell you what, he loves a surf contest. Does that man?
Hey, Paul, I do. And especially in this kind of condition, it's pumping, it's ridiculous. Love it. Everybody's up. That's Vicente Romero. He was taking off straight on the right angle of your screen and disappeared in the dust.
Blois, here he goes. Late takeoff from the Goofy in white. He pumps. Can he come around the section?
We will never know.
So, an opener right there for Blois. We'll see if we can bring you a replay of that. Meanwhile, right behind him, Correira. Again, a late entry into the bowl. And a nice, smooth, and yet crisp and powerful first opening turn. There's another good slap. Clinical, again into the lip. Got his board up to don't know, about 130. I would say that.
So it comes from the Azores.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the
Strong.
best surfer ever from the Azores when it comes to riding a surfboard with great bodyboarders there as well.
Is he better than Nelly Furtado?
That's debatable. He's not as famous, but I think he's better at surfing. Maybe not at singing, though. Does she still sing, though? I haven't heard it for a long time.
She's been quiet for a while, has Nelly.
Yeah. Good old
Both
Nelly.
Nellies have been quiet for a while, really. I mean, what's the other Nelly up to?
Putting Band-Aid on his face, just producing some really average bad music. Just, it's getting hot in here.
Yeah, not much from the Nellies. So, 25-minute heats rolling on through. Heat 11 of this round. So we've got 16 heats in the round, so including this one, another 6. So we are going to see the rest of the big guns. Everyone will have surfed in 5 heats' time. Yale Pena from the very island of Tenerife coming up. Tim Bissot, he's coming up as well. We've got Adrien Toyon. We've got Tristan Guilbault. We've got Thomas Fenench. We've already seen him surf, actually. Have we? No, we haven't. This will be his first. No, we haven't seen him surf
yet.
We
saw him free surfing on
saw him free shred.
And up and riding surfer in white, if I'm not mistaken, but that happens a lot, though. From a distance.
Whoa.
Second strong turn there. Third turn in for
Boomtown.
Making it rain. Look at that. Looking at his tail saying, I love this one.
Almost like 2 lineups going now, Vicar. We've got the inside little runners with this high tide. Oh, nicely done.
Muchas gracias.
It blows some tail with a little reverse.
As I think we're going to cut through an interview really soon, as we have last hit winner in red. Tom Clark is with Julia. Julia, take it away.
So, guys, we're here with Tom Clark from France. He just won the last heat, and well, tell us something about your heat.
It was pretty fun, like 3-4 foot, like perfect long left. I catch one first good one at the start of the heat, so it gave me like confidence, and I take 2 other waves, so it's okay. Not a huge hit, but enough to get through.
Is it your first time on the island, your first time in Tenerife?
I went here like a long time ago for the Pro Junior up north. And yeah, first time in Las Americas.
Do you like it? Do you like the wave? You find it challenging?
Yeah, the wave is pretty good. And warm weather, way better than France now.
I found it funny that you won already, but you still took one last wave. Tell me about that.
I was first, but I just won the last one to get out of the water.
Just to get out and enjoy.
Yeah, that's it.
Something else you would like to tell to the people watching us live?
In French?
As you like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Merci tout le monde qui nous suivent. Et voilà, on a des super vagues ici. Et les prochains jours aussi, ça va être bien. Du coup, on va continuer à bien surfer.
Merci beaucoup and good luck. Back to you guys.
Julia, and congrats to Tom, bravo to Tom Clark going through on this one and qualifying for round 32. We've had a few waves taken during this post-hit interview as we had Vicente Romero scoring a 6.67. That's not bad. Oh, yeah, 0.67.
That's slightly different.
Slightly worse.
The old decimal point in the wrong place. You know who that happened to? You know the Popeye story with the spinach?
Yeah.
That all comes because when they did some nutritional analysis, the amount of iron in spinach in the mid-early part of the 20th century, they put the decimal point in the wrong place, the USDA,
so it
FDA.
was FDA, so it was like overloaded with iron.
Yeah, and they're like, it's real. I mean, it is still good for you, but not quite as good as they thought. And so hence the whole Popeye thing, the classic decimal point in the wrong place.
So coming from a vegan, who would be what were your favorites, like, elements when it comes to iron intake?
Broccoli is a big one.
Yeah, but that tastes terrible.
Oh man, I love broccoli. You're off your head. I have it every day.
It's terrible. It's like little trees. Not
No,
supposed to be eaten to start with.
exactly. It's like little trees. It's beautiful.
don't eat
We'll
trees.
revisit decimal points in a minute. Let's stay with live action. Enzo Poula, the Frenchman, in green, snapping off the top, looking strong. Bang, gets vert. Glassy face, a smaller wave, and it's drilling down the reef. Nice. And he goes down.
Broccoli, really?
Yes, definitely. I have it every day, man.
Yeah, maybe why. So this is Enzo off the bottom. Nice drive off the top on this one. Getting this kind of accept turn to get more momentum and then bash off the leap re-entry. And then somehow the third one, he seemed to be just perfectly in time, but ends up on the stall rail on the way down. And only 2 turns of his 3 will be scored. He was trying to get a backup score, sitting on a 3-3-3. This one will be around the same.
What's your stance on cauliflower?
Tastes terrible.
I'm not a massive fan of the collie.
Okay, in soups, I would say. Just stinks when you cook it.
Yeah.
No, not my favorite.
All right, Romero having a little sniff. Nope, doesn't get it. So we had a couple bombs. Tides continued to fill in, and now we've actually seemed to like sort of focused our energy on a more inside section of the reef. So we got less of those like woolly wide ones, a little bit more focus on this inside shelf, Vico. What's that going to do to scores?
Well, what we're going to have is, as long as there's no backwash, which should be happening in the next hour, I would say, we're going to have some nice, clean inside faces. The big thing that there's still momentum from these pre-outside sets that just like line up on the inside. So it's going to be like going from like a nice wall to a closeout really, really fast. It's going to be hard for the guys to actually know where to sit and where to place the turn, because it's going to go from flat to really, really steep in 5 seconds. So let's see. Right now the guys are doing a good job managing the conditions. Foam start for Jacon Correia. And he need this one. Did not manage to get down. So far, a pretty slow heat.
Well, what's happening here? Broken board. It looks like we've got a broken nose on that surfboard there from Jacome.
It's more than the nose.
So we've got a broken board, and he's paddling in. Hopefully someone on the beach there with a backup for him to run it down the rocks. Let's have a look at the replay and find out what happened. Late takeoff.
Had to go around, and I think...
Oh, it's a great turn, actually. A really nice maneuver, and there he got into that flat spot, that concave at the bottom of the wave, and then the whitewater just landed on him, and he was rolling forward with his weight. It looked like that might have been where it didn't seem to break in the actual turn, did it?
No, just on the way down, he got all this body weight, plus he was falling from like 5 foot up. So, well, he has a caddy, so should be all right. But he still needs to go up the reef. If not, he's going to get an interference call. So he needs to go all the way to the reef, stand up, remove the leash.
So you're not allowed to have a board thrown at you off the rocks into the rip?
No, because then what? You just like get catapults? What's the limit? You need to get your feet on the shore. Oh, nice off the bottom, but somehow the wave is not really helping. That's what I was talking about. It goes from flat to really, really hollow really fast. So you just need to go around. So now he's changing his board from a pollen to a pollen. Some quick tips from the coach and paddles back to the outside. Always bring your back up.
He looks like a great surfer. I really love the way he's attacking. He's so crisp. He's holding his rail off the bottom turn, firing straight into the lip. Let's hope he gets some more opportunity. I really love this turn, Vico.
Yeah, good thing he had to avoid this surfer in white just in front, so he had to just cut his bottom turn really, really shorter. That was great timing, and then somehow I think he just went slightly off momentum, had to board slide his way down, and this is where he got the impact. Happens a lot. Anyway, he was in and out really fast, so it won't factor in on his heat management.
Sick maneuver, really liked it. It's not going to count in terms of the score because it was incomplete, but a great display of vicious intent. He's still the heat leader after all that. No one's managed to capitalize on the fact that he was temporarily indisposed. Vico explaining the rules. That's why you're here, mate, for those kind of insights.
That's the only.
You have to get back
reason.
on terra firma. I did not know that.
You have to. Well, if not, you can actually, well, unless it's on special rules, such as sunset, for example.
Cloud break.
Cloud break, outdoor, outside picks, sorry, offshore one. So you need to actually have, you can have somebody in the channel, but you can't have somebody throwing ball at you from the reef or for the boat or helicopter, what you want.
Do you know anyone that's ever caddied a heat in the CT at cloud break?
Do I know? Come again?
Anyone that's ever caddied a CT heat at cloud break?
Paul Evans?
Yes, correct.
No way,
mate.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. When was that?
Famous friends, mate. Vincent Romero ripping here. Absolutely shedding. Working this one over. Nice bottom turn to top turn, and he'll go down. He gets slapped in the face and flicked away unceremoniously. Here goes Blouin.
5-6-7 for his combo with a little air when it is reversed at the end. So that's still around the average. Judge is really trying to make sure the guys understand that they need to serve more than that, because we have a lot of threes, high threes and 4s and 5, but not that many 6s and 7s. So Paul Evans, caddying in cloud break. Who were you caddying for?
Ace.
Ace Buchan?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know people.
The guy tried to kick me out on a jet ski. He thought I was just like an infiltrator.
Well, you don't look like a caddy.
He thought I was an interloper. It's like, is this guy, can I get this guy out? What's this guy doing right? Can I kick this guy? Like, oh, okay, really want to throw me out. So
Okay,
I
first.
just gave him the V's.
Second non-turn for Enzo. He should kick out already, or just try to go for a backside backflip, because this is just a waste of time. Trying to get a 4-0-7 and no turn in. Seems to have a little bandage on his back foot.
He's got a pansement.
Un petit pansement. So he will paddle back to the outside and just try to do better, chasing a 4-0-7.
Yeah, Chris Gallagher was the other caddy. I can't remember who the heat was against.
Anybody else? Maybe like Jordy Smith?
No, it wasn't.
Damien Hogwood?
Yeah, maybe it was the Hobgood. Gally was the other caddy, and we were having a bit of sort of coach/caddy chat. And he was going, you know, like, he's like a real knowledgeable, like good breakdowns of like this,
Gally.
that, and like that kind of stuff. I was like, yeah, I just told Ace to go left. Ace, stick to the left.
That's a great advice, though.
Stick to the left.
Stick to the left in cloud break.
Gally looked rattled, actually. He was like, whoa, this guy.
This guy's serious.
Ooh.
His game face. White L1 Blouin. Uh-oh. That's a nice looking first section. Needs to go strong.
Oh!
What? Oh, that was badass. Look at that. That was just not expected. Went straight off the lip re-entry to a spinner. Mixing it up. Now he needs to, kick out, because that makes no sense. Or he will fly again. Oh, yeah. It's just basically this one will be deemed as incomplete, or quite complete.
All the way to the dirt there for blow and tail out the back, bringing some progressional vibes. Let's check him out. A late entry, comes around the whitewater, spots the section, says, have some of that. Just reverses beautifully, wafting the fins. More of a projection down rather than up, but nevertheless, really nice technical execution, showing something different. Are the judges going to be seduced by that kind of progressive surfing?
There's commitment straight off the bat. It's pretty hard, because you actually go vertically to then project laterally and towards basically the flats. So it's pretty hard to spin that fast.
There's only so many cutback snaps we can look at all day as well, aren't there? So
yeah.
It's really nice just mixing it up. Up in the ante. What can you tell us about Erwan Blouin?
Absolutely nothing. He's French, has a cool name. Blouin. How do you pronounce it again?
Blouin.
Blouin. That's good. Nothing. Being French is something I can't change, but I haven't been in France for a long time. So Erwan, that's a name more like from Brittany, more like a Breton name. Blouin, no idea. Anyway, really cool turn. And I think that the judges will spend some time on the replay, because that was really unexpected. I loved it. The element of surprise, the wow factor, can help these 5 wise men getting slightly higher on the scale. Look at that. It's kind of a set wave. It's not late, just right timing. Projects open left shoulder, spin the one, board goes flat, lands. Yeah, it's like a 270 flat spin.
Reminded me of like an Italo kind of Ferreira type of a move.
Will you count down? You count
No,
down.
but you
Paul.
know,
You just count down.
Italo gets those turns when they're not really on. He imposes his
Okay,
surfing
I
on
get
the
that.
wave.
I
It was
get
a
that.
similar sort of thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't really on, and he did it anyway. That's what's so impressive about it. Score comes in. It's a 7-6-7. Right
There we
behind
go.
him, heat leader Vincent Romero, the Spaniard, looking for a section. Grab rail off the bottom, which I like. Hasn't done a whole lot of damage off the top. It's smooth, but it's not that deadly.
It's a little too smooth, and I just like the fact he was going from one to the other. The grab rail turn was great. He used his second turn to just get a good third one. But I think there was more to that wave than what he did. Too much meat on the bone at the end.
So Romero does have a 7-6-7 in. We're waiting for a score of Blue. I read out the wrong number then. It was Romero's score that came in.
7-6-7 for previous of red. Or
Previous
what's
of red.
last
That's
of
why
red?
he's in first
Yeah.
place. And we're still waiting for 3 scores. So we got Erwan, Jacome, and Vincent to drop.
Oh, Enzo Pula up and riding pole.
Here he goes. Nice looking section. Good attacking driving line into the lip. There's that strong stance. Bang. Gets a decent chunk of lip. Gets loads of progression down the line. There's a functional foam climb. Putting himself in the right spot. He's going to try and set up here. This little skate park bowl on the inside. And he'll nail it. A really, really well surfed wave. Could get himself right back in this heat with that.
Well, depending on what red would get on his last wave and white as well, but he was chasing all the way prior to all this exchange of 5-9-7, but still it's wide open. White is up and riding A1 Blue 1, shooting the high line to just wait for something better on the inside. Quick snap of the top, of the bottom to good carve.
Ooh.
And little loss of control here, but he's surviving that and connects on the inside. Another setup turn here, nothing big. He wants to go big on the last. So this pays off. Nice strong
yes,
snap
please.
on the top. Like the surprise factor in Erwan's game.
Nail gun on the inside. So a big turn up the top of the point. A kind of an awkward section drop in front of him, and he didn't get too perturbed. And he hung on in there and gave it some on the end. Let's check him out up the top of the point. Nice entry early. So you see him get a couple of pumps in before the wave stands up. That gives him just that bit of extra speed and impetus. And he'll go in to belt the lip. And I like that change of direction. The speed does the work, really. Just changing direction gives you that visual impact. And the beautiful midday Canarian sun sending diamonds into the sky, shining bright.
Like a diamond. Yeah, it's scorching hot outside. I can tell you that all these people on the beach are enjoying the show. It's hot. Waves are great. Water is warm. Best surfers in Europe right now, having fun in the palm tree left. And we are expecting at least 5 scores. So the situation on your screen is not to be taken into account, as everything can shift pretty dramatically. Surfer in blue, Jaconcoreia has been pretty discreet lately. And as you can see, swell is here, tide is higher, it's slightly more organized.
It's better now, isn't it? It was breaking off the reef before. We've got more focus now. There's still a bit of bump in the swell. Here's our heat leader, Romero. He still went for a score for everyone to lock in. In the meantime, he's not hanging around, and he goes bang into the lip. A great combination of 2 turns outside for Vicente. Wow, another massive hammer. And he buries the nose. I tell you what, he was on his way to a huge score. So a number's coming for Erwan. It's a 7-3-7 for that wave that he reversed the split of the tail. Cool. But this was a great combo out the back, Rico.
Yeah, I liked it. I wish he had pushed a little more on the second turn, because the third turn just pushed so much harder, but then somehow digs the nose slightly too early on the way down and then goes
It's a critical section, and I do like the fact that when we are seeing people go down, they're going down taking risks, and that's what we want to see. We're not seeing kind of safety, conservative surfing, and that's encouraging. Bear in mind, we're only at round 3. Like, you've got to expect the standard of the surfing is going to go up, but I really like the way we're seeing aggressive maneuvers with that degree of difficulty, and that gives me degree of yes, please.
Yes, please. 7-3-7 for Erwan's front side. Kind of like weird off the lip re-entry to late spin to the flats, and he got another one after, all the way down to the shore. So that should be summing up to a good 14 points. Vicente, we are still waiting for his last 2 waves. Jaconcoreia as well, and that's live action. Oh, making it rain on ya. Vicente finishing this one with poise, and he's such a sharp surfer, really, really fast-paced.
He looks on today. He's looking really sharp. Loving these backhand hits. Just flowing so well between the turns. You see, blew a little bit of tail there, and it gave him the hang time. The wave pushed him back down. It made it look all that much more impressive. 7.67. He's got 2 numbers to drop, I think. Let's go with live action. Here comes Cabreiroa trying to get back in this. He needs a bit of a score now. 7.08 with 3:20 to go. Although we still have a bunch of scores to lock in. We think this man's got another decent number coming. He's already dropped to 7.37.
Oh, needs the first ramp. Strong snap off the leap for Erwan. He was going. Oh, I like that. Okay, going for gold body surfing.
So he's got a 7.37. He's going to get a number in between his 2 scores as well. He's going to work on his throwaway. We're just waiting for a couple of judges. Judges a bit backed up here. We've had a flurry of activity. It's been a really exciting heat. Everyone's kind of at it one way or another. Let's check out his last wave. We do have a previous to this going to come in as a 6.6, and this is going to be a throwaway. Sorry, this was the 6.6.
That's the previous 1.66. That's the 2.83 you just got. So still, Erwan Blouin, all scores in 7.37 for his frontside spinner and a 6.6. Oh, and that's live. Enzo Pula.
Needs an 8 to go up into second. He's got a good wave. A little bit stiff for that turn. Now he winds up and gives it some. Probably doesn't give it enough to get an 8. He's still going though, and he'll kick out towards that inside section. He's got a bit to do. So Correa in third. He's had the board break. He is going to get a score. He also needs a 7.08. So with under 2 minutes to go, it's got pretty serious for Pula and Correa. And Blouin and Romero looking really, really strong.
3.63 for the previous of red. I think there's still 1 score in for Vicente. So on your screen, nothing is actually true, as we are still lacking at least 5 scores. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. One sure thing is that Jacques Correa, since his board break, and Enzo Pula are behind. Nothing major when it comes to the last wave. So it's all about who's going to get second, who's going to get first, and how big of a point difference there is between the winning duo and the losing one.
Yeah, wow. Absolute smoker of a heat. Really enjoyed this one. It's been a great battle. Load of waves ridden as well. We haven't had those awkward lulls. So it's just been non-stop. The judges, they're earning their money right now. They've got a load of number crunching to do as we get down to the last minute here. Romero in second place takes off. Second priority. Don't know where Carrera was because he had first priority and he looks to pull into a tube backhand. He pig dogs.
No.
And he goes down, Vico. First tube ride of the event.
Yep. And, well, no, we had the blue on the first day. That was great as well. But
was that tube ride?
Well, no, but still, I love the fact he was retrying. I almost claimed that. So still, there's 4 waves missing for red. So it's still wide open. 34 seconds to go. The first pair is to our young surfer from the Azores. Surfing his backup board after a interesting yet deadly for his board backside of the Prio. And nice. It looks really, really good. Look at that. Pig dog this one. Get through. Maybe just like stole a little too much with his left hand when he entered the tube.
He was making that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was making it, like done the hard bit. Because the wave actually slowed right down there.
Yeah,
it went kind of crumble. All right, heat leader Blouin. Victory lap from him. He'll punt.
Oh, look at that.
Nicely done.
Oh, he's on.
Throws in the air reverse. He'll tag it a few more times. And tell you what, he's thrown down a marker here. He's just having fun and enjoying himself. And a really great performance from the young Frenchman. He's through alongside Vincent Romero. We are going to get scores to come in. We don't think they're going to be anything like the excellent numbers needed to change anything.
Everything is in for Vicente. He's second for sure. Erwan just tried to better his backup. Look at that, just spinning around, having fun. As Paul Evans just dropped the mic, literally. Hit 11 is over. Judges are tapping in the last numbers, but nothing of major proportion. White, red through. Blue and green not out, as we are getting ready for a new heat starting. And we're going to go straight into a little ad break and come back as soon as we are starting next heat, guys. Stay tuned. And we're back on. Soon to be next to me will be Ben Mundy. This is hit number 12 starting. We've had 28 waves surfed on this previous hit, and that was basically an air classroom for Air One Blue One. It was just giving lessons to everybody about how to boost airs any single way around. So good job for Air One. He goes straight with a win on this one. Second place for Vicente Romero. Judges are still punching in the numbers. Jacques Correa and Enzo Pula are out. New hit starting really soon. That's going to be hit number 12. We are on that draw. We did all that, and we are arriving on this later part of the round here, qualifying for this round. So plenty of time. Again, the swell is not to its highest point today. Hit number 12 is about to start. Tomás Fernández, Hugo Robin, Lenny Jensen, and Jonathan Gonzalez, the Prince of Tenerife. It's going to be pretty interesting. As you can see right now, the scores 13.97 for Air One Blue One Masterclass of Airs, 12.64. Great surfing for Mr. Romeo. Chacon Correa and Enzo Pula just unlucky on the wave selection, and that's how it works. So, anyway, we are starting again. And you hit 25 units of hit format. Once again, the ladies are not on today. We're going to just try to go through all these rounds for the boys, and then go one round for the girls, one for the boys, and so on until the final day that should be on Saturday or Sunday. The swell will peak today, and we're going to go now straight to Julia with Air One Blue One for the post-it interview. Julia, take it away.
Hi guys, so we're back at the beach with the live interviews, and we have the last winner, Erwan Bluan. Yeah. You're just 18 years old and just won your heat. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, that's my second race where I passed one more round, so I passed 2 rounds right now. That's my best result, and the wave was so fun. Before my heat it was a bit slow, and in my heat I got so many waves. I'm so tired right now, and it's really cool to win it.
I think everybody on the live on the beach were really surprised with your airs. In the replay, the guys loved it. They repeated it a few times. Are you an air guy?
I love doing air, but before I was say to my friend I can't do air in this wave. But I saw a big section and I see there is just an air to do. I was thinking I'm going to be destroyed, but I made it, so stuck.
We're happy for you. One more question. Is it your first time in the Canary Islands in Tenerife?
And I come here at 3 years old, I think. So it's a long time. I didn't remember.
So congratulations and thanks a lot, and good luck for your next hit.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And thank you very much, Julia. As Erwan Blum was pretty stoked with his performance, and he should 13.97 airs on every wave. Pretty cool. Ben Mundy, you're back in the booth. The waves are pumping. Sun is scorching hot. It's just the perfect day for these new events here.
Yes. All of that, what you just said, is 100% correct, Vicar.
Thank you.
And that's not every day that happens.
No, that's usually wrong.
And yeah, it's just the vibes. The high tide's helping. It's sort of breaking a bit close to the rocks, but just running off fast. And as a result, the boys are just going to town. Absolutely on fire. Big scores getting pushed in. Yeah, Uwen Bluin, one of real Europe's up and coming. Just only recently through the junior ranks. And yeah, just really making his presence felt at a young age. And we move straight on into the next heat, of course. Hugo Robin, Thomas Fernandez, Lenny Jensen, and Jonathan Gonzalez. So a stacked heat. And this is Hugo Robin. And his backhand whips it around, whips it up again. But that is a bit of a mistake. So that was not the start he wanted. Thomas Fernandez, young ripper from Portugal, super smooth style, natural footer. This is him here. So just going along. Whacks it off the top. You're really sharp in the pocket, Thomas, but can't get around that section. But Lenny Jensen, young ripper. And then, of course, the veteran, the one and only, Tenerife and local, Johnny Gonzalez.
Johnny's, we're going to see where you choose to go right on the first round. On this one, I think he's going to have to go left. But look at Tomás Fernandez. Just, you say, Ben, smooth. Great drive. Wave selection is on point off the bottom. Straight off the lip. Tons of spray. Gets momentum of this one, but then the wave just slows down. So not really helping. Still, that's a good first impression. for Tomas Fernandes, and yes, Johnny Gonzalez, just a fantastic surfer from here. He's actually more from north, from the Los Gigantes, Adeje, but surfs here basically every day.
Yep, experienced surfer. Spent a good solid decade on the WQS Pro Tour. Has bagged some big wins, big 6,000 events. He's done well in Hawaii. He's done well everywhere. And just a real quietly spoken, humble, but extremely professional and incredible surfer. And he's just looking at this one. He's going to pull the trigger on a wide ones. Johnny, foam float, nice bit of style. That's the style we know. Waits for the bottom end turn and whack! That's one of the best turns we've seen today. And he backs it up again. And I'll tell you what, the age shall not weary them, because he is absolutely on fire. And when the first wave of the heat, he's laid down a marker. That was damn impressive surfing from Johnny Gonzalez.
Oh, the beach erupted. This second one was absolutely stupid. Well, John Gonzalez, as you were saying, highly professional, just knows exactly what to do all the time. He had an excellent career. And let's try to replay for Johnny. So he goes wide on this one. You know the spots better than anybody on earth. Backstand foam climb, so he can then choose the high line and enjoy more momentum on his off the bottom. And backside, massive spank on that wave. Look at that, the spray is not even landing. That is already on his third bottom turn. Quality of the turn, set wave, fantastic flow, speed and power.
Best wave I've seen today.
Oh, by far the best single turn. And really hope that the judges will be saying, okay, this is where we want to be. So anything under, please don't.
Yep, no, that was a whole new realm, I thought. I thought he was, as you said, it was smooth from the start, and he absolutely ripped in some of those big pockets and didn't miss a single section. Johnny Gonzalez talked him up, and he delivered.
As we have Lenny Jensen, he's a young local from here, from, I think, German descent, and he's been surfing, well, in Las Americas all his life. He's been improving a lot. He's been growing up a lot. Last time I saw him was 3 years ago, and he was just a gram, and now he's a big man. So big man, big turn. He knows that spot really well. It's been quite inspiring as well for him to actually surf with and not against John Gonzalez, opposed to Hugo Robin and Tomas Fernandes. So far, plenty of time and already some good waves surfed. So it's pretty exciting. Swell seems to be more lined up. The peak is more focused. There's still some wide ones, like the one that Johnny took, but to be honest, that's the first one we've seen for the last hour or so. There have been more of these insiders with good ramps. We almost had a tube ride from Vicente Romero on the previous heat, so I would say that when the tide hits the right moment, we're going to have some proper tube rides here.
Yeah, well, Johnny's wave, a 7. Just kind of expecting a little bit higher, but the judges have been conservative, keeping the standard pretty consistent. Anyway, still amazing start to the heat in the first couple of minutes. And he was straight up into it, as we see Hugo Robin. So on his backhand as well. All natural foot attack this heat. Flying down the line, lip line floater, drops it. Now just trying to find some open face to finish this off. A little S turn. And then one more and finish it off. So solid surfing, nothing anywhere in the excitement range that we saw with Johnny, but out the back all the way through, Vico. So
yeah, it's doing the job. Look at that. Just nice wave selection to go around the first section of the bottom. Nice snap of the top. Stands tall to just try to get a better vision of what is next. Nice floater rock slide re-entry. Off control. It's nothing exciting, but just really well surfed. Hugo is a seasoned contest surfer, has been residing in France, southwest of France, also go for the last 2-3 years now, even more. He's been actually helping as the beach marshal for the WCT, Roxy and Quicksilver Pro France for the last 2 years. So a chance to share some contest experience, at least from the spectator's point of view, up close with the best. And right now he's just trying to build his scoreline, a 3.87 and a 2.67. So judges saying, okay, anything under what Johnny just did is not interesting to us. There you go, scores.
Yeah, it went up. 2 judges went 7.5 range, which is where I kind of had it. But 2 judges around the 6.5. And that's the even score out to a 7. So still a super strong heat score. And yeah, really great surfing. Thomas Fernandez, he's the one now with priority. He only got a 3 for that first wave. So he doesn't need much, but super experienced competitor. He's been on the QS himself for the last 3 or 4 years, pretty much full time. Dropped some great clips from down there around his hometown of Ericeira.
I think he got to quite a final in the World Juniors like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Or even like maybe a semi-final. Anyway, great surfer, really nice when it comes to just like hanging out, just being just this really cool, humble Portuguese. And as you were saying, smooth approach with surfing, really technical. And not that many mistakes. Right now his only mistake is not taking the right way, but he has the right of way first priority. So when the bomb comes, he will be all over it. 14 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And replay about Johnny's 7 point. I like this first foam climb. Really gets momentum, this run 4. This off the bottom gets the sweet section here and boom, impact. It really arches at the exact perfect moment to unleash a lot of spray. Then another turn after, so 7 point. Classic.
Still think he was slightly undercooked personally, but he won't worry. He's the ultimate professional. He's back out there, knows he's got a solid start. There's no way in the world he'll think, well, that's that done.
Yeah.
He'll consolidate or attempt to, as we see a bit of motion. Priority system still in place, so you'll see there that Thomas Fernandez in the top corner of your screen's got a P, which means he can catch any wave he so chooses. If he was to paddle for a wave and miss it, he would lose priority and go back to 4th. If Thomas doesn't go it, then the surfer with the 2 next to his name, Lenny Jensen there in the white, he can go, and so forth and so forth. Basically, it just means that it gives order in the lineup. It's not about who's paddling, who's on the inside. It's about who's up next and who elects to use it. And it looks like here, it might be that man, Thomas Fernandez. He's got the P, he's got the priority, he's in position, and he's about to swing. So he's made a decision, and from the start, it looks like a good one.
He lost the balance on the first of the bottom, but he's now recovering really well. Third turn in, backside of the lip entry, but can't help but wonder what happened on this bottom turn. White just behind Lenny Jensen, foam start. Spraying a lot as well. 2-turn combo for Lenny, trying to connect on the inside. We haven't seen a lot of action on the second half of the wave, but for Erwan Blouin, because he was boosting airs.
Yeah, strong wave there from Lenny. Those first 2 turns are really, he banked it hard off the bottom, didn't he? Really dug you could see his fins screeching against the bottom of the wave, so he's really putting power and pressure. And then he belted it right in the pockets. A lot of spray, only 2 of them, but yeah, really strong surfing. So nice contrast to the more drawn out ones we saw on Johnny. And then he just finished it off, so it was really good surfing, and he's scored a 5.83 for it, which is indicative of the intent, the sort of real power approach, I reckon.
Exactly, 5.83 is just close to the good range, which is judges have to put a difference between what happened with Johnny's 7 point, 1 single turn on a set wave, and 2 good turns and a half on the medium wave for Lenny. So 5.83. Fairly scored. Tomas Fernandes got a 3.07 and a 3.5 on his last wave, so nothing major. Still, that's a replay for Lenny Jensen. Goes off the bottom after a foam start. Nice compression here. Gathers on the front foot, lands, and straight into a really fast off the bottom to off the lip entry combo. It's well controlled. The last part was pretty uninteresting, but 2 good turns straight off the bat are netting some good score. Now Jadson Gonzalez wants to use his first priority on this bomb. Oops, little loss of control on this one. Judges will not like this. He needs to recover and kick out.
I've seen that move on the dance floor before, Johnny.
Really?
It looked vaguely familiar. This
almost soul arch.
This hazy memory of him doing that on the dance floor somewhere in some part of the world. Yeah, he just lost his balance, and after a sort of solid first turn, then never got it back. Wasn't that good a wave, but he felt he had to go. Goes it. This is strong, it was vertical, and just released the tail, and it was just as that sort of, he regained, but because he just lost his balance, he couldn't get a second turn in, so low scoring wave.
2.7 still, so maintains first, as he had no backup and still has the best single score. Hugo Robin is going on this one, Ben.
Yeah, almost takes out Johnny, but whips it round fast, gets it up high again, so there's 2 turns. Seems at the moment these waves are giving you 2 opportunities out the back, and that's it. And he did pretty well with it. I think they weren't as critical nor as much spray as Lenny Jensen's, and he got a 5.83 and finished it. So he needed a 5.64. I wouldn't say it's that, but he will improve his score. So and back out there, plenty of waves getting ridden. Now that leaving Thomas Fernandez out the back with priority, with a few decisions to make.
3.4 for Hugo Robin, so chasing a 5.64 still. Thomas Fernandes with first priority. 6 points is what he's chasing. Time is now under the 10 minutes mark. As you can see, it's beautiful light blue water going to like a really dark blue because we are in the middle of the ocean. So the swell, despite the fact it's slightly blocked by the Gomer Island up north, we're still very much on a volcanic setup. So we do have some lava reef and then the deep blue sea. So swell comes almost unstopped, and despite the fact it's only a 1 to 2 feet swell, well, it's still 17 seconds. So we do have the period, and that mutates into some good 5 to 6 foot sets of a wave face, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's blue, all right. It's sunny, and it is absolutely still firing, as we see the inside of the booth there. But yeah, the conditions are pretty much perfect. They're consistent, which is important.
Yeah.
Every surfer's getting the opportunity. None of these surfers will be able to say they didn't get an opportunity or they were wave starved. It just makes for an even Stevens kind of competition. And the boys are making the most of it, Vico.
No, that's great. I mean, there's like sets waves of 1, 2, 3, 4 waves now. We used to have like only 1 for the first day, then nothing for 2 days. This morning was pretty complicated to manage. But as the tide is punching in, as you were saying, this is getting better. It's more filtered, it's more readable. And for these guys, all that they have a chance. It's just about trying to get this right moment of the tide. It's not too high, not too low, just connecting from outside to inside. And apart from a few lulls, it's pretty consistent, and it's a great quality for a QS, especially 1500.
Yeah, for sure. I know they should have, like in the big wave surfing, they have a weighting, don't they? So if it reaches a certain size and quality level, then they you get more points if you win. They should have that for like the conditions, because right now these guys would be, the Spanish left would be delivering double points, such as the quality of the wave.
That's a good concept, actually.
Yeah, definitely works on the big wave tour. For example, I think this year, last year in November, the Nazare Big Wave Challenge, that was granted maximum points because it was over.
It was stupidly big.
40 foot, and it was clean and perfect. So yeah, you deserve some points. So yeah, it is a good call. Tightly bunched out there, aren't they? You can throw a blanket over them. All quite good mates, all known each other. Johnny and Lenny, obviously growing up here in the Canaries, and Hugo Robin, Thomas Fernandez have come across each other over the years, travelling the QS.
And doing the project as well.
So it's close, but it's Thomas Fernandez. He's the one that is in priority, but he needs a 6 point wave. So that's pretty, considering Johnny's big wave was the 7. It's no easy task, but he's eyed off something now. There's movement at the station. Some splitting the peak, some looking at the left, someone trying to get out of the surfer with Red's wave because he's got one with priority. And looks like, so Hugo Robin's peeled off and he's going to get it. So this could be a very wise move. He was the last person priority, but he's got a little wave. And he goes for a flyaway pull out. Meanwhile, out the back, it's Thomas.
I think he ate it. No, he's good.
He's good. But
he ate
gets blasted. So that's a poor decision.
He had do something. He's been sitting on this first priority for the last 7 minutes. There was nothing happening. He had to go. Now he just needs to go back before Hugo Robin, so he goes back to third priority. That's having second and first surfers on the heat with the two first priorities with less than 6 minutes to go. You don't want to be third or fourth. Look at that. Just
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get why he had to go, but if he was out of position, then he still would have had a priority. Now he's, but I know it's one of those 50-50s, isn't it? It could have paid off, but now he's back out there without priority.
There's a good set coming, though.
Johnny's just lurking around there, the experienced head.
Like, maybe I'm gonna
Just
go.
try and go and sell that one.
They just talk to locals saying, yeah, you go? No, I'm going. Okay, cool.
Johnny's in this. Oh, that is strong.
Oh.
It's a one-wave turn, but I tell you what, he's on point. Johnny, he looks radical. He looks like he really wants this, doesn't he?
Yeah, just like really hard to tap your way down like that. He was in the right moment, just hit exactly how he was, just like slightly negative underneath the leap, but then was pretty much just push on the back foot like here and pushing down, so he could just get the nose back up and land normally.
That is a monstrous turn. One turn, so it'll be interesting where the judges place this, but it was radical, it was committed, it had some fin release. Yeah, it was sick.
Sick, right? 4 minutes and 25 seconds. First parties to surfer in white, Lenny Jensen, who actually led that wave to Johnny Blue, Hugo Robin. Second priority before that paddle, and now backside. Little foam climb re-entry, goes around, another one, but you can see his body language is pretty frustrated. White, Lenny Jensen.
Yeah, strong bottom end turn. Now he's got these sections, another big spray. So he's throwing spray, which the others haven't. And this wave is reeling off down the line, which we haven't seen a lot. So local knowledge again paying off. He's got an end section here. Oh, he just got done by the backwash there. Tomas Fernandez, crack, nice turn.
That was such a good turn.
Another one, if he can stick with this, he'll be back of the game with 3 minutes remaining, still going, and kicks out. We'll see if he got any out the back. That was showing what he's got. You can see the backwash is pushing him back out there. That's what hit Lenny as he tried to do that last manoeuvre.
Such a great turn from Thomas. He had to just pull the rail. So Lenny Jensen's long wave, but a lot of back foot surfing.
There we go. This is the backwash where he went.
He really ate.
It just hits him now, and with that, he just...
he could have hurt himself, though.
Yeah, it's absolutely...
Thomas's wave was brilliant.
Cream cracker, look at this. That was a good first turn, wasn't it?
Check rail, so you can just
Grabs
like
the
actually...
rail, and that's smacked as well. So we've got... See, Lenny had improved. He scored the 5.27. So Thomas then needed a 7. So he got a 6.73, Thomas, for those 2 turns. So now he needs a 4.37. This man needs a 7.23. Nice big turn at the top. Crashes over that lip. Got some green wall to work with. Extends the bottom out and switches the fins around. And that's another bottom end turn. That was a poor turn there. But can he finish it? And cracks it. So the best take it to the beach. And he's done. He couldn't have done much more on that. Wow, this is an action-packed last 5 minutes, Vico. I've got to take some breath.
Yeah, well, Hugo Robin's wave, great potential, but just like Lenny Jensen, I really think it's a little safe, to be honest. It's well surfed, there's nothing wrong about that, but it's about commitment. And Tomas Fernandes still taking waves from out of nowhere, and don't think he's going to get this one in. That's live again. Oh, Johnny!
Johnny!
What?
What are you doing, Johnny? He's like, you know what, I don't need more than one turn. I'll just do one turn each way. One big turn.
5.9 for his previous one.
Yeah, well, that one was similar. It was
clinic.
massive. And Thomas Fernandez needed a 4.37. We'll see what he did. There's replays going left, right, and centre because there's so many waves being caught. Another left just rifles down the line.
So last of white has been scored 5.27 for Lenny, 4.7 for last of blue. That's this one. Just well surfed, but once again, on the judge's point of view, there's a lack of commitment. It's well surfed, but not enough when it comes to the power on this one. See, just a quick turn. and it's just too far away from the taking off point, so it's just pretty meager. 6-7-3 for Tomasz previous wave, and it seems that everything is in. So apart from last of green, he's trying to bet a 5.9. Lenny's had just got a wave, so 40 seconds to go, and you see that Tomasz Fernandes is chasing at least a 4.37, and Johnny must have been improving.
I know this is his one turn wonder, one hit wonder. He glides it off. That's a steep wall, cracks it, bang! Oh my god!
Take that wave.
That's way better than the one before. It's got a 5.9.
That's ridiculous.
So that's a huge,
it's high 6 or 7.
Mate, Johnny, you've just made the TV bloody highlights.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that for nothing. 10 seconds to go on the clock. Wow, what are we going to get for C? Whoa. I know, no.
Still not there. Oh, well, there you go. 8.5 for Johnny. One single turn, 8.5. Quality over quantity, commitment, power and control, 15.9. We had the best score of the whole event so far. Ben, muchas gracias. Johnny Gonzalez.
Johnny Gonzalez. I mean, what more can we say about the man?
Well, he did
He's
basically 2 turns.
He's like just blasted this event into a new realm. He's gone aggressive, he's gone angry, he's gone fins through the roof, and he's got an 8.5 for a one single turn. Hats off to the little master.
We love him. We love Johnny. We're going to go straight into a little commercial break and come back for the next hits. Guys, stay tuned.
Welcome back to beautiful Tenerife, Cabreiroa Las Americas Pro 2019. It's pump o'clock. Ruben Vittoria, defending event champion from Zarauts, taking on Yalpina, local boy from this very island, Francisco Almeida from Portugal, and Paolo Jorge, another Canarian local. It's local talent coming up against the standout surfer from last year. Got a perfect 10 in the final. Tore it a new one. And put his name on the map. Ruben Vittoria, what's he got by way of his defense? He's going to have to take on the local young up-and-coming dude. He's been around for a while now, Yale. Looking for a big result. Here he goes. Opening up his account with a nice wave. And he'll slash up high in the lip. Johnny just absolutely lit this crowd up. Wow, nice release on the tail from Yale. Too much release. And almost had that awkward fins in the nether regions around the gentleman's agreement as he went over the falls. Monday, are you excited from that last one?
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm absolutely pumped to the rafters. Johnny Gonzalez is just, he's just turned things around for me, but personally, on many different levels. It was exciting, it was radical. Shows you don't need to do long waves to get the score. If you get one big section, you can still hammer it. So, yeah, it was a really, really piece of impressive surfing from one of my favourite ever surfers.
All right, Reds having a paddle. Vittoria, defending event champion. He wants this and he wants it real, real bad. He's up. The coiled spring. We've seen the backhand attack. Look at the speed. Bang into the lip. He's vicious. He's deadly. Oh, it's a really nice wave for Ruben. That's a sick turn. And he's just belting it. This is a big score already. That's how you start off your title defense, Monday. Great wave from Ruben.
Yeah, really strong. That backhand that worked so well last year. Meanwhile, Amelia just drew it out and a nice dismount. So, yeah, all surfers just staying busy. And, yeah, Ruben, no nerves. He's been waiting a while for this heat. And the defending champion looking strong. But we'll come back to that replay after we cross down to the beach we've got the winner of last heat, Jonathan Gonzalez. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Hello everybody, we're back at the beach and this time we're with Jonathan Gonzalez. He just won the last heat and he's a local, so everybody's probably super proud to have him here winning this heat. And tell us about your experience in the water. How was your heat? Are you happy?
Yeah, I was not expecting a really good surf because it's a little bit bumpy and the wind is kind of bad. But I just found a good board. I was feeling more and more confidence and just got a good one in the last set of the heat to make a good turn.
I kind of just found out that you have been competing QS for a super long time. You've got a lot of podiums. Which is the one you remember the most, the one you say, wow, this one I will never forget?
Well, for me, one of the special were in pipe, make semis and maybe another semis in Sunset, and I was super stoked to make some good results in Hawaii. And just now I won the Cabreiroa class. It was a really good event that I really wanted to win for some time, and this year everything comes really good to me and just make really nice barrel. It was a 10 in the final. I was so stoked to win this event, and those are my most special, I think.
I have one more question. I hope you don't mind, but you're 38 years old, so you're one of the older ones, let's say like that. But I find it super sick because I think it's super motivating for everybody out there that you can compete. You're the Canarian Kelly Slater.
Thanks. Yeah, just the last few years I just found a bunch of friends where to make the whole tour. It's really difficult sometimes, but with good friends it's so much better to make all the contests. And I felt like with the years I've been surfing a little bit better. Not now, but the last few years. And just try to keep improving.
And I would like to make a small question, guys, in Spanish. I would like to ask him, what can you say to the kids, actually to all the local kids that want to get here, that maybe think, ah, this is impossible? ¿Qué le dices a todos esos niños canarios que les gustaría competir en QS y que igual piensan que es imposible?
Bueno, yo creo que hay una generación buenísima ahora mismo en Tenerife, con Diego, Yael y Paolo. Surfean increíble los tres, creo que van a hacer una carrera espectacular. Ojalá superen todas las expectativas que tengan, que mejoren mis resultados y que sean tres grandes surferos. Y hay muchos más, Luis Díaz de Gran Canaria, Manuel Lescano de Lanzarote, todos ellos creo que es una generación muy potente. Seguro que se me olvidan muchos nombres, lo siento, pero son los primeros que me vienen a la mente y bueno, son surfistas que hasta a mí me hacen motivarme y surfear con ellos es gratificante, la verdad.
Pero que lo sigan intentando, que es posible estar con los grandes, que es posible estar en la élite, que lo sigan intentando, ¿verdad?
Sí, bueno, al final creer un poquito en ti, la experiencia de la competición es un poquito difícil de coger, pero acostumbrándote un poco a los campeonatos y siendo un poquito constante, todos los resultados suelen venir.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. He just shortly told us that I asked him about the kids here. He just told us they should get motivated, keep believing, try to get used to competition. And yeah, thanks a lot. Back to you guys. Muchas gracias.
All right, well, under a minute remaining to go in this. Nah, just kidding. Still plenty of time to go, but long interview, Ben.
Oh, yeah, because you know what Johnny's like. All he wants to do is talk about himself, doesn't he? I mean...
One of the great talkers of the sport.
It's just, give him a microphone and that guy just runs and runs.
They call him Loudmouth Gonzalez.
Don't
You
they?
always hear his voice.
It's just like, it's just a constant chirping about his achievements. But that was, at least gave him a proper platform for it. And yeah, he's like the Jamie O'Brien of the Canaries, effectively.
No, Mundy's been sarcastic there. Johnny's generally quite a quiet guy. Man of relatively few words.
That's why I was hanging on every word, because you don't often get a chance to hear that. When he does speak, you listen. And I was listening intently, and he was, yeah, what a legend. Nailed it. Some big scores too, dropping while that 45-minute interview was on. And we had Ruben Vittoria cracking a 6.67.
Boomtown.
which is a solid way to start his defence, as you so said. Out the back, though, what a wave for Paolo Giorgi. Avocado green.
Whoa!
Into the lip, just looking around, swooping, nice style. He's got some length about him. He's tall, gangly, so he's going to try and finish it off on the rocks, and he can't. So the weight didn't really thing, but out the back, that's what.
Uh-oh.
Ruben looks. He just looks like he wants this. Kind of kept tabs on his career last year after he obviously won this event. Was so impressed with the way he surfed and his general outlook on life. And he didn't really necessarily kick on as much as I was hoping in the QS career, but he's got so much talent. I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, he's quite an understated guy as well, isn't he? His sort of general demeanour. You see him around an event, he's more like a guy on work experience, helping doing the tabulation, than actually one of the legends, the faces, the stars of the sport. So very much sort of no ego. Does a surf school, zero outs, and just quiet guy. Just, you know, when he feels like he just destroys an entire field of professional surfers.
And then just goes back home.
Yeah. All in his stride. I mean, even when he won last year, he wasn't that phased. He's like, yeah, sweet, no worries. Absolute ripper. And I like how he rolls. He's doing well out here as well. He's going to improve a little bit. Just that one last turn, really, on the last one, but he'll scrub off his 2.17, replace it with a 2.83. We are going to get a score for Paolo Giorgi to come in. And we do have some paddling action. Here goes Yale from Tenerife. Yale Pina. Off the bottom, bang off the top. And he'll crack it. I like the way this high tide's focusing the energy. We were maybe thinking a bit worried about the backwash. Doesn't seem to be causing too many problems so far. It's really focusing us. They're so close to shore Monday as well when he's standing down there on the rocks.
It is. Can I do a shout out? Just got a avid fan on there, Cole Mundy, checking in from Redhead. It's midnight in Redhead about now. Cole's just checked on, sussing out the surfing. He thought he's a classic Cole. He's called him Speedy Gonzalez.
Is Cole more of a Ruben Vittoria guy or more of a Yale Pina kind of guy?
He likes Gonzalez.
He likes Jonathan.
Watched that heat and he likes his style. He said one good turn deserved another. So he's already riffing. He's doing the commentary from afar.
He's got this sort of book of classic commentary cliches out. He's ticking them off.
Shout out to Colt and the Australian fans out there. See you next week, Dad. Love you. And but he'll like the Victoria. He'll like the surf school stuff. He likes the background. He likes those quite understated achievers. And there's plenty to like. And he's made a mark, a 6.67. Very strong start to the defence.
Would you, broadly speaking, would you say you've been a bit of a disappointment to Cole with your journalism and your broadcast career, or have you about par? How do you measure up according to his expectations, or did he not have many for you as a youngster?
No, he's always been amazingly supportive in all of my endeavours, and he still reads all my work. He's probably read more than most, I would say, and he enjoys it. Doesn't like some of the sweary bits, he says.
Fair enough.
But there is, I did a recent piece on Joel Parkinson and his style, and he really liked that. So he's been overall very supportive in everything I do. Some would say too much support, too helpful. But right now, a bit of a lull in proceedings. 12 minutes on the go. I thought Johnny Gonzalez had sort of broken the guacamole hoodoo with the green shirt, but it seems to have settled right back into it. How's the avocado? Have you checked it?
No, a little bit scared to open up Pandora's box, which is the Decline backpack, and see how the avo's going in there. Just had some chips in the sunshine.
Nice. Have a swim?
I had a swim, and I'm saving the avocado for, that afternoon when you get into that kind of nap hole. You can't have a nap because you're working at the surf contest. You've got low blood sugar, you're feeling a bit tired, sun's getting a bit low. I mean, I don't want to whinge too much, but, down the beach, sun's getting a bit low, all glary, you're tired, everyone's starting to get on your nerves. And I just thought I'd save my little avocado for then. I've got a jar of Marmite in there as well, so I might go, I've got the rye bread, so a little layer of Marmite and then the avo on top. What have we got to say to that?
Well, I just think there's a lot of thieving going on from the hotel, would be my upshot from that. You're talking about cutlery, you're talking about bread.
I bought the bread.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I bought it.
Oh, I stand corrected. Pina just couldn't quite get around that. One big turn. Wasn't in the Johnny mould. He's still in there with a fight. He needs a 3.33. And
the thing with, I won't say stealing, but the thing with storing food from the breakfast buffet away for later is people
it legal?
It just gets out of hand. People take it too far and abuse it. Like, I think I do just the right amount. And you see people just, we're all going to get rumbled, aren't we, Ben? So just like an appeal to the event staff, please. Now, maybe a couple of slices of bread, maybe a little bit of scrambled egg. If you have to go, you went to ham. You made some hams, didn't you, this morning, and brought it down in your little napkin.
In the early doors, I saw you literally cleave a hunk of bread the size of your head off the thing. I went, well, if that's the standard we're setting for ourselves, anything's possible. This is the standard in the water, though, right now. Whoa, that is a big vertical turn.
I saw one of the Basque priority judges made away with the whole bain-marie of baked beans. He had that in his backpack. Hope he had a good seal on that lid, because that could get messy on the old laptop, couldn't it?
Yeah, I saw one of the judges, I think, one of the young French judges with like, you know, you used to have like what's the receptacle that arrows go in when you're carrying arrows on your back? They were just full of baguettes. You had like a little backpack just full of baguettes just walking out.
Classic stereotypes there from Monday on the old Frenchman with the baguette.
It was Ferret.
Route 1 Monday.
It was Le Ferret. Anyway, right now, more important matters than buffet, the rules and regulations of buffet living. And Victoria, I tell you what, he needs to back up that score, because although he's got a 6.67, Paul, he hasn't been able to back it up and shut the heat down. That's what he needs to do. He does have second priority, Almeida in the white, having first. The conditions, Paul, it's been broadly pretty, since that tide's come in, there hasn't been a lot of change over the last hour or two. Settled down quite a bit.
Yeah, we had a massive set about an hour and a half ago that closed out the bay. And the whole lineup went sort of milky for a while. And since then, it's almost like the high tide's hidden the swell, which isn't normally what you'd expect. You'd think it'd help a little bit more up the reef, but it's done the opposite. It's actually given us really good conditions because we've got these inside runners on the shelf. And there's a nice attack from Georgie, the Canarian local.
Yeah, the local. Trying to follow on. Canary's had a pretty good day, really, so far.
Yeah, great day.
Kalani De Silva early on in the day, he ripped. Of course, Johnny Gonzalez, best highest heat score of the event. And Paolo Georges goes up here, just a little bit ambitious. I like this vertical approach.
Good attacking line from him. Bit off a little bit more than he can chew, but he knows he's going to have to bring his A game to get through a tough heat. So he's taken on the section, and that's what we always like to see. But as you mentioned, strong start from Ruben, hasn't been able to back it up. So it's not quite as safe as he'd like to be. Currently, a little bit more for him to do, just to make sure. But nevertheless, he's still in first place, and he's really enjoying himself down here. He's such a cool customer. Doesn't seem to get too psyched either way. Took a win in his stride last year. What did he win? 10 grand? 10,000 US?
10,000. Yes, I think it was actually. And which is life-changing, year-changing at the very least. And some big points, got a lot of confidence. Riding the Pukas boards. The locals are out. Legendary surfboard label from Basque. And, he's not out of danger here, but he's been strong. He needs to back it up. Bit of a lull in proceedings over the last sort of 10 minutes, hence some of the diversionary chit-chat. But I've really enjoyed myself, Paul, as a whole. Just got a bit of a text. Jack Robinson is keen to talk to us later on.
Oh,
So
Robbo.
we're going to talk to Jack Robinson.
Sick. Get him on the podcast, Monday. What's it called?
He's on the podcast.
What's our pod called?
It's Not the Length.
Which one? Because we've got two. More on that in a minute. Let's stay with live action. Paolo Georgie is absolutely ripping this wave to shreds. He smashed it vertical a couple of times. This is a 5th turn for him, and he belted that one all the way along. A really good way from him. Only needed 417 for second.
Yeah, well, he didn't die wondering. He absolutely did everything he could. A smaller wave, but it just revved up nicely. First turn is strong. That's 12 o'clock, right?
Dude, that's sick. Look at this one. Whoa. Have some of that.
Yeah, really nice surfing. We said that he was that last wave he fell off, and the intent was there, the aggression.
He's lit it up, man. He's lit it up. Johnny showed the way. The Canarian in green. And he's belted it. Yeah, we've actually got 2 podcasts, Ben, now you ask. It's not the Length or Surf podcast, and we're going to have Jack Robbo later. He's obviously watching the webcast. Good to have you online. Jack, well done for pipe. Let's stay with Yale Pena. Off the bottom, driving, representing Tenerife. Bang. He's a little bit behind the section. That's why he only got those 2 maneuvers. But nevertheless, good couple of turns from him.
Bit more texture too. It's just a breeze puffing up in the afternoon, as it's wont to do in the Canary Islands.
Well, let's just stay with the replay for a minute, Ben.
Crack. So that was strong. It was a little bit short, but still vertical. And this one was right in the pocket and whacked it. Don't know if that'll be deemed complete, to be honest.
What happens if you love podcasts, you love us, but you hate surfing? So you want to listen to us podcast about something that isn't surfing. Any recommendations, Ben?
Well, in that Venn diagram, there sits one sweet spot in the middle called the Empora podcast.
Yes, please.
Action, adventure, travel, and sports at its best. Yeah, there's been 1 episode. Check it out if you like it, when you like it. Stay tuned for the next one.
Got a big interview with Ed Lee last night.
Yeah, many fascinating. Well, we can't reveal what was revealed, but there's some fascinating insights into the man, his career, and 2p coins. Out the back, last year's event champion, rifling down the line, 1 big turn. It looks like that's not going to be enough, but he's not going to give up. Well, he is. So, trying to improve on a 2.83. Not safe.
Yeah, Ruben. Just not finding an open face. Coming from behind, he had a deep one up the point. He had priority. It's an absolute bomb, but it did run a bit away from him.
I like the original high line.
Nice high line pump. He knew, as soon as you saw him take that line, that you knew that he could see his section that we couldn't see down the wave. And it was just a bridge too far. Here goes Yale Pena. Part of a safety setup check. Now he'll unleash into the lip. That's good. And he'll go down.
3 minutes out, wide out the back. Giorgio. S-turning through the face, looking for a wave, and he goes down.
Did you see the Bros documentary?
Yes, I did.
Yale Pena's got a little bit of a Matt Goss vibe about him, a little, doesn't he?
Is Matt the lead singer or the drummer?
Yeah, the lead, Matt. Yeah, Luke was the drummer. Yeah. Come on, Mandy, don't act like you don't know. Were they big in Australia?
Yep, big worldwide.
Okay, I didn't know
massive.
that.
A lot of the footage is from like the Australian TV shows.
I didn't know they broke Australia.
They broke the world. Yeah, I wasn't particularly into them. But yeah, he's got the Bros vibe, but he needs.
It's weird because now if a band came out with the same name, you'd call it Bros, wouldn't you now? But at the time it's pronounced Bros. It's like bros, isn't it? B-R-O-S is bro. Hey, bros. Plural of bro.
Yeah, but like...
You're looking at me like I'm speaking a different language that you don't understand. Can't decipher. What part of that is hard to... What?
Yeah, no, it's true. But I think Bros was short for brothers. Like when when you had like
Moss Bros.
Like Grace Brothers was called Grace B-R-O-S. So I think that's where it may have come from. In the documentary, some of the names before Bros though were quite hilarious. If you haven't seen the documentary about the Bros and their post-career, go check it out. It's hilarious. So yeah, do that. But yeah, he's got the Bros vibe, but he's got more than that. He needs 3 points. He needs 3.94 to get even to fourth, and he's got running out of time. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, where's time gone in this one? It's absolutely flown by. No one stamped their authority on it. Ruben Vittoria early on with that 6.67. It's still the biggest number we've seen. We've got white paddling Almeida. He's up and he's driving down the line. He needs to get his skates on. 3.81 the requirement. Bang. Nice first hit. Keeping the speed going down the line. Pokes the board up vertical. You see the nose just sticking through the lip as he keeps on jamming and swinging down the line.
There.
Needs that 3.81, Ben. He's asked a question of the judges.
Seemed a bit nervous then with that call as the big crowd came to watch, and I don't think so. Or is it? I don't know. It was a long wave, a lot of activity, but no real high intensity, Paul.
Okay,
I think
so
he might have needed a little bit more, but it's going to be close. He's made the judges think about it, that's for sure.
3.81 the requirement. How's it going to come in? A really important
Look at these
score.
sets. Uh-oh.
He's got it. He's nailed the
Victoria.
score. Meanwhile, live action, your heat leader. That's a beast of a turn. And here he goes again. More of a check turn. That allows him to get into this section. He's going to go for a finish on the end. Bang. Nice little tag. He might have another go. He doesn't. He'll improve probably in his 3.23. Yale Pena.
That was a big turn from Jalapena. Wow. So, 20 seconds. Almeida got the score. Peter needed a 4.06.
Wondering when will he be famous. Wow. Let's see how this pans out. Judges have got a score to come in. If it's bigger than 4.6, he's through. Mundy.
So it comes up. That turn is worth no points whatsoever. It's all going to come down to this one big turn, I think. He comes around, he cracks it, and he smacks it. Oh, you know what?
That's big.
I think he might have 4.06.
Oof. It's a big turn. Big maneuver. Big spray.
We're going to wait. I mean, I don't know. I can't judge. We did know that Johnny got that big scores of one turns, but that was significantly bigger than those. And I think a 4 might. I don't know if it's enough. We're about to find out.
Centro Comercial Siam Mall, Costa Adeje.
Welcome back to the dreamy blue skies of Tenerife. And welcome back, Julian Hamel, to the booth for the call and another massive heat. But before that happens, judges are having a really good, long, hard think about that score. Yale Pena, basically one turn. If it's more than 4.06, he's through to the next round. And they are having a really good think about that. And we know it's going to be close. If it was a 6 or better, they would have just locked it in, we'd have moved on. We're still there. That means maybe some judges have got it coming in slightly below. Maybe some have got it slightly above. They're going to check some replays. They're going to stroke their chins and beards. And they're going to think long, deep and hard. Rico.
Okay, boys, so let's have a look at the replay, Traverse. Now, it's we do have a replay operator, so every single crucial wave is analyzed. It's basically disassembled and reassembled just to make sure the scores are right. So that's why we are taking our time as well. That's the replay for Last of Yale off the bottom. Setup turn. The wave is really fat at the beginning. Wait for the right section. Backside, snap of the leap and goes down.
Good enough for a 4.06, Julian. Yes or no? I will need an answer from you.
I would say no.
Okay, so wow, one judge has given it a 2.7. One judge has given it a 4.3.
Ouch, okay. I like the turn, but on today's average scale, I would say it's not a 4, it's going to be like a 3.7 something.
It's going to come in, it's going to be really close. We just need our last judge to throw in. It comes as a 4.1. He gets the score he needs. Pina celebrates through the next round, and Almeida is crying. And we're going to go down and hear from the defending and reigning event champion, standing by with Julia.
Hi guys, we're here with Ruben Vitoria. He just won his last heat. It's a special one because he's last year winner. He's part of the national team. How are you? How do you feel being back here?
Thank you. It's amazing to stay here again. This country is amazing because last year I won, so I'm so happy to stay here and I'm feeling so good with my surfing, so I can't wait for my next hit.
I was reading that last year you did almost 20 QS, so you traveled quite a lot. How is the travel life?
It's amazing. The QS is hard because maybe you travel to Brazil and you lost in the first hit, but it's amazing because you can see all cultures or waves or I don't know. It's amazing traveling around the world, so I'm so happy with my last year.
I have to make the question, do you feel any pressure being the last year winners on this event, or are you happy, you're chill? How do you feel?
No, I'm happy. I'm coming here to have fun and make few hits and nothing. Just have fun.
Nice. Well, thanks a lot. Is there something you would like to say to all the people watching us?
Yeah, of course. Eskerrik asko etxetik nahi laguntza dizkiten eta mensaje guztiagatik. Eta muchas gracias. Hurrengoan ikustera.
Thanks a lot, Ruben. Back to you guys.
All right, good stuff. Well done, Ruben. Out in the water, just ripping off the top, banging it really hard. White, that's Kenta Ishikawa. Absolutely shredding the bag there. He just gave that thing hammers, Vico.
Loved it. Loved Kenta. Best Japanese surfer this year. We lost one already, but look at that. Like almost fell off the bottom. Get this good setup turn, and then, okay, I'm a little late. Let's go on this one. Really upper vertical. Boom, through it. It's called a C section of the Libre entry in my books. A lot of commitments. The wave is pretty nasty. It won't be a massive score, but it's a good thing for him to just like see exactly what to do with the wobble on the wave.
583 comes in. It's a good number for that turn. Driving into the lip hard. Good enough for a decent opening. I'm looking forward to seeing Arnie Bergerwinkel surfing.
Yep.
He's a shredder.
Great surfer.
Great style.
As you can see, the tide is pretty high, and we're going to go, I think, still for an extra couple of hours. If not, yeah, 1 hour and a half before it's actually fully high. We will have some backwash.
Tim Bissot, he could do some damage out here.
Oh, yeah.
Loving these lefts, won't he? The goofy.
Let's see, he just lost his main sponsor, so he's going to be even angrier in blue on a sizable wave. Arne. Long cut back to foam bounce. Off the bottom. Oh, not even a snap of the leap.
He was out of sorts the whole way then. His line was wrong from the beginning, and sometimes there's nothing you can really do to correct that. Let's go right behind him. Bissot on a big wave. Bang out the back. And he just tore the top off that one. There he drops a big hammer. It's really nicely done. He's so precise with that bottom to top combo. Bissot bang into the lip. This is going to be a really big score for Tim. And belts it all the way through. Really nicely put together wave. A big wave out the back. And he gave it hammers. And he just contrasts that with Arnie before, completely out of sorts. Timothy, look at this stuff. Just unleashing the beast. This one here was a really nice little drag of the fins. Just sort of broke his own line and put a nice visual impetus to his shred there, Vico.
Yeah, just not the fact he really slowed himself down and somehow overcompressed on his back foot to just like wait a little more for the wave to offer something and then go back again. So like a really dropped like that. Really smart surfing from Tim from Guadeloupe. As we have the draw now, getting more and more complete thanks to all these previous heat winners. And we may be going to round 32 today, as we do not have a call yet, but it's heat 14. Local time is just 2 in the afternoon, so plenty of time. So I do say we're going to have a busy afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to keep on pumping as well. We might. We got great conditions, a big number, 733. It's up towards the top of the good, towards the excellent range, and it's a great way to open a heat. And Tim will be loving that. I mean, the wave itself was a bigger wave, but it didn't have a lot of lip on it. So he did well to kind of make that score happen.
He's really over-compressed all the time, like really low on his feet, low gravity. So it's a good help on this one. He can stay really, really low and gather some speed and compress.
A low center of gravity euphemism for saying he's short?
It's not short, it's just far away. It's perspective. Okay. As 20 minutes to go, and all surfers have one wave, but our surfer with first priority. I don't know, Ried.
Ben and I have gone on record before talking about that no one ever says someone's got a high center of gravity. You don't hear that a lot, do you? Really high center of gravity. It's not something anyone ever says.
I mean, I have really short legs and a big chest. That's Conan O'Brien, the TV host, basically has legs all above basically his chest. It's only legs. So in surfing-wise, I haven't met yet a surfer with a gigantic leg and a really small chest.
Gravity, yeah, right.
SpongeBob would be one. Mark Odo was a SpongeBob.
All right, here we go. What do we got? White. It's Ishikawa out of Japan. Got a good first number. A tentative opening as this one stands up for him. Now he'll attack. Nice little sting in the tail off the lip. Keeps the speed. And then that was unconvincing. A sort of a 4-stage backhand cutback snap. And he sees board chattering around. It's a fat wave in deeper water. Gives a good inside hit. And he got a little bit of rock back on his heels then and went down. So a couple of mistakes there from his point of view.
Listen, he had to finish at 12 anyway. For his second score, he's already sitting on 1 okay to good score, 5.83. So he had to do something. At least now he has 2 scores. He just needs to get his back up in a better fashion. But it's just, a non-eventful wave, just like trying to wait for the right section. And when finally it was there, he was just doing the wrong thing at the wrong moment. It's just bad timing.
Have seen that happen if you get your feet wrong or just your rhythm on the wave wrong early on. Because it's kind of powerful and the wave's always pushing you wide, it's hard to readjust. It's not like you can go back to the white water and kind of like just reset your stance. You got to keep kind of going down the line and you just staying wobbly. It's exactly what happened to Bergerwinkel early on, actually. Same thing. He had a shotgun, a really nice wave. He almost looked like he was surfing switch. So he'll just be hoping to wash that off and get another opportunity. But I was really impressed with him last year down here.
Greatly, yeah.
And let's see how he goes for the rest of the heat. He's got plenty of time left. We haven't seen anything at all from Arnau Riera.
No, and Red is up, I think, a little late behind the section. So, well, that was a weird priority shuffle there between green and red, both taking or paddling on wave with no potential whatsoever. Pushing Arne in first priority. And hopefully, as you were saying, with a better second wave is first. As we do have hit number 15, Jake Elkington, Adrien Aimé-Toyon.
The Duke Ellington?
I think you should know, it's Elkington.
Okay.
It's the king, Elkington. Ethan Aguirre and Ian Fontaine, and hit number 16, Tristan Guilbault, Mathis Crozon, Alex Villalta-Espelt, and Gaspard Larseneur. This will be the 2 last hits of this round before we switch to the round of 32. So second wave for Mr. Ishikawa in white, a 3.83. Well, that's pretty well paid for Ken. So he is in the lead. Second, Timothée Bissot is second wave, quickening out 0.6 of a point. Pushing down Arne and Arnau, looking for average to actually really good range.
So, we're fired up here. Had a real close call in the last one. The local boy getting it by 0.3 of a point. Crowd's fired up by that. We're seeing Gonzalez go mad and get everyone whipped into a frenzy. So we really are just setting up for an absolute treat of an afternoon of competitive surfing. We got bombing sets down here. Leithgeder, the Las Palmeras. They're not trees, but they are palms.
And we do have the tide pushing in, so we do have a lot of backwash. You can see this white bird just going and splashing against. That tends to render the lineup a little more complicated to read. So these guys don't have the clean condition of a couple of hits ago. It's harder to read. Some luck and some timing. So I'm checking the real-time tide, which is not really real-time because, well, they're tides, so it's pretty mechanical. It's at 2:52, so still 50 minutes to go before we actually reach the highest point of the tide.
So a bit of a quiet spell in this one, halfway through. Bisso's thrown down a major gauntlet in the shape of a 7-3-3 early on. Priorities with Arne Bergerwinkel in blue. Second priority with Bisso, so those we'd expect to see the best of anything that comes through. Here goes Bergerwinkel in blue. He's up the goofy, and he'll let this one stand up on the bowl. A little set up first turn, and he'll jam it. Bringing it all the way through round to the inside. He got a bit done there. It's definitely going to improve on his overall score. It's going to go in his top two. He's going to improve on his 2.83 slightly, but not by much, Vico.
No, it was just an average wave, a lot of hair flick. One turn, one hair flick. Look at that. First turn and hair flick. Second turn, just a little on the back foot, hair flick. Third turn, cut back. Was about to hair flick that one as well. And that's live action surfer in red, Team Bisso. Oh, late, but great composure on this one. Was able to put the board back flat before it was too late. And that's live as well. That's Ken.
Ishikawa out the back on a bomb. And he'll bank off the top. He's got a foamy section.
Nice.
He climbs it high in Bisso's face, and he does make it around. And he'll get up and put his board up there again. Now he'll look for some lip. He'll want something critical to hit. It's been a little bit wild and woolly, and then he's struggling there. There's the backwash that Vico was warning us about, and it undoes our Japanese surfer, Kento Ishikawa.
Well, let's see what the judges reckon. 3.83 was his backup score. Team Bisso will, of course, manage to get something better. But that was a nicely surfed wave, sorry. First setup turn, waiting for the wave to wall up, and just in front of Team Bisso, get this combo of setup turn off the bottom to foam climb Rio. Look at that. Nice composure, great
cool
momentum. Then the wave tends to just disappear in the backwash current. Still, he will get something.
Yeah, I liked it. That was kill. Nicely done. It was a woolly wave. It was fat. He made a good fist out the back, error on the inside on the white water. So we're thinking with these kind of conditions, get it done out the back. Even more important than usual. Bisso's been doing that. He's got a 6-1-3 as his backup, and he is absolutely streets ahead at the moment. Second place needs to go near the excellent range to threaten his first. Meanwhile, Bergwinkel and Riera, well, their scores 6-3-3 and a 9-1-6 respectively. So Riera's not really been at the party at all so far in this one. We're halfway through the heat, just past it actually. 13 minutes gone, 12 to go. And he's only got a 0.5 on the board so far. Where are you?
Yeah, I know, having a shocker. And 3.33 for Bergwinkel. Same thing, pretty slow start. They're going to have to push the reset button and start over, as Team Bisso seems to be on pretty good rhythm. Having a look, saying, no, thank you for this one. You can see how on the bottom part of your screen there's a lot of wobble. That's the water from the previous wave being pushed back by the rocks back to the ocean. Making things a little complicated to read. So Kenta is last wave in white on a 3.77. Not a keeper.
Yeah, so Bisso really commanding so far in this one. Dominant performance. And our Japanese surfer Ishikawa looking pretty strong because he got that 5.83 early on. But other than that, I'd say it's pretty open right now. And Riera can turn this thing right the way around. But he does need to get a wave quick. He's got a big requirement if he's going to do it in one way, but he's got plenty of time to get two. He does a first priority. This is the opportunity where he does need to turn the heat. Let's see if he can do it. Here he goes, backside. A slightly wider wave. Kind of caught his bottom turn, did well to recover. There he, oh, that was really nice into the lip, and that's not what he wanted to do. That's a huge error. He could have got right back in the heat there, Vico, and he falls on what should be a relatively stock maneuver.
Yeah, that was too bad for him, but he still has time. Team Bissell, he's doing no time. Oh, double and drags bottom turn because he lost balance and, of course, then exploded on the top. Blue having a look, saying no, thank you. So, yeah, Henrietta just acts really off-tempo, just pushing way too much on his back foot, pivoting on the wrong moment of the wave and therefore going down. As you can see, the size has dropped because there's too much water at the lineup. So it's affecting the condition pretty dramatically. There's a set coming. One sure thing, you don't want the second one of the set because it will be packed with the previous wave's water. No changes right now when it comes to scores.
So, priority is with Bergwinkle now. Can he get something going? 6.33. He needs to move up into second place. He's got a bit on. He's had a couple of waves and he's sort of underwhelmed us a little bit. We had quite big expectations for him. Let's see, does have plenty of time. Meanwhile, Bissell on the inside from under the priority. He's just having fun and he threw everything at that.
Club sandwich didn't work on this one. Missed the grab, just like the wrong moment to do it. Anyway, good try. At least good for the highlights. He's committing. But we've seen some a bit of everything since this morning. Some really wide, white, washy wave from the outside to some like weird wobble on the inside now, depending on the tide. But some really great waves so far. So let's see if Las Americas can deliver in the afternoon. Still have 50 minutes to go before the tide is fully high, so this will not change much for the next hour, which means that the two last heats of this round 3 will be suffering from the same kind of like interesting yet challenging conditions. You can have a bomb or have mostly nothing.
Under 8 to go in this one. It's been all Bissell really so far. It's been a great day of surfing so far. Some wicked highlights from the likes of Vasco Ribeiro, from the likes of Jonathan Gonzalez. All sorts of great performances going down, and we're just expecting those to keep on coming. Women are off for the day, that's it. They've gone off to free surf. Next round could be coming up in a couple of heats' time. 2 more heats after this one.
Exactly. Well, we're still really early in the afternoon. Sun sets by 6-ish.
Sun sets
by 6. So we do have plenty of time. And the good thing with that format is that we are on round 3 already. We have 64 qualifying from a 32. So to be able to crown a champion, we're going to have 19 hits. Easy peasy. That's 9 hours of comp for the boys. The girls maybe like roughly 5. So 14 hours in 2 days and a half, 3 days and a half. Easy. We can choose. Ladies haven't started their event yet, which is pretty annoying for them, but they can still enjoy some great surfing conditions on the other peaks around. As we have a paddle here. Blue, no. Green having a look. Oh, he's late. May help him to just go strong on the first turn. Backside snap up the top, up the bottom to little top turn there, just trying to get into the right rhythm for the inside section. Another top turn so far, nothing major. Another top turn, so much for variety. And pivot on the back foot before the board ends up on the rocks. Well, that's his best wave, but that will not be the 779 he's looking for.
Vico, what are the Canary Islands made of?
Lava.
Volcanoes. Well, what are all the best products collectively termed as here as part of a brilliant branding exercise? Volcanic experience. The local products.
Genius idea.
They're born from lava, and there's so many good products from the land of volcanoes, the sun, the winds, and the sea, worked by the hands of the people and enjoying a unique centuries-old heritage passed down from some of the great chefs. What kind of stuff are we talking about? Well, obviously,
rocks.
Famous for the bananas. Beautiful local Canarian bananas. We've been having them for breakfast, lunch, and dinners.
Great rocks as well.
And apart from bananas, we've got some beautiful fruits, some delicious wines. I tell you what I really like is the Canarian potatoes. Those little kind of
rocks
with the skins on. Let's go with Tim Bisso. Bang! Oh, huge hit from him. Oh, nice. Bisso going mad. Boom town. And he's still just flying.
Great drive.
The cheeks puffed out, the tail blown out, and Tim Bisso's on absolute tear down here. A really well surfed wave. Kid's on fire.
Loved it. And sadly for the rest of the field, that's pretty upsetting because he's going to better his back up and showcase that somehow there's still some really good wave. Look at that. Got on his set wave without priority off the bottom. Strong snap.
Oh,
It's
man.
straight up like Paula Abdul. Straight into off the bottom to full on Oki carve. Yeah. Spraying around. Basically all in Adeje is under the rain now. Nice composure on his off the lip. And beautiful carve on this drivey cutback Rio. And that's live action Kenta.
Oh,
he's going fast.
Speed demon. Ishikawa in and out, but some nice whipping speed from him. There's going to be a massive number come for Bisso, we reckon. I'd like to talk about Honey, Vico.
Honey?
Yeah, Honey from the Volcanic Experience. The Canarian black bee came here about 200,000 years ago.
Really?
We're going to talk about Honey while we watch this replay of Ishikawa.
Oh, look at that set.
Since then it adapted and has become, oh man, that was
become,
sick.
oh man, indeed.
That
Kenta.
was sick. That was huge.
That was fantastic.
Okay, so we're going to have big numbers from our 1-2 coming in this heat. So they've developed several types of Tenerife honey.
The black bees?
On the flowers that the bees pollinate. They're unifloral honeys based on Canarian plants such as the Bugloss tajinaste, mango avocado, tiedi broom, or multifloral honeys made with the honeys based on different flowerings. And if that doesn't get you excited to go and eat some honey, I don't know what will. So many good products.
Great onions.
The batata, the Lanzarote or colorada is like your reddish potato. Of course, you've got your white patata, your egg yolk patata. So many yummy potatoes here for those of you who still eat carbs. What's your snot? You still on the carbs, Vico?
No, I'm trying to stop. Not Nutella and beer.
Okay, Nutella's carbs, mate, and palm oil. Some great pineapples.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious. Mango, papaya, passion fruit, dragon fruit. If you like fruit, come to the Canaries. I tell you, who's just dropped a 7.27, it's Tim Bisso, heat leader. And it comes in just under his top score.
Oh, Kenta's wave maybe like, not good enough. Still, 4.5 is really good score. Well, really good turn, but sadly nothing before, nothing after. Blue just like sped past us and disappeared in the white water. 2 minutes to go. Team Bisso is basically cruising on the three best scores of the heat so far. Kenta is not close second, but still good second because third and fourth are fishing for a 6.16 for blue with no priority and a 7.2 for Arno with first priority in green. Time is of the essence now. We've seen basically dual heats with red and white on fire, blue and green suffering.
What do you know about Gofio?
Absolutely nothing at all, Paul Evans.
It's a flour made from roasted cereals, usually wheat, millet, or a mixture of cereals and legumes. And it's a pre-Hispanic food that's still eaten here today. It's kneaded with water and salt in a stew with meat or fish broth and mojo with pork rinds, kneaded with bananas or grapes. Many generations have grown up eating Gofio for breakfast with hot milk. It's delicious. Well,
eat pork for breakfast.
Not necessarily my cup of tea, but hey, let's check out Riera in green. Boom, off the lip. A wobbly wave. He did well to deal with that section. And now he gets his skates on.
Tube ride.
Nice cover up.
Great style.
Almost a little bit of the kind of Simon Anderson at Pipeline sort of style to that cover up there.
Yeah, the abattoir style.
Oh.
Speed floats. Missed the grab. Oh, watch out with your head though.
I tell you what, Bissau is just on another gear, isn't he? He's surfing at sort of 40% plus from the rest of the field. Here goes Bergerwinkel, still looking for a 7. Good turn from Arnie.
Just not his heat, just really, he never falls. And today, I think he fell enough for 6 years. 14 seconds to go, and it seems quite clear that red and white are through, blue and green are back home. Ouchie for Arne Bergerwinkel and Arno Riera. And good job for Kenta and Team B. So, well, as you were saying, on a different planet.
That's some next level stuff right there from Bissau. He's going to be one to watch. As we'll just go through the rounds here and have a look at a replay. A little inside wave from him, but as soon as he gets to his feet, you know exactly his intentions are to get radical. Look at the projection over the lip, puts himself in the right spot, and then just going for the punt. He was just surfing with a bit of freedom at that stage. Knew he was going through, just enjoying himself, expressing himself in front of the crowd. It's time for me to say bye.
Paul, thank you for your wisdom. As we're going to go straight to the hit number 15, round 3. I don't believe we're going to have an ad break. If we do, maybe now is the time for a little ad break. So we're going to go straight. Wow, some really good looking person there in the gymnasio of Volcan. Ben, you're back with me in the booth. How do you feel about these just pumped up people?
Just I'm pumped as them. Just I don't need to lift. I don't need to lift loads of weights. I just watch surfing. That's what gets me pumped. And Timothy Bissau, very impressed. I was watching him free surf the other day, and I was like, there's a lot of good guys out, and he really stood out. I was like, I didn't know who it was. I was like, who is that guy? It's obviously like just a bit of a different level. Like it's a bit more spark, a bit more. And then in that heat, I watched it as well. That's who it is. And he looked really good, looked really sharp, really fast. Obviously surfed in a few CTs over the years, had a few wild cards into various events. And I can see why. He's looking good. What do you got here? What's this about?
This little book, which is pretty awesome, that's been edited by the Gobierno de Canarias, so the Canarian government, and it brings out basically everything that is beautiful about these islands, from the foods to the history to the honey, the grapefruits, the wine, the weird flowers, and some great looking stones as well. So just have a look at that if you can find it online as well. It's been basically edited by the tourism board of the Canaries. This is a fantastic little group of islands. There's waves everywhere, great for spearfishing. If you are into that, you can go visit. You can have a proper wine experience as well. You can go all the way to the mountain and get some snow. So
it's got it all.
It's got it all. It's got it all.
Wow. Yeah, I love it. I love the place. Love the people. Love the surf. Love the waves.
Great wave as well.
Love everything about it.
So right now we have, sorry about that, we have tide still pushing in. We've seen a lot of kind of like wobble, a lot of backwash. What's your take on the conditions now, Ben?
Well, I think this is like the high. Oh, I said the way that you just illustrated your point. A bit wobbly, but I like the high tide. I think it breaks along this ledge a bit better. It doesn't break so wide, and that they're just generally faster. If you get one of those insiders, as soon as you take off, you're off. You know, you got to generate speed. Whereas sometimes on that lower tide, you take off S turns, slow S turns, blah blah blah. So yeah, I think it suits a high tide. As we see Ian Fontaine, Lyon just swooping around, comes up here. He's from Brittany up the north coast of France. There's a lot of time in Hossega.
Great turn here.
He's been doing some team management work with Billabong. And if he finishes that, which he has, he started off with a very, very solid wave. Yeah, so moved to the next sort of phase of his career, still competing, but also being a bit of a mentor and a guide to the next generation of French rippers. But right now, it's all about him. But here we go, Jake Elkington, famous surfing name.
As Jake is just ripping this one. Look at the color of the water. It's fantastic. Oh, spanking that one hard as he's connecting all the dots to the inside. Look at that. It's getting hollow. And he's going to kick out as we're going to see if there's somebody out there. If not, we're going to go straight into a little interviews. Julia and our last hit winner. Julia, take away his team.
Hello everybody, we're back at the beach with the last heat winner, Tim Bissot. You're just 21 years old and you're from France. How was your heat?
Yeah, it was great. There is a lot of good waves. I'm really stoked when I show up this morning that, it was good. And yeah, it has been small these past few days, so just, waiting for the swell. Yeah, stoked to make it.
I made some research about you and I saw that a few years ago you competed in the CT in the Rip Cool Pro Bells and you got the 25th place and Kelly Slater defeated you. How is it to compete against Kelly?
Yeah, it was a really good experience, when you compete with somebody that good for that long, it's always good to see what you can do against him. And yeah, I was just 18 at this time, so still a teenager, but yeah, really happy that I had to surf with him.
Is it your first time in Tenerife in the Canary Islands?
Yeah, it actually is. I've been to Lanzarote and Las Palmas, so super experience again. It's beautiful here. I'm really stoked to be here actually.
Happy to hear. Thanks a lot and go get ready for your next heat. We're going to be running all day.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Julia, and congrats to Tim as we have some heavy spanking being done by surfer in Guinea and Fontaine, having a lot of good turns on these two first waves. So let's see what's going on. You can see on this wider angle of this main peak of the Spanish left. It's a little soft, but as you were saying, it's slightly easier to read. There's not this kind of like wide set that we don't really know where to go. This is pretty simple to assess if a wave has potential or not. It's just then being lucky or not with the backwash.
Yeah, and the heat winner just there, Timothy, he didn't even worry about priority. He sort of sat a bit underneath the other guys. He was getting the inside runners. It wasn't even really waiting for the sets. And the ones that sort of hugged the reef, yeah, it was where he got his speed and his flow from. So strong, but there's still loads of waves, and it's probably dead high tide. It'll run out. I think the mid tide's probably just about best. Just get reduce a bit of that backwash as Toyon just makes a mistake. He had priority. He waited 7 minutes for that. Meanwhile, Jake Elkington, the South African, maybe the only South African in the field, he's making hay where Adrian didn't quite get the wave he wanted.
Yeah, it's getting really shallow here. Jake Elkington so far still chasing his first proper score. He's been sitting on really low ones since the beginning. It's still early days though. As we have a replay of Red. Nice backhand attack on this one. Lands a little square but straight into a second turn. A little too late for the judge's point of view. You just want to hit the leap, not after or before. And he was slightly mistimed on this one. Still managed to get a few turns in, and as we are still early in the heat, it's always good to put your stamp on it. 2.57 for the first of green, and still waiting for his second score.
Pretty impressed with the Japanese surfer too. Kenta Ishikawa in that last heat.
So
He's
fast.
surfed 2 really strong heats so far. Really fast, really sharp, even though it was a lot bigger, he still was driving through his turns. Yeah, he looks like he means business, that kid. I'll be watching him closely for the rest of the event. So yeah, Ian Fontaine, big 6.17. Adrien Toyon, who's one of Europe's better known surfers, sort of applied a bit of a free surfing career and a competitive career. I think in terms of talent, you know, he's just right up there with some of Europe's best surfers, isn't he? Some of his tube riding and, you know, in ways of consequence too, he's so good to watch. But just in competitive zone, he just makes mistakes. He's made one already in this heat. He's waited a long time to surf this, and then had priority and paddled for a missed a wave. It's kind of just real basic stuff that holds him back, and it's so frustrating to watch a man of his undoubted talent, especially in like lefts like this, sort of just fall short. Not because of his surfing, just because it's a competitive kind of mistake. So hopefully he can turn it around. He's got 15 minutes. He hasn't caught a wave. He's got second priority. Time will come, but yeah, he just makes it a little bit harder for himself than he probably needs to sometimes.
Yeah. Adrian has always been the kind of the champion of half commitments. When he commits, he's absolutely brilliant in everything he's doing, from golf to studies to surfing. But most of the time, he can't really push that commitment all the way consistently. So he's just like having some moments of brilliance, and then it just like goes back to being average, which is pretty frustrating for him. But he knows his only demon basically. But I've had a great chance to work with him now, like since like 10 years ago, and even more now. I'm really old now, but he's always been this kind of like really brilliant kid.
Yep.
He's still, but like 15 years ago, he was already considered the best tube rider in St. Leu, and he was a really proper Grom. And when the CT search event, the first event was there, he would be like going from deeper through all the guys from at the time the top 44, and had no worries about like showcasing he was the best out there. So he knows what he can do. Just sometimes he has trouble to put all the factors together to make the magic happen.
Yeah, well, let's hope we get to see some magic. He's such a legendary guy, such a nice guy, really fun. Obviously multilingual, smart. Yeah, he's a pleasure to be around. So let's hope he can put some scores on the board up against Ethan Egigaran. He's been surfing well too. The Bass Surfer had a good event last year. Mm-hmm. Really solid, goofy footer. Charges hard, surfs hard, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. So he also netting some scores. Only Ian Fontaine really with that 6 has made any type of serious dent on the scoreboard at this early stage.
Not going on this one. As blue, white is up now. First backside float re-entry and lands little square, so will not complete that turn and has to go back to the end of the line. First priority back to Adrien Toyon, second to Jake Lockington, third to Ian Fontaine. Time is almost down to the half time of that heat, and so far not a lot of fireworks, Ben. But we did miss a wave of 6.73 for Adrien Toyon, so he's third, but only looking for 1.64.
Yeah, not a lot in it. So Toyon back with priority. He needs to get his skates on. Jake Elkinson, the South African, is looked sharp. He's got a 5 or so for that last wave where he launched into the lip. Young South African who's trying to apply his trades. It's hard for them, as you see. Egigaran, it's a natural footer, obviously, not his brother Yulin. So Ethan just kicks out. Yeah, the South Africans find it a bit hard just with the currency issues. The rand doesn't travel as far as most other ones, so they, you know, that's a big abalone dive. For guys like Jake, if he can come here and do really well, not only does he get some much needed points, but 1,500 euros, you know, sets himself up for a few more events.
Yeah.
You know, funds his travels. So a lot on the line for some of these surfers.
It's the beginning of the grind, so you really want to go from one event to the other with all the momentum that you're getting, the points you want, and the money that you're winning. Red is up. Jake, nice first of the leap to late tail slide on this one as well. A little more hook to this one. Great spray. 2 good turns on this wave. May he better with 3.60. He's still not safe as the best single score of the heat so far is the blue.
Yeah, we haven't seen that wave of blues yet, but it looked like it was a cracker. But that was strong. He flicked the tail out. It's a real commitment. Drove around again. That's right in the lip and vertical. Solid surfing. So, yeah, Jake smashing up top. We did see Adrien Toyon. He logged a 6.73, which must have been pretty special. And if we can get a replay of that, that would be fantastic. And the boys now just jostling for position again. Fontaine looking around. 11 minutes, just gone the halfway stage, so things just starting to get a bit tense.
All right, it's pretty slow. 11 minutes to go. Waiting for Jake's last ride. That may be actually one of his best. There was two good turns. Green asking for situation again. And yep, getting scored right now. Last of red should be a keeper. We haven't received any confirmation yet, but we are guessing that we're going to be running the next round. That will round 32, bringing first and second to what's called round of 16, which is a quarterfinal with 4 surfers.
Yeah, you start to get the nitty-gritty there, don't we, Vico? Like in the round of 32, if you're into that, you win that. One more heat, these guys. And then, yeah, you're in the 16, which is, you know, the money end. So, yeah, just, you know, it can happen pretty fast, these events. You chug through a good, long day of heats, then all of a sudden, bang, you're in the pointy end.
Well, once we finish that round, the next heats, we basically have 9 hours of event for the boys, which goes really, really fast. An extra 6-7 hours for the ladies. So, a matter of 1 day and a half, you can actually close that, and we are only Thursday, and of the waiting period Sunday. So we can be able to just pick the right condition, maybe like going on hold for the high tide condition. We're going to see how the judges and even direction are choosing, but we will have the luxury of time and plenty of swell on offer. So maybe some expression session, maybe some surfing canoe. We'll see. 7-1-7 for Jakes. Goes from second to first, and Adrian Tryon now needs a 2-0-1. Ian Fontaine pushed down to second. Ethan Egegren chasing a 5-2-5, really discreet, and just as Yulen, the Egegren have kind of struggled today to actually go through their hits without panicking.
Yeah, so those 2 turns from Jake Elkington got that 7.17. Again, the judges have not been scared to bust out big scores based on, you know, 1 or 2 manoeuvres. It doesn't have to be length to ride. It's not about getting the best wave. It's about the biggest manoeuvres. And Jake showed there that those 2 solid combo, like a combo, bang, bang, especially, yeah, they were rewarded with, you know, big scores. So pushes up in the first. Both Adrian and Ion have sort of got high 6s, just haven't backed it up. So it's kind of between those 2 guys, you'd think, at this stage. Next wave sort of wins, really, of those 2. And whoever gets the higher of those, you'd think would have been in a better position to progress. 8 minutes on the clock too. It's where it starts to get pretty nerve-wracking.
As the afternoon sun is now fully vertical, so we're going to have some of these little high tide pools starting to warm up. Perfect for the kids to play. It's soft rocks in there. There's no urchins. And as the tide will go a little lower, we're going to have an incoming swell. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out for these guys as we are approaching the highest point of the tide. So for the next hour, things will not move that much. And then I think we're going to see a pretty important shift in the momentum of the tide with more and more sets coming wide. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these guys can make it work, knowing that the main focus for the judges so far has been strong move on strong sections, not long waves with plenty of turns. So let's see. Right now it's fishing time. First prize to this guy with a fantastic set of hair, Adrien Aimé Toyon from Rain Island. And second priority for Yann Fontaine.
Yeah, and looks like there's a set approaching. Toyon with priority. He's got a decision to make. If he's not in position, and he's not, or is he? Yeah, it looks like he's pulling the trigger. So Toyon, see the board shorts. I like it. Goes around, just swings it off the top. A little bit slow, but that's getting a bit more into it. That's what the fin release you get. That's what you get from him. You get a bit of radicalness. You get a bit of surprise. You're never quite sure what's going to happen. And already he's just showing that he's got a lot more in his locker than some of the other surfers. So never completely authoritative, but you know what? He showed he didn't have to go that high risk, and he did, and he pulled him off. So I think he should be rewarded for it.
That's a typical Adrian. The first one was almost a mistake. I can see just like almost lost momentum. So this first turn is not actually a turn off the bottom to a stronger one on this one. Your board slide.
That was sick.
And that's the thing with Adrian. Everything looks so smooth and easy that somehow judges, at least in the past, tend to just like say, oh, that's just like there's too much flow. It's too fluid. But now you can see just like can force a little more. And that looks better. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and finally some action in the lineup with first prize still to Ian Fontaine. He's going to be pushed really fast down to third. That's done already. Last of blue with a 4.7. So now Ian needs a 5.27.
Yeah, 4.7 for Adrian. Probably just had lost a little bit of control there. That's why they took him down. But it's this man that now needs a 5.27. And he's got a wall ahead of him, streaking down the line. The big man from Brittany hooks a tail up there. Can he get another big section? Does another one, a little bit loose, but hangs on. And now he just seems a bit frustrated there. He just didn't get another big section. So you'd think that wouldn't be as good as Toyon's wave. He did 2 turns, but one was great, and the next one was a little bit loose. So he'll be back out there with 4 minutes to go to see if he can get this 5. He might improve his score though. Only need to improve on a 2.57. Nice wave, look at that. Streaking down the line.
It's just like really not really happening. This first turn is more the transition turn and just like try to get something more, but the wave is not really helping him. Disappear in the white water. Reminds me of like Gonzalo Gutierrez's wave earlier this morning, just like compact style, but not a lot of verticality. The board is not really spinning around. There's not a lot of spray. It's going to be slightly underwhelming for the judges, and it's not at all the 5.27 that he was chasing, despite the fact it was a set wave. And there were some section, and there was just not a lot of complicity between the surfer and the wave. Everything was off-timed. And that's Tristan Guilbeault, fresh out of a second place finish in Israel.
Yeah, so as we saw, that wave of in, just coming in. Oh, still yet to drop. He needed a 5.27. So the judge is still taking their time with it. It's a pretty big call, isn't it? So you want to get it right. And, well, yeah, he's still got time, 3.5 minutes. Of course, Igagarin, he now needs a high 8. He's been pretty much out of the heat so far. Hasn't played any meaningful role. So we'll see if he can change that as it goes down the wire. He needs to do something special because he's going to be out of the event. And no one wants to be out of the event at this early stage with the waves pumping, the sun is shining. Next couple of days could be epic if you're still in the event. And a 4.9 for Ian, so close but not close enough. He still now needs a 5.27. So just came short. He's not happy with it, but I think deep in his heart he wouldn't have been expecting to probably get that score.
No, there was too many unevens, let's say. So bad thing for him is that in his 4th party, time's ticking away, and he has Adrien Toyon, who is by far one of the worst person to have in a hit when he wants to sit on somebody else. It's now it's 3rd and 4th, so he doesn't risk anything by just sitting on Ian's shoulder. And Jake Elkington has been pretty screwed as well. Just the best single score of the heat so far. Well, top 10 of the day. Small backup though, but he's safe first. And Ethan Igagarin having a proper shocker, a 3.5 with a 1.07 out of 4 waves surfed. That's not really what we used to.
So frustrating. You just imagine paddling out before your heat. You're so excited. You know the waves have been pumping. You're visualising what's possible, and it just hasn't come off. Jake Elkington, on the other hand, he's been visualising some of these backhand cracks, and he's been pretty good at them. Drives around, got low centre of gravity. He's got those on tap, to be honest. It's obviously a real strength. His backhand cracks right in the lip, often drifts the fin, Vico, which isn't easy.
Finally.
Here's Igagarin, about to show him what he's really capable of, and that's a big, smooth turn. Drives around the pocket. Lovely wave. Not that steep a face, but geez, he's going fast and surfing it well. He's still going. Big turn to finish off. And the boys go mad. So we talked about visualising what was possible. Well, he's got it, but unfortunately it just might have come too late to make a big difference.
7.93 would be slightly too high, but it's going to be a good to really good score, that's for sure. But time is of the essence, 1 minute on the clock. It's going to be a little too sketchy to go back outside. Now it's about Adrien Troyon with first priority and Ian Fontaine with basically nothing because he's been surfing off our screen. No, there was a priority change, so mistake from Adrien Troyon as he was his first prio, and now it's Ian Fontaine. 45 seconds to go. It's not really happening in front of us because it's far away on the lineup, but these two guys are outside battling out for a maybe never coming set.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened that change of priority, but again, it's a second mistake, and he's given his competitor a free shot at it, which is dangerous, but he's not going to rest out there. He's going to try and look for something and see if he can stay in the game. 10 seconds remaining. This is the wave that he's given away, and it could be the one that changes everything. 8 seconds, and there he goes. So this is tight. 5.27 is the score required. Big first turn. Second turn. This wave is shaping up.
Oh, yeah,
third turn.
Got it.
And that is
okay.
So really tight. A 5.27. He's happy with it. He threw some spray.
5, 6, 7 for last of Jake in red, so easy for him. Waiting for last of Ethan as well. That's a no-brainer, Ben. Set wave, really dramatic. 5 seconds to go. 3 good turns.
I don't know, it's tight. They weren't that big, those turns. They were all fairly safe. I mean, I love the passion, I love the aggression, I love the fight.
He got 4.9 on his previous wave, the longer one with like half turn.
True, but Troyon got a 4.7 for that big left and those big fin releases. So on that scale, you know, he banked them, he hit it hard. I just think, I don't know, it's going to be really, really tight. And he thinks it's in the bag, but it's going to be, well, it's going to be right around that score, isn't it? And hence the judge's difficulty. They'll be looking at all the different scores.
That's a nail biter, that's for sure. As we get some scores in, Ethan Gulen's going to get the best score of his scoreline, but still far away from his former requirement. He was chasing 7.93 prior to last of green. He got a 6.07, so still fourth. Now it's all about the last of green. As judges are still having a look at the replay, we won't go now, at least yet, to the ad break because it's all about blue and green. Adrien Troyon making
on the money. The score's coming in. The first judge likes it. The second judge does as well. He's going to get the score. Ian Fontaine's got a 5.7. He moves into the second. Adrien Troyon has thrown that heat away with 2 very, very silly mistakes. And he's got paid the ultimate penalty, and that's heartbreaking for Adrien. But Ian Fontaine, you got to hand it to him. Stuck to his guns, made the most of it under pressure, smashed the heat.
Well, that's going to be all for Adrien and Ethan, as we are going straight to a little ad break and come back to you guys for the last hit of that round in this fantastic event in Tenerife. Guys, stay tuned.
And we are back in the crystal blue azure waters of the Tenerife. I'm Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the commentary booth with Paul Evans.
Yes, please.
And we are back for the last heat of the round of 64.
How, Ben? How and why? How did Troyon nose that up so royally?
It was Well,
How did he do that?
He did it twice, to be honest. So early on in the heat, he let priority go, which was kind of that mistakes happen. But the second one,
one of the worst tactical displays in the history of the sport.
I wouldn't go that far, but with 30 seconds to go, he had priority and he went for wave and missed it, and that gave the opportunity. It was a pretty obvious, basic mistake, and I don't want to beat the man when he's down. He'll be feeling pretty.
No, I think now is the perfect time to kick him.
Yeah, well, he's been around the block a few times. He knows the way it works, and he was disappointed. I thought maybe his second wave may have been a little bit underscored, but that doesn't change anything.
Yeah,
but anyway,
he didn't do that much, did he? He was kind of...
Yeah, it's a bit loose. But anyway, down on the beach, we have the last heat winner, Jake Elkington, and he's about to have a chat. Over to you.
Hi guys, it's me again at the beach. We're here not only with the only South African competitor, he's Jake Erling Elkington, and he's 19 years old. Is it your first time in Tenerife? How was your heat? Tell us all about it.
Yeah, this is my first time in Tenerife, and I've been really enjoying it. I've been staying with my friend Arnau Riera, and he lives here now, so been here for a week, and it's been really fun. The heat was good heat. It's good to get a win in my first heat, and yeah, I started off a little bit slow, and I was getting caught behind the section, so I kind of had to sort of chill out and relax a bit, and managed to get a couple scores and get through.
You are just 19 years old, as I said, but you've been competing for quite a while. How do you like VSL? How do you like competing?
Yeah, I've been competing since I was 10 years old, and yeah, I've always loved competing. I think sometimes I see myself as more as a competitive surfer rather than a free surfer, and yeah, I mean I love to compete, and this is what I love doing.
And one more question, if I'm not wrong, one of your first QS was in South Africa. How do you think VSL is helping local talents like you? So, like VSL coming to your hometown, how did it change your career?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a huge help for South African surfers to have so many QSs back home. Some of my friends, my peer group have really stepped up and gone into the prime events, which is a huge help, and hopefully with the events back home, I'll be able to do the same this year.
Well, is there something else you would like to say to all the people watching us live?
Yeah, I'd just like to say hi to I'm sure my brother's watching and my parents, and yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I did enjoy that at all. You know why? Just the sheer youthfulness of that interview, the exuberance, the glowing health,
positivity,
the positivity, and
promise of a bright future.
Yeah, all that made me kind of feel a bit sick. And then you had the split screen. You had the guys ripping out the back, and then you had that just shameful display of youth and positivity. Kind of, yeah. Anyway. No, good old Jake. I'm just joking, of course. Lovely guy, great surfer, amazing future, great interview as well. And he's storming on through to the round of 32. What happened to this guy, Paul? What was going on here?
Gilbo Baggins ripped the bag on this one. Nice grab rail off the bottom, adjusting his line. Big result from him over in Israel at Netanya not so long ago, so we know he's on fire. And he has been ripping already in this heat. Mathis Crozon. Bang, attacking the lip. That kind of crouched style, a crouchy style almost. See if he'll do the robot.
Yep, opening wave 5.33 for Gilbo. That was big wave at the back. Big fella went on the attack. Got a bit caught up in the bumps at the end, but it done enough to have a solid start. Have you been out on the beach, Paul? What's happening down there? A bit of a wander around?
It's really warm. Really warm. I watched the last heat. I thought that, I don't know. I just thought that Adrian somehow, I just don't know what he was doing. He must know something that I don't. It's like, no, it's okay. He must have this somehow, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, but he just didn't.
Yeah, he didn't have it.
Yeah. That's what you get, and you're gone. You're out. Lost first round last year. He's gone again. He's bye. See you later. Much later. But yeah, no, it's pumping down there, man. What's happening now as well? High tide. They're finishing off.
Right.
They're finishing off all the way down, like right on the beach.
Yeah.
So like you can almost touch them where you're sitting. So when he finished that wave, he got a 4 on at the end. He was literally right there. So there's a bunch of people watching, bronzing.
Yep.
Some good hats and some umbrellas going down as well because it is really warm. You've got to shield yourself from the sun. Unless you want to end up like a shriveled prune. And yeah, everyone just loving the shred, taking it all in, having a spot of lunch. Some people drinking lager. Looks quite cold and very tempting. We're working, so we're just keeping it on the Cabreiroa water, which is delicious and refreshing.
Yeah.
Hydrating. Did you touch on any of the Volcanic Experience local products in the last heat?
No.
Any of the meats and the fishes?
No, I didn't actually look through that book, but I had a scan. I had a cursory glance at some of the amazing produce. I like the photo of the volcanoes in the middle.
I mean, Ben, I'll let you talk us through some of the meats and the fish, because we know I'm a whole food, plant-based vegan, so it wouldn't really be the right thing for me to do at this stage. But
I just wait for this.
Don't wait for this. Just talk about the back, meat and the fish.
That's out the back. Oh, and he gets hung up, and then he goes around, and can he make it out of the next section? He can, but there's not a lot doing. A flat turn. The spelt needs to do a bit more. He hasn't quite spelt that correctly, I would say. And he's gone out. It says here the fresh natural beef, lamb, goat, chicken, rabbit are all environmentally friendly types of meat and form part of our rich cuisine, which I'm sure now is not the time, but you might take some type of argument with that, Paul. Yeah, you've got the... you've got the avocado out the back. Larsenor just going down, fighting and losing the battle with the foam. Yeah, it's great cuisine in the Canaries. Some of the local wines. The salt's incredible. The sal.
Let's just get caught up with Larsenor as he cracks 2 nice turns off the top. There's the first one. Second one's a rip snorter, but he doesn't get the execution. Yeah, you got some great sea salt over here. Add to garnish any of these exquisite products. We recommend using Canarian sea salt, a natural salt from the Atlantic Ocean, the trade winds, the volcanic soil, and generations of artisans have deposited in our salt mines on the edge of the sea.
I like that. I like a rock salt. Bit of sea salt, I should say. Wonder where they are. Should go visit them, Paul. Plenty of places to visit. You can visit the salt mines. That's one place you could go for a pleasant afternoon. Where are you going? Oh, just off to the salt mines.
How about some of the characteristics of the olive oil made in Canary Islands?
I'd say it would be the volcanic soil must have something
Give
to
us
do
a
with...
couple of flavour notes. If you had to, okay, one's a fruit, one's a nut. Some of the flavour notes. Fresh apple and green almonds. It's smooth and delicious.
I was going to say almonds.
Here we go. Tristan Guilbeault out of France in red. A 5.33 already under his belt. Waka. Nice first big hit off the top. Goes the layback.
Layback to goat boat.
And then goes the goat boat, the wave ski, and then goes under. So good commitment.
Was that almost the dead cockroach made famous by Johnny from Cabreiroa? You've seen some of his antics? Rides Jake's Point on his back with his legs and feet in the air. It's called the dead cockroach. It's a really impressive manoeuvre. The first time you see it, when you see it about the 10th time on a set wave, you start to lose a little bit of its appeal.
So the olive oil is smooth and delicious.
Yeah.
I've already talked about the honey.
I'd believe that.
The onions. The onions here form the basis of many Canarian recipes. And
yeah, they do.
The archipelago has several exclusive
archipelago?
varieties. Yeah.
Where's that?
Okay, here goes green Larsenor, bang off the top. Whoa, nice projection float. Big maneuver from the Frenchman. Still swinging down the line.
Larsenor, I've had a few free surfs off on the right with the Larsenor. He was ripping.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of waves.
Do you know any of the Tenerife varieties of onion?
No, I don't. I don't know any of the Tenerife varieties of onion, Paul. What are they? Smack. A lot of spray. Comes back around.
That was a Guayanonge.
Nice floater.
Carazales. And that was a masca on the end. Oh, you got those from San Juan de Rambla. They're milder and sweeter. Good for salsa.
Dancing. Not so good for salsa. Your breath might be a bit...
Onions from Lanzarote are also excellent. Don't know about that. It's only one real island for me, mate.
Out the back, though. Shedding a few layers. Oh, grabs the rail. Swings it off the top. And Espelt just waiting for the next section. Some of these waves look so clean now. The wind's just gotten a little bit more land-based, maybe. That was a very terrible turn, but he's still in the game. He's just doing, hasn't got enough projection, but he's staying busy. Does not stop this kid.
That was a sweet wave. Do you know what it was as sweet as? Nearly as sweet as? Canarian palm syrup. It's obtained by hand from the sap of the Canary Islands date palm, Latin name Phoenix canariensis. It's native and exclusive to the island of La Gomera, where it's been produced for hundreds of years. It's a natural food with no additives or preservatives. Manufacturing techniques ancient. It's a delicious accompaniment to many traditional desserts and cheeses.
Oh. Sure, you could use a bit of the cocktail as well, a bit of palm syrup.
No, Ben. It's also highly nutritious, a balanced percentage of calories and a high level of basic trace elements, such as copper, iron, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, sodium, and zinc.
Here we go. Back to the action in the water, I would say, if I had my choice in the matter, as they fighting it out for priority here. Looks like it's a bit of a battle. I'll get the call soon. Larson out in front.
How much you know about the Canarian aloe vera? Would you like to hear a bit about it?
In my sort of travails around the local Tenerife and establishments, I've seen a lot of aloe vera shops sell aloe vera products. So I assumed the climate would be good for aloe vera. Quite dry. It's a succulent. Is that correct, Paul? But yeah, I'm interested.
Okay, here goes Mathis Crozon out of France, the goofy in blue. Driving hard. Bang. Stings off the top. And he's got his skates on for speed. But he ain't coming around that section. All right, Tristan Guilbault right behind him. Just checking his turns, checking his speed. Looking for some lip. There he finds some. And he'll tag it here. Boomtown, right in his compatriot's face. Mathis Crozon got a whole load of that in his grill. And I tell you what, Gilbo Baggins is still swinging down here. Oh, it's a great wave from him. It doesn't stick the end in, but he got some good hits on the end. An uncharacteristic mistake previous to that, and he's made amends Monday.
Yeah, he's rode that very, very well. Start to finish, real intent. Had a few tricky sections that he just dealt with just through sheer speed. Real strong guy, strong surfer. Powered around those sections, and yep, he's going to bolster his 5.33, which is the equal top score. He's looking strong. Coming in off his result in Israel. Got 1,000 points there.
What's important about the Canarian banana?
What's important about it?
Yeah. Tons of calorific content.
It's got a very high level of potassium.
No, calorific content, calories.
It's got a lot of calories in it.
No, opposite. It's quite low in calories. Just 85 per 100 grams of banana. So you're getting all the trace elements, all the nutrients, all your potassiums, all your fibers, but you're not getting so many calories.
Is that good or bad thing?
Well, you don't want too many calories, mate.
It's that fuel, though, energy, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't need too much, though.
Right now, 9 minutes on the clock. These guys need to fuel up. They could be surfing again. We're going to go, I think the call is to go straight through to the round of 32, and there'd be no reason why we wouldn't. As the surf is pumping, everyone's around. Still got at least 3 hours of sunlight, if not more. And these guys are really pushing on to get to the round of 32, which starts to get at least within touching distance of the points and the prizes money that make the trip worthwhile.
Have you been having the mojo sauce on your Canarian potatoes?
The mojo sauce?
Yeah, there's the green and the red.
Yeah, I had some of the red mojo sauce for dinner.
I mean, mojo is actually just Portuguese, funnily enough, for sauce, so we're calling it sauce. Let's stay with live action. We'll come back to the sauce in a minute. Here goes Larson. And it's an awkward takeoff, and he almost dived out of the falls there for a little bit of a theatrical effect. It wasn't quite Flea Roscoe at the Eddy, but nevertheless, it was a nice jump off.
Yeah, he was caught up, and he just went out in front. Never a nice feeling. I think he's going to be okay. It wasn't Flea, because Flea, he went feet first, didn't he, Flea? I think, whereas he sort of dived with his hands out, so that was more of a, not so much like Flea.
Yeah, that's what I
would
said.
say.
Not quite like it. Yeah,
Nothing like it. But 8 minutes on the clock. Gilbao with a 4.4 to back up his 5.33. Still very, very tight here. There's only 3.53 points between the 4 surfers. It is very, very tight.
Yeah, so the green sauce, we're mainly talking olive oil, vinegar, salt and garlic.
That makes sense.
Other ingredients, you can put the red La Palma pepper to make the red sauce, green or red peppers, paprika, cumin, coriander, parsley, almonds, water, saffron, tomato, etc., etc. Great sauces. Basically, what I'm trying to say, Ben, is there's some incredible cuisine. It's all part of the volcanic experience with an X. See what they've done there. They're local products from the Canary Islands. There's some beautiful gastronomy over here. It's not all-day English breakfast with a pint for €3.50.
Well,
although you can get that too.
Yes,
that's
get
available
it all
as well.
Okay, well done, Paul. I think you've definitely covered the volcanic experience with an X, and get yourself down to the Canary Islands, immerse yourself in the local culture, the local food, the local sun, the local waves, and just soak it up. That would be our advice. What's been your highlight today, Paul? How would you say of the, in general?
The waves have been the highlight today, Ben. The surf's jumped up. It's just added an extra sort of notch in terms of excitement factor. Even as you're walking from quite far away and you come around the point, you're actually looking almost like down into the wave because of the way the bay bends around. So even from a really long way away, you see the swell bending in. And that's, I think, part of the reason why so much of a crowd has come down, because all the energy is like focusing on this point out here. Big rooster tails of spray, massive performances, the crowd noise. We've got our beach commentators playing a bit of ukulele, doing their little karate sound effects. It's all just really created like a big kind of party atmosphere down here, Ben, and I've been lapping it up.
Any particular individual performances that have stood out for you over the course of the round of 64?
If I were you, I would say something really obvious and just go with the people with the high scores. So you're talking your Ribeiros, you're talking your Lipkeys. But I actually really appreciate someone that just sneaks through in second with like a couple of 4s. Just about gets through. Let's stay.
Well, you've always embraced the mediocre, Paul. I mean, that would be probably your epitaph. That does make sense.
Gilbo there with a nice little wave. Yeah, but Johnny, for me, it's all about Johnny. So
the guy that got the highest score.
How much would we love him to go all the way down here? How many more years left has he got to give us? We don't know, so we've got to appreciate him while he's still here.
Look at this set out the back. Huge set rifling through. It's been non-stop, as Paul was just alluding to. And it looks like the Spelt is doing those half turns. They don't score big points. He's got to go aim for a bit higher in the top third of the wave.
It's low gluten from a Spelt, isn't it?
Yeah, and that wave was an on-canter. Look at the left, just streaming down. I could see myself just trying to hunch wide and just snubbing one of those just before dark, Paul. Right now, though, you've got not the world's best, Europe's best young surfers out there attacking it. And look at that. Now, that is a stacked heat. Look at that bottom man turn.
Boo.
That was sick.
Mental turn there from Tristan Gilbo. Absolutely leathered it. Oh, yes, please, into the lip. This is going to be a really good score. Not too much faffing around between the manoeuvres. I love the grab rail bottom turn backside. And then he just absolutely detonated into the lip, Mundy. The late takeoff. There's so much to love about this ride.
This bottom end turn especially, that is so drawn out the fins. And then because of that bottom end turn, he had so much speed and power in the pocket. And he whipped it around with pace and power. And there's a bit of a drift. Everything you need. And then he finished it off. So, super strong surfing.
Could he go into the excellent range with that?
Yeah, he'll come close. I think he will. It was one big turn.
There's one on the end as well.
Yeah, I think it'll come close.
Okay.
It was one of the more impressive single flashes of
7.73. It did come close.
Awesome score. So, as we've taught, the judges are not afraid to just give out massive amounts of points for just single turns. If it makes you feel good, if it makes you do that guttural roar, they'll reward it.
If it keeps them awake, they'll do it.
Anything
just like winding the window down in the car at night, just get
anything
that fresh
that
air
jolts them out of their stupor, they're all for. And it was well rewarded. So yeah, he's been another really strong performance. Next heat coming up. Oh, Kalani Da Silva, we've seen him, we've liked him.
What have you thought of the judging so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Of the what?
The judging.
Yeah, they've been on point.
It's absolutely spot on, I reckon. Really, really good.
Started off, they let the scale pretty. They gave themselves plenty of room to manoeuvre, which is what you need, which is important. And then they've just slowly built on it, and they've been terrific. Look at that next heat though, Paul. Lewis Diaz, one of the Canarians' great up and comers. Kalani Da Silva, one of its great sort of serves a long time. Goni Zubizarreta stopped me.
I think Da Silva's like 19 or something. Really
yeah.
Young.
Bang. And that is Gaspard. The French people have really been good in this heat, haven't they?
3 Frenchmen in this one going at it. Here's one of them, Mathis Crozon. Boom, out of the lip, using the speed. Oh, he tags it, gets a little release. That was nicely done. Throwing in some variety. Everyone in the lineup just checking it out as they see some fins in their faces. And he's still swinging right down onto those pebbles. Look at the commitment from our French surfer, the goofy in blue, all the way through, down to the beach. Let's check what he got done.
Yeah, so he comes around, he's a lot of speed, low body at centre of gravity, whacks it off the top. This is the second turn where he gets the drift. A little boop, nice little release, and then it just starts to come unstuck a bit down the end there. We've talked about it before, the low centre of gravity. It's for you guys the high centre of gravity.
We've had this with Vico.
Yeah, you've already
done the high centre of gravity chat.
Stole my high centre of gravity. Trademarked Monday. Oh, awesome. But
keep going, please. Okay, Spelt. Here he goes. Here he doesn't go. He's had a nightmare. Absolute shocker.
Yeah, he don't have to spelt this one out. He's really hasn't found his rhythm. Got 3.5 and a 2.67. Not really troubling those up the top. Tristan Gilbert has absolutely smashed his seat. It's all over. He's won. So it's about this second spot. Crozon. Only netting a 3.74, which is nothing. 50 seconds on the clock. So there's still plenty to fight for here. .45 seconds to progress into the round of 32. As we see some sets approaching, it's not over. All could come down to the last. Until that 7.17 just dropped. So here we go. Set, 25 seconds. Heat leader has priority. He doesn't need to get involved. This man near needs a 7.7. He can't paddle for it. Out the back. It's really green and blue that we're interested in.
Green was asking if there was a priority change, and there was.
Wow. Not for that man, though.
Gilbo, he'll use his priority here. And a nice big turn off the top. Nice little combo. It's not going to threaten probably his 5-3, you wouldn't have thought. He's going to make his way in. And it looks like Lars Sonner hangs on in second. Monday with all the dexterity of a baby elephant on the microphone there. But yeah, a really good performance from Tristan Gilbo.
Yeah, really strong, really impressive. Just that backhand looks lethal. And he's in. He's through to the round of 32.
He's almost got a little bit of Goni about him going at the moment. He's got some of that Goni mojo, which I tell you what, speaking of Goni, he's coming up.
He's in the
He's
next
in
heat.
the very next heat.
He is. I'm going to hand it over to the capable Vico Hamel. Paul Evans, you can keep talking, I'd imagine. That's what you do. As we progress into the round of 32, things are getting serious.
All right, that man on your
Things are
screen.
getting serious, but also we're going to go to a commercial break, Paul, and when we come back, live action starts again.
comercial Siang Mall, Costa Adeje.
And we're back live at beautiful Playa de las Americas, Tenerife. Goni Zubizarreta looking down the line to find some open face, and he doesn't get any. Uncharacteristic from Goni there. Doesn't get a strong start that he likes to get. Vico, welcome back to the booth, mate.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, well, Goni really got this one straight off the bat, so maybe it was more like oh, it's on, I'm going. But we've seen some pretty surprising sets arriving more and more often, so that means that the new swell is on its way. Look at this line, it's beautiful. And up and running surfer in red, can you seal that? Nice first little spank on the top part of that foamy one. Quick upturn, the wave is now slowing down before accessing this second section as, oh, look at that, just missing this one. Kanani is going through a long part of the wave, but no major turn, as I think we're going to be going straight into a post-it interview with Joria. Joria, take it away.
Hi guys, we're here with Tristan Gilboa. He's the last winner of the last heat and the winner of the last QS in Israel. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. First time in Tenerife, and like you said, well, I got second in the first event. So
sorry, missed that.
It's fine, but it feels like a win to me. But it's the best way to start the year, and so I come here with a lot of confidence. So it's really important for me.
So you said it's your first time in Tenerife. Do you like the wave? Do you like the island?
Yeah, we had like the last couple days it was off, so we went around the island to like driving all the way to the north coast and stuff. It's super pretty. I wasn't expecting that. I've come to Canaries a lot of times, but not this island. So it's nice to see something different. And yeah, the waves are good today, so it's sick.
So after coming second, what's the result you're expecting from this event?
I'm trying not to put too much pressure on myself, but obviously it's a second place, so I would love to get one step further and get a win, but it's still a long way, and then there's a lot of good competitors, so I'm just going to take it heat by heat and try to do the best I can in every heat.
Well, congratulations and good luck for your next heat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Congrats to Tristan, through to the next round, as we are already on 22 minutes and a few scores. Nothing of major proportion. Kennedy Silva is long left-hander, got him only a 4.83. Got his first wave a 0.83, and Christian Portelli a 5.67, something more than the average. As we have our two surfers right now with first and second priority, Luis Diaz Luisinho and Goni Zubizarreta on your screen. Paul Evans.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Good, really good. Portelli with a strong start. De Silva looking good too. This is a stacked heat. I can't wait to see what goes down. I reckon fireworks. Luis Diaz ripped earlier. Looked really strong. First or second heat today. Second heat, wasn't he? Went mental. Kalani De Silva ripped here last year. Such a cool customer. And of course, Goni is pretty much.
It's Goni.
It's Goni. He's almost unstoppable. In the Euro QS has got an incredible record. Obviously, he's hanging with a strong crew. Jonathan, with Marlon, Robbie D'Amico.
Robbie D. Now that's the one kind of crew you want to be with him. Just like traveling with them, they're always good vibes. Get some nice little spots with local hero Johnny Gonzalez. They know where to go when it's just like too packed here. One sure thing, the swell is here. The second part of the swell we were expecting today is slowly showing its fantastic little face. So we're going to have some better waves as the sun starts setting in the ocean later tonight. But we do have a lot of action in the afternoon. Hit one, round number 4, already in the round of 32, qualifying for the round of 16, which are the quarterfinal with 4 surfers. So the point is trying to finish that round as well today, and leaving then a lot of time for the best surfers to choose the best conditions, and finally starting the ladies as well.
So a sort of slow start to this one. 5 minutes gone. Just De Silva with that 4.83 and Portelli with a 5.67. So reasonable starts for them. Luis very quiet. Does have priorities in blue there. And Goni with a weird opening wave. Couldn't get on the open face. He won't be rattled, though. Very much a beacon of positivity. It's Gonny. He'll keep his chin up. His eyes on the prize as he'll look to step out of this round. And then you're getting up towards the round before the quarters after this. So we really are getting through the field here, Vico.
Money round is next round. Money round. You can actually win all the way up to $300, which is great to pay your bar tab at the hotel. 19 minutes and 25 seconds. There is some paddling action here. Luis Diaz with first priority to take this one. And off he goes, Paul.
Here goes Luis Diaz. And he's ripping down the line. Nice little redirection jam off the top. There's a good turn with some fin drift. And he'll spank it again. And he's up into the lip. Look at the speed he gets. And some variety. Did really, really well to fit that last maneuver in. Kalani de Silva. Small away from Kalani. Nice flow. Just jamming it. Loads of speed. Oh, that was sweet. And not a great wave. I thought he kind of really milked decent opportunities from a smaller, insidier wave.
Yeah, we haven't seen the beginning of Kalani's wave, though. But Luis, yes, great momentum. Good variety of turns. Like the fact he was trying to mix it up, trying to get the tail to drift a little. And it worked just fine. No major turn, though, but just a great rhythm. That's Kalani's first part of the wave off the bottom. Good setup turn here. Slightly late after, but was able to recover on his backside foam climb re-entry. And then, as he was finally approaching the shore, he will get something more vertical. So, need to maintain and keep in mind that the most important part from the judges' point of view is on the first 15 yards, not on the last ones. So if you do commit only at the end, well, you're missing some potential there.
So, good score. Reasonable number going to come in for Luis Diaz. And then it'll just be Gonny, really. With the onus on him to throw something up, we'll have first priority. So it's a nice kind of take it in turns type of affair out there. However, if you do paddle for a wave, you give up that priority, you don't get to catch the wave, and you've got to get to the back of the queue. No good.
No bueno, Roberto. Hit number 1 of this round 4. We have 8 hits to run in the afternoon. That's roughly 4 hours of surfing, which will push us to, well, really sunset time. So let's see if actually we can finish that. As the swell is on its way, the tide is finally going out. So we're going to have some slightly bigger sets coming soon.
Yeah. I like the way the tide's focused the energy, though. Really enjoy how close to shore it is. Let's put them right on the reef. It's actually been a bit better since it's been a bit smaller, I'd say. It was breaking really wide earlier. And what that meant was our surfers are sort of caught in two minds about where to be exactly. We did see a few waves kind of being missed right now. They're hoovering up everything. You can see from that wide shot there, all of the energy, you just see that set stacking up, is focusing right on the very corner of this reef. It's exactly where you want it to be. You don't want to get pushed too wide into that channel. And what that means is surfers can kind of stay really in the pocket with their maneuvering and get that up and down flow, which is what the judges want to see. Don't really want to see too much side-to-side cutback type stuff. Straight from the bottom into the top. Let's see out the back. Can Gonny use his prio here? He looks kind of interested. Here goes Gonny out of Ego, now based in Ericeira, Portugal. And he's driving off the bottom, and that's a beautiful first hit. Oh, and he's late to that one, and it's so smooth all day long. Gonny Zubizarreta, a lovely two-turn combination.
Love how relaxed he was on the second part of his landing, just like watching his backwards saying, I'm good. Green, up and riding. Oh, that was wobbly, but he maintained his balance, though. Christian Portelli, backside rooftop slide.
Huge.
And he ends up hitting his own feet, but that was pretty cool. Blue on the third wave of the set. It's going to be a milky one for Luithi.
Here he goes. Inside wave, looking to just build up something. Bang, that was a really nice hit. Used the energy of the wave there, just put his board up. And the wave kind of did the rest for him. Pushes him back down with speed into another section, and he'll jam around. He'll dealt with the backwash really well. They just got through his turn when the backwash hit. That's really nicely timed. And that was no accident. He timed that maneuver just to avoid that backwash. So, a nice exchange. Big turns from Portelli. Goes incomplete on the floater. I love the fact that he's gone aggressive. I think he knows he needs to step up. He got through in second earlier. He's got heat on his hands here, and he's taken no prisoners.
That's what you want to do if you want to reach the later stage of this event. We're going to go straight into this good combo of Christian Portelli off the bottom. Floater, and then somehow he's just here. He's losing a little of his full momentum and goes with the leap. You want to land before the leap reaches the water surface, and somehow he was going with the elevator. So judges taking some time to score that, but Goni's wave was a beauty too. Really good turn. The backside re-entry was fantastic, and that should be reaching the really good range. There we go. 7 point, a flat 7 for Goni, so straight into the really good range. And waiting for second of blue. That would be a keeper. Kalani was pretty discreet on this last exchange. He was sitting outside. And when it comes to Christian, got a 2-6-7. So only one single turn being scored. Far away from what he was expecting.
Yeah, so Goni, well, we did ask the question, how's he going to respond? From an inauspicious start, well, that's how he's going to respond, with a fat 7. And he's right back in this now, in second place. Sorry, he's in third place, but not far back at all. And he's only got a 0.83 as his backup. Meanwhile, Luis Diaz, he's also got a 5.23 to his name. He's doing all right. He's in fourth, but he doesn't have a backup score.
Yet scored, but he's chasing 3.12, and that's the last wave we've seen so far. He's going to have something,
Here he goes,
I think, more substantial.
He's first place, 6.23. He's gone straight to first from third. Or fourth, it was even. He's gone from fourth to
first. Yep.
Loving it. 13 on the clock. In the driving seat, Luis Diaz, Canary Islands. Kalani da Silva, Canary Islands in second. Christian Portelli from Sweden in third. Goni at the Mo in fourth, although he is sitting on a 0.83. We've got paddlers, it looks like da Silva in the red. Here he goes. Nice first squirt. There's the roof ride. Nice lip line float. And there's a nice little slash off the top. Banking it around, a different sort of cut back for him on the backside. Tags the lip, really, really good commitment on the inside. He had to kick his board in the air. Now, it wasn't for show, it was to make sure he didn't do any damage to his fins or anything else. Right behind him, Portelli. And he's up for this, Christian. He's tagging it himself.
They're going all in, pull in. I love that. Now, 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go, half time. Goni is by himself at the back with Luis Diaz now securing a first place. Kalani's wave was a long one, no major turn though. Christian was slightly more radical, but with less turns. Let's see how this pans out when it comes to score line, as all surfers have at least a score between the average and the really good one. It's all about the backup.
Yeah, Kalani, be interesting to see where this one comes in for him.
Last of green, a 3.73. That's a keeper for now. Kalani was chasing a 4.58. He got a 4.8 and a 4.5. That's straight in the middle of it all. Let's see if the judges say, okay, it was close to the average or far away from it, or actually even better. Anyway, his requirement is massively achievable.
Tick-tock goes the sands of time ticking away. Who is going to make it through to the next round? Who's going to be eliminated? Two surfers are going to be disappointed. Two are going to be, well, not jubilant, because they'll have more surfing yet to do. Let's see. Just an opportunity to get this line up with just a handful of people out. And, of course, we will go man-on-man from the quarters as well. So let's stick with Goni. He's found himself a little bit of a speed wall here. Just trying to get a back up. That's the old pro. Knows how to get the job done. Working on his backup. He says adios to a 0.83. It won't be near his 7, but he will improve, and he only needed a 2.4 for seconds. Let's have a look at a replay.
Yeah, it was a quick one, but still well done for Goni. You won't teach him how to win a heat. Just a 2-hit combo on this one. Right in the middle of the good sections. Third one is good, and then he's basically trying to maintain kind of a Bertelmannish position. Crouch and just showcasing he is able to maintain momentum and balance. But job was done, 3 turns straight on the opening. Won't be a big one, but that would be enough. Last of red, a 5.87. So judges liking it. He was second prior to last of white. Goni chasing now at 3.7 for his last ride.
Under the 10-minute mark. Score going to come in for Goni. It's going to be reasonable. It's going to be enough to move him up, we reckon. He's gone to first. There he is, 4.5 in for Goni. And that is how you just get rid of the fact you've got a sub 1 point ride in your top two. There's plenty of time, but things can get weird. It's high tide. We've seen all sorts of strange things happen. You just don't want to make sure you're still holding on to that throwaway when it gets kind of serious down towards the end of the heat. So he went a smaller wave there, and he even saw his turns were nice. He wasn't attacking too hard. He's just making sure he got it done. So using that experience, what that's done is he's put the pressure back on his competitors. He's taken it off him, and from here, he knows he's got time to go through the priority order, get himself another wave, and go to work on the 4-5. He's got 7 in his locker. It's the highest score of the heat.
Yeah, that's a lot of time still to make things better, but keeping in mind that 3 of these surfers are in roughly, well, 0.8 of a point, 11.5 for the first, 11.46 for the second, and 10.7 for the first eliminated. So this is getting a little tight, and this guy will just try to make a bigger difference between all of them. Luis Diaz has been surfing strongly, but just flirting with the average to good. He wants to go really good. Got these 2 scores, as we were saying, Paul, but now he needs to dig it a little harder so he can make a proper difference.
So our situation down here, early, mid-afternoon. What time we got, Vico?
I have 3:30, which
Okay,
is, yeah,
so
that's pretty mid-afternoon.
Yeah, mid-afternoon down here. Perfect siesta time if that's your vibe. If that's your thing, have a little nap on the beach. Listen to the beach commentary, or have the phone app open on the webcast. Either way, take in the shedding. Have a great time. Enjoy the ripping. Here goes Luis Diaz from the Canary Islands, a local boy, the Goofy, on fire this morning. A beautiful wave for Luisito as he bangs the lip. Nice big spray from Luis, and again a nice wrapping turn. I tell you what, that board looks razor sharp underneath his feet. He's placing his turns really well. There's no mid-face kind of jiving around right behind him. Zureta. How's the little radius on that turn? Really sweetly pinpointing the lip. And now he's looking for a section, which doesn't come.
Green, Christian Portelli saying, no, Kalani, it's your turn to go. And Kanye goes a little late on the first section. Ooh, nice little jump off. So leaving only Christian by himself at the back. Look at this beautiful set that he will be breaking straight on his face. 7 minutes to go, and you can see Las Americas on fire. Long, easy, soft left-handers, but sometimes they get surprising. Some big meaty sections or wedges are popping up. They need to be ready for that. So let's see what Goni got. I think he has only one good turn, and Luis Diaz trying to better 5-2-3. Let's see, nothing, no big sparkles on Luis Diaz, just really well served. Goes on this one. Always really patient and smart when it comes to his turn selection. Gets a rebound off the white water here. Around the section, strong off the lip re-entry, goes straight on the front foot to gather more momentum, compresses off the bottom to a nice full carve to late snap. Another cutback, and then that was Goni really late. Goes up the bottom. Fantastic turn, but only one turn, then the wave just sped up and he was outran.
All right, so a great heat, really lovely exchange. It's glistening sunshine. The wind has stayed away. It's forecast to be stronger than this. The wind stayed right away today. So we're looking at a tiny bit of texture out the back, but pretty much just sheet glass down on this inside. High tide. I'd say it's starting to look a little bit like the Bluff in WA.
And that's when Ben Mandy committed suicide. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. As all scores are in, but last of Luis's. And there we go. Last of Blue, a 7-2-7. Okay, judge is liking this one as actually the best single score of the hit so far. Goni Zubizarreta got his last score at the throwaway 3.8, and all the rest is basically straight to the bean. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds. First part is to Christian Portelli in the lead blue. Second white. Kalani needs to work. And Christian is asking for some updates from our beach announcers.
Yeah, so, wow, this is going to be a fascinating climax. 5 minute warning's going to go. De Silva needing a 5.64. Portelli needing a 5.84. And whoever's going to go through this heat, they'll have earned it. Because this is an absolute firecracker. Here goes our Swede, Portelli. And he's up on a beautiful glassy wall. He's got a section drop in front of him. Oh, and an angry kick out there.
Yeah, he looks unhappy, yeah. Well, he's been waiting for this wave for a long time. He's chasing a pretty healthy score and got nothing out of that. That's Luisinho. A little deep as well. Push it the eject button. Leaving Goni and Kalani outside. For the next set coming, may a set come. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. It's really tight between second and third. Third needs a 5-6-4. But keeping in mind that Goni is on the second best single score of the heat so far. So may he betters his backup of a 4.5. He will make things slightly harder for red and green. As you can see, coming out next, Rafael Teixeira, Diego Suarez Diaz, Luke Dillon, and Nelson Kloravec.
An absolute banger coming up next as well. They just keep on coming, Vico. Great paddle battle. The outboard motors are going. Portelli and Luis. Is that Luis Diaz?
Yep.
Nicely done. Looks like Luis got it. Oh, yep, he did. He got third priority. So just a battle for third and fourth priority, which, you know.
Which is weird somehow in a way that Luis is already first and pretty safe, and Green is actually really far down. But, well. Okay, 3 minutes to go. Blue having a look, saying, no gracias. Okay, White having a look. Goni, second priority, chooses to go on this one. He needs to better his backup of 4.5. Backside float re-entry off the bottom to nice. Oh, love this late rock slide of the Liprio. Connects for one last turn. He should have just avoided that one. But anyway, will he better 4.5? Let's see, Paul Evans.
Not sure that he will, to be honest. I like the recovery from the second floater, but nevertheless, it wasn't the wildest surfing maneuver ever committed. Let's see how the judges make of that. He was in second. Has he improved his overall position? I like the way he looked down the line and teed these two maneuvers up, really. First good one, straight into a second one. A little bit late to it. And here, he did well to recover and have another little crack of the whip, but he doesn't get the third maneuver complete.
If he betters, it won't be for much, I would say. But still, it's well done. It was second party, got that wave. Knew that you don't want to have to pedal too hard or to battle too hard. And Candido Silva, that's maybe his last chance, Romance. First hook off the top, off the bottom to a better-looking section. Explodes off the top. As he's trying now to connect on the inside, this is getting a little fat. He's going to have to stick to the white water. These little turns don't really make a difference. That's why better, and he commits to the... He's just really happy with himself, Kalani, and he was chasing prior to Last of White a 5.64. Last of White is not in yet, but that seems to be an average to good score, or actually below average to average score, so won't be factoring a lot. And take us through the replay of this one.
He liked it, didn't he? Here's the entry around the whitewater. Nice big first turn, full commitment, full speed. Driving into another, wow, an amazing second turn from Kalani da Silva. I loved it in slow-mo. Super vertical, super committed. And I think that's certainly going to improve his position. Let's see. Well, Goni came in and did improve very slightly, did he?
Yeah, I got
4.77. Let's stick with Lewis, your heat leader. Here he goes, almost looking for a chew. Won't get it. He'll go down the line. A very little ollie. But Da Silva's going to drop a score. If it's a 5.91 or better, he's going to attack Goni in seconds.
Oh, he will have way more than that. Already. And on all the power section, boom, straight to first. 7.93, almost 8 for this one. So Kennedy going from third to first, pushing down Luis to second, still qualified. But Goni is now down to third with 1 second. It's over for Goni and for Christian. Ouch, ouch, ouch for Goni. He tried, but well, you can't really expect to go through with a 4.77 as a backup.
You can run, but you can't hide from the west side.
And that's a replay for the winning wave for Kalani. Second turn is pretty sick. Look at off the bottom. Love spray, and then he was connecting on the inside. So 3 good turn, and Kalani is actually swimming back. He's so happy he's swimming. So that's all they rolled right now on this first hit of this new round, and Kalani is happy because he's going through with the other Canarian. So congrats to Kalani and Luis. They are through. Goni, Subisareta, and Christian out of the event straight after round 4. We're going to go straight into a little ad break and come back for the next hit number 2, round 4 of this fantastic event in Tenerife. Guys, stay tuned.
And we are back alive here in Tenerife, Los Americanas Pro in Los Playas Americas. That's the break known as Spanish left around the world, famously as a quality left-hander. I'll tell you what, today there's been a lot of quality on show. There's been so many good waves ridden, as we see the opening wave, this one from Rafael Teixeira. Off to a good start in this heat, Vico.
Yeah, just a really sharp surfer. Rafa is making no mistakes. Really always kind of a sleek surfing, really on the rail all the time. So let's see now how this is going. 23 minutes to go, and first big, let's say, surprise and upset for Goni out of the event. So ouchie, ouchie, first hit of the round 4, round of 32, sorry, and he's out. Blue, up and running. That's Diego Diaz. Oh! Up a vertical on this first one, off the bottom again. To good carve at the top to late snap. He just goes so fast. He needs to do something strong though. Long wraparound cutback. So went really fast to do basically just a slow down maneuver. And this is where he needs to go strong, but somehow pins it down. So only 2 good turns here on the long wave for Diego Diaz still. 1 good wave in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, the Canary Island surfers have really yet again shown the mettle. This is Diego. He is so fast, and that is a searing top turn. Straightens up, just loses his thing here, but he gets 1 more in. It's a little bit of a round thing, but he's digging the rail as much as he could. We've seen Kalani to silver in that last heat. Clutch surfing when it mattered. And we're about to cross down to the interview, and we'll talk to the last heat winner. Take it away, please.
So guys, we're back at the beach, and in the last few seconds, Kalani made it through, coming over Luis Diaz. This was a heat full of Spanish, two guys from the Canary Islands. Kalani, are you happy? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Contento con tu hit?
Sí, muy contento. Estuve muy tranquilo durante toda la manga y justo estaba esperando la ola que vino en el último momento y la surfé como se debe hacer y como siempre hago, y muy bien. He pasado a conseguir el score.
Well, he said that he just kept calm and just took the last wave. He knew that was the score he needed and made it through. Desde esta mañana hasta ahora, ¿notas el cansancio? Do you feel tired from this morning to now?
No, sinceramente no, porque he estado bastante a la sombra, he ido a descansar, he echado una sobadita y bueno, bien.
He's a good athlete. He took a nap, he had some rest, and he's not tired at all. Something you want to say, algo que le quieras decir a la gente que te sigue, que has pasado la segunda manda ya? Something you would like to say to people watching you? It's the second hit you passed in the day.
Sí, pues nada, muchas gracias a toda la gente que está viendo desde casa, que me anima y nada, con fuerza para adelante y que sea lo que Dios quiera.
Congratulations, enhorabuena.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
High fives all around, and Kalani Silva, as we see. Luke Dillon, the Englishman, just had a really good solid heat this morning, and he looks like he's still on form, and he's just blown it as I said that. Kalani Silva, all smiles, like a big little cuddly teddy bear, isn't he? Like just take him home and keep him in your bed. Well, that's a bit too much maybe. Yeah,
it's
just
okay,
a good,
don't judge you.
a good, happy, friendly, smiley soul that happens to have a pretty amazing backhand, and he's all smiles. As we saw some backhand attack too. Nelson Clarec, the Frenchman, just went absolutely hammer dog. Let's take a look at it again. Here he goes.
Yeah, great first hit up the top. Nice momentum here on the way down, straight into off the bottom to crack off the lip combo. Once again, really compressed, and then you had to pin this one down, but still two good turn of the set wave for Nels. As well, this hit is starting pretty strong with a lot of mid-rangers, which is good as a starter. This way the guys have better understanding of the conditions. We are now surfing a tide going out, but the guys know that more and more with this incoming swell we're going to have some surprise sets, so they just want to bank in already as soon as possible one good score, so they can actually then be slightly more picky. Nelson Clarec, there we go, flat 6 for his two-turn combo, and the rest, Rafael Teixeira got a 4 points, Diego Suarez 5.17, and Luke Dillon slightly further down got 3.1 and 2.63. So it's still wide open, but yeah, going back to Kalani Silva, taking down Goni on your home turf is basically like your springboard to becoming a local hero.
Yeah, it was. It's really, and the fact that he did it in the last wave with a minute to go in the heat, so real pressurized environment, and he just went mad on these lefts, just bashing that wall all the way through. So yeah, really solid from Kalani. He had a good year last year, but he's still young, so every year he's improving. He looked the goods. And I tell you what, in the same heat, of course, his fellow Canary Island surfer,
Louis Diaz.
Louis Diaz, he looks really, really sharp as well. So yeah, real talent coming out of these volcanic islands down here in the middle of the Atlantic.
Well, he served these waves with a lot of great timing. That's red now. That's Rafael Teixeira, the Brazilian. Not that many Brazilian on this QS 1500. One first top turn. Nice little kind of like attempt of a layback, but maybe slightly missed time and not with the right body weight placed on the right place. But blue is up. Nice drive off the bottom, straight into the explosive of the lip, but camps on lip and goes out. So far nothing, but Nels Clarec having a look. There he goes. Third wave of the set, off the bottom. Setup turn, goes into a slightly steeper face. Quick snap of the lip re-entry off the bottom to crack off the top again. A third turn in, and the wave just closes out now. He's going to try to connect on the inside for one last turn, but most of the job is done anyway. Young surfer from Osogor. Oh, nice! Big spank of the lip re-entry for Nels Clarec. He did a good thing. It's always kind of like a Russian roulette, kind of try to go all the way to the shore. You may have nothing, but on this one, that scored really well. And he will better is 0.5 of a backup. So good wave selection for Nelson. Second top turn was pretty neat, and then he had to survive this white water zone for one last backside blast of the top straight before the shoulder block of the bottom. Compresses on the back foot, lands flat, and job's done.
Yeah, he's coming out of the traps firing, hasn't he, Nelson? A 6.00 off the blocks, and then another one to back it up. That's what you need to do. As we see more ways. I thought someone going right there. That's unusual from the first rights today. The Brazilian, straight Portuguese. Nice little tail drift on his first turn. Good smooth style. And then another projection out. And he's just looking like he's got a bit more of a lock on this wave. He loves those little laybacks. And then looking down the end section to drive down, see if he can finish it off. Another layback. He's going for those drop wallets, and he likes it. Haven't seen a lot of claims today. It's unsurprisingly coming from someone with Brazilian heritage. But,
Never happened before.
He
so
liked it. I think there's a right-hander as well. I think someone went right, which might be the first one of the day.
Well, who could it be? Potentially Luke Dillon, as Rafa was going on the left, and there's no priority on the white. Let's see how it goes anyway on the scores. Long wave for Rafa Teixeira. Not a lot of variety, despite the fact he had a lot of basically room to squeeze in some maneuvers, but he was really trying to go fast and adding maneuvers. Let's see if the judges liked it or not. Still, score is also last of green, and potentially a right-hander from Luke Dillon.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but there was some pretty good waves. Pretty good waves ridden on that Eagle Exchange. We might get there one as they boys do eye off, set out the back. Be quite nice if the rights come into play, a bit of variety.
Yeah.
Probably a bit more sharper and sharper. Sharper and sharper.
Take your time. Blue, first priority. And look at that, it's looking more and more like a left and right setup. With this new swell coming, maybe, and slightly more period.
Might be a bit straighter, yeah, you're right. It's that big set, just rumbled the lineup though. No one's able to get on the end of those ones that came through. The swell, that's one of the biggest sets we've seen in a long time. So
1 hour after high tide, so
there is no letting up.
You can see Surfer in Red is still paddling back on the right-hand side of your screen, so it's still a long way out as we can see this reef break starting to be uncovered by the tide, so we're going to have more and more surprise sets. The left is still massively present, but there may be some surprises yet to be scored. Actually, are 3 surfers. Last of green will be a keeper. Last of white on the right hand will be his best wave, and last of red as well yet to be scored. So we have time. And swell is on the way. So we're going to have a good afternoon.
Yeah, so it's exactly right. The swell here, the tide's going out. It's 10 to 4 local time. So, I mean, the sun doesn't sort of dip down till 6:30, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, 2.5 hours, or it's 2 solid hours of heats if we want them.
Well, I think we will want to get them. As a few scores being typed in, a 6.2 best score of the heat so far for Last of Green, a 4.53 for Luke Dillon's right-hander. That's the replay for Nels Kloarek. Setup turn to backside bash of the leap, speeds around, snap of the top, and then it goes around section for one last turn. 5.73 for the long wave of Rafa Teixeira. So green first, second red, third blue, and fourth. Third white and fourth blue. 12 minutes to go. Plenty of time. As we do have, well, after this one, still 6 hits to go, which is a little more than 2 hours. Let's see if we can actually punch through these hits before the sun sets. That's the second half of the wave of Nelson's last 6.2. You can see we think it's over. He said, no, ain't over. I've seen something. And it's really close on the shore. Whips it around, pushing the back foot, lands flat, and this is where you get the 6.2. So 2 waves, score of 6 for Nels, and he's in the lead.
Yeah, really solid. He's been solid all day. Actually, both Cloreks have actually. He's got that real lanky, tall style. A bit more power suits his surfing, and he's just really been positive in his surfing. Really approached each section with a plan and with power, and he hasn't made many mistakes. And as a result, he's currently got a lead, and he's about 11 minutes off, progressing right through to the round of 16, which wouldn't be a bad day's work.
For sure, 2 good sessions in pretty nice waves. Can't complain, as most of the surfers have said. They usually have waves of way lesser quality on the tour. So having a QS 1500 in a peeling left-hander with warm water, great crowd, fantastic local culture, in the middle of February when everything else in Europe is actually freezing. Can't complain. Look at this water. It's pristine blue. Beautiful.
Yeah, after those big sets comes in, the foam kind of creates a bit more of a different green, doesn't it? That light, so that colour there, that kind of, not murky green, but a kind of a, I don't know, it's just a different shade often from that foam or the aerated foam in the water. And for a while after a big set, it just takes on this kind of greeny blue, which is constantly changing, constantly kind of shimmering different shades of emerald. And I mean, I'm just, when you're on fire, you're on fire. What can I say, Vico? And the waves just pouring through the lineup. People down there, I mean, that's only a tiny subsection of the crowd, either side of this, where we're at, the conner structure. Yeah, there's literally thousands of people lying on sun lounges on the promenade. You know, if you look at all the people taking in the event in that sort of 500 metres either side of the those four surfers, yeah, it's a huge swathe of people. I heard I think they were maybe a German elderly couple turned up and just looked at the beach, and I think they saw Klein Silver do a big turn. They're like, woo! Just involuntary kind of like gasp every time he did a turn.
Pure stoke.
Yeah, pure stoke. Yeah, real involuntary. Like I hadn't seen it before, and like amazed that someone could, you know, surf that well on a wave. It was really cool.
Gunther was surprised.
Yeah, Gunther was blown Gunther's mind, and Gertrude was equally fascinated. So there you go. Stoke getting to people that hadn't had the surf in Stoke before.
Yeah, and the good thing is, as everything is extremely built around this contest site, you can actually check the action from your hotel room. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
8 minutes and 30 seconds, Ben Mundy, and we do have more lines coming and stacked to the horizon, so that's a good sign for us, good sign for surfers. They're going to have more chances to make a difference as time keeps ticking away. So far, Green is flying solo. Rafa Teixeira is not far behind, but still chasing a 6.4, a 7. What he wants is maintaining Luke Dillon and Diego Suarez Diaz far away from the qualifying spot. He's sitting on the passenger seat, still qualified, but now it's all about who has first priority, and so far it's Diego on a 5.17, but his backup is a 0.9. All he needs is a 4.57, and Rafa say, you know what, I'm going for this one. Spending too much time on this once again, kind of like drop right turn, and he goes out.
Yeah, it's got hung up, didn't he? He said it happened a few times, still in second place, but just getting those first turn, get caught. Meanwhile, Luke Dillon at the back, and you can see a little bit frustrated with that one. So only he needs a 5.21, and he's given up priority. Meanwhile, the local kid. So Diego Suarez Diaz, he's got a really smooth style, launches out of the lip, drives around, pumps it, and there was a little bit of pumps, but then he got rid of those fins, and you hear the crowd go crazy. Meanwhile, the Frenchman, who's been doing most of the front running, big wide arc and big long arms, and he's just hooking it up there consistently, right in the pocket, and stabs another one. So need to improve on a 6, and he's just getting the best waves by far, Nelson. Really composed performance. Be interesting to see what Suarez got for that sort of fins out thing. He needed a 4.57, so we shall see. Brazilian again, Teixeira. He loves that layback snap. And why wouldn't you when he does it like that? And that's electric as well. So 2 solid turns, but just not the flow down the line that Clarec's been managing on his waves. But he's not going to give up. He might have one last section just to target. There you go. And out. So very interesting. You need to improve on a 4. Should do that, making both Suarez Diaz and Dillon's jobs a little bit difficult. Suarez still with a score to come in.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done by the judges. But out of what we've been witnessing, Nelson Clark had a long way with plenty of variety. Diego Diaz on a really slow start on his way, but still got 2 turns in. And that's Rafael's first of many drop wallets. That's a great first turn. Manages to maintain his composure on the way down, straight into up the top. And then had this 3-step combo on the cutback, connected in one last turn. So will he better his 4-point? Most likely, but it's all about Diego's wave now. If he get a 4.57, he may go second. Next hit you can see on your screen, Thomas de Bier, Leon Gatzer, Joni Klein and Marlon Lipke. Ooh, heavy hitters there. As I think we've heard a score for Nelson Clerec, a 6-1-7, so he betters his main score. Rafa Teixeira's last wave seems to be being typing right now, and Diego Suarez a 5-2-3. So let's see if Rafa gets more than a 4-6-7. He will go through.
Yeah, so the judge is rewarding that fins out forehand blast of the local surfer. And that leaves some work to do for Luke Dillon, especially he now needs a 7. And this is the way, I don't think that's going to count as a paddle. Sort of went through a bit wide, looked a bit fat anyway.
So that's a replay of last of Nelson. And in the meantime, we've got a score for last of Red of 5-9-3. So Rafael now still second, and Diego back to third, chasing a bigger requirement. And that's Nelson's second best wave of the hit so far. Just a lot of variety. Really smooth, really composed. Nothing really exciting when it comes to wow, that was impressive, but just a really well-painted wave with a lot of variety and control. White, look, Dylan, he needs to go strong. He needs to maintain his frustration and use it as a fuel. Off he goes, Ben.
Wow, so that was a really solid first turn. If he can get some more in here, he's in with a shout. Here he goes, starting to line up for him. Oh, and you can sense his frustration because he'd done everything right. That first turn was really committed, really solid, and he nailed it. And he just needed a bit of the wave to cooperate after that. And he could have had a chance of getting that 7 because it was a great start.
First turn, that was after his first turn, so that's not really interesting. But this first one was really, really good. Could it be more than 5? Most likely. But then, as you were saying, there was nothing after. So he can't get a 7-1-3 was chasing. Still, I think it will put him back into a better mindset because he's been having a frustrating hit so far. So this one turn only can get him back on the saddle. He was trying to get a 4.53 to lower his requirement. That should be basically, well, maybe tenths of a point more. So nothing major, but maybe only good for his spirit. Yeah, there we go, 5.1. So that's his best score. Now chasing a 6.56. Still a healthy requirement with 2 minutes and 27 seconds to go. And the fourth priority.
Yeah, he's been unlucky there. As we said, he got a 5 for that one big turn. And if it just had another few sections where he could have done a few more of those backhand belts, he definitely would have been asking more serious questions of the judges. So not much more he could do on that wave. And he's back out, 2 minutes to go. He might be able to snavel something if a set comes through with 2 minutes to go. Needs a 6.56, which is totally doable. He's been surfing well all day. And Diego Suarez, he needs a 6.43, so he's the one with priority. He arguably would have a better crack at it. Can pick whatever wave he wants. He knows this wave inside out, so he knows which ones do line up. So he'll see if he can make the crowd sing, get the Canarians on their feet with 90 seconds on the clock. He's pulling the trigger, and I have just cursed him.
He lost this one.
He lost priority. He'll be devastated with that, knowing how much was on the line.
His previous wave was really, as well, pretty sketchy when it comes to his wave entry, really slow on his paddling. So let's see, maybe he has a second chance here. The pressure is off. He needs a big score, though. Okay, off he goes, Ben.
Driving down the line, first tube of the day. Even if it was a head, kind of a head dip, but yeah. That was it. That was his campaign, unfortunately, over for the Canary surfer. He's coming in. He's had enough. See the disappointment in him. He's only young. He'll learn from that. But a bit disappointing. There's ever so much slight bit of a head dip here.
Then you could see Rafael Teixeira just trying to protect his spot. But there was nothing to be done there.
Just here he gets a little bit of a tube. We haven't seen much of that though. That's nice to see. But yeah, unfortunately for Diego, the wave just didn't cooperate after that. He would have had to have done a big air, and he's got a lip to the forehead.
To the face. 15 seconds to go, and you can see a really disappointed Canarian surfer. He will not be able to join his friends on the next round. So far, really good campaign for the Canarian surfers. We have Yael Peña, Jota Gonzalez, Canida Silva, Luis Diaz, and Diego will be the first one to fall on this round as we have red, white. Oh, interesting. Well, Ludian was already out. As this is basically all we have. No information about any kind of cool down. So we're going to go straight into a little ad break, boys and girls online, and come back for hit number 3 of the round 4. Stay tuned.
Centro Comercial Siam Mall, Costa Adeje.
And we are back live here in Las Playas Americas, Tenerife. We are through to the round of 32 of this 1500 QS, the Cabreiroa Las American Pro. We've just seen another fine performance from one of the Clark brothers. This time Nelson smashed it on his backhand. And we're moving straight on in. Thomas Debier, Leon Glatzer, Yoni Klein, and Marlon Lipke. So once again, pretty all nations of Europe represented. Israel on the border, Portugal, Germany and France. And I've got Paul Evans, freshly douched. Had a little dip in the brine, did you, mate?
Oh, lovely little swim.
Just in those little rock pools.
Quick wee. Oh. And feel great. Charged up the batteries of solar energy. I can't wait for this heat. I saw Marlon on the rocks getting all psyched. I saw Gonny. I had a little cuddle with him. Do you reckon he was A, really angry and bitter, B, totally sort of cool about it and said, yeah, it happens, the other guy ripped, and can't wait to watch Marlon shred? What do you reckon?
Oh, I reckon if I know Gonny, he would have picked up that fiberglass board and wrapped it around one of those beach umbrellas.
That's incorrect, Ben. He was fine. He said, yeah, it happens. And can't wait to see Marlon surf. So just staying around to support his crew.
Hanging with his bros.
Hanging with his bros. Rolling pretty deep down there. There's a good little squad down on the beach. Loads of people bronzing their rigs. A few people drinking, I can smell lager. Smell a few other things. Maybe gin and tonics. People having afternoon drinks. There is a little cocktail bar down the beach with the DJ, the rooftop terrace. We had 2 pre-podcast pints in there last night at a production meeting. 2 quick pints.
Ibiza comes to Tenerife.
We thought we'd killed it by leaving a €1 tip. Then we went back later. We thought we were going to get buffed out, and they was actually shut. So,
Okay, but right now we have the heat winner of that last heat. Can you please take it away with Nelson Clark?
Hi guys, here is Nelson Claret from France, 22 years old, last heats winner. How are you? Happy?
Yeah, pretty happy. It's a good day, 2 heats in the day, so it's good to surf some good wave like this. And yeah, enjoying the time here.
I know it's not your first time in the Canary Islands. You won a WSL event in Lanzarote when you were junior. So do you like the Canary Islands? Do you like Tenerife? Is it your first time in Tenerife?
Yeah, I remember like a few years ago I won the the European Championships over there. So I have really good memories about Canaries, like all the Iceland and everything. I came for the second time here this year because I came for the same contest last year. So yeah, it's pretty nice, and we have every time we have some pretty nice waves, so we're lucky.
Where in France do you come from? How are the waves there? I can imagine it's quite cold there right now. So are you happy to be here in a bit of warm weather?
Yeah, I'm living in Osogor, so actually it's pretty cold. But there's pretty good wave actually, but it's pretty cold. And like since 2 weeks we didn't saw the sun, so we're pretty happy to be here.
Something you would like to say to everybody watching? Maybe something in French. Okay. Feel free.
Ok, bah bonjour à tout le monde à la maison, à la famille, aux parents, à la copine et aux copains qui nous regardent. Allez, bisous.
Thanks a lot and good luck for the next heat.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Leanne, and thank you, Nelson. What do you think about Nelson? Do you think maybe starting to, the father time, starting to hit those follicles at the top there?
Certainly look that way, and sometimes the afternoon light can be cruel, couldn't it, because of the shadows?
There's a bit party at the back.
Yeah, some of the shadows.
I think the DNA. I think it's written on the wall there. I don't know if he's aware of that yet. He's probably tried to ignore it as long as he could, but the signs are there, I'd say.
All right, we got a paddle that's red. Dubier, the Frenchman, he ripped earlier. Came through in first place. Tries to get first little speed turn away. Then he unleashes a nice floater. Love the way he rebounded into that next move. This guy's good. And another great hit. I tell you what, from a wave that was always running away from him Monday, he's made a good score there.
Yes. He was late, but just critical enough that he all made him count. And that was pretty technically difficult surfing. And he didn't miss a beat. Did it with sort of a bit of power, a bit of aggression.
Light on his feet.
Don't know much about Thomas. What's the inside word on Debier?
Don't know. I like what I'm seeing from him. I like it a lot. Look at this. Up, big projection, down, and then straight into this one. Really nicely done. He wasn't done yet. And he got another little one on the end. All right, Marlon Lipka, the veteran, former World Championship Tour, as it was called then, surfer. Top 44 he was in. Back in the days, 2009.
Yeah, he had his 1 year with Timmy Bowl, was on that year as well.
Aritz was on there,
yeah.
Mickey, Jeremy, who else? Michel
Perez had made it. They all made it the year before, didn't they?
Thiago Sakapirish, have I said him?
Who?
Thiago.
Yeah, he would have been there. Maybe injured, but still there. Marlon, yeah, had a few results, not that many. But such a great achievement. At the time, was surfing under the German flag, and the Germans weren't crazy for having a first ever German CT surfer. Now, he's been living in Portugal so many years as a resident and surfs under their flag. But yeah, what an achievement! And yeah, didn't make it through to the next year, but he'll never take that away from him.
Absolutely. So just surfing on this left-hander down here, he's been ripping from what we've seen so far on Monday and also earlier today. And he's starting out with a couple of okay to not so great left-handers so far from him. Just feeling things out, plenty of time to go. But Dibier with a flat 5, a straight 5. You've got to say, watching that wave, if you watch that wave break with no one on it, you would have maybe thought it's hard to see how anyone could get 5 out of that. What he's done is he's eked the maximum amount of potential out of kind of a so-so wave bed, and I reckon that's good contest surfing.
Yeah, very much so. If he'd made any type of wobble, any type of mistake, it would have been all over. The fact that he didn't meant that he's, scored the highest single wave thus far. What do we got at the back there, Paul? Motoring cone up?
Can't see the motoring cone. I did get a bit of intel as to why we don't see much sail up here. I asked Matt Knight, who's obviously like a yacht master.
Yep. What did Matt say?
He basically said that you got these wind convergence zones at this part of the island. You got a really big one just further up at Los Gigantes, where Johnny comes from. And basically the way the wind, it shears around the big mountains, the volcanoes, and it goes from like no wind to suddenly you hit a line and it's like 40 knots.
Right.
So
if you got the wrong sails up,
basically, just because there's no wind here, there is actually wind out there. So he said that's basically why you see people normally don't set sail light. You put a lot of sail up here because it's light, and then suddenly you hit the wind and you're in trouble. So he says basically you see people motoring out into the wind zone and then putting sail up accordingly.
Right.
Makes sense.
That does make sense.
Yeah. Good sailing chat.
Good sailing chat. Good information. I like it.
Yeah, he told me about a couple of anchorages as well around here.
Has he sailed much around these parts?
Yeah, loads. Yeah. 2 years ago, spent the winter down all the way up around Lanzarote, out to La Gomera, all the way around.
Got barreled, I bet.
Yeah, and yeah, just beautiful. This is a good, real good spot for cetaceans out here between here and La Gomera. So your whales, your dolphins, your porpoises, all that stuff as well. Some great sailing in the Canaries. Of course, pretty windy part of the Atlantic. This bit very much sheltered. Here goes Marlon. And what's he got here? Nice looking section. He'll unleash the beast. He throws up a good first snap. Then he goes into a wrapping carve. There's another one. Classic lip key. Getting that turn on the end. He's going to better his 2.5. Might better his 3.33. I reckon he will.
Yeah, but he needs to do more. That was a sort of a smallish wave, so he's going to have to do something pretty special. And he tagged a few, but just needed to finish it, really. Driving down the line. This green little wall. This is a Lipke style here. Watch this. Just a little bit of a wobble. It comes around and then fades out. So, staying busy. Meanwhile, Glatzer. Oh!
He's coming with a little bit of a BL style, isn't he? A little bit Bartolincci.
Yeah, LG's got some of the BL for sure.
Maybe it's the shorty, because BL didn't mind a shorty, did he either?
Loved it. Whoa!
Oh, stop it. Yoni Klein, the doctor out of Israel, absolutely hammering it.
Yeah, BL loved the spring suit, as did Duma. Yeah, they're a great wetsuit. Super functional. At the back, Yoni, what happened here? You just went for it. There's no lacking commitment.
Doctor, can't you see I'm burning?
Doctor, tell me the news. I've got a bad case of front foot blues. And yeah, you'll be back out there looking for...
Who was your favourite eurythmic?
Annie Lennox.
What, Dave Stewart doesn't get any love?
Nah, not at all.
Okay.
I got time for Dave Stewart. Good friends with Tom Petty.
I didn't...
Helped him out when Tom lost his house in a fire.
I wasn't so keen on Annie in her eurythmics days, but I think she's done a lot of good work since then, like as the UN ambassador for women and speaking up for women's rights. So she's sort of... I've actually preferred her post-eurythmics work.
Well, yeah, when you say which one, I mean, it's like choosing one of the duo, isn't it? It's not like a band or anything. Is there any other members in the Eurythmics? No, I got time for Dave. I got time for both, but yeah, I think Annie's she's an upright kind of a lady. Out the back, Debbie Air. He's got some zap and some zoozang, hasn't he?
He's debonair.
He doesn't fall off either, except for just when he just fell off. Yeah, looking strong.
Strong quadriceps. I like his thighs.
I like his hair.
A lot of his power comes out of the thigh. Here goes Barton Lynch. I mean Leon Glatzer. Down the line, he'll punt.
Oh, come on, Leon.
Man, that's huge. Oh. Massive.
So close. Out the back, Jack. That's Klein from Israel racing down the line. Israel's best ever surfer. Let's make no bones about it. But he just having...
Did we say that?
Yeah. Well, who's a better surfer than Yoni Klein from Israel?
There's been quite a lot.
As good as Yoni?
There's been a lot of good shredders from that part of the world, mate.
Name him or shame him, buddy.
Okay, let's just stay with this for now. We'll revisit that point. Nicely set up for the punt there from Glatzer. Goes the grab. Tail high. Lands it 180. Reverses it almost all the way around in Thomas Dibier's face.
That was huge, wasn't it? Actually got bigger one the second time round.
Tons of QS. Omar Barr back in the day. He was ripping.
Not as good as him. If you put him in a heat, who would win? Yoni. Mate, no, I'm pretty strong on this. I'm really safe ground here. Anyway.
David Noy in the event.
Yeah, Yoni has had more competitive success than David.
Easy for you to say. So, 12 and a half minutes to go. De Beer from Lipke. Those are your 1-2s at the moment. Glatzer is going to get, well, he scores in. It doesn't change anything. It's an incompletion. It will go in his top 2 for now. It's not going to be significant. So 1.3. Fourth at the mo. And
I reckon he deserved more than a 1 point. I didn't make it, but he's pretty close. Doesn't come into it, doesn't it? Either you make it or you don't.
That's it, Ben.
Tell me about it. 11 minutes to go. That was exciting. Now we haven't seen a lot of the aerial repertoires busting out, have we? Sign of the times. Shows that old Leon Glatz has got it in his back pocket too.
I loves the punt. Loves it.
More sets filling in the bay. It looks like Marlon has a look, decides against it. Loving the priority system, the QS. It's working a treat, I found. Just seamless operation. I was going to write a book about the priority system, wasn't it, one day? Remember we talked about that? It's going to pitch it, write it. I've done a lot of the research, yet to find a publisher.
It's going to cross between sort of Midnight Express. Here we go. Here goes Glatzer in blue. Bang! Massive hack off the top. Loving the spray. There's the roof climb float. And he'll just jam around into the pocket. There he goes. A little bit of a wallet drop and another fanger off the top. Bang on the inside. I tell you what, he got a lot of maneuvers packed in there. Whoa, behind him. De Beer. Whack.
BL would be proud.
And look at how smooth and powerful and controlled this guy is. That's really nice. And he likes it. I tell you what, he's looking really strong Monday.
I like that. That was a slow punch. Slow punch claim. Just like totally in control of it the whole way through. Yeah, he's got a lot of power, and he drives off with those beautiful
that was sick.
Quadriceps. And he comes around again.
It's all from the thigh, isn't it?
Yeah. And then, hiya. And then...
I think it was actually, it might have been an illegal punch. It looked like a bolo punch, which is over the top. On top of the head, which is actually illegal in boxing. Looked a bit like a bolo. Here goes Lipke on a bomb out the back. Look at that hack from Marlon. It's massive. Again, throwing up buckets of spray. We are on skis in terms of action in this heat. Can he get around Marlon? He's on the front foot. He's humping and shifting down the line. And again, he'll just snap it up. And I tell you what, this one's come alive with a great exchange. And he'll belt it once again all the way through to the inside. Really nicely done from Marlon.
Yeah, those first two turns had a whole lot of oomph, a whole lot of spray.
Oh, that was sick.
And then he came around, cracked another one. And then just...
Did well to get around from there. I thought maybe he was going to run out of wave. And he got his skates on and went flying down the line. Did so well. Kept it happening. So, good exchange. Going to get some scores in. We're going to bring you in when we got some. We've got 3 scores to come in. Glatzer's got a number, and then De Beer, our heat leader. He's going to extend, we reckon, out the top. And he had a really, really well-surfed wave. He's got the measure of this wave. He's got the rhythm. Okay, so Glatzer drops in a 5-4. 5-4 for Leon. And what are we thinking for Marlon? He needs a 5-2-7 to take a second back. De Beer, he's got a number to come to. And Dr. Yoni Klein at the most. Been kind of quiet out there. It's just sitting out there, chill, super chill. He does have priority. Next bomb set that comes. He's going to hurt a bit of a clamour from the beach, I reckon. A bit of excitement. He's going to hear probably a reasonably healthy number come in for De Beer as well. So that'll get him fired up. Kind of likes to look at this, but not that much. He lets it go. Probably a wise choice. Or not.
Yeah, they're coming through. Yanni's going to need work because those other surfaces...
Ooh, 8. One fat lady comes in for Derbier. And he liked it, and that's why he's gone into the excellent range. And he's turning the screw out in front here. He leads with an 8 and a 5. I like it when they just have straight scores with no decimals. Just keeps it nice and clean on the scoreboard there, Mundy.
Yeah, straight on the nose. And it looks like that is Ioni Klein pulling the trigger. Needs a big score here. Little half turn to start off with. Now it steepens up. That's the sharp backhand whack we've seen all week. Hangs it up there. Trying to finish strong here. It's bumpy, but he's still fighting. Not clean, not as powerful as the other guys, but he's back in the game at least. You can see his frustration. He never really came to grips with that wave.
Classic Klein, though. I like the way he got right back at the party. Uses his priority. It's a good wave. From the first turn, his pace was slow from there, wasn't it? It was always hard to build up speed. He needed to really attack. That was a nice maneuver. I like his commitment to that turn. He put it all up there. Let's go with another boost on the inside and another incomplete rotation for Leon Glatzer. And he looks like it's so easy to get those little tail blow reverses out of the lip for him. But here he is again. So we see him set up with a snap. There's a carve, almost kind of Corey Lopez-esque in that one. And there he goes with a reverse.
Shea Lopez.
So it's kind of it's Barton Lopez, basically, isn't it? Wow, here's our heat leader. He is absolutely belting it. Wow. And I'm going to say sort of Davo-esque on the backhand. He's got a little bit of the Davo, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. You got Jason Shibata down there watching, which is good as well. So all the crowd is really into it. And I tell you what, they got some big scores dropping for the Lipster. He came in with his 6.67. That pushes him up into second. Glatzer now needing a 4.65. Klein needing a 6.05. 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to go down to the wire. That is something I can guarantee you, Paul Evans.
Absolute cracker of a heat so far. We're loving the action. There's Marlon on your screen. He's in green. He's in second at the moment. He's got a blot in his copybook. That's a 3.37. He doesn't want to be keeping that at the end of this heat. He wants to get rid of it. Well, he's got first priority. That's the good news. What have we coming up next? Krier, Igagirin, PC Distangan, and Vasco Ribeiro. Holy moly, Ben. What a heat.
That is stacked.
Oh, Christmas Day.
Really good.
Absolute firecracker of a heat coming up in the next one.
Goofy footers, right foot forwarders. Yeah, that is. And they know each other so well, that lot, don't they? They have battled over the years.
Yeah, Vasco, classic goofy. Oh.
The only natural.
Yeah, good one, Mundy. It's awkward. All right, Derbier, still with the 8, still out in front. 4:20 to go. He's in the lead. He leads Lipke with a 6.67 as his high score. Glatzer, his requirement. He's looking for 4.65. He's got third priority. And Ioni Klein, he's not a whole long way back. Only needs a 6.05. And as Mundy calls him, the greatest ever surfer in the history of Israel. You've called it.
Yep.
He's more than capable of a 6.05.
Of course he is. He has those for his breakfast. But as I said, he doesn't have priority anymore, which is a bit of a problem. That man, Marlon Lipke, he's trying to improve it on 3.37. And he goes the greatest Israeli surfer of all time. And you watch what he's got. Comes around the bottom. Fluffy lip.
Oh.
Deals with it. And then sees a lobster, dives.
Yeah, he got a bit greedy. They saw a bomb. That was a wide one. Then again, he didn't have priority, so he could afford just to roll the dice. You just don't know sometimes, Ben.
You wonder why the other guys didn't want it, and then it became pretty clear it was a bit of a closeout. But he still went big, came up, launched at the lip, floats over, and if only he could have got around, but he knew straight away it was a run off at a pace. And that is the end of that. 3 minutes to go, still needing a 6. Glatzer needing a 4.65. That's pretty easy to get.
Dubier's improved. He's dropped to 6.1 for his last one. So he's just nudged himself forward a very respectable 14.1 out of 20 for his 2 heat total. So he's putting in a great performance. Here goes Marlon, the classic
where's he come from?
Lipke turn. Use that priority well. He's got to come from behind a bit here.
Oh, there's the swooping arms up that we know and love.
It's softer on the inside from here, though, and I think his score will be punished by the fact it went a bit flat in the middle, but nevertheless, he's looking to get rid. Or was that a replay we were watching? Was that live action?
I think that was live. I think we might get a replay of that. Glatz, I think a 4.65. He didn't look happy with that. He's a big fella, isn't he? Big, tall BL. And he's not happy. You can see him.
I don't mind that. I like the emotion. I know. I want them to care. I like the fact he's fired up, and that's gonna, that's the kind of emotion it's gonna take to draw deep and find something from deep inside himself. Here he goes.
You wanted an air here.
Telegraph in the punt. Goes for the kind of punt.
Wow.
That was nice.
He needs a 4.65.
Tail high, Mundy.
I don't know. And
That's what he was annoyed about. So I thought he wasn't going to land the air, and that's why he was angry, but he just got a bit bogged on a routine cutback that he thought would have set him up for another section. I wonder if he just landed that air and kicked out, if it would have even maybe helped the score.
Yeah, well, the problem with the airs, we haven't seen a lot of them today. It's a bit hard to know exactly where they're going to fit on the scale.
So crucial now. A minute to go. We've got a score to come in for Lipke, and it doesn't change anything. It doesn't. Actually, it does. It improves 4-1-3.
Yeah.
So the requirements just got harder for Leon. Now needs a 5-4-1.
Is that air worth 5-4-1, Paul Evans? I'd like to see it again, actually.
If it was 2012, yes. If it was 2016, it's about 1. Now, we don't know. They've come back in, haven't they?
Yeah, the problem was it wasn't on a... It was a bit of a flat section of the wave, wasn't it? Like out the back. Didn't have any sort of launch off the lip kind of wow factor, but it was still projected. Had a bit of amplitude. Landed it.
5-4-1 the requirement. Sets out the back. Priority is with our heat leader, De Bière.
He got a 4.4, so we can stop that discussion. It wasn't enough, but there is 30 seconds still on the clock. There is sets approaching. And we see the sets just rifling through the area. Uh-oh. And he's on again. Oh, this time he lands it and he gives him the old Dustin Barker. Who are you? What do you know? Who do you like? Who do you love? I'm the man.
It's going to be awkward if he doesn't get it, though, isn't it? Because he did give it the big in there. 5-4-1 the requirement. Bear in mind his last wave came up quite a lot short of that. A whole point short. So, I'd like to see a replay of that whole wave. He had a little snap early on. I don't know what else he might have got done. He did throw in. The trouble is, when you get to that stage of the heat, you know what he's going to do. The judges know he's going to do that air reverse again. And I just wonder, if you look like you're just constantly trying to go for the same maneuver, does that maybe cost, if he hadn't done that and he'd been doing snaps and suddenly threw that down at the end of the heat needing to score, Ben, how would that have changed things?
Yes, it's a good point.
Thanks.
We'll never know. But if he landed that massive one...
Good commentary.
If he landed that massive one, then it would all be, obviously, he would have been home and hosed, but he didn't. Anyway, we're going to go to a commercial break.
We're not going to find out the score?
No, I think we're not. Okay.
Welcome back to beautiful Tenerife. Scores, still waiting for the scores to drop for the last heat. We're on hold. We haven't gone into the next heat. Judges are having a think. 5-4-1 the requirement. Crowd is on the edge of their rock. If they had a seat, they'd be on the edge of it. Most of them aren't on a seat. They're just on the lava. And the tension is palpable. I'm joined in the booth by Julian Hamill, who he's feeling the pressure and the tension right now. Julian, how do you think this is going to come in? Under, over?
Thank you for that. I would say, yeah, if Leon doesn't get the score, that's going to be awkward, indeed. Well, that's too German.
Looking
But
good.
One living in Costa Rica. The other one no, close enough.
He needed a 5-4-1. He gets a 5-3-7. It's 4/100ths of a point short, and that is heartbreak for the German Leon Glatzer. Marlon Lipke is stoked. He's through the next round. He joins Thomas De Beer, who absolutely ripped that heat to shreds.
That was awesome for Thomas, and yeah, you can see 14.10 for first, 10.80 for second, 10.77 for third. Ouchie and Dr. Klein Yoni. Well, shalom, but we won't say Boketov again in Tenerife as
what a heat!
That was a great hit, and I think that was the sweet moment of the tide. Just enough water to get the wave to peel off properly. There's no backwash. It's just a perfect moment. The wind has slightly shifted, but just enough to get some extra crumble on the top of the lip. It's a beautiful day here in Las Americas. We are pumped. This is a new heat starting. We have the best surfers in Europe, on the best wave of Europe, in the best day of Europe, with Paul Event, the best pole in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited about the last couple of hours of light down here this afternoon. Just dreamy conditions for the QS. We've had an absolute smoker of a heat there. Everyone going at it, hammer and tongs. We had a decision right down at the end. And we're going to go down here from the winner of the last heat, Thomas De Beer, standing by with Julia. Take it away, guys.
So guys, we're here with Thomas De Beer, the winner of the last heat. He's only 18 years old and it's his first season in the QS, right?
Yeah, this is my first season on the QS. I was competing in the juniors in Europe. I did a couple of good results back then. But yeah, it's my first time doing the full QS tour this year, so pretty happy to get some hit win. Feels good.
How do you like the waves here in Tenerife? Is it the first time you're in the Canary Islands?
Yeah, it's my first time here, but like my hometown, my home break looks exactly the same as the wave here, so I'm pretty happy to compete here because it's like surfing at home, so it's cool.
Happy to hear. We would like to know if you have tried some local food, some Canarian food. Is there something you said, wow, you guys should try this?
Not now, unfortunately. I wish I can taste some, but for now I'm cooking myself at home, so but I wish I can taste some.
Well, congratulations for your heat and good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Julia. Well done, Thomas De Beer. Why are you laughing, Vico?
Because it's not Julia, it's Julia, but it's okay.
I said Julia.
No, you say Julia. Like Julio. Que bien. Well, yep, Thomas De Beer, Guada, is a good, happy camper now as he basically destroyed this hit and the one before, a strongest surfer we've seen. And look at that now, NDC from Spain, Julen Egegen from Euskadi, PCD from France, and Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. Well, this is going to be an interesting one. Up and riding already, surfing green.
Vasco ripping straight out of the gate. Here he goes, swinging those arms, getting that board through the lip. Likes a strong start. Likes to get busy early. That's what he's done here.
Okay, well, he destroyed this one pretty massively. Let's see what the judges reckon. A lot of turns, but somehow a lot of nose going left to right and not top to bottom. So let's see now the replay for Vasquinho. Good, strong first of the leap, we think, and then it was more of this replacement. That's a good backside carve, and then it's a lot of these turns, just trying to wait for the wave to offer something of more substance, but it's just a lot of replacement. Some power, that's easy for Vasquinho, I think the money turn was on the first one, but we couldn't see it.
First one was massive. The spray was still landing as he was going into his next maneuver. So let's see how that comes in. Andy's dropped to 3.5 early on. Crier, the town crier. And Pacey Distinga has dropped. It's got something coming on the scoreboard, something healthy for PC. Here goes Andy. Bang and down. Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I don't think he was thinking about any kind of maneuver, like, okay, I need to go fast, and then somehow the wave was like, closing out. So kicking out early, we'll maybe having him going back the outside on second priority. Quick replay for Andy. Takes off. The wave is pretty steep, and it's pretty late. Goes for the first projection, and actually there's almost nothing to do. A little overpower his back arm, just spun a little too fast. So he was going for rotation, but didn't want to. So he's not back out there yet, which leaves Yulen and PCD in first and second priority. Halfway through the round on this hit number 4. This is round of 32 of this Cabreiroa Las Americas Tenerife Pro 2019, and we do have the best conditions ever. Swell is kicking in. We're going to have a slight drop on the swell tomorrow, but it's going to kick back in on Friday for Saturday. So, well, I think we're going to have a nice weekend here in Las Americas.
Bring it on, dude. Bring it on. Yeah, loving it. So 5 for Vasco, 5-3-3 for PC, 3-5 and a 1 for Kriya. Igor as yet to get off the mark. We'll have priorities in blue in the middle of his shot. He's just chilling his boots in the lineup. He's dropping anchor. He's just checking things out, getting ready for his opportunity. He'll know he's going to need to bring some serious A-game type maneuvering out here. He's going to get out of this one. He's got a really tough hit because of former world champ Vasco Ribeiro. One in his home country of Portugal, just up the coast from his hometown in Ericeira, Ribeira de Lis. Because he's from Cascais?
Cascais.
Yeah. So, Kriya had a couple of good results on the QS. Hasn't had that huge breakout.
No, not yet.
In a big event. He's done well in some of the smaller events.
They got some semis and finals. Mostly quarters and semis, to be honest. But still, he's young and he's a hard-working person. He's part of the Spanish team. Lives in Andai, which is just at the border between France and the Basque Country.
All right, bomb out the back. Egigiran, our Basque surfer, has priority, and he uses it. Here goes the Goofy. Dropping into the bowl. He's got a meaty section to try and sort of decipher. Gets a snap off the top. Look at the speed, Vico. Big floater. And just flying down the line. Another little redirect. He hasn't done too much damage so far points-wise. Let's see on the inside. And he'll tag it on the end. That's really well done. He's gone an absolute mile there. His wave is probably twice the size of the other ones we've seen ridden.
Yet he didn't do anything on it. Just long floaters with no commitments. To me, that's a waste. But that's the first wave, and he had some pretty rough starts since the beginning of the event. So maybe that was just his way to get that in. White is up.
PC. Oh, that's sick. That's so good. Make it.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, I'm loving that from PC. And look how light on his feet. He's got a spring in his step. He's got so much speed. And he's going to go again on the inside and get a nice little wraparound slash right on the dirt. That was sick out the lip, that rotation. I want to see that again.
Because that was surprising. We were expecting something like more like a transition turn or quick speed float.
And functional. Super functional. Put him in a good spot for the next section.
Smartest surfer ever. PCD. Look at that. Nice first carve. Setting up onto this like, oh, that's a big section. Let me just jump over it. As he was about to just like jump and then grab the rail, spin around. No speaking his way around back to this good position and was able to just
Look how far behind he is there, and he still comes around.
Wow. Great surfing. Paul Cesar.
Love that from PC. Let's see score-wise what that does. I think that's going to be a beast of a score for our Frenchman, the Goofy. Really, really well surfed wave. Had a bit of everything that wave. And like you said, we didn't see that coming. There was no telegraph, and he went straight from his bottom turn into a really late section. It was a really critical section that Lip was already throwing as he used it as his ramp, and maybe using a bit of that power to kick that tail around into the reverse. So well done. Here goes Vasco. He's got a little meaty opener out the back, and he'll deal with some bumps. Bang. Nice turn. Classic Ribeiro. Oh, really well done with style and speed. Loads of spray from him. He's a massive chucker of spray. He's got that kind of twitch on his surfboard. Late to the lip, which sends so much spray. Kriya, another mistake from him. I like his commitment to these maneuvers in the lip. One judge gives PC an 8. One gives him a 7-2. We've got a couple of 7-5s. We'll come back to that. We'll revisit. Replay of Vasco.
Well, Vasco, great rhythm once again. Strong back foot. A lot of spray. It's all about just trying to make sure that he's using the board and the wave in the right way. There's a
7-5 for PC. I think that's going to be a really big score for Vasco as well. I think they're going to love that. I love the spray. It's going to be a good number, I think.
Wish there was slightly more rail onto Vashko's. It's great turn, but I just think at his level, he's obviously able to just push something more on the rail and less on the back foot. It's really well served, but I think we can expect more from Vashko.
6.83 comes in. It is a decent number. Very healthy indeed. Up in second, behind PC. And we got an absolute heat on our hands here. Criers had nothing really go his way so far. Yulian Gagarin had an absolute bomb, and he underserved it a bit, we thought. Just a 3-4-3 for the biggest wave, probably for a couple of heats now. Several heats even for Yulian.
He was just like racing down the line. He was just like going like really...
It was cash. It was cash.
He was more than cash. He was running away to me. I mean, we've seen like a really close angle from that, but he was really on the high line and just like going really fast on floaters when maybe 2 turns off the bottom to big top turn could have been doing the job. Red is up, and they see.
On a bomb out the back. Here he goes. Nice snap through the lip. And there he is again, putting himself in the sweet spot. Now we'll get onto the face. Throws in a little checking, carving snap. And another one kind of similar. Stands on the tail. He hasn't done any real damage yet, but it's still better than anything he's had so far. And what he really needs to do is complete. That's a great turn on the end. So, not an amazing beginning. So-so in the middle. Strong finish.
Let's see the replay of that. Good-looking wave at the beginning. Just a little shaky. The first turn gets a little caught on the bottom. So this way, it just recovers a little late. This is strong, but then once again, slightly off control. Manages to connect for this kind of flat turn, then wait for the wave to offer something. So we are arriving to the round 4. We are selecting the best guys, and so far I think Andy, despite his talent, has not been taking the best wave or served it the best way he can.
He was just a bit unlucky with the way that foam kind of crumbled for him, and it was only ever going to be kind of foam climb type maneuvers, and you really need to take on actual lip to go up the score range. 1.07 was his backup, 3.5 was his high score. Well, he's going to improve. Let's just see where about that puts him. Priority with Gagarin, he's in blue. PC, looking really good out front. With the 7.5, he's also got that second priority now, so he can start to think about pushing it a little bit. He can afford to take risks because there's no point in surfing anything that's going to come in as under 5.33. So from his point of view, he kind of knows what he needs and knows what to aim for, and he's going to be full of confidence, Vico.
Yeah, 12.83 is his combined score, 12 minutes and 30 seconds, so a halfway mark on that. That's a great position to be in second priority, as you were saying, Paul. Is it just where you want to be? Basically just like
bomb,
ordering what you want to the rest of the field. The bomb is coming. First priority is to blue. Let's see if he can be more vertical and less horizontal. May he take that first wave, as we want to focus on not this guy. And DC got a 5.33, so indeed he got something better. Look at this beautiful lineup of the palms left.
Yeah, so Andy, good score from him. He did well to get that. I think he nailed it down with the stuff on the end as well. Just made sure he finished. Needed to finish his wave. That's what he did. So this set broke outside of everyone. No takers. Second wave is going to break in the whitewater of the previous wave. And again, no takers. Let's see on this third, slightly smaller one, if anyone's interested. The bigger ones are starting to push wide again now. So we're getting at that stage where maybe it's not the absolute bombs that you want. It's strange how the high tide, the full high tide, hides the swell a little bit. And as it drops off a bit, you start to see more sets. Not necessarily what you would expect. Quite often, the high tide allows like more energy to hit the coast, but we're not seeing that here.
No, I think it's this spot needs slightly less water to be able to disclose its full potential. And you know, the swell as well is coming stronger in the afternoon. So I think it's a mix of both.
So we could see some bombs as it drops out.
Yes, we will.
Towards dark.
PC going off the bottom, get this one, sees the ramp, saying, you know what, let's go cray-cray on this one. He goes as if he was going for re-entry and just like jumps over, grab the rail, spin around, lands perfectly on the rooftop, spin around at the nose peak, compresses, and the thing that despite we won't see that on replay, he's managing to get around that section and connects all the way to the inside. Mustache gracias, as we say here for PCD, a 7.5, that's great.
Yeah, got a couple more hits in after that as well. It's the high score of this one so far. And he's flying. The henchman at the moment. 10.5 to go. Is in the driving seat. He's had a couple of good performances already so far. He's got the scores, but he's also put in the performances as well. And confidence so important in terms of, you know, you're looking at an event, you're looking at a week, basically you're looking at to culminate on the weekend, you still want to be in. You don't want to be maybe not blowing up on Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday, etc. He's not listening to Craig David. He's not listening to Craig David.
No, Paul, not Craig David.
He's just concentrating on shredding.
That's also for green for next seat. That's Lenny Jensen, the hot local from here. From German parents, living the dream in Las Americas. What can you ask more? It's February, it's like 27, 28 degrees in the sun. Water is like 21 degrees. It's perfect. You get great volcanoes, you have stones, you have onions, you have bananas. This is paradise.
Loving it here in Tenerife. Of course, we also got some very refreshing Cabreiroa spring water. Event sponsor. Making it all happen, keeping us hydrated. So important that we don't shrivel up. So just get that sweet, sweet, fresh, crisp, crystal clear spring water into our rigs. And it's very important for a commentator or for surfing. Stay hydrated.
Any like living creature. But that's true, as we are in Italy.
Apart from camels, they'll probably be fine without it.
I don't tease them like drinking Cabreiroa anyway. It's budget. 8 minutes and 45 seconds, and so far these four guys are teabagging as a line. First priorities to blue. Julen and Gigren, only one wave surfed once again. Julen, as much as Ethan, not having the stellar performances they showed us last year, just like a little slow start, and just not really into it. It's just weird, because they've been showing some really great surfing and hit management skills in the past, but this event so far has been pretty underwhelming. Vasquinho, 6.83, 5 point, just doing the job. NDC right now, a little more fragile, which is not what we are used to as well. So 5.53, a 3.5 with 8 minutes to go in fourth priority. You don't want to be in that spot.
So, all gone quiet now. We had excitement early on. It's all gone awfully quiet. And that will be fine for PC. Tell you who he won't be enjoying that is Julen Igagirin, because he'll be wanting waves, and they've been wanting them soon. He's only got a 3.43. It's all gone a bit flat and quiet and calm. He's got priority. Next decent opportunity, he'll go. He let that last set go. Wise move. He took a bomb early on. It didn't do anything for him. So he knows the kind of wave he's looking for now. You just see that inside one just hugging the reef sweetly. So we check out Andy, having a little look. Some of these inside ones, they're just hitting just the right part of the reef. You see them just tapering off at the right speed.
It's going to be interesting to see what's the next heat will be surfing as a spot, as we are going down to another weird moment of the tide when all the sets will start swinging really wide and the inside will be really, really up north. That's Vicente Romero.
He was ripping earlier, man.
He's so fast. He's really sharp. Lightweight as well. Surfing great boards. Used to be surfing in Brazil and moved to Europe. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. No action so far. Local time is a wee bit before 5. It's 4:50 in the afternoon. We still have roughly 90 minutes of sun before it just starts diving in the ocean and leave us with only good memories and fresh beers. That will be potentially at the end of that round, but hit number 4, we have 90 minutes more of daylight. Maybe the hit number 8 will be a little dark when it comes to the daylight, but we'll see.
Yeah, so under 6 to go. It's all gone real quiet. Last little kind of almost set went underneath everyone. From our wide shot from up here, we saw just how sweetly they hugged the reef. You're probably thinking if you're a surfer that doesn't have priority, like Crier that needs a score, you could have hung inside and maybe gone for something in there. It's very easy from up here. It's very easy behind sight. But at the moment, they're very close together.
And also for Andy, he got a bomb, got a 5.53, and he's chasing a 6.31. So he wouldn't be in the mindset saying, okay, I'm fourth priority, I'm going to get an insider, which is a smaller wave, and somehow making magic to get a 6.31. That would be his best score, and the third best wave of the heat. Let's see, right now, Julen Eguiguren must be feeling the presión as he's going here. We'll spin around and going on the left. Off he goes, Paul Evans.
He's up and riding on an absolute bomb of a first section. Big hit from the top. He did a lot of bottom turns to get there. 3 or 4 of them. There's a nice hook and snap in the pocket, using the whole amplitude of the wave. Used the whole pocket to get that turn done. Not quite sure if he's pushing as hard as we saw him last year. Looking like he's nursing his turns a little bit, Vico.
Yeah, well, 8.4 is not what he's going to get, but still, that's the first really good turn straight on the first section. We've seen him committing in.
It's a beautiful wave. I mean, absolutely dreamy. Let's have a look at the replay. That was a good hit.
I just think his board is looking like it's floating a little too much.
He started out there full committed. It still was a nice turn. Just thought maybe he could have stuck it a bit harder in there. Nevertheless, it's a really well-surfed wave. It's a beautiful wave. It will count for him as well. But as the top clock ticks away, let's just see where that ends up leaving him. We saw a ride
from Vasco.
From Vasco. He's been quiet for a while, Vasco. I haven't seen much of him. He's just ridden 2 waves. In second, here we go. An insider from the former World Junior Champ. And let's see what he gets done. There's a nice little detonation in the lip. And there he goes for the rock and roll float and goes down.
So Vasco not bettering his situation as Julen has been scored already, the 4.77. So now it lowers his requirement to a 7.06, way more manageable with 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Way more than a 4 on that wave. You've got to say there were points there to be had. He just couldn't quite connect them. So he's still in 4th. He needs a 7. And he's still got to get into the lineup even to pick up last priority. Or maybe we'll get there before Vasquez might get 3rd. Anyway, we're ticking down. Coming up next, Baudouin, Correct, Romero, Jensen. They just keep on coming. Another stacked heat. Local talent from right here at Playa de las America. 2 of them coming up in that one. But at the Mo PC, he's been politically correct in this one and absolutely nailing it. Only ridden 2 waves, so a minimum of effort and energy expenditure and a maximum of rad, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's by far the smartest surfer out there. Paul César has always been a really savvy competitor, always trying to get the best options. Great at using a pen as well. Like to read his thoughts. Used to have a blog before. His father used to be the technical director of the French Surfing Federation for, well, roughly 20 years. So it's been nursed in technical surfing and trying to use more his thoughts, his toes. That's Mr. Eguiguren.
Wow, good first stinging hit. Lovely bowl on the inside. That's the fire in his belly that we like. And that isn't quite what he needed to get done. He had to take on the section. He knew he needed a big score. That won't be it, Vico.
Just the board seems to be like really wobbly all the time. Look at the bottom again. Just comparing, like even Andy's or Paul César, both goofies. I think there's slightly more drive at the bottom. There's always kind of like this kind of like wobbly part. Look at that. It's way more.
PC. Sticking it up in the lip. Going big and going hard and not going home yet. And he likes it. There's the little fist pump. He knows. He knows he's through to the next round. He's having a look at his watch. He'll be making his way in with just a minute on the clock. Krier, he'd love to join him. 6.31 he needs for second. Bang. Good turn. We are going to get a score for Vasco, though, are we? No, maybe not. So.
Oh, Andy. Oh, clutch on this one. Look at double claim.
Loved it. 6.31, the requirement. I'd like to see that again, Vico.
Haven't seen the first part. He was coming on our screen with a lot of momentum.
On the cement, the Nick Uricchio.
Yep, look at that. See off the bottom, foam climb rock slide re-entry. Gets on the second section of the wave off the bottom. Oh, such a great section to hit. Lots of spray, but get a little stuck on.
I think he's gone mad claiming that with a double arms. 6-3-1, not for me, no way. So I think he might have gone a little bit crazy claiming that.
That's the emotion talking.
Well, all right, we're going to count down. Here goes Vasco, still hanging on to second. Can he consolidate? Maybe if, let's assume that Andy did get that, he could take it back from him. Here goes, down the line, loads of speed. Former world junior champ, big backside rotation. It's a flyaway, it's a throwaway. They've got scores to come in. Andy on the beach doesn't seem as convinced as he might have had us believe when he was throwing up those arms. Iguero's had a bit of a nightmare by his own standards. He was a real dark horse here last year, didn't know much about him. And he ripped here last year. It's going to be the last time we see him surf in this competition. He's come up in a really tough heat.
PC's last wave 6.33. That's a keeper. Reinforces a 13.83 combined score. NDC chasing a 6.31. Your hit winner, an easy one, as we have the replay of Paul César's best single turn. Quick off the top, and look at that. Goes for the projection, straight on this, kind of like looking like a re-entry, but just jumps, get the kick off that ramp, grab the rail, spins around, beautiful shot there. Lands on the nose, spins around, and connects. That was one of the best moves of the day. And now let's see what Andy got. 5.7, a 5.3, chasing a 6.31. Now judges say, no way, Jose. 5.57, so this is an official white first, second green. Vasco through with Paul César, NDC third, and Yulen Egegoren fourth. We're going to go straight into a little ad break and come back for the next hit. Hit number 5, Alex Baudouin, Tom Clark, Vicente Romeo, and Lenny Jetson. Stay tuned, people. You. Welcome back to the Cabreiroa Las Americas Tenerife Pro 2019. This is hit number 5, round 4. In the booth, Ben Mundy, alongside myself, Julien Vicamel. Paul Evans is putting his socks on. He's going to go for a little run. And we have some fantastic conditions. 4 surfers in the water, only 2 will survive. Alex Baudouin in red, Tom Clark in blue, Vicente in white, and Lenny Jensen in green. Before things get too hot, Ben, we're going to go straight into a post-it interview with Julia and Paul César Distinguin. Julia, take it away.
So we're here with Paul César, 24 years old, from France, winner of the last heat. You were 9th last year. How does it feel to be back in Tenerife?
So I'm back at the same place this year. Yeah, I'm really happy to win this heat. Last year it was a poor condition, it was smaller, so it was harder. And I lost in the last second last year, so I hope this year I'll do better.
Well, in this heat we saw you were dominating pretty much the whole heat. You did some aerials, risking a lot and going for the prize, and you got the prize.
Yeah, I knew you have to go big if the wave is not really good. I took one and I kind of missed the first turn, so I was like, I have to go big now. Because I knew it was going to be a tough hit between Vasco and Andy Crier and Julen, who beat me last year. So yeah, it was a tough hit, so I had to go big a little bit. And yeah, it worked, so pretty happy.
Well, we're happy to have you back. Thanks for coming back. Is there something you would like to say to everybody looking the live?
Bah ouais, toujours la même chose, hein, chaud patate.
Merci beaucoup and good luck for your next hit. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Julia. As we are catching up with live action, Ben, the tide is going out, the swell is kicking in, the best surfers are in the water. Hit number 5, still 4 hits with this one. We do have a nice end of the afternoon in Las Americas.
Yeah, it's absolutely glorious out there. It's been a walk along the promenade. There's people packing all the cool bars and the promenade restaurants, having coffees and drinks. and these sets keep pouring in. I was up the other end of the point. I was hold fire. See Vincent Romero slashing off the top, drives around, and does so again and again. So 4 or 5 very quick turns. Starting to see the tide drop out now, though. I feel those little rock bubbles inside. He's not done yet. All the way. Yeah, and I look back, I think one of the biggest sets that came through for a long, long time. As we see Alex Baldwin just cracking off an air that didn't work. Oh, I can't even talk. There's too much action. Lenny Jensen, he's getting it up there. He's been attacking the lip all week. He's had a real knack for picking the best waves in the heat. This is another really good wave. And he's releasing that tail on whim. So he goes down. So, yeah, strong start. But, yeah, that big set came through. Just looking back and just, yeah, it looked amazing.
Yeah, no, everything, the colors, the contrast between the brown of the land and the really light blue from the ocean. It's beautiful. Great afternoon. It's Thursday. You're ramping up to the weekend. We're going to have best surfers, best waves. The girls are yet to start the event. So here, replay of Last of Green. Nice snap of the leap goes on this second kind of like foam climb to let's wait a little as the wave spends some time just reforming on the inside, backside bash of the top re-entry. And as the wave gets a little faster on the inside ball, it still managed to get one setup turn and a little backside bash. So complete wave for Lenny Jensen, not a lot of variety, and we are arriving to these weird moments of the tide when actually you don't really know if you need to bet on the inside section or just need to bag up 2 good moves outside and just keep going all the way to the outside. Let's see now.
Yeah, it's a decision. It's almost sort of you've got to go by feeling, like, and then every now and again it's tricky. Not tricky. I mean, it breaks in the same spot, but sometimes those wide ones, every now and again, do deliver. You've got more size, and they do deliver loads of points on the inside. And other times, those inside runners are the ones that really stand up steep. So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I think those guys get out there, they sort of pick a few landmarks that have been working in other heats. They have a plan A, and then if that's not working, they'll start to scratch around for a plan B or a plan C. But there's still so many sets. That's the thing about it. You're always going to get a chance out here. If you wait your turn and hold priority, you'll get a shot at it. And Vincent Romero is a good start. That first backhand attack, 5 or 6 really sort of fast snaps, got a 5, so he's off to a good start. And Lenny Jensen, 4.43. So the judges just scaling it back. We're in the round of 32. Yeah, this is to get into the 16, obviously. So, yeah, I think
step it up.
A lot of manoeuvres isn't really going to cut it. You really have to combo it up, get some spray. And so Tom Clarek, his brother's already through to the 16. He's trying to join him. And I tell you what, these 2 boys have been absolutely on fire. Similar styles, one goofy, one natural. And Tom there just hook it along, getting 3 or 4 nice turns in. Comes back and he's not done yet. Can he finish it off? He can. So he's happy with that. So really strong start from Tom.
Yeah, it was really smartly surfed from Tom. A lot of rhythm to his first turn. Just he was waiting all the time, finding his way. Sorry about that, but long way for Tom Clarek as trying to catch up with the live action. Maybe something happened. Lenny Jensen took a wave as well. But once again, off the bottom, crack off the top. Just enough commitment to maintain momentum. Hitting all the right section. There's a lot of spray going out. He was almost losing control on this one, but was able to reconnect again. So Tom Clarek on a 3-3-3. This one will be better. Interesting to see how the judges will compare that to the backside surfing of Vicente Romero, slightly faster. And Red now having a look. First top turn for Alex. Second one, the wave is a little fast. Oh, nice acceleration on the backside floater here. Good hook up the top. And trying to get some variety. Sadly, a little too much push on the back foot on this one and missed the last turn. I like the rhythm.
Yeah, he had a good rhythm, you're right. And he was just starting to warm up. And you could see why he was frustrated as he just, that last turn, which probably would have been led to one more. He just got hung up and couldn't finish the wave. But it was a small wave, but it had really nice pace to it, didn't it? Just a couple of cracks, and then he was gathering speed as he went along until he just had that last little error at the end, which cost him. And he's going to need the best waves. He's a great surfer. I just feel he's not quite at that sort of upper level of these QS guys yet. And so if he's going to really rattle some cages, he's going to need the best waves and not make any errors. So that will be his game plan.
Always betting on the best wave and the big moves. So far, judges have been really strict on what was average and what was more than average. There's kind of like a no man's land when it comes to the 5 to 6.5. And then once you've reached that, you have more room to play with. But as you were saying, round 4, qualifying for the round of 16, you want to be out of the best. You don't want to arrive there with a couple of 4 or a couple of 5. You want to punch at least 13 points. This is what builds your confidence. We know the swirl is on its way. We know it will change slightly tomorrow because it's peaking tonight, and then we'll just like drop slightly tomorrow to just come back again on Saturday. So you want to make sure you can actually score in every single kind of conditions. And so far, with a couple of 4s, it's just not quite there yet. 5 points for Tom Clarek and 5 points for Vicente Romero. We were wondering what would be the difference when it comes to judges between frontside and backside surfing. Well, there's no difference. 5 points for each.
Yeah, that's right. And no one been able to really stamp their authority. Some 5s across the board. And that Alex Baldwin, that last one, a 4.23, you think he'd finished it, that would have been around the 5 mark. So they need to do a bit more if they're going to really get up to that near that excellent range. And here goes Romero again. More spray that time. Nice floater over the lip. That was good. And then another crack. So that is 3 solid turns. Already more spark, more spray. And he's not done yet. So if he can finish this, he's going to be in the driving seat of the heat. Surfing really strong. And look at that. Nice. Claims it. Out the back. Whoa, that was Laddie Jensen going. They're firing up now. Got their rhythm. Here we got here. Whoa. Just waiting for the double up. So that's Tom Clarek. He's just waiting his time. Needs to be a little bit more aggressive to match that last one. But again, they're just not making mistakes, surfing it well. Sort of solid surfing, and they're all kind of improving on their first waves. But you'd fancy Romero winning that exchange. Do you think, Vico?
We haven't seen the last of Lenny's. Like we've seen the last move, and basically we've seen his claim. Let's just go back to this one. So one long cut back to foam bounce. He was stalling on this one, waiting for the wave to just offer something better. Nice hook off the top on the steep section, straight into off the bottom to what we know is a crack of the lip re-entry. So 2 good turn on the inside and a setup turn behind. He was on a 4.5. This one should be, well, that's where we are struggling now because we have a 4.23, a 4.5, and a couple of 5s. So talking about a really, really small and narrow scale. Surfers will have to step up and judges to open. I would say Tom's wave was a nice looking wave, but there was nothing exciting apart from one of the lip, like slide board, slide down. There was more rhythm and more oomph to Vicente's wave.
Yeah, well, Romero got a 7.33, so that shows you the jump from that 5 point up to the 7. 3 or 4 really sparky turns. You can see the spray spraying up and the sun catching it as it's backlit. And here goes Alex Baldwin. We talked about it being on the best waves. This one looks like an absolute beauty. As he fades back towards the source. Now he roves up. Nice turn. Waits for the next one. Floats over that section. A bit of rock and roll. And that enabled him to find some more section. It's a wide one, but he's eking out everything he can. He needs to finish it strong here. And he finishes it, not particularly strong, but still a well-surfed wave. So everyone just picking off the sets. As we said, there'll be opportunities, and everyone's into it. So here we go.
Just fade his way on this one, just waiting for this to just arrive on the sweet spot. Nice first turn, but more of a setup. And he's just setting up for basically just a foam climb. So he's setting up for a transition. And then there's almost nothing, and by that point, he's just gone too far to just drop it. So at the end of the day, there's 1 turn and a half, the best turn being at the end. So will not be the 6.34 he's chasing. I don't think it will actually better his 4.23. So judges are typing in the numbers, still last of blue and last of red to type in. Vicente in 7-3 and a 5-point is pretty comfy. Lenny got a 6.07, so judges liked it. It's all about Tom's last wave now, and it will be slightly under his best one, 4.57. So Tom Clark down to third, and Alex Baudouin yet to be scored. He's trying to get now a 6.34. Not sure about this one, but should not be the score. Yeah, judges about to go around the 4-point on this one, so not what it's chasing. 11 minutes and 50 seconds, and we have a paddle, Ben. So referring green.
So Lenny Jensen drives off the bottom. Nice spray in that top turn. Comes around again. Late, but still manages to connect. Another foam fighter, which won't generate a whole lot of points. Looking for some steeper face, and there isn't any. You might want to try something on the end just to finish it off. Fairly safe all round. So, trying to improve on a 4.5. I think he may have done that with that first turn, but it was a lot of similar turns. It wasn't a very steep face. So, it may improve his score, but it won't mean he's got significant more breathing room following that wave, I don't think. But we'll see. The judges' score's coming in. So Alex Baldwin got a 4.4, so he still needs a 6. And Lenny Jensen's wave is going to come around a 4.5, so that won't change things a lot either. So very tight, just with Romero 7.33, the only one that's really sort of made a marker as one of the best waves of the heat. And he looks like he's in control. 10 minutes to go, the others all well within the hunt.
Yeah, it's still plenty of time. First party is to your hit leader. So right now, Vicente in a really comfy position. Alex Baudouin just not really getting his groove on, sitting on 2 waves under the 5-point mark. This is not where you want to be at this stage of the event. And Tom Clark, mid-ranger and a 4.5 set of the backup is just not enough either. So it's still really, really feasible for all of these guys. But we've seen the spot changing a lot between this hit and 2 hits ago. It was really firing. This is softer. This is slightly more complicated to surf. We don't really have these wide sets just going all from the outside to the inside. It's more about being reactive than proactive, because the wave just waits something to just finally form, and then you have to do something. So whoever will get one big meaty section at the outside, we can take it. As you can see, some lines are stuck on the horizon. Little right-hander as well, sometimes. We've seen only one wave surf today from Luke Dillon at 4.27, and that's also option is really on the left.
Yeah, it's all been about the left today. Funnily enough, at a wave called Spanish left. But yeah, the odd right sneaking through, but just a bit big for it. And the points have been on these meaty, juicy sections on the left. You can tend to get your points out the back, really. That's where the biggest scores have been had. Johnny Gonzalez with a couple of single turns, racked up the highest heat score earlier on. There's money out the back, and then you can sort of just pick up a few coins on the inside. Big day of surfing. I think we're going to probably get through something like 24 heats.
Most likely.
Today, which is a pretty good effort from the surfers, the judges, the administrators, the commentators, and the fans.
And all
been a big collective group effort. Everyone's put in their part. The sponsors, of course, who without this, without them, the whole thing wouldn't even exist in the first place. So yeah, I like everyone's pulled together. Everyone's loves surfing. Everyone's into it for the right reasons, and it makes me feel warm and fuzzy when I think about that.
Well, I mean, this was the day of the days, basically. Out of today, with all that fantastic scores and great surfing, plus this wave quality, you have enough in your database to just cover 10 years of the event. It's beautiful, it's a sunny day, it's packed on the beach, just warm, there's no wind. It was supposed to be really changing and shifting to like a side on shore, pretty cold, and actually it's still like steaming hot. So just a classic perfect day, and it's February. People are just sunbaking. It's perfect. First par is still to White. He's sitting outside trying to change something on his 5 of a backup. The rest is struggling to get well, anything between a 5.58 and a 6.27, so it's really close. And time keeps ticking away.
What's the best ever surf you've seen for a QS event in Europe, Vicar?
In Europe, the best, well, it used to be in the Canaries.
No, anywhere.
Ribeira de Liège was fantastic. We had 1 year, like in 2006, we had a pro junior in Super Tubes where the kid would just like all pull back. It was just out of control. Like like year 1 when Owen blew his eardrum, like this size, with like kids under 14. So basically, you would paddle out and survive. You'll win. No, Osegor, of course, had some great waves, but Ribeira de Liège, great. Canaries, Lanzarote, Gran Canaria, Confital was absolutely brilliant as well. But there's been some really good waves as well from the pro juniors.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the lifestyle, I would say that you can't really beat Tapia. That was a QS and a longboard event that was organized during the Semana Santa, the Holy Week of Easter, which was basically a massive like liver disaster for everybody.
And where was that in?
In Spain.
Oh, wow.
And that was just 1 week of full waves and surfing and partying, and that was great. That was 10, 15 years ago now. Alex Baudouin, second turn, third turn. He is getting a little more spicy on the inside. He wants to connect. He's chasing 6.17. May he better is 4.4. He will feel slightly happier. Time is ticking away 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Third turn was the best. It's a small wave though, and not a lot of variety.
Yeah, he needed a 6.17. I just felt that wave was just a little bit too small to really open up. Again, he did well. He's getting right in the pocket, throwing some spray, but without that wave size to throw some serious wow factor, just makes it a little bit hard to judge.
Scotland, Thurso. I'm a retard.
Pumping Thurso.
Thurso, by far the best. Vibe, local drinks, fantastic waves, brilliant. Just a little cold.
Yeah.
4 minutes and 54 seconds. Judges losing no time, scoring Alex Baudouin's last wave, a 3.83. Not enough at all. He's chasing 6.17, still fourth. The time is now under the 5 minutes deadly mark. So Vicente got it good, got the first wave of the heat, and maintained this commanding lead all the way through. It's pretty tight now between Lenny Jensen and Tom Clarek. Only 1 point of difference between the two surfers. Big difference is that Tom never was able to go over the average.
Yeah, so Romero with a real stranglehold on the heat. And Tom Clarek, he's only needing a 5.58. It's a really strong event. Second priority. He'll be the one to probably watch. He's probably got the best, well, he has got the best chance of cracking that second spot. Jensen Clarek probably going for it here with less than 4 minutes to go. Coming up next, you can see there, Luca Macinas from Peru, Geroy McDade from Ireland, the Republic of Blouin, the Frenchman, and of course, local hero, WQS legend, nice guy Johnny Gonzalez also. So we keep saying it, Vico, but these heats just keep stacking up. We're getting to the proper end here, down to the round of 16 by the end of the day. And they'll all be, because they have to be, exceptional surfers to get that far.
That's for sure. Well, we have the best of the best here in Europe. This is the second QS stop of the season after a great start once again in Israel. Fantastic crowd there as well. If you haven't been surfing or visited this country, just go. Great surfing culture. The vibe is just unreal. And some great waves as well. You can check the highlights on the WSL as well as on some Instagram profile. There's been some pumping waves everywhere, and that's working every year. Canaries, of course, always a safe bet in winter. Now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it's getting a little stressful. Vicente Romero is in the lead. 2 waves served, 2 counting rights, of course, but both of them over the average with first priority. And basically, we'll just sit there until the end, or if ever, he sees a good way for him.
Yeah, he'd be happy for everything to peter out as it is. So that man, Clarek, is desperately trying to get away. Just one last chance in the event to do something. His brother's already through. He's desperate to try and join him, but he's got 120 seconds. And he needs a set to approach. He needs Vincent to get one wave and he get the second one. All that is a lot to ask in a short time. It's possible, but time is really, really against him.
Yeah, it's getting stressful now. So let's see. Replay of Surfer in the white. That was Vicente's best wave. Really love the way he faded his wave entry here. Just like to get this nice carve off first section straight into a nice dynamic floatery entry. He got a lot of speed on that and straight to a massive speed burner. Great when it comes to all the spray, he was moving around and he got like a couple of, I think 2 or 3 more turn on the inside. So
yeah, the spray was the key there, wasn't it? Just really showed how hard he was digging in. And when that spray goes up, you know that something exciting's happening. As we see, bit of a look here. No, one of that. Although there's a minute on the clock. Small wave, fun little left, but they want something bigger. Well, there's a few lumps out there though, so we could have a potentially exciting climax to this heat, or it could just fizzle out into a general piece of nothing.
There won't be food for everybody, that's for sure. 30 seconds to go as White, you can see, is just camping on his first party. He's damn right because he's in the lead, and that was a great hit management for him. First wave taken, and from that he just unwinded. When it comes to Lenny and Tom, well, they're playing cat and mouse, and Alex Baudouin is going to have one last chance on the inside. And one is going right, one is going left. Let's focus on Alex Baudouin. 5 seconds to go. He's going to try to fly. He's looking for a ramp. And nope, you could see he was not really feeling it already. So apart from any kind of like fireworks done on the right by Tom Clarek, I would say that this is all on that hit number 5, Ben.
Sure is, bit of a damp squib that end, but hey ho, 2 surface through, 2 drop out.
That's
and on we go.
We're going to go straight into a little ad break and come back to you straight with a new hit, starting hit number 6, round 4. Stay tuned.
Centro Comercial Siam Mall, Costa Adeje.
And we are back alive here at Las Playas Americas into the penultimate heat of the day. Sorry, that's not true. What's the third last heat of the day? And we've got Luca Macinas, George McDade. We've also got Paul Evans in the booth.
Yes, please.
And what are your thoughts here? You've obviously picked the Irishman McDade as your favourite for the event.
Yep. Johnny's the local favourite. Big, massive cheer for him. From the little crew down there, just to the left of this camera position. Massive support for Johnny. Let's see if that can help tug him gently to victory. Tell you what's happening at 7 o'clock down here at the contest site. We've got 2 movie screenings. Documentaries. So if you're around the area, come down to the beach. We've got a big screen. And we've got a couple of documentaries, one about Aitor Francescina from Zeraut's surf coach, and one about the island, surreal island of Tenerife. Let's go with Garoj, nice and late there. And just gets over the tail and goes down.
Yeah, it's a bit of open air cinema.
That's right, mate. Obviously sunset as well. Maybe a couple of drinks, some movies, just taking in the surf vibe. But we're one tribe, we're one people, you know. It's like the gathering place of just the different tribe vibe. So you might meet some new friends, or you might.
You can speak the international language of surfing.
You might just come on your own and not talk to anyone. Just really focus on
just
the films.
Just vape.
Just vape. Focus on the films. Why vape?
Just because you can.
You're mad. All right, Messina's from Peru. He loves the left-hander.
I've been impressed by this kid, Paul. Big future.
Good to know. Here he is. That's massive. Big hammer on the end.
Thinks he's a Chicama, doesn't he? He's going to go down, and he's about to hit a last one, and that is a super strong start to the heat.
Big score is going to drop upon his head, I reckon. Really, really great way to open up. Absolutely belted that thing. Pulled his pants down and smacked its bum. Showed no mercy. 7-5 in from the judges. They waste no time in dropping him a score just under that excellent range. So a great way to start a heat from Messina. So we're going to go down here from Julia, who's standing by the winner of last heat.
So Vicente Romero is the winner of our last heat. He's Spanish. He's actually living here. Vicente, how was your heat? Are you happy to win it?
Yeah, I'm super happy. The conditions are amazing. This wave is perfect. And it was a low hit. I just had two waves, and lucky I have a backup in my first wave. It was a 5, then I wait for the good one and I made a 7, so enough to make it.
Nice. You were competing last year. How does it feel to be back competing on this wave?
Yeah, I've been here last year and it was amazing, but this year the waves are pumping, so it's even better. So yeah, let's do it.
Juanito.
Is there something you would like to tell, algo que le quieras contar a people watching the live stream? It's your time.
Quiero dar las gracias a todos que están apoyando de casa y surfear. Quiero seguir surfeando así. Mi tabla va increíble, así que disfrutar porque esta tabla es perfecta, así que haciendo lo máximo que puedo en cada manga y a disfrutar.
Thank you very much, and good luck for your next heat.
Okay, thank you.
Back.
Come on. Strong, Vincent Romero, smooth as silk. And dangerous too. It's kind of like the silver-tongued assassin, isn't he?
He's a dark horse.
Deadly, mate.
He's
Deadly.
a list of stereotypical tropes. And yeah, he was impressive. Got the big 7.5 and then just hung on to the end. Meanwhile, we saw, is this Lucas again? No, this is his wave that scored a 7.5 straight off the bat.
Boom town. That's massive.
Yeah, he did 2 of those and then he finished. That's the way to start a heat.
Absolutely lit it up. Garoj behind him. Looking almost to park it in the bars. Doesn't, but then he eyes up a section and he says, have a bit of that. Maybe just not quite stomping that one. And we had Johnny during the interview. We saw Juanito. Johnny Gonzalez working the wave over. Getting quite a bit done, then getting a bit caught behind. So priority is back with our heat leader in red, the Peruvian. Second prize with Johnny. And it looks like Owen Blouin. He's going to get something going here, the Goofy. Here he is. He's got his eye in. And he's flying down the line. Can he come around onto the face? Yes, he can. Nice snap. There he attacks. Tries to blow a little tail. And goes down.
Yeah, blow-tail to face plant. That's what you call that one, Paolo. And did a lot of.
You've been hanging out with Vico. That's the sort of thing he would say.
Oh, but yeah, I've spent 10 hours in a box with him. Of course, I've been hanging out with him.
The metal box.
In a box as hot as Mars. Out the back, though, speaking of hot, Johnny. He loves that guacamole green too, doesn't he?
Oh, a couple of nice turns.
He's really made it his own. Goes really well with his complexion. And I'll tell you what, he hasn't done a lot on this inside, but he's not finished yet. Well, he is now. So he needs to do a bit more work, but looking strong.
The Black Shark, Jonathan Gonzalez, working a nice wave over. Here goes our Irishman in blue, McDade. Bang, good first hits. And he can't get a second section, so we're starting to see that now. These waves are kind of running away a little bit. And it's that classic conundrum playing in your mind. You want to hit the lip hard, but if you hit it too hard, you might get caught behind Mundy. Yikes.
Yes. Double-edged sword. And that one just ran off on him. Got a first crack in. His first wave, he actually showed his form. It's been a bit sort of unstable before that, so he's got his feet in his wax.
Has there ever been a single-edged sword, or is it not just called a sword? Like, aren't they all double-edged?
No.
Of course they are. Why would you have a single-edged sword? Why the other one just be like a butter knife and just sort of not sharp at all on one side?
Yeah, you use it for different... you know when you got to smooth out a driveway? You're good for that.
You'd use
With
your
concrete.
shield. You'd use your shield, wouldn't you? Okay, so what happened there? Priority? Don't know.
Oh, do not.
What is this? Chapter 17 from Mundy's thoughts on Priority by Ben Mundy. Not
Priority.
Available on Amazon or anywhere else.
Priority over the years. converting the priority.
Priority, an insider's tale with Ben Mundy.
Priority, all you need to know and stuff you don't.
With a forward by Ian Ratso Buchanan.
Yeah, Ratso's straight in there. Out the back though, I'll tell you who's got priority. Is the Peruvian. He's marching on through the powder there. He's going to let it come round, come up and crack it. Nice fin release. Trying to back up his 7-7, which he looks like he's doing pretty effectively right now. And again, this kid is on fire. Really looks good, and he's going to come in. Spends a lot of time in Hawaii. Loves the reef break, and I'll tell you what, he's just pretty much locked his seat. Whoa, there's your man. So Erwin, the young Frenchman, one of the sort of Groms coming through the French scene. Really smooth, goofy footer, and he's eyeing off a section here. Go big, please. Nice. Oh, is that a ball change or just a note to the judges?
I think that was a claim. I think we're starting to see some cool claims going down on the inside. I like the passion and the fire. Here he is, just easing off the bottom and just sluicing off the top. There he goes through the lip. That's a really nice technical turn, showing that variety. The backside guys can't do that sort of stuff. So just showing something else. McDade, this is a replay. Nice first hit. Now this is live action, I think. And here he is, swooping around in the pocket. It's used a lot of this wave. I like it. Then he'll tag some lip. And again, just throwing up some spray. Belt it one more time. It's just got a little bit all the way of fatness on it, this wave, and it's frustrating. You can see he's never really been able to unleash Mundy.
No, the difference between that wave and both of Blouin and Messinas, yeah, they just didn't have that critical nature, steepness of the wave, and he was doing a lot of turns, a lot of work, a lot of energy, but none of them were you like, whoa, oh, ah, ooh. No, I wasn't. So, yeah, he'll score, you know, he'll up his ante, but he needs to do more. Meanwhile, Johnny Gonzalez. Nice. A little bit hung up, but he's back in the game. A little fade, which I loved, and this is a big section. Oh, he went for that big closer. He's been on fire with those during the event, but couldn't pull it off.
Chapter 21, the Pantin debacle. 2014.
2014.
Wow. Mundy's going deep with his book on priority.
I've done 2 years on the transition, the QS, because that was pivotal.
Yeah.
The QS, like the PP, pre-priority on the QS, absolute mayhem. I mean, some of the
anarchy.
Some of the stories that have come out about the paddle battles.
Some people it's also known as the Dark Ages or the Lost Years. Some people refer it to.
I went to Brazil for research, And some of the stories that came out of there. I mean, I can't, for legal reasons, I can't tell all that happened, but I tell you what, even I was shocked, Paul, and I've seen some priority. God knows I've seen some priority in my time. This is the way that he never quite tagged. I still thought he could have put a bit more risk into it.
Is there something in the book for people that aren't probably going to surf heats or ever watch competitions, but just that they can bring to their own recreational free surfing? Is there anything we can learn from Priority to help make the lineup and the world a better place for free surf?
That's the sole reason I wrote the book, Paul.
Well, I mean, I knew that. I was just kind of,
It's got an overarching narrative where you take the lessons from Priority and directly administer it to your everyday life. And I mean, I'm the living example of it. The success you can gain. I mean, I'm thinking about the live shows, the workshops. I mean, it's Priority isn't. It's not just a surfing tool. It can be a way of life.
It's been a big bidding war between Faber and Penguin, Random House, all the big publishers.
Yeah, and Carve
as well. Orca Publishing, all the big ones are in there just making bids for Monday's book on Priority. It's a weighty tome.
One of the biggest decisions I've had to face is who's going to voice the audio book.
You're looking at him.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's more. I talked to your agent, Paul, and some of the prices the agent was talking about. I mean, frankly, yeah, even I was surprised. So I had David Tennant. I've had you. Ratso with that clipped Kiwi accent.
Was it between me and what's his name? Doctor Who?
Tennant.
No, sorry, not Doctor. Sorry, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, was it between me and Cumberbatch?
Yeah, Cumberbatch.
Tell you what, he's got me on a couple of jobs lately. It's actually starting to get on my nerves a little bit.
Cumberbatch he's been circling.
What's he got that I haven't?
Well, he's got an in-depth knowledge of Priority for a start. Yeah.
I know it's early, but have you thought about follow-up? Any thoughts on follow-up? You could probably get a book out when...
Mate, it's absolutely definitive. Once this is written, that's it. It's a tome. It's done.
Okay.
I'd be very surprised if there'd be any extra thing that can be added to it. At the back, though, that's just our heat leader. He's got a 7.5 and a 7, and he's pretty much just locked this heat down. And he comes back around, and he just keeps doing that. Really. Getting that tail so high. Spray just puffing up. Meanwhile, this is Jared. He's just not quite finding his feet.
Whoa. I'm still backing him.
Needs a 7. Needs to get his skates on if he's going to make Paul's prediction anywhere shape look realistic.
So
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising me if your correction's wrong and it's happened even before the finals. But anyway.
7.5 and a 7. Valmasina's looking great. Here goes Johnny, the Black Shark from Tenerife. Great first turn. Puts him behind though, but not too far behind that he can't do that. And he throws, it's almost a sort of swear word sign, hand sign that he was doing there, Johnny. Was it?
You know what he's like. He's like...
Almost like he was taunting an opposition sort of football fan, wasn't he?
He's famous for taunting. He just goes around taunting.
Oh, stop it, Messinas. How's the flow on him? Look at this wave. Oh, man. Absolutely ripping the Peruvian. And he's belting this one all the way through. I tell you what, that back leg of his, I reckon his quad's grown a couple of inches just from this heat.
He's ripped the back. Just a little finish.
Stop it.
He doesn't claim that. No need to. That's going to be better than potentially better than his 7.5. He's going to replace a 7. He's see you later.
Too much, too strong, too radical, too good. He's absolutely nailed it.
Johnny Gonzalez, interesting him. He's been really, we got a 5.23, so let's not talk about that score, but puts him back in the game now. He needs a 6.18. This, though, was... Comes around again. It steepens up. This is the end bit. We'll get the air, but the whole thing has just been a masterclass in backhand surfing.
It's been a clinic. And we got, looks like Erwan Blouin. Just having a look at the equipment. Having a look at the fins. So, Maecenas. Score comes in as a 6-5.
Yep. There you go. Still solid surfing. Bit carried away there, but yeah, he's got the heat laid down. His wave selection's been off the scale. He's been total rhythm, but here comes some sets. And Sat. Johnny Gonzalez now, he's in third, the local hero. He needs a 6.18 at the moment as it stands. But the man in second, Blouin, he's the one with priority. And here's the set. Will he pull the trigger? He might have to duck dive it. No, he's looking at it. It's a big wave. And he's up and on. Nice little foam climb. A bit of tag and release. Goes up again. Late, but good timing. A little bit short change on that one. And just... Whoa, here's your man, the Irishman. Oh, I love that little drop wallet, Paul.
Yes, please. McDade just ripping this one. It's a really steep wave. There he goes into the lip. Just fanging 1,000,000 miles an hour onto the inside. Belts a wraparound roundhouse. And I tell you what, he's going to be back at the party here, Ben. Needs a 7 to go into second, but he is going to go to work on his 2.47. He's going to go to work on his 4.4. It's going to be his best wave so far. He's back at this.
Definitely. Definitely back in the game. He found his groove. That was really strong, really laying that carving that he's famous for. And this too was just that little release back with the tail first. That's impressive. And he gets back up here, and actually that was nice too. Yeah, that was such a well-surfed wave.
I like this turn too. This was
variety.
Cool. Jammed it around, a little figure 8 roundhouse. It's going to be a good number for Garage. 6:10 to go. All the water sports you ever need out here. Some wackiness going on out the back. Someone being dragged behind something at a great speed. Behind a boat with a massive engine on it. Just having a hell time. Come in, you sort of torn your shoulder ligaments. Your nose is beetroot. And you deserve a pint.
Yeah. 50 euros well spent.
So, score going to come in. Could be crucial in the context of this one. Blouin is under threat if McDade can get up into the 7. Be really interesting to see how this is judged, because it was something else that we haven't seen. We've seen backhand hangers from Maecenas straight out the bottom into the top. McDade, he did a lot on that wave. He held his rail for a lot of time in the water.
There's a lot of carving going on, real committed carving, which we haven't seen a lot of.
One judge says 7-2, says yes. One judge low balls with a 6.
Big spread there.
Big spread so far. Another judge says 7-2. It's going to come in slightly short, but he is very much in the races, because now he only needs a 4.77. It's 6.63. He goes third. Johnny goes fourth. 4.77 the requirement. First priority is with Jonathan Gonzalez, who's looking for a 6.18 himself. And this is going to be fascinating. Someone gave him a 5.8. So a big spread from 7.2 to 5.8 Monday.
Yeah.
Nearly a point and a half there.
Yeah, that's a big spread.
What does that tell us?
The two judges saw the wave differently, of which both scores got discounted because of their outlying. That's getting the average, which is a pretty fair way of doing it. But anyway, as you said, a 4.77. That is a much more gettable. He's out there. He's in fourth priority, would be his probably biggest issue he's got to overcome. Meanwhile, Johnny Gonzalez needs a 6.18. He does have priority. 4 minutes to go. You think there'll be one more opportunity left in this heat.
So, wow. Under 4. All scores are in. And it's all basically going to come down to sets. And priority and stuff mentioned in Ben's book. Priority through time.
This is your classic case study right here.
Priority through the ages. Priority, a new future.
Inverting the priority. At the back, though, it looks like Blouin is using his third place priority. Oh.
One of the great book names along there of Ian Botham's Don't Tell Cat. terrible name for a book. Literally the worst book name ever from both of them. What a clown.
Right, sets approaching. Both Gonzalez and McDade desperate for a wave. Macinas is done and dusted. He can do whatever he likes. That's Blue On is the one that's under threat. And they are looking at this. Oh, this is tense stuff, isn't it? This is to get through the round of 16. Unite's going to be a lot better. He's got a small one, and he needs a 4, though. Let's see if this is going to pay off. He looks busy. He's going to go big here. Bit of a stab up. And I think that's a mistake from your man.
What I saw from some of the pre-print runs was in the middle section, you got some full colour photos,
yeah.
and there's a couple from up in the judging tower where a priority decision has been made, and you've got hidden camera footage of kind of blank expressions from the judges' faces about priority. Let's stick with the live surfing action in the water. Jonathan Gonzalez, wow! Big turn from Johnny. Look at the speed, Mundy.
And he goes down. If he'd made that, he might have had a 6. Well, as we see, the heat leader, here he goes, to a victory lap. There's the, you know, I don't want to spoil the climax of the book, but I don't think the classic, the classic Trestles example where the hooter goes and priority changes in that split second between the hooter going and someone standing up. I mean, it's one of those little anomalies in priority that really gets people's emotions flowing. That's why I've done a good 122 pages on it.
So if someone stands up,
just before the hooter goes, and then the hooter blows, all priorities finished.
So how does that affect anything? No one else can stand up after the hooter.
Yeah, so if a person does stand up...
But they can't, it's hard, the hooter's gone.
No.
It wouldn't count anyway, will it?
No, but you still, because he's riding the wave, the person who stands up after hooter gets penalised for dropping in on that surf because his surf was still going to count. So it's an interference. True story. Out the back. Oh, this is Blue On. He's already in there. Got so caught up in the priority thing. I lost what was going on in the heat. I mean, it's fascinating. As you see, 30 seconds on the go. He'll be happy with his performance. If he can just get through this 30 seconds into the round of 16, and you look at him, he's pumped. Sad to see Johnny Gonzalez fade out. One of the great.
We got a score to come in for Garage. 477. The requirement, Mandy, smaller wave.
Yeah, the one he fell off on.
Another score to come in for Blue One.
I think Blue One made life a bit more difficult. Let's see. But it looks like Macinas, well, he's definitely through with a really barnstorming performance. Blue One looks pretty solid. Unfortunately, old Paulie Evans picked for the event. Exits early, and a local legend is out. As we see how the heat winner did it.
There's no need to gloat, Ben. It's very unbecoming of you. Macinas ripping. Really, really strong performance. And he's looking really good value, the Peruvian. Not a strong South American showing out here at this event. But he's very much keeping their end up, keeping their hopes and dreams alive of an event win in Tenerife. So how many more heats have we got left to go? This is 6. What are we going to? 2 more after this one. Yikes. All right, 3 more to go. Wow, we're still watching Macinas. Welcome back to the booth, Julian Vico Amel.
Thank you. The waves are pretty nice. The vibe on the beach is unreal.
Nice
all
soft light.
baking. Oh, it's amazing. People are just happy, just like living life, getting all the good vibe from Tenerife. Look at this light, just like emerald blue, and the sun is just setting. It's brilliant.
So, 2, 3 Frenchmen. And a Spaniard, Fontaine, Larsener, Bissot, and Vitoria coming up in this clash of the Titans. Heat 7 of round 4. So this is our penultimate heat of the day. Second to last. Man, an exciting clash it proves to be. Bissot looked mental earlier. Looked really, really strong. Vitoria's the defending event champ. We've got a right-hander from Fontaine. Haven't seen one of those for a while. Not super convincing.
No, I'm not convinced. Are you convinced?
No, here goes Gaspard Larsonneur. And he stands on the tail or let the wave stand up in front of him. He's got some white water on the face, which is not generally what you want, but still, he's getting some nice turns going. And just opens up his account, finished his ride, threw some buckets. He's happy.
Yeah, well, first minutes, already one score. Can't be complaining about that. So, yep, 3 Frenches, 1 from Guadeloupe, 2 others from Brittany. Ruben Vitoria, I think he was waving the Basque flag last year and switched to Spain. He is the defending champion, opposed to 3 pretty hardcore surfer. But look at that set wave, Paul.
Vitoria, backside, we know it and love it so much. Not taking on the lip, just deciding to S his way through. Gets a little more lip there. It's a tricky wave with some wobble going, and he's just spanking it. He's found his rhythm. So couldn't quite detonate out the back. A bit of a Tintin thing going on there, the hair, which I like.
What's that? It's like a little palm tree.
And we're going to go down to here. The winner of the last heat has been on an absolute tear. The Peruvian Messinas is standing by with Julia. Take it away.
Luca Messina from Peru, 22 years old, is the winner of the last heat. Luca, tell us something, your feelings about your last heat.
Yeah, it was nice to get finally good waves. In my first hits, I was kind of like confused in the start. I got a couple of 4s, so I wasn't stuck with my performance. But in this hit, I got good waves, so yeah, super happy to get some good scores.
You have been competing on QS for quite a long time. Actually, last year you competed 18 times and you got 2 wins. How does it feel? How do you like the WSL events?
Yeah, it's a long championship. Last year was my best year. I won two QS. It was my first time winning a QS. And yeah, it's nice to go to every place that you have to compete, finding new places, meeting new people. It's really nice. This is my first time in Canary Islands, so super stoked to be here.
Nice, happy that all the way from Peru. You're actually the only Peruvian rider here, so we're stoked that you're visiting the island. Is there something you would like to say, people from Peru?
Sí, mandar saludos a toda la gente peruana que me está viendo, a mi enamorada Bailey, y nada, a seguir con todo, acá Inca Team presente.
Muchas gracias, thank you a lot, and good luck for your next heat.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys, thank you.
Alrighty, all smiles down there on the beach. And an emphatic performance from Messinas. We check out Ian Fontaine duck diving under the rolls of whitewater. That leads us to believe he's just ridden a wave. And we have a huge score for Bissot. It's 7-1-7. Let's stick the replay of Fontaine. That's a nice turn. A lot of power, a lot of aggression. And there's another backhand hanger. Doesn't make the second one. But during that interview, little Tim Bissot threw down a big number, 7-1-7. So he's carrying on with his form of the last one. He's looking really dangerous.
Mr. 7. Well, would you say we're still waiting for the first other Ruben Vitoria, but nice second wave for Ian Fontaine. As we're trying to get the scores now from our panel of 5 wise men. 3.5 for the first of Gaspard, 3.97 for the first of Ian. That's, as you were saying, second to last heat of the day. The sun is progressively starting to dive. Dipping a toe in the ocean. We're on the southwest coast of Tenerife.
It's been an absolute belter of a day, Vico.
Perfect.
We've had cracking waves. We've had glorious sunshine. Winds have stayed really light, actually. Lightest day so far of the week. And I think they're forecast to be kind of strong today. So that's cool. And we're just loving it. Golden light. It's golden hour. And we're still got a couple of incredible heats to bring you. So Bisso looking great. Vittoria 4.73. Fontaine similar, just behind him. 3.97. He's got another score to come in, though. That was for the right-hander. 3.97. He's going to get a number for the left. And Gaspard Larsonneux with a 3.5. So Bisso with another number to drop, as has he and Fontaine.
The tide is going down, swell is kicking in, sun is setting and red is up. Ruben Vittoria, your event title holder on a long, but yet not that many turns so far. It's a little late. We'll push the attack button and try to go back to the outside in the minimum time possible. 4.73 for his first one. This will be slightly less. Still waiting for second of Ian Fontaine as we have the replay of Ruben's wave. Quick setup turn. The wave is really fat. Goes for this kind of like top turn, but not to have verticality. Once again, more reactive than proactive. Just needs to work with what the wave has to offer. Has no chance to draw his first lines, and this will not be a good score. 3.97 for the first wave of Ian on the right. 4.17 for his couple of turns. Fell on the third one. Team Bisso 4.83 and white up and riding Ian Fontaine, Paul Evans.
Here he goes. The muscular Frenchman powers off the top. Just belting it. And again, another nice crack. Little head snap in that. Just giving it his all. And again. And it's workmanlike. He's rolled up his sleeves. He's getting down to business. And he's grinding out some nice turns there, Vico.
Yep, loving it. Just a small wave, but well surfed. Good rhythm there. Not a lot of, let's say, oomph to it. Just really hard working on this one. But listen, he was hitting all the sweet spots. Got a great rhythm going. Was not losing his speed. Finished his wave. Was trying to better his lower score with a 3.9. I would say, if we compare to what he got on the last second versus Adrien Toyer on the former round, that he should be around the 5. He's needing 7.83. That's a lot. It's not a dream, but it's always good to get that ball rolling.
So 16:10 on the clock. Bisso in the driving seat. Vittoria down in third, just looking for a 3-4-1. Larsonneux, that's our first priority. And we got a decent looking set stacking up on the horizon.
Look at that first priority is with Gaz, as you were saying, Paul. And he's not going first because Ruben is up.
So Vittoria, your defended champ, belts a great big hit backside. Oh, there's another.
Jesus.
That's what I'm talking about. And he's going to crack it again. So much spark and fizz to this guy's backhand. There he is.
That was mean.
And that was for beauty. Backhand turns. Here goes Gaz on a softer wave with white water on it. Again, like his opener. And it will just sort of affect the scoring potential a little bit, because I think it might make the wave crumble a wee bit. He's doing well. He's keeping going. That's a nice turn.
Yeah, Gaz.
Again, another good hit. Well, he stayed at that.
Well, he's going to be suffering in the comparison of wave quality and turn quality compared to the other regular for Ruben Vittoria, just the previous wave. What a murder that was. Just spanked this one so hard, you won't be able to see it for a few years. 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Team Bisso is nowhere to be found, but sitting on a 7.17 and a 4.83 best scoring ride so far, but waiting for last of Ruben, that may be a keeper. And Gaz, well, showed him the frothy one. Look at this set again. Love Tenerife with these kind of waves. It's February, it's brilliant. I guess this first little top turn setting up for this inside section, as you were saying, it's really frothy, but somehow the wave doesn't seem to be that altered. Third turn here, nice explosion, but nothing compared to Ruben.
Highest score of the heat comes in for our defending champ, Ruben Victoria, 9.5. A massive number. I was wondering if we might see a 9 for that, and it's a 9.5. Of course, he got a 10 last year in the final. He's absolutely lit this place up.
Bring on the replay, please. And ouch, that hurts. Gas 3.5. It's only 6 points down from the previous wave. Ouchie. So, yep, Ruben, finally a wave over 8 points. Not over 8, not over 9, 9.5. That's close to perfection. And, well, set wave, 3 fantastic stab in the face of the wave. A lot of spray, mesmerizing spray above the heats. Look at that. Goes on this one. Failures entry, just wait for the wave to offer something of better substance off the bottom. Crack up the top, pushing a lot on the last part of the turn. Second is just atrocious, and look at that. 2 turn, and boom, finish that. That's why he became a champion last year. It's just unstoppable in his backhand. That's the exact size he likes. And, well, 9.5. That puts Team Bisso down to second.
Absolutely killing it. Ruben Victoria. Huge 9.5. Nice and clean across the board. All the judges in agreement. All given exactly the same number, which makes it very easy to average out as a 9.5. It's also the modal score as well as the mean score.
That's true.
It's the most fashionable score. All right, sets out the back. Priors with Bisso. Doesn't take it. And looks like Victoria might be going to work on his backup.
That's what he's saying. Gracias.
Entry. Tags a first snap. And again, there's a nice hit in the lip. And see how quickly he goes straight onto the accelerator, hits the gas, goes flying down the line.
Well, I think he must have been finding his rhythm now. So, priority or not, he got a 9.5. So, it's pretty safe. First turn was just a little party starter, and then got some more wall on this one, pushing a lot, regrouping straight, and third turn, look at that, going uber vertical, really fast in recomposing and gaining momentum. Yeah, he was not going for anything that was actually realistic on this last turn, but still, 3 good turn, third being the best. Will he better his backup of 4.73? Well, only this third turn could be actually doing the job. 11 and 15 seconds. White having a look, Ian Fontaine. Off he goes, Paul Evans.
Yeah, he is. Into the bowl. And then dragging some fins under the lip. Nice spray. There's another stinging turn. They're going to compare slightly unfavorably with Ruben's super lethal backhand assault. Nevertheless, it's a pretty well put together wave. Here goes Bisso. We waited a while for this from him. It's got so much flow. And just slightly overcooks it there. Doesn't get the make on that maneuver and goes down. And it's been like that for Gaspar. He's had a lot of those waves that just sort of go fat and soft from the takeoff, and he quite wisely elected to get out there rather than wasting any time and energy trying to manufacture a score that was never really on. He does have a 6-1 in there. He can threaten Bisso.
Yeah, 6-1 for his previous wave. Still managed to get in that wave, out that wave, and regain first parry. So it was just a quick in and out, and that was not really impacting on his hit strategy. But he have one. 10 minutes and 15 seconds, still waiting for last of red. Basically still waiting for one wave for each surfer. Team Bisso chasing a 7.07. And Ian Fontaine trying to replace a 4.17. So it's still wide open until Ruben Victoria changes his 4.73. And Team Bisso gets something more than the average. And then it will get a little more complicated. 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And finally, some scores over the really good, but in the excellent. Loving it.
So a firecracker of a heat, mainly due to the efforts of Ruben Victoria to the tune of 9.5. Highest score we've seen this week. Let's see if anyone can improve on that as we make the most of this epic forecast throughout the rest of the week. Well, let's have a look at what he got done. So he just sets up and all about the timing. The first turn was really nice. He sped up to the second half of the turn. This one, he put so much pressure. He looked like he might get caught behind here, and he got on the gas, went up vert, and then belted that one and threw the drift in. So 4 big backhand hits, and that's a huge draw.
It is indeed. And, well, Ian Fontaine, 6-6-7 on his last score. Last of Ruben, only with this really good third turn, got a 6-1-7, so he did drop his backup of 4-7-3. Tim Bissell's last wave is not factoring in, and of course the in and out from gas was half point. So situation is the same. Ian Fontaine now sitting on a 6-6-7, third best score of the heat so far. He needs only a 5-3-4. Green, gas, finding a good wave.
Larsson on a bit of a bomb out the back. Can he defuse it? He sets up. Nice little wraparound backside. And then into the lip, poking the board through, jamming it up there. There's a nice little spank on the lip. And again, always looking down the line at the next section. His 3.5, I dare say, is history. And it's going to be really interesting with 8 on the clock to see how this unfolds. Our heat leader looks interested. And here he goes, whitewater takeoff. And he's going to swoop back now. What he wants is this one to stand up on the inside bowl, and it will do now. First big turn without even really trying. There, he applies a bit more pressure, but he's always thinking about navigating through that next section, which he does well. That's a really nice turn. Just love the way he winds into them. And that one, he went upside down and didn't quite recover, Vico.
The amount of release he gets from the turns are just insane. The way he's just like really pushing and just like transferring the weights on the front part means that all the explosion he gets from the turn just gets released at the exact right moment. It's all about timing. Look at that. The wave is pretty hard to maneuver. And the first one is actually really good to start with. Good set. But look at how much spray is releasing all the time. Goes fast, strong snap of the lip on this one. Goes around the section. And then just like gets all the compression out again. So, well, that's classic Ruben. And May he had landed this one. He could have like a couple of more, and he would have been like better than his 6.17 of a backup. So he's flying solo. This guy is doing some interesting sport there.
Bisso out the back in the hazy evening light here at Playa de las Americas. A tentative first turn from him. Mistake on his last wave. Can he rectify here? That's huge. And he absolutely tore the bag on that one. And he likes it. A massive hit from him. Really strong rail work. And I love the aggression.
It just like unleashed everything. Not before, not after, just like during the turn in a two-step combo. Just went all the way up smooth and then just put everything in through like the kitchen, the grandmother, even dog the cat. Everything went in and straight into a really nice third turn. So Tim Bissell, well, he knows he's not safe with a 7-1-7 and a 4-8-3. So you know what? He's going to drop the 4-8-3 because he was down to third after last of Gaz got a 6.3. So can you go to war with a couple of sixes? I'm not sure. Tim Bissell, look at that. It's more of like a frothy one. Gets a nice first car. That's second turn. Oh, just pushes everything, recovers without losing no speed, straight into the off the bottom to crack off the leap, and then saying, "You seen that, guys? Look at me."
Yeah, do you know what?
Come on.
Buff.
Don't say buff. Don't buff that. You don't buff that turn. You say what? Don't say.
No, it was 6 surfing. It was really nicely well done. 7.3.
You had the buff, really? You don't buff that, Paul Evans. You can buff your way around, but not on this one. It was a great turn. Come on, you were impressed.
He's in second place. He's ripping. He's got a couple of 7s. He's looking really good value. And he's just consolidated. Gasper Larsson just flirted with that second place, and Bisso's just slammed the doors with his fingers still in it, doesn't he, in the door frame?
In the door frame, indeed.
And that hurts. So, can Larsson come back? If he is going to come back, he's going to need an 8-1-7. Fontaine, he's got priority. He's going to need a 7.8.
That's feasible, but it's all about the wave. You can see now the ocean goes a little discreet. Time is of the essence, and we have finally some scores over 14 points. That's exciting. This is where you want to actually arrive by the end of the day. Hit totals are going up. The tension is rising. The prize money is still absent, though, because if you lose now, well, you can get potentially as best reward a high five, but that's all, because money round is next round. So you want to get to the next step that will not be served today. Obviously, second to last hit of the day. We don't know yet if we will be starting with the ladies or the men tomorrow. We are yet to be getting some hits done for the ladies division of this event.
I'll tell you what we've learned. Vittoria's ripping. Bisso is ripping. That's some six surfing from him. Couple of sevens, only 2 maneuvers, and just tore it. 7-3 for his high score. Here goes your heat leader. Whack off the top. And belts it again. It's a softer inside one from him. Not sure what he's trying to do there other than injure himself or knock a fin out. And I don't like to see that. Don't do it.
I don't think he will ever again now. He knows. First turn was just stupid, but there was only that. So didn't get enough score for the last 2 of his tries. Look at that. Beautiful light. Love the way he regroups all the time. Somehow lost it on his unrebounded way. And that was all for that replay. So 3 minutes and 14 seconds. First power is to Ian Fontaine. Second power for Gas Last Minute for fourth and third place right now. Have the choice of the king. And as you can see on the bottom right up your screen, last hit of the day, last hit of the day, Yael Peña from here. Tenerife, Kenta Ishikawa, Jake Leckington from South Africa, and Tristan Titan Guilbeault from Vendée. That will be the last hit of the day.
So 2:35 remaining. Larson and Fontaine with a bit to do here. They need good or excellent scores. They're going to get back at this. And those are going to be a tall order. Bisso just had a question asked of him, and he very much had the answer. That one turn, he just laid down loads of power and spray. Sort of ferocity, really, almost like he was angry where he found himself in third. He was peed off.
Yeah, like, no.
He just tore it.
Que no quiero eso. That's what he was saying. Right now, it's a staring contest. Nothing's happening. Time is ticking away. The pressure is rising. Team Bisso is going to just say, you know what? I'm going to sit on your head, and you won't get any wave, because 817 is a pretty healthy requirement. Nothing's over until it's over. Song, no? From Lenny Kravitz. But first power is to Ian Fontaine, and 6, 6, 7, 5, 2, 7, not enough to reach the round of 16. Paul Evan, it's your last hit announcing today. What's your program for tonight? Some yoga, maybe a Scrabble tournament?
Might try and find this. Is there a YouTube of this online somewhere? I might try and find that and just watch it back, watch the day back.
So committed. You're so committed.
Yeah, give you and Mundy a few tips on where your commentary's, gone wrong. And
well, right now I think you have the highlight of the day. So yeah, sadly YouTube can allow the replay, Paul Evans. You're in trouble. You are in trouble.
It's been a great day of surfing. Great day of commentary. Absolutely loving it down here. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in from. Don't go away. There's still another banger of a heat to go. We're going to see Yael Peña, Kenta Ishikawa, Jake Ellington, and Tristan Guilbeault. So, cray.
Hate, mate. 30 seconds to go. As you can see, the Ocean decided to go all French and went on strike. Nothing for Gas and Ian. As well, unsurprisingly, Ruben Vitoria is reclaiming ownership of that spot. And the time is now down. So replay, well, that was all about this guy in red, Ruben Vitoria. You even champion from last year. Look at that, off the bottom, spank off the top, making it rain on both of Aleje. Second turn is just mean. All on the pocket with great style, poise, and most of all, a lot of control despite the risk taken. And the last turn, well, let's face it, just spraying all around. So Ruben Vitoria was on a one-man show almost, because you had Team Bisso just going all Matargo on this one. Look, Archie turn, yeah, double arm drag plus the butt, and straight into a straight up of the deep re-entry. Claim that one. Ding. Job's done. So, yep. Sadly for Ian Fontaine and Gaz Larsener, they got to go back to Brittany. And going back to drawing board 15, 6, 7, and 14, 4, and 4, 7. That's pretty good scores. So, new hit starting. We're going to go straight into a little ad break and come back for the last hit of the day. Stay tuned. And we are back on. This is the last hit of the day of the Cabreiroa Las Americas Pro Tenerife. This is the QS 1500 for the boys right now. This is the last hit of this fourth round, hit number 8. My name is Julien Vico, and alongside Ben Mundy and Paul Evans, who just logged out, we will announce this last hit, and that's a cracker, mate. Ben, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Yelpina, Kenta Ishikawa has been really strong. Jake Elkington from South Africa, and Tristan Gilbon. So I'll tell you what, it's a pretty international heat, and one that is really looking strong. And Yelpina straight up into it. What about Ruben Vittoria in that last heat, Vico? My goodness.
It was insane. And Kenta, look at that. I love the drive of this surfer. Off the bottom, he's going so fast on the way up. It's insane. It projects. Woof. That fast forward. And that was a pretty insane start of the heat there. A little frothy one for Yelpena. I think they've been fired up all the regular first saying, okay, they can get 9.5. I'm going to try as well. Look at that yell. Boom!
Yeah, wow. Strong start from all the surfers. And look at that light just brushing the offshore. He's left that go. Surely Yelpena's going to look at that. It has been a big, long day. 24 heats. We've come down to this. Non-stop, no lulls. We started off a day of 96 surfers in the men's division. Now I've got just 16. It's been a bloodbath.
It's been a real bloodbath.
Culling. And all those surfers have got through. Every single one of them deserve it. There's been no weak heats. There's been no soft, wave-starved sort of 25 minutes. It's all been go. If you're into this 16, you're there on merit. And there's just 2 left to try and crack that all-important 16. $11 heats left in the men.
Yeah, it's going to go fast. I think we're going to leave some room for the ladies now, as the swell is going to be okay tomorrow morning. May drop a little in the afternoon, but just coming back strong for Saturday. So we will have an interesting finals day. Maybe some expression sessions, some cool stuff for the kids to enjoy. Right now, as you can see, the sun is starting to make its way underneath the ocean and just diving after one hell of a day. Fantastic conditions. It was pumping all day long. We've seen basically 3 right-handers served, and with nothing on 4 points. So left is where you want to go. The swell is slightly different than last year, so there's less potential on the right, but the left, I mean, who would want to go right when you can have this left there, Ben?
Well, I'm a goofy foot. I don't even look at them. Not even interested in them. Don't care about them.
Don't care about the rights.
Waste of time.
Oh, there's some scores. 6.83 for Tristan Guilbeault, 5.9 for Kenta, 5.17 for Yael, and 3.87 for Jake. So judges saying, okay, we have all the scores we want. We have our scale set up. Now, boys, bring on the second score.
Yeah, that's right. Pretty strong start. And you can just see the golden purple hues in the sunset starting to take shape. There'll be no clouds. They don't exist in Tenerife. That's a big paddle, and Nick Shower. He pulls the trigger on priority. Got stuck on his bottom end turn, and he's disappointed, rightfully so. Fought hard for that wave. Fought hard for priority. He's thrown it away. Tossed it to the breeze.
Just trying to go slightly too right on his fade entry, and got the bum wet. Not working with small condition. You can still manage to get back on your feet when it's like big wave, but this one was a 3-footer, so Kenta is back at the end of the line, banished from the pack. Needs to try harder. Still second though, but it's a fragile second place. Still early days though. 19 minutes, just hoping that we will have enough light to finish that hit. Daylight is dropping quite fast now.
Yeah, we'll have time out there. There's a whole bunch of frothers that are all lining up to hit the free surf just before it gets dark. And just enough light, action-packed, 8 till 6, pretty much. 6:21 it is, local time, so good 10.5 hours of surfing. That's what you want to see. And it's been compelling stuff. Highlights of the day, as we see
Tristan,
Gilbert.
683, yeah.
I like how the green guacamole singlet goes with his wetsuit. He's strong. He's got real, and the green board. It's properly colour coordinated, which is important in this day and age.
He's French. What do you expect?
Yeah, it's true.
Fashion in his blood. Look at that. Wow. Great combo of turn for Tristan. It was not the best looking way, but he really managed to get everything in the book. Look at that. Carving surfing, vertical surfing, some transition turns, and all the time with speed, power, and flow. So a bit of everything. It's really well served. Then it's 683, some just throwing a 7. Still not the Ruben Vittoria mode, but still 683 as a starter. You can't complain.
Yeah, really strong. It's such a good heat all out the course of the day. It's been really powerful, really smooth. Great wave selection. So he's in a good rhythm. And nothing like that to get a great start. Who's been your highlights? Who have you picked? Vico, what stands out in over the course of 24 solid heats of surfing?
I would say, well, Jonathan Gonzalez for sure. I would have to say that as well. Well, Ruben is it's pretty simple to say. I really like Kenta, the guy in blue right now. I love the fact he's really, really smart when it comes to how he can compress and go really fast up. And Timothée Bissot. I don't know if you've seen his second best wave. Big, kind of like carving / layback / off the top. It was brilliant. I've been riding surfer in white, Jake Elkington from South Africa.
Yeah, just fading back to the source. Looking for his team, moving his board around. Hasn't been able to get some meat and bones yet. Starting to stand up now. There's a section, and he cracked it. And straight back around. So good transition. And another. So he's not quite done yet. And can he get up there? He can. Not exactly seamless, but he made it count. He got 3 solid turns in where it mattered. Had to fight for it. And that's all the more impressive. Oh, here's Gilbo again. He just can't stay out of these wide, long sets. Less steep face, but he's warming up now.
Oh, Tristan.
Leg burners, and he's going again. Well, oh my gosh, that is great surfing. So there's another one. And out the back, it is absolutely pumping. Can Pina make his mark on this? Because everyone else is blowing up. So it's his turn. Waits for a steep section. Here it comes. This is the money. Ooh! Does well. It's a little bit hung up. And unlike the other surfers, just couldn't race it down the line. So Gilbert and Elkington, big scores. I think it might be Tristan that got the better of the exchange. But I'll tell you what, he's on fire. He's going to be well out in front. 15 minutes to go. He's going to now just try and build on some already big scores. Here they go. Took a while to get going, but once he did.
Got the right section. Just he was on the sweet spot straight off when the wave started to offer something. Look at that. Boom. Nice big old spanking to start with. And then just like went with more reason. Second top turn there. Backside form climb Rio. Off the bottom to snap off the lip to late tail tap re-entry. Just variation of the same move, but in a better way. And that's Yael Peña struggling to survive the advantage. This was the money turn. Just setting up on that one. You can see the wave is slightly more white. Explodes, but then the wave just closed out. I don't think if he had projected more, I think there was no potential after.
Yeah, there was no potential. And he got up there, he just got a little bit, all really good. And then just as he got caught up on that top of the lip, he just got a little bit, his legs went a bit straight. He just lost a bit of momentum. Still solid, but nothing like the combination of moves that the other surfers did.
Well, two best wave right now still being analyzed by our panel of judges upstairs. They do have a replay operator, so they're just like trying to compare what was good, what was wrong. As well, Tristan, and you can see that all these surfers took a wave more on the second half of the spot. It was not like really outside. They just like got this kind of like white water start, and then somehow it was connecting more in front of what you can see right now. This midway point of the spot. The tide is way lower now, so the spot behaves differently. And these guys did find a way to find a sweet spot. Oh, Jake Elkington, 7.3. That's good.
Yeah, really strong. So, 7.3 for Jakes. And I reckon Tristan's might not be that high, but it might be around there. So, yeah, really strong scores. He needs to back up a 3.67, but, yeah, right back in the game, 13 minutes to go.
Good replay of Jake. Second turn on this one, great turn. Goes around the section, waits off the bottom, snap off the lip, bashes this one down, connects on the inside, but the wave is really dying. Manages to get this off the lip re-entry, and this is where it gets really sucky. Managed to pivot off his back foot and complete that turn. So,
yeah, it was that first really steep section, wasn't the money turn? He went up there and just absolutely went bananas and cracked it so hard. It looks like
683 and 683 for Tristan. Same score, different waves. So not yet on the really good range, just close that, 7 point being what you want to achieve to enter the really good range. And look at that, that's once again the replay. You can see the wave is slightly easier to read, but at no point that he really like hits the really massive sweet spot here. Gets a little bump, so he's hitting well, but there's no verticality per se. Just really well surfed, but not really, really good surfing.
Yeah, really smooth, really strong, mistake-free. He's been doing that all day, and as it stands, that's got him well out into the lead, looking pretty safe to progress. And Jake with that 7.3, also in a strong position, although he needs to back it up. So yeah, surfers in red, Yael Peña and the Japanese surfer Kenta need. Well, they don't need huge scores, but they need to, need to get going and try and match those high 6s, 7s. Peña pulls the trigger. Nice looking wave out the back. Thought he might have hit the foam there, but instead he just opts for wait for it to wall up and see what he can get on the inside. This is a section here. Bit of spray, but still just waiting for it, not driving down the line. And again. So a really nice surf wave, but just didn't give him the sort of critical sections. I mean, he worked it. He did everything he could. It just didn't quite have that.
There was no potential for
steep section where he could have got really critical, which is what the judges want to see, especially this late in the day.
Right, so he will still get a better than his backup, or just like slightly more. But there was just no 8 or 9 written on that wave. Just like it was never really hitting the reef in the right way to get something slightly steeper. So even that was supposed to be the best spot, and it was just not really happening. So maybe like a non-even for Yael on this one. Yeah, 3.43, so he does better his backup, but not replacing his main score. Therefore, still chasing a 5.81, a 5.08 for Kenta. Still wide open, 10 minutes to go. We're going to be finishing that second day of competition basically in dark. Titan and Jake cruising at the front. But Jake is still really betting only on his main score. His backup a 3.67, still wide open. May E better is that his second wave. It's going to be way more complicated for Yael and Kenta.
Yeah, 3.43 for that one. Shows you that although he worked hard, just wasn't enough there. See the dying light, purple hues. What a sunset we're having. And the swell has not died. It's been consistent. And the lefts have just reeled down this point all day, as they do all winter, to tell you the truth. And yeah, it's been non-stop. But still, just 9 minutes to go. Plenty can happen. 16 surfers will be left in the draw. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we'll be straight back into the women's, hopefully. And then a call for the men's at 10. So, yeah, early doors tomorrow. Don't miss out if you're in this time zone. Wake up, get a coffee, open up the laptop, tune in, watch some amazing surfing going on.
Yeah, look at this setup. It's really just unreal to see these waves just like peeling off all day long. We knew the swell would be coming. We knew it would be good. Better than last year, but not that good. We've had some fantastic waves today, and that's Kenta, finally, off the bottom on this section. That seems to be quite deep. He may want to just like compress and wait for the wave to line up on the inside. Backside front climb re-entry with no speed. That was hard to do already. It's really seated off the bottom. The wave seems to be doing what it did with Yael, but slightly steeper though. Backside carve up the top. And now, yeah, just hard to read exactly what the wave will present when it comes to hitting the inside section.
Yeah, and that low tide is starting to break up, so you see him breaking just that further out, but those outside sections haven't got much on offer. You got to just duck and weave, duck and weave. Eventually it stood up. He only had one real section, and even that he didn't. I mean, he tagged it, but it just meant he was late for the next one. So, yeah, Kenta, he's improving on 3-1. He needed a 5.08. I don't think he'll get that, but back in the game. A lot of his problems stemmed from that priority mistake he made where he was in position and he took off a wave and didn't quite get it, and then he's had to wait ever since and felt that he had to go that wave. So, whereas this one here is standing up a bit more, and it looks like Jake Elkington, the South African, he's the one that's trying to consolidate his second place. And with turns like that, you think he will because he's really driving off the bottom. And he just goes too hard. Bottom end turn was nice.
I think he overcompressed on this one. He just like went too low and exploded, and the wave was just not ready for that.
Yeah, he pushed it. You could sense he got that first turn in, got his confidence up, and he's been doing it all day, to be fair. Drove so hard, but yeah, when he hit that lip, it all came apart. Opens a bit of a door. He only needed to improve on a 3.67, so had the opportunity just to make it a little bit difficult or more difficult for his opponents and didn't do it. Will that come back to haunt him?
Ooh. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Time keeps ticking away. With first priority is Tristan Guilbeault. Great hit management so far. 2 waves surfed in 19 minutes. And 2 of the best scores of the heat so far, commanding lead. Just great surfing. Now it's just to see how this spot of Spanish left will handle the low tide in the last 5 minutes and 50 seconds of that last heat of the day. You can see it still seems to be like slightly less size than earlier. And White having a look. Jake trying to replace a 367, Ben.
It's a good decision, a little insider, but it looks like a nice wall. Now he's getting his groove, winding up. 3 big turns, and that's how you replace the 3.67. So that is smart surfing. Didn't have priority, but eyed off a little insider. Did 3 nice turns, and even if it's not a huge score, it's definitely going to make his score harder to catch.
Look how fast he goes after that off the bottom. That's great body weight management on this one. Third turn, it's just really well surfed on a wave that was not really presenting anything of substance at the beginning, but he will better his backup score to something more about the average. There we go, 5.47. It's now way harder for blue and red. Requirements have changed. Blue needs a 6.88. Yale needs a 7.6 score. Neither of them have been able to score so far. Blue Kenta, up and riding, Ben.
Yeah, he's sitting wide. That's fat, those ones, and giving me nothing. You can see the frustration. He's had a really good event and just been out of rhythm in this heat. Made one mistake. That kind of cost him a bit. Still got time. He's such an explosive, fast-paced surf. We're used to that at the Japanese surfs. They tend to have real flow without being over stereotypical, but got real flow. They tend to be dynamic in the pocket. He's got all of that, but he just hasn't been able to get a wave that stood up for him, and he's got 4 minutes to change things. I think he was the only Japanese surfer in the event to begin with, so he still is. Maybe not. But anyway, he's still in there with a shout. As I said, the pack of hordes descending on the lineup to get the last bits of light. In 3.5 minutes, they'll be all over it like rabid dogs. But right now, here's a clean set, and it's heat leader who has got priority.
No taker, but Tristan Guilbeault. As he's up and riding the little Vendéen, not that little anymore. Good first carve of the top, of the bottom to a good top turn again. In slightly misjudges his body weight on this one, pushes too much to the back foot and dies off on the second turn. Goes back to the end of the line. First party is to local legend Yael Peña. Let's see if he can get something. He's 7.6 with 3 minutes to go. It's, of course, at his level. It's just about the wave, and so far it's been unlucky. Have a look this, Ben. Up and riding.
Yeah, we got Pina. He drives off the bottom. Got a little turn there, nothing doing as yet. He's trying to put his weight on the back of the board to slow him down. Unleashes the first turn. Solid. This is more steeper.
Oh,
nice. Releases the tail. Can't get that end bit. So, I don't know if it's a 7.6, but it is. Showed his form. Here's a Japanese surfer winding up. Wow. Nice style, nice torque. And again, if he lands that, he's back in the game. And he is. He needed a 6.88. So, 2 minutes to go. Is there enough time? They might get close. They needed some big scores. They've definitely at least got closer, but they've got 2 minutes. Unless Jake Ellington actually fires up again. Wow, thick and fast finish to an amazing day of surfing. Bang.
Okay, he's going to take this one all the way to the beach, or just try to go back outside and protect his second spot so far. Let's see what the judges reckon on last of red and last of blue. Last of green would be a throwaway on the third wave. But Yael Peña chasing a 7.6. One excellent turn, but would be enough. That was a setup, and then you can see the wave starting to offer something better. His body language was pretty negative, but then you can see the wave is just hitting the reef just the right way. Goes off the bottom, pushes everything there, hooks around, and just lands really nicely, but there was nothing after. So one great turn. Should be around the average. Should not be the best single score of the heat so far.
No, but it will improve his position significantly. We'll just see. There's a paddle battle going on, these two.
Blue is by himself, chasing a 6.88. No scores being typed in right now. It's Kenta's backup wave.
That was strong, bit of tail drift, and then this last one is up in the lip.
Oh, some great
bang.
surfing.
It's going to be close, you know. He needed a 6.88. Judges have been liking some of the more radical, bigger turns. It was right down the end, but it was still a combination, which is what they liked. It's going to come close. 30 seconds. It looks like it might be the last wave he catches. He won't get a chance again. So it'll all come down to that final backhand blast. At least he went down swinging.
Judges taking a good, long, hard look at it all.
Last decision of the day for themselves as well. They've had a long, hard day squinting into the sun. Have to maintain absolute scrutiny, absolute attention, and now they've got to make a big call as the day draws to a close, but we're not over. As soon as you get those seats, those scores, we can tell you exactly what's going on. So that's that. Waiting on score. Is the Japanese surfer going to be a 6.88?
Well, let's have a quick look at the replay. There's some good scores being typed in. That's the two best wave for Tristan Guilbault.
One judge gave him a 6.8, but
he needs a lot of them. 6.63 for Kenta, not enough, and a 5.2 for Yale. So, well, that's close, but no cigar with this guy on the screen, Tristan Guilbault, a couple of 6.83. Great hit management, just like strong overall. Look at that, just floating around. A lot of flow and a lot of control all the time without being too safe. Got a great hit. Look at that.
Boom! Been really strong all day, and he's through to the round of 16 deservedly. And that concludes what's been a pretty special day of surfing in Tenerife. And that was the money. So he's just been banking sevens all day with that backhand attack. Look at that.
You got to love Tenerife. Come on.
That's what we're living. That is the dream. That is right now. And it doesn't really end up much better than that. Beautiful colours. The tide pools just reflecting the kids in the silhouettes on the water. So beautiful, beautiful images. A beautiful, beautiful island. And a great, great day of incredible surfing.
Well, that was all for today, Peeps Online. This was day 2 of the event, day 4 of the waiting period. Tomorrow, we have a check-in at 8. We don't know yet if we're going to start with the ladies that are yet to be surfing with the jersey on since they arrived last Saturday or Sunday. And then the boys, 16 boys still remaining. We have a 48 ladies format, so we do have a lot of hits on our hands, but we have still 3 days to run. This is, well, that was a great day.
It's an amazing day. It's been action-packed, non-stop. Had a ball, and there's plenty more to come.
Yep, so guys, don't forget to check the highlight. We're going to have a quick interview of last hit winner, Tristan Guilbault, before saying goodbye to everybody, guys. So Julia will be finishing the event with this last hit interview. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You take it away, Julia.
So this is the end of the day. That was the last heat. We've been sending heats in the water since 8 a.m. And Tristan Guilbault is our last winner of the day. How do you feel? We talked not so long ago, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I try to be consistent in that heat, and I got 2 good scores, so it was enough. It was a long day because I had to wait until the very end, but it's a good end of the day.
You guys are going tomorrow again after the girls, and today actually you competed against one of the locals. But was that some extra pressure or?
Not really. I knew that he had an advantage of like knowing the spot better than me, but I've been looking at the spot for the whole day, and I was really trying to get those like runner waves with more walls, but I don't know. I guess it paid off. I was on the good one, so it's enough for me.
You had an epic day, definitely. Congratulations, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, guys, thanks for tuning in, and see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. with the girls and then the boys.
Contigo quiero beber y adentro y explícale lo que sientes y dile que tú le mientes y que yo vivo en tu mente y que te pongo caliente. Bandolera, recuerdo la tembladera, yo sé que tú me deseas, me tienes una odisea, pa' ir rompiéndote toda y nos olvidamos ahora. Yo sé que me prefieres, si quieres quédate en lo que amanece, pa' ir comiéndote toda y encima de mí tú te mojas. Yo sé que me prefieres, si quieres quédate en lo que amanece. Real hasta la muerte, baby. Real hasta la muerte, baby. Bebecita, amor. Por ahí me hizo intocable, bebé. Por ahí me Q. Bebecita, bebecita. La casa de queso, baby. Donde se fuma y se hace el amor bien rico, bebecita.
Donde vive la vida.
Comercial Siam Mall, Costa Adeje.